Volume 5. Chapter 401. Chapter 401, Familiar Figure. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Qin Yun attacked anxiously and hastily with his strongest sword move, the one he just created. The dreamlike sword's sixth move, first lightning encounter, was like a spring breeze that brought with it a light rain. It was extremely gentle and all its might was converged. Swoosh! A wisp of smoky rain tore through the chaotic battlefield in a flash. Many of the Third Firmament Essence souls from the various top factions barely noticed it as they were in a mad rush for treasures. Daoist you, I'm better so these are mine. A young Daoist with a protruded mouth sent another Daoist cultivator retreating. By simply extending his hand, he made 5 blurry air columns condense in midair. They headed straight for a bunch of treasures that were flying away just a short distance away. But at that moment, Qin Yun's misty rain sword happened to fly past. In order to save Meng Huan, Qin Yun directed his misty rain sword to take the shortest possible path. Trying to snatch my treasures? The young Daoist's expression changed when he saw the flying sword. For an unfamiliar expert to send a Dharma treasure flying so close, especially when treasure was within reach, made one think that it was a deliberate move to take their treasure. Although Qin Yun's flying sword's strength was converged, the young Daoist could still sense its hidden threat. He naturally did not dare to lower his guard against it. Go. As he diverted his attention to capture the treasure, he waved the whisk in his right hand. Swoosh! Thousands of threads from the whisk extended and stretched across the sky, many of them whistling over to intercept the misty rain sword. The youth was confident in himself. My whisk is a numinous treasure and I have personally refined it for 1,000 years. It's best at holding back and obstructing enemies. Oh! Qin Yun, who was flying closely behind, saw this scene. Immediately, a glimmer flashed in his eyes. The Fiend Celestial was attacking Meng Huan and company at that very moment, but this person was actually trying to hinder his flying sword? Tear! Qin Yun directed his mind. The gentle-looking wisp of misty rain had a sudden surge of strength, producing a deep boom that made all the hearts of the Third Firmament Essence souls present palpitate. A gigantic tear tore open in the void, and the severity of it made everyone notice how powerful the attack was. The might of Qin Yun's flying sword was enough to make the youth's expression change. In the ensuing explosion, the thousands of threads from the whisk were blown to smithereens. Many of the threads flew rapidly back towards the whisk. What a terrifying flying sword! His strength is probably equivalent to a sky immortal's. Why would such a powerful expert suddenly appear here? The youth turned apprehensive. This cluster of treasures only number in the dozens. Does it really merit an expert of such power snatching it from me? With such strength, he should be right by the pagoda. The area closest to the pagoda was filled with the strongest figures. The closer one was, the more convenient it was to snatch the treasures. At worst, I can just yield the treasures to him. The youth had no desire to fight the mysterious expert. Whoosh! The moment he had such a thought, the wisp of misty rain that had blasted through the whisk's threads flew far away with a whoosh, in the direction of the distant Meng Huan. The youth was slightly taken aback. Only then did he come to a realization. So he wasn't trying to contend for my treasures. Qin Yun controlled his intrinsic flying sword as it crossed the entirety of the battlefield. The might it displayed in easily thwarting the whisk's threads made experts who had witnessed the situation take a mental note. However, the wisp of misty rain was not heading towards the pagoda in the middle of the battlefield. Instead, it was charging straight towards the periphery of the battlefield. Oh! What's happening? The Third Firmament Essence souls saw the misty rain sword fly towards them. Since it wasn't threatening their treasures, they were willing to make way for it. All of them had a vague idea of the strength of the flying sword's owner. The misty rain sword indeed rapidly flew past them without attacking them at all. Why is this flying sword going towards the periphery? Who is it trying to attack? Everyone was puzzled. Just as this thought crossed the minds of this group of experts, the flying sword had arrived at its true target at the periphery. We won't contend for the treasures. Let him have them. The woman in azure clothes, thin man, and Meng Huan had pale expressions and bloodstains on the corner of their lips. The woman had rapidly made a decision and declared it through a voice transmission. They were giving up the batch of treasures. Let's hope the Fiend Celestial will stop attacking once he obtains the treasures. Meng Huan and company had such hopes in mind. They wished to stay in the ancient augury world a little longer so that they could gain more opportunities to obtain more treasure. Giving up the treasure in front of them was much better than being forced to leave with the transference tokens. Ha ha ha. The stocky Fiend Celestial finally grabbed the cluster of treasures in midair with his massive palm. His other hand continued cleaving downwards with the long pole, showing no mercy towards Meng Huan and company. To think the likes of you three dared to fight me? Firstly, he was displeased at the trio's struggle, and secondly, Fiend Celestials were accustomed to fighting Taoists. He would naturally attack without mercy if given the opportunity. He got the treasures and still refuses to leave. The trio turned anxious. Are we giving up just like that? Do we have to leave the ancient augury world now? Thought Meng Huan. But if I do not gather the treasures I need, I can't hire old man Eyeless. Without his help, when will I be able to find my father? Suddenly. Oh! The strike that had been constantly battering their barrier changed trajectories with a whoosh so as to block something in front of the stocky Fiend Celestial. He no longer had his arrogance from before, and instead looked extremely serious. He's actually attacking me? The stocky Fiend Celestial had been secretly paying attention to the terrifying flying sword. He never expected that it had been coming for him. He grabbed his pole with both hands and he attempted to deflect the flying sword to the side as though he was stirring the oceans. Bam! Dot! But at the instant the pole met the flying sword, it felt like a massive world was crashing into it. The stocky Fiend Celestial had no way of deflecting it. With a deep boom, the void shattered, causing the stocky Fiend Celestial's giant body to stumble more than 10 steps back in the void. As for the misty rain sword, it vanished into the void in a flash. Shoo! When it appeared again, it was behind the stocky Fiend Celestial. The fourth move of the dreamlike sword waning waxing moons. Ever since Qin Yun's sword Dao reached the realms of a sky immortal, all his previous sword moves experienced a natural metamorphosis. They were more harmonious and profound, with much greater strength. It was a lot easier and natural delivering those attacks. Pole arts, splashing winds. The pole the stocky Fiend Celestial wielded instantly transformed into a tempestuous wind that enveloped his body. He was not that easily dealt with, considering how he was a peak third firmament Fiend Celestial after all. Pwa! 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 The misty rain sword was untraceable as it attacked from every conceivable angle. Even though the stocky Fiend Celestial was defending with all he had, his body was left with deep lacerations, his blood splattering everywhere. He only lived because he had an extremely powerful body. If his body was any weaker, he might have died from the first strike. Freeze! Qin Yun finally approached. The misty rain sword changed its attack. The third move of the dreamlike sword, Bright Moon Cold Nights. This move could freeze the void as well as bodies of the living. Qin Yun's grasp of the void was turning more profound, therefore, the strike was even more unfathomable. The stocky Fiend Celestial could feel that every drop of blood in his body began to freeze. As the blood flow slowed, ice crystals began forming his muscles and bones. His speed was drastically reduced. Kill! Following that, the misty rain sword changed its method of assault once again. It went from Bright Moon Cold Nights to the strongest attack, first lightning encounter. Like a gentle wind with a thin drizzle, the flying sword went straight for the Fiend Celestial's chest. This is bad. Although the Fiend Celestial's speed immediately went back to normal, the flying sword was heading towards his chest at a blazing speed. All he could do was grit his teeth and have a savage look. Blood began seeping from his teeth as he brandished his pole with full strength. However, he was clearly one beat slower. All he could do was give up the pole and use his hands to block his chest. His palms were equivalent to a first-grade Dharma treasure. However, what looked like a gentle strike created a tumultuous blast. His arms exploded apart, sending blood splattering. The fiend celestial flew backward, but his chest remained intact. The injuries his arms had suffered were grievous, but the flesh and blood were constantly growing back again. What? The essence souls that were paying attention to the battle were secretly alarmed. Just slightly more than 10 strikes was enough to severely injure a peak third firmament fiend celestial? This was the strength of a sky god or sky fiend. Qin Yun had already arrived as he stared coldly at the fiend celestial. With a wave of his hand, sword chi wrapped around the reddish bronze pole and pulled it towards him. Who is he? The woman in azure clothes looked at Qin Yun puzzled. He looks like a mortal sword immortal, but his strength matches that of a sky immortal. When did such a terrifying mortal sword immortal appear in our effulgent great world? He must be a reincarnated sky immortal. The thin man looked at Qin Yun in excitement. As for Meng Huan, he was looking at the figure in a daze. That figure was extremely familiar to him. It was the very figure that had brought him up. This man guided him in the practice of the sword, every morning and evening, be it rain or shine, regardless of the season. This man had always patiently taught him, guiding him onto the path of being a swordsman. This man was his father, the person he idolized the most. His father was the strongest in the world, a peerless swordsman unprecedented in history. He shattered the void and ascended after only cultivating for a few decades. His talent was tens, if not hundreds of times, higher than his. Dad? Meng Huan looked at the figure and muttered. He found it somewhat unbelievable. The father he had yearned to meet all this time had appeared in front of him just like that. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 402. Chapter 402, Congratulations, Junior Brother Meng. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. Qin Yun naturally did not stop after severely injuring the stocky fiend celestial and snatching his pole. The misty rain sword continued its assault on the weaponless fiend celestial. Although his hands were rapidly recovering, the fiend celestial continued his retreat while using his bloody palms to summon a shield to withstand the incoming attacks of the misty rain sword. Boom! The shield slammed into the fiend celestial's body after receiving a blow. It left him stumbling backwards in midair. Sword immortal, sword immortal. The stocky fiend celestial immediately sent a voice transmission and smiled obsequiously. I don't know you, nor did I snatch any of your treasures. All I took were a few natural treasures. That doesn't deserve your relentless pursuit, right? Is there some misunderstanding between us? Although he had lost his pole, it was an acceptable loss. He did not wish to be forced out of the ancient augury world by the mysterious mortal sword immortal, especially when the pagoda had only let loose its bottom floor treasures. Misunderstanding? There wasn't any. Qin Yun snorted coldly while the misty rain sword showed no signs of abating. Whoosh! 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 The wisp of misty rain kept tunneling through the void and, with the casting of waning waxing moons, attacked the fiend celestial from different angles like an angry specter. He could defend better back when he had his pole. It was the weapon he had spent most of his time with, but now, all he had was a shield. It was actually a little cumbersome. Every cultivator had one Dharma treasure weapon that they were best with. Qin Yun was best with his flying sword while the fiend celestial was best at poles. Stop! A third firmament fiend celestial roared from a distance away. He planned to provide reinforcements since the loss of every peak third firmament fiend celestial would reduce the total strength of the fiend celestials on the battlefield. What? You think of me as nothing but a wooden block? Are you ignoring me? A third firmament essence soul Taoist expert beside the fiend celestial attacked to restrain him. There were 5 third firmament fiend celestials that moved to provide aid, but nearly all of them were held back. Only one of them released a stream of light as an attempt at attacking from afar. However, Qin Yun and company were located in the periphery. Any aid would take time to reach them. Enough time for an existence like Qin Yun to deliver more than 10 strikes. The misty rain sword left gaping wounds on the stocky fiend celestial's body, but he remained alive. He clearly knew the situations in which he could put up a resistance and the ones that he could not afford to. Oh no. Due to his grievous injuries, the loss of an arm created a flaw in the fiend celestial's defense. The misty rain sword shot straight for his chest with a flash. Darn it! I'm leaving. Indecision invariably leads to trouble. The stocky fiend celestial had survived to this day because he was decisive. When he sensed the impending death presented by the flying sword, he immediately activated the transference token. Buzz. A spatial fluctuation descended upon him, wrapping him up and forcefully pulling him through the void. He was transported away. A peak third firmament fiend celestial was actually forced to flee the ancient augury world. These fiend celestials were in no way the likes of old Master Chu who Qin Yun had previously fought. Instead, they were disciples of the top factions in the effulgent great world. The dharmic formulations they cultivated in and the dharma treasures they wielded were all extremely impressive. Qin Yun could only suppress his opponents after his sword Dao reached the sky immortal realm. He would not be that much different in strength compared to the fiend celestials before his breakthrough. Whoosh! The stream of light finally flew over from afar. Before it even arrived, the stocky fiend celestial had been forced to escape. Qin Yun turned to look. The stream of light came to a halt. It was a dark red projectile that almost immediately returned from where it came. Qin Yun did not continue pursuing the matter. There were too few third firmament essence souls on the battlefield that posed him any threat. Back when he observed the battle, he only found 3 essence souls near the pagoda that had strength matching sky gods or sky fiends. They were roughly as strong as he was. It may have taken some time to describe, but the battle between Qin Yun and the stocky fiend celestial actually played out extremely quickly. It was over in a blink of an eye. As such, Meng Huan was still immersed in his excitement. Junior brothers, let's thank this senior quickly. We must not slight him in any way. The woman in azure clothes sent a voice transmission to her junior brothers. Yes. Come on, junior brother Meng, let's go over quickly, said the thin man with a voice transmission. Meng Huan looked at Qin Yun's figure and muttered softly, Dad? He had always wished to see his father, but now that the time had actually come he was left rooted where he stood. What did you just say? The thin man widened his eyes. Junior brother Meng, what did you just say? Dad? The woman looked at Meng Huan in astonishment. Junior brother Meng, are you calling out for your father? Meng Huan's eyes were still on Qin Yun. He stared at his father. The look in his eyes and his temperament were still identical to what they were in the past. After all, he knew his father very well. But it was also for this reason that Meng Huan was able to faintly feel the sorrow buried deep in his father's heart. At this point in time, there was no need to look at one's looks or temperament. Just the feelings that stemmed from the kinship they shared was enough for him to determine that the person before him was his father. Dad seems to have experienced some changes in recent years? Thought Meng Huan. He was very certain that the person before him was his father. He believed that his father must have experienced something traumatic, causing the hint of sorrow that wasn't there when he ascended. Qin Yun watched the distant projectile fly back before he turned his head to look at Meng Huan. Meng Huan also looked back at his father. At that moment, their gazes met. Qin Yun smiled as he said, "Huaner. Dad." Meng Huan's eyes turned red. It's really him. The woman and man beside widened their eyes. The father that junior brother Meng Huan has always been searching for, is this mysterious sword immortal? The woman found it unbelievable. The man immediately said with a voice transmission, "Senior sister, that's not right. The passage of time in junior brother Meng Huan's homeworld is much faster than our own. By a quick estimate, his father has only spent a few years in our effulgent great world after his ascension. He is able to match a sky immortal after only a few years? Junior brother Meng Huan was specially groomed by our Jade Tripod sect after his ascension, and all he has reached is the peak second firmament. Didn't he say that his father's talent is much higher than his?" The woman watched the duo. "He still maintains his mortality but has strength that matches that of a sky immortal. This father of our junior brother is just too mysterious. Dad, where did you go after you ascended to the effulgent great world?" asked Meng Huan anxiously. "I inquired at the ascension platform but could not find you. I searched for news about all the powerful essence souls in the world, but to no avail. I even requested the help of my sect's sky immortal to divine your location, but you could not be found." Qin Yun looked at Meng Huan and secretly felt ashamed. Back then, he had told his son that they could meet again after his son ascended as a form of encouragement. But in fact, he had returned to the great Chang world. "I will explain everything after we leave this place," said Qin Yun. "All right." Meng Huan nodded. He was obviously very obedient towards his father. "By the way, this is my senior brother and senior sister from my Jade Tripod sect." Meng Huan immediately introduced the man and woman beside him. The two immediately bowed. "Greetings, senior." Their junior brother's mysterious father had strength that matched that of a sky immortal after only a few years of ascension. What else could he accomplish in the future? Basically, he was an existence that they could only look up to. Junior brother Meng Huan's talent is a lot higher than ours. He has an even more terrifying father. He will definitely be eminent in the future. "Sai, why don't I have such a powerful father?" thought the man. Meanwhile, by this point in time, many of the battles on the battlefield had ceased. The batch of natural treasures had all been snatched clean. Whoosh! 3 streams of light flew over from afar. They were 3 third firmament essence souls from the Jade Tripod sect. "Greetings, fellow Daoist, I'm Jade Tripod sect Shui Yun, by Igu, Pei Chao." The trio was very cordial and they looked at Qin Yun with eyes full of kind intentions. After all, they had already seen that his strength matched that of a sky immortal. He was stronger than them. "Greetings, fellow Taoists from the Jade Tripod sect, I'm Meng Ichio." Qin Yun looked at Meng Huan and said, "Meng Huan is my son. I only learned that he entered the Jade Tripod sect today, Ha, we have often heard how much he wished to find his father," said an azure-robed man with a laugh. His smile towards Meng Huan also turned more genial. "Congratulations, junior brother Meng," Shui Yun and Bai Igu said with a smile as well. Meng Huan felt overly flattered. All 3 of them were among the best third firmament essence soul disciples in the Jade Tripod sect. They had a chance of surviving the heavenly tribulations to become sky immortals if they continued cultivating well. Therefore, typical essence soul disciples only looked up to them. The 3 of them had never paid him much attention in the past. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 403. Chapter 403, Reporting the Matter. Translator, Sitalan Editor, Sitalan. Shui Yun, Igu, you might not understand junior brother Meng's situation, but I'm quite aware of it. Pei Chao sent a voice transmission to his fellow disciples. His homeworld has low amounts of heaven and earth spiritual energies, and it's impossible to condense an essence soul. He only joined our Jade Tripod sect a few years ago after his ascension. Furthermore, he requested the help of our sect's Sky Immortal to divine his father's location. According to him, his father had ascended himself and it had only happened several years ago. Qin Yun and Bai Igu were alarmed. He ascended just years ago. Yes, he only ascended years ago. I believe the both of you know what that means, said Pei Xiao in his voice transmission. He has such strength after such a short period of time? Qin Yun found it unbelievable. That's terrifying. Bai Igu shuddered. He can match a Sky Immortal in such a short period of time. It's almost certain that he can reach the fourth firmament Sky Immortal realm. It's even possible for him to reach the seventh firmament Sky Immortal realm, said Pei Xiao with a voice transmission. Yes. Qin Yun and Bai Igu were both astounded. The 9 firmaments of the Sky Immortal realm were demarcated into 3 major subrealms. Every third firmament was a huge step up. The first 3 firmaments were the most commonly seen. 99% of Sky Immortals were in the first 3 firmaments. But to reach the 4th firmament Sky Immortal realm, the difficulty was in no way less than how a Khanate Golden Core reached the Essence Soul realm. As for the 4th to 6th firmaments, they were relatively easy. All it took was time and effort. For a 6th firmament Sky Immortal to reach the 7th firmament, it was extremely difficult as well. The difficulty was in no way less than an Essence Soul surviving the heavenly tribulation to become a Sky Immortal. Those 3rd firmaments were huge barriers to entry. For instance, as a top sect in the effulgent Great World, the Jade Tripod sect had thousands of Sky Immortals. But the only ones that reached the 7th firmament Sky Immortal realm were Sect Master Jade Tripod and its Tao Protector. The 7th firmament Sky Immortal realm. It was sufficient to make one a hegemon of an area. Even in the 3 realms, one that wreaked havoc would be a powerful fiend. For instance, some might grasp particularly powerful divine powers or have powerful Khanate numinous treasures. They posed serious threats. Exalted Immortal 9 Raven, who died in the ancient augury world, had relied on his Khanate numinous treasure to match golden immortals and Buddhas. It would be difficult for the heavenly courts even if they wanted to send heavenly generals and soldiers to slay the fiends and rid evil. As for golden immortals? Buddhas? Ancestral dragons? Ancestral magi? Existences at the mighty figure levels? The Magus lineage might be weaker than the Buddhist and Taoist schools of thought, but it was a heritage that proliferated the 3 realms. There were a total of 10 who had reached the ancestral Magus realm. They were labeled the 10 Magi. As for the dragons, they were an extremely powerful species in every corner of the endless cosmos of the 3 realms. They occupied the oceans of countless worlds, but no more than 10 had reached the ancestral dragon realm. It was evident how rare mighty figures were. There were just too few of them. For many Sky Immortals, it would be quite a feat to meet a single golden immortal throughout their entire lives. Qin Yun, Bai Igu, and Pei Xiao did not dare imagine Qin Yun as a golden immortal. But if he reached the 7th firmament Sky Immortal realm, he could become an overlord. He would also gain the chance of being recruited as an official of the heavenly courts. Perhaps, he might be able to attend the teachings of the Tao ancestor or Buddhist ancestor. Even in a great world, he could become the leader of a top sect. An existence at such a level was enough to make the trio look up to him instantly. The way they looked at Qin Yun naturally turned fervent. He might become a huge powerhouse that shook the 3 realms in the future. It was naturally best to build ties with him. Taoist Ichio, a blue-robed Qin Yun said with a smile. You came just in time. Although the ancient augury world has many treasures, it is also very dangerous. It's not easy obtaining a good number of numinous treasures. So this treasure pagoda appearing is an exceedingly rare opportunity. If we can crack the pagoda seal, we can obtain many treasures. With your strength, and the 3 of us to complement you, we might obtain a lot of treasures. Yes, echoed Pei Xiao immediately. There are 3 other essence souls present with strength that matches the sky immortal realm apart from yourself. They are Senior Brother Yu from the Golden Light Sect, Magus God Jian from the Magus Gate, and the Illusion Fiend Sect's Jade Fiend Lord. Senior Brother Yu is also a Taoist, so we can join forces. That way, we can obtain more treasures. Yes. Taoist Xiao, you will be the core and we will naturally work with you by complementing you, said Bai Yigu. The trio could be considered only ordinary among the numerous Third Firmament Essence souls across the many factions. After all, everyone that came to the ancient augury world was an elite of a top faction. The most conspicuous ones were Senior Brother Yu and Magus God Jian, as well as Jade Fiend Lord. Now, there was an additional Sky Immortal combat force. Naturally, more treasures could be obtained as a result. Sure. Qin Yun nodded with a smile. He naturally would not give up the chance to get treasures. Since I've just met Huaner, let me have a chat with him, said Qin Yun. No rush. Shui Yun smiled as he looked at the distant treasure pagoda. A group of essence souls were striking it repeatedly in a bid to crack the higher levels of the pagoda as soon as possible. They will need at least 5 minutes to crack it. Qin Yun nodded slightly. Dad, you ascended earlier than me. Why did you convert your cultivation to a sword immortal dermic formulation? Menghuan could not help but ask. I've heard that it is impossible for sword immortal dermic formulations to condense an essence soul. Junior brother Meng, you know little, which is expected since it's been a short time since you've ascended, said Pei Qiao with a smile. It's indeed widespread knowledge that sword immortal dermic formulations reached their limit at the Khanate Golden Core realm. But in fact, legends speak of a sword immortal heritage that was created by one of our Taoists' 3 pure ones, Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor. That is a heritage that can truly be considered to destroy all Dharma with a single sword. However, to train under the direct sword cultivation line of the Grand Supreme lineage is extremely difficult. However, with Taoist Xiao's talent, he must have obtained that heritage. As he spoke, he gave Qin Yun a fawning smile. From his point of view, a person who ascended to their world would never convert their cultivation to the sword immortal dermic formulation that lacked potential. One would only convert after obtaining the dermic formulations of the Grand Supreme lineage. Besides, Qin Yun's talent was exceedingly monstrous. I'm not from the Grand Supreme lineage, said Qin Yun. He had no intention of hiding the truth. The trio was taken aback. There is no need to delve into the details. As Qin Yun spoke, he brought Meng Huan to the side. He even isolated the 2 of them with his Dao domain before speaking with his son. Strange. Pei Qiao and company were puzzled. He's not from the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage? Pei Qiao was baffled. Then, why did he cultivate to be a sword immortal? He's naturally no fool, considering how he has the strength of a sky immortal. There must be more to it, said Shui Yun. It might be a huge secret, said Bai Yigu. We have to report the situation regarding Meng Xiao to the sect, said Pei Qiao through a voice transmission. After all, he matches a sky immortal just years after his ascension. If he didn't get recruited into the Grand Supreme lineage, our primordial beginning lineage should recruit him. If we succeed, we would be rewarded as well. Oh? Shui Yun and Bai Yigu's eyes lit up as they nodded immediately. Immediately, they began contacting their sect through their transmission treasures to report the matter in detail. Qin Yun and Meng Huan were isolated within his Dao domain. Meng Huan could not help but say, Dad, our homeworld's heaven and earth spiritual energies are thin and our cultivation dermic formulations are extremely weak. Without dermic formulations to cultivate talisman amulets or Dharma spells, or any Dharma treasure refinements available, it's very easy for us to convert our crude cultivation dermic formulations. Why did you convert to a sword immortal dermic formulation? Did an expert pass you his teachings? Qin Yun looked at his son. The second homeworld he experienced in the dream of 100 years was indeed very weak. They fought with melee weapons in close combat. Dharma treasures? Talisman amulets? Flying swords and sword immortals? There were no such things. They did not even have any dermic formulations that were considered powerful. Although the dermic powers were weak, they still had a chance of reaching the Khanate Golden Core realm. But even so, one had to step into the Tao just to condense the most ordinary Khanate Golden Core in that world. As for a purplish gold Golden Core, that was impossible even in one's wildest dreams. But it was a double-edged sword. It was because that world's dermic formulations were so weak that one was easily able to convert their cultivations to that of a top dermic formulation after their ascension. Meng Huan entered the Jade Tripod sect and naturally converted to the top dermic formulation the Jade Tripod sect provided. As for Qin Yun, his sword immortal dermic powers were extremely pure, making it impossible to convert his cultivation. There are too many people here. It's not appropriate to go into detail now. I'll tell you more after we leave the ancient augury world. Qin Yun immediately asked, by the way, tell me what happened in the years that followed after my ascension. Yes. Meng Huan nodded. Mother and aunt passed away a few decades after you ascended since they did not reach the Khanate realm. Yu Xiang and Yenner? Qin Yun felt mixed emotions. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 404. Chapter 404, Vying. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Meng Yuxian was his younger sister in that world. Dong Yenner was his son, Meng Huan's birth mother. Although his relationships with them were not as close as the one with his son, he did develop some affection for them after frequently spending 50 years with them. Dad, Mom, and Aunt went peacefully. They left no regrets behind, said Meng Huan. Yes. Life, illness, and death are common. Qin Yun nodded. Only by shattering the void and ascending can a person detach themselves from that. Few can do that, however. By the way, what happened to those 3 grandchildren of mine? There's 5 now. 5. Qin Yun was taken aback. Back when he ascended, Meng Huan only had 3 children. But now he had 5? Dad, I had another 2 after your ascension. Meng Huan smiled before he continued, the 5th one has the highest talent. Before I ascended, he finally stepped into the Tao after cultivating for slightly more than 200 years. With our Meng family's teachings, he is fully able to support the family going forward. Only after knowing that was I at ease with shattering the void and ascending. What about the rest? Asked Qin Yun. The father and son had a casual chat. They talked about many people, including the disciples that Qin Yun took in back then. Qin Yun was also rather concerned about the fates of his senior brother, Zuotang, as well as his good friends. Before they could finish their conversation, the 3 disciples from the Jade Tripod sect flew over. They looked rather anxious. Taoist Xiao. Qin Yun immediately understood the reason. He shot a glance at the distant pagoda. The array formation that sealed the 4th floor was already in shambles and was unlikely to last much longer. We have to rush over quickly. If we delay any further, all the treasures will be snatched clean, said Pei Chao with a voice transmission. I understand. Huaner, follow me. As for your 2 fellow disciples, they can join you. Qin Yun glanced at the woman in azure clothes and the thin man. Thank you, senior. The woman and man were immediately delighted. If Qin Yun only brought his son with him, it would be problematic for them to form a combat formation with only the 2 of them. Phew! Shui Yun, Bai Yigu, and Pei Chao followed without a word. The group rapidly flew towards the pagoda. Many essence souls from the various top sects looked over. Although it was easier to get treasures the closer one was to the pagoda, it was also more dangerous. The Jade Tripod sect sure got lucky. To think they found such a helper. I wonder what he experienced for him to be this strong. Many warriors mumbled inwardly. Qin Yun and company rapidly flew towards the pagoda, causing the group of essence souls nearest to the pagoda to desperately attack the array seals. Rumble. The pagoda quivered with a rumbling boom. The Dharma treasures hanging from the fourth floor's awnings transformed into streams of light that flew in every direction. All of them were transcendent-grade Dharma treasures. Humph. Magus god Jian wielded a spear that he threw to snatch the treasures. Although the Magi lineage was relatively weak, Jian had a strength that matched that of a sky god or sky fiend. He naturally could hold his own when it came to snatching treasures. And the other two experts with sky immortal or sky fiend strength had many companions. All of them frantically took action. Hurry! Shui Yun, Bai Yigu, and Pei Chao were alarmed. But they were just a little too slow. Go! Qin Yun waved his hand as a wisp of misty rain flew out from his fingertip. Instantly, it tunneled into the void and vanished. When it appeared again, it swept up two streams of Dharma treasure light before sweeping forward for a third. Help Taoist Xiao. Shui Yun and company immediately employed their techniques. Qin Yun hid a Dao talisman and the green leaf flying sword in his sleeve. After his sword Dao reached the sky immortal realm, the might of the green leaf flying sword increased massively. Just the casting of the cyclic sword flash was enough to fend off figures like Jian or Jade Fiendlord. He was rather confident in that. As for forcing Qin Yun to defend with his intrinsic flying sword, no one present was qualified. It was not easy for Qin Yun to obtain even one inferior-grade numinous treasure in the ancient augury world. Therefore, he definitely needed to do his best to grab the numerous treasures in the pagoda. Once he finished gathering treasures, Qin Yun planned on returning to the Great Chang world. After all, he had gathered enough treasures. Xiao's situation was still an unknown. It was more dangerous the longer he delayed. Furthermore, he had seen his son in the ancient augury world. He was already very satisfied. The contention for treasures in the ancient augury world continued. In the Jade Tripod sect. The sect was created by perfected Jade Tripod, one of the 12 golden immortals under Heavenly Lord of primordial beginning of the Taoist Three Pure Ones. The 12 golden immortals were extremely famous in the three realms. They also held high levels of seniority, such as perfected primordial unity, Taoist benevolence, perfected kindred. Furthermore, they also studied the Buddhist way, making them extremely impressive throughout the three realms. Although perfected Jade Tripod kept a low profile, his combat strength was frightening. They even thought nothing of the heavenly courts. After all, they were personal disciples that Heavenly Lord of primordial beginning took in before anyone else. Back when they were known by all in the three realms, the heavenly courts had yet to be established. Only from the third generation did disciples of the primordial beginning lineage take up positions in the heavenly courts. Many of them were generals that held a lot of power in the heavenly courts. Senior Brother Sect Master. A fat, big-eared Taoist stepped across the void and arrived at the side of a lotus pond. In the middle of the pond, a tiny man lay sound asleep on a lotus leaf. Senior Brother Sect Master, wake up! The fat Taoist shouted loudly. His voice generated shockwaves that radiated outwards. Wu dot. The tiny man, who was about the size of a finger, got up in shock. When he saw the fat Taoist a distance away, he took a step, causing his body to rapidly enlarge to the size of a normal person. He was a goateed Taoist. As he walked to the pondside, he said, "Junior brother, if you don't have something extremely important to tell me, I'll definitely not spare you for disturbing my dream cultivation." Dream cultivation? The fat Taoist curled his lips. To think you have the shame to call it cultivation. Who knows what things are going on in your dreams? What do you know about cultivating in a dream? Snorted the goateed Taoist. You are an 8th firmament sky immortal while I'm only at the 6th level. You can say anything you want, said the fat Taoist. All right, let's talk about something more pressing. Go ahead. The goateed Taoist sat cross-legged and, with a flip of his hand, made 2 flasks of gourmet wine appear. He threw one flask to the fat Taoist and drank the other. Thank you. The fat Taoist lifted the alcohol flask delightfully. He opened his mouth as the alcohol flew out of the flask's mouth into his. As he drank it happily, he shook his head and said, I have news sent to us by our disciples. They were going on about a mortal sword immortal among the cultivators in the ancient augury world trial. He has strength that reaches the sky immortal realm. A mortal sword immortal that matches a sky immortal? The goateed Taoist was puzzled. Is he from the Grand Supreme lineage of sword immortals? He's not from the Grand Supreme lineage, said the fat Taoist. That person denied it personally. Oh? The goateed Taoist was baffled. A reincarnated sky immortal? That's impossible. Sky immortals have eternal youth. If they choose to reincarnate, a senior from his sect or a good friend would be in charge of guiding them. It would be impossible for him to choose a sword immortal dermic formulation. The person's name is Xiao. His homeworld has thin heaven and earth spiritual energies, which makes it impossible to condense an essence soul, added the fat Taoist. Just years after his ascension, his strength has reached that of a sky immortal's. Such a rate of cultivation is completely unprecedented. If he is not from the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage, perhaps he really made a mistake and chose to cultivate the Sword Immortal dermic formulation. I think that with his talent, we should definitely take him into our primordial beginning lineage. Although he can't convert his cultivation, he can definitely be reincarnated. Senior brother, you can personally guide him and allow him to recall the memories of his previous life before he begins cultivation, said the fat Taoist. His talent is that high? The goateed Taoist was astounded. The 3 realms are so vast. What sort of figures does it not have? Asked the fat Taoist. Many of the mighty figures throughout history were already heaven-defying while they were still children. The goateed Taoist nodded. All right, I'll take a look. If he catches my eye, I'll get the heavenly courts to delve into his background. If there are no problems with his origins, I can report this to Master and get him to mark him. The major factions of the 3 realms would often vie for powerful cultivators. There was internal strife for talent even among the Taoists' 3 pure ones. The Taoists would compete with the Buddhists. So would the heavenly courts. Of course, the Fiend celestial lineage did it too. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 405. Chapter 405, Departure. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. A flying boat flew through the layers of clouds in the effulgent great world. When it passed through the 6th layer of clouds, with billions of electric bolts sparking around, the sight of a massive planet hanging in the distant horizon could be seen. A white-dressed young monk sat cross-legged on the boat's bow. Behind him was an old monk in loose robes holding a thin fan. The old monk chuckled and said, "We have finally arrived in the ancient augury world. Tenside, a treasure pagoda has appeared in the ancient augury world. There are many numinous treasures on that pagoda. It's such a rare opportunity that I had to thicken my skin and request your help despite being your master. You might not care about numinous treasures, but I'm lacking them. Your uncle masters are also going through a shortage. I got it. If we can make it in time, I will definitely do my best to vie for them." The white-dressed monk opened his eyes. They were extremely calm like the endless starry cosmos. "But master, these things are only worldly possessions that cause strife. We Buddhists have potent divine powers, and if we dedicate ourselves to cultivating these divine powers, wouldn't we end up stronger than if we spend our time vying for numinous treasures? Abbot, didn't you once say that numinous treasures are ultimately refined by people?" Even if it is refined into one's heart, it will be far inferior to intrinsic Dharma treasures or intrinsic divine powers. Yes, yes, yes. What you say is true, said the old monk immediately. But Tenside, we still need Dharma treasures to aid in our travels around the world. As for cultivating strong divine powers, it's difficult to get even a basic grasp of them, and it's even harder to have much success. They're not so easily cultivated. As for intrinsic Dharma treasures, they are rarer than dharmic formulations. It's much faster to seek out external Dharma treasures. The white-dressed monk nodded and did not say another word. Swoosh. Although the old monk had rushed there with all his strength, it would still take him more than an hour to arrive at the planet where the ancient augury world was. There was a palatial complex at the entrance of the ancient augury world. Inside it were outposts of many top sections. However, there was quite a stir at the moment. Many sky immortals, bodhisattvas, sky gods, grand magi, and sky fiends were gathered there in tiny groups. Look, it's Thunderclap Monastery's Arhat Tenside. Arhat Tenside is here too? Arhat Tenside is said to be one of the best essence souls in the entire effulgent great world. A group of sky gods, bodhisattvas, and grand magi were conversing. Ha! A monk dressed in loose robes descended with a white-dressed young monk. He said with a smile, my Thunderclap Monastery still has some spots. Tenside, enter quickly. Yes. The white-dressed monk took out a transference token and instantly triggered it. With a whoosh, he vanished. Reverend Miracle Nothingness, why is your luck so good? You went to some small crappy temple and found such a disciple, a sky dragon in golden scaled armor said with a smile. With just an ordinary Dharma Lotus Sutra, he managed to temper his body into an Arhat gold body. When was that ever possible with the Dharma Lotus Sutra? If Arhat Tenside had not chosen to cultivate in the divine power, Buddhist nation in Palm, he would have long reached the Bodhisattva realm. Everyone heaped praises on him. The effulgent great world was a vast world full of countless beings. It was also a gathering point for people from small worlds that ascended. It was only natural that there were many cultivation geniuses. And Arhat Tenside was one of the best in Thunderclap Monastery. He cultivated in Gautama Buddha's powerful divine-powered Buddhist nation in Palm. It was extremely difficult to grasp this divine power. One needed to forge their foundations from the very beginning. Although Thunderclap Monastery had many powerful divine powers in its heritage, Arhat Tenside had set his sights on the Buddhist nation in Palm. He dedicated himself to cultivating it and had already had considerable attainments from it. His most famous battle was the one in which he used one palm strike to imprison a sky fiend in his palm. When he returned to Thunderclap Monastery, he threw the sky fiend directly into the fiend's sealing pagoda. He became famous from just one battle. He was publicly recognized as one of the strongest essence souls in the effulgent great world. Inside the ancient augury world, around the pagoda, many essence souls were gathered there because the top factions had set rules. Only disciples that attended the trials could vie for the treasures. Every 100 years, there would be a year of rest. During this period, disciples were forbidden from entering. Also, many large sects would take the initiative to plant some ordinary treasures as they were the most commonly taken ones. At the same time, once the disciples had explored most of a certain perilous land, the sky gods, sky immortals, and grand magi would also attempt to venture in. The trial candidates entered at a different time from sky immortals and sky gods. At that moment, although the pagoda had appeared, the sky immortals and sky gods were unable to enter to vie for treasures due to the rules. The number of powerful experts is increasing. There are some that just came to the ancient augury world. However, the more experts there are, the faster the seals on the pagoda will be cracked. Now, there's only one floor left, leaving only 3 superior-grade numinous treasures up for grabs. All the essence souls were discussing the matter. As for Qin Yun, he was with Menghuan watching by the side. Boom! 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 Every party was attacking, but, as it was the seal of the final floor, the array formation was the most stable and tricky one. The number of experts is increasing. Qin Yun was very cautious. When the various large factions first learned about the pagoda, it took them time to send people. But with the passage of time, the most elite disciples from the various large factions gradually arrived. Besides Qin Yun, there were now 7 essence souls that had the strength of a sky god or sky fiend. It also served as a demonstration of Effulgent Great World's deep heritage. Apart from the 7 and Qin Yun, there was someone even stronger. She was none other than Fairy Red Jade from the scenic Jade Palace, who once defeated a sky fiend head-on. I obtained 9 transcendent grade Dharma treasures, 2 inferior grade numinous treasures, and 1 medial grade numinous treasure. Qin Yun looked at the flying boat, armor set, and golden seal. The competition for the final superior grade numinous treasures is bound to be intense. Early on, there were relatively fewer experts. Qin Yun was, after all, one of the 4 with the combat strength of a sky immortal. He held a great advantage. Now, with more experts coming in, Qin Yun did not have much confidence in the final contention for the superior grade numinous treasures. Finally, under the combined efforts of all the essence souls, there was a deep, resonating hum. The flying boat, armor set, and golden seal that hung on the top floor of the pagoda's awning flew in different directions. Superior grade numinous treasures. It's mine. Everyone gave their all. There was a red divine bird's phantom behind Fairy Red Jade. Flames emanated out as the terrifying inferno changed the expressions of the surrounding essence souls drastically. Amid the flames, a rope flew out and quickly wrapped around the superior grade numinous treasure that was closest to Fairy Red Jade, the armor set. As the strongest essence soul present, no one fought her for the treasure. So, the contention for the flying boat and the golden seal were a lot more intense. As the golden seal flew in close proximity to Qin Yun, he joined in the battle for the golden seal. Xiao! Dozens of feathers and lightning bolts clashed in the distance. Among the flurry of attacks, a wisp of misty rain tunneled out of the void, scooping up the golden seal instantly as it quickly fled. Darn it, Dot. When a man with a bird's head and a grey-robed elder saw this, they immediately stopped fighting each other and attacked Qin Yun together. However, Qin Yun's misty rain sword was excellent when it came to defense. It managed to put up an impervious defense while rapidly carrying the golden seal to Qin Yun. Hand over the treasure. A mortal like you has no use for a superior grade numinous treasure. The bird-headed man and the grey-robed elder had combat strength that matched a sky god or sky fiend. They deployed various means to attack Qin Yun himself instead of the sword. As for the other experts? Apart from the flying boat, golden seal, and the armor set, the treasure pagoda that now sat motionless was also a precious superior grade numinous treasure. Fairy Red Jade snatched the armor set. Qin Yun and the other 2 were contending for the golden seal. 2 others were vying for the flying boat. Another 3 were vying for the treasure pagoda. Those puny tricks of yours can't do a thing to me. Qin Yun also employed all means available to him. The green-leaf flying sword cast the cyclic sword flash, and his new inferior grade numinous treasure, smoky 5 elements array, immediately enveloped the area. He even held a Dao talisman at the ready. Just stalling for that bit of time allowed for the misty rain sword to carry the golden seal towards him. Retrieve. Qin Yun immediately grabbed the superior grade numinous treasure golden seal. He infused his dermic powers into it and 4 words surfaced on it: minor empyrean seal. Simultaneously, the misty rain sword transformed into a cyclic sword flash barrier that surrounded him with a thought. Qin Yun felt completely assured of his safety. What? The bird-headed man and the grey-robed elder were furious and anxious due to that turn of events. However, they had no choice. They immediately turned and headed for the pagoda. In just a short moment, the flying boat, armor set, and golden seal had all been claimed. Only the pagoda stood its ground, as though it was resistant to being taken. "Tenside, it's mine." An angry bellow boomed. A hand covered in black fur extended from afar. It looked like a column that stretched across the sky, with it being about 50 kilometers long. "Naturally, this will be decided by skill." A chuckle sounded as a large, fair palm descended from the clouds. The skin on it appeared crystalline as though it was a numinous treasure. A blurry world seemed to be contained within the palm. In the end, the giant, fair palm was faster. Swoosh! The other essence souls had failed to snatch the pagoda, but when the fair palm landed, the runic patterns on the pagoda's surface stirred. With a creak, as though a carrot was being pulled up, the pagoda was plucked out from the mud. "It's Arhat Tenside and MT8 Fiend's current 8 Fiend Jr." People exclaimed. Arhat Tenside and 8 Fiend Jr. were extremely famous. They were people who had been capable of surviving the heavenly tribulations a long time ago. However, they wanted their foundations to be totally robust due to their ambitious goals. "You were fast. The three of you have no right to own a superior-grade numinous treasure." Accompanied by a resounding roar, two massive, furry arms hurtled towards Qin Yun and a certain lame Taoist. They had obtained the golden seal and flying boat respectively. "Oh." The lame Taoist's expression changed. "Time to leave." He immediately activated his transference token without any hesitation. As the fluctuations descended upon him, it carried him away, causing him to vanish immediately. Qin Yun calmly looked at the massive, furry arm that came hurtling towards him. He urged immediately with a voice transmission, "Huaner, let's go." "Yes, Dad." Meng Huan answered immediately. He immediately activated his transference token according to plans they had hatched earlier. He vanished after being transported away. Bam! The gigantic palm grabbed the cyclic sword flash formed by the misty rain sword. It warped and trembled but did not immediately crack. If my dermic powers were at the peak third firmament essence soul realm, and my intrinsic flying sword was nurtured to its peak, I would be able to fight him, thought Qin Yun. What? He blocked it? The armor-plated ape retracted his arm. He was charging forward in a fiery stream of light. Time to leave. Qin Yun gave him a glance before activating the transference token. So, he disappeared. And at that moment, the ancient augury world's roll saw a change in rankings. The 92nd place changed to Thunderclap Monastery, Arhat Tenside. The 99th place changed to Scenic Jade Palace, Qin Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 406. Chapter 406, Identity. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The entrance to the ancient augury world was home to many outposts of top sections. Due to the appearance of the pagoda, the place was in quite a stir. A group of sky gods and sky immortals were gathered there chatting while waiting. Quick, take a look. There's a change in the roll. A sky immortal happened to look up and saw the names condensing high in the clouds. The roll listed the top 100 trial candidates over the past hundreds of thousands of years. However, with the passage of time, treasures became harder to obtain. After all, the low-hanging fruits had long been taken. It made it so that the roll's rankings changed very slightly in recent years. Typically, there would only be changes at the back of the roll. To have changes in the top 10 was just too difficult. And there was no exception this time. The two new names that appeared on the roll were also placed in the 90s. As expected of Arhat Tenside. It didn't take long for him to make the roll. Hey, there's another person named Qin Yun. Scenic Jade Palace's Qin Yun? The bodhisattvas, sky gods, and sky immortals were perplexed. The name was unfamiliar to them. Whoosh! 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 Following that, many figures appeared. There were people like the white-dressed young monk, Arhat Tenside, Qin Yun and Meng Huan, as well as many powerful essence souls that had obtained a bountiful harvest. Many of them had rushed into the ancient augury world for the treasure pagoda. Since the contest for the pagoda was over, everyone teleported away. As for the MT8 Fiend's current 8 Fiend Jr., he had not obtained anything after entering. Therefore, he remained inside as he was in no rush to leave. The fan-wielding Reverend Miracle Nothingness shouted immediately, "My dear disciple." He had a rather pleased look after waiting in anticipation. Arhat Tenside looked at his master as the corner of his lips curled slightly upwards. He smiled before flying obediently over. "My dear disciple, heeding my advice proved to be a wise choice, isn't that so? The appearance of a treasure pagoda is a truly rare event. Just a brief trip and you obtained a powerful numinous treasure." Reverend Miracle Nothingness smiled as he scanned his surroundings. That Miracle Nothingness is feeling so smug that his beard seems to be flying up. All he did was bring a good disciple. It's not like the success had anything to do with him. If I had such a good disciple, I would also have obtained a powerful numinous treasure. A group of old friends quipped. "Brother Yi, where's your scenic jade palace's Qin Yun? He's ranked on the roll, and not far from Thunderclap Monastery's Arhat Tenside." "That's right. Brother Yi, who is Qin Yun?" People inquired out of curiosity. The silver-haired sky immortal felt a little embarrassed, but he maintained a delighted look on the surface. At the same time, he swept his gaze and found the distant Qin Yun and Meng Huan. Scenic Jade Palace disciple? He knew very well that Qin Yun was an outsider that borrowed one of the Scenic Jade Palace's allocated spots. Of course, their Scenic Jade Palace gained some fame as a result, winning a spot on the roll. Qin Yun. The silver-haired sky immortal sent a voice transmission. "Go to Scenic Jade Garden and have a rest first. After all the disciples are out, I will bring all of you back to the Scenic Jade Palace. Of course, you can choose to leave alone, but I cannot escort you if you do. Now that you have lots of treasures, it's best if a senior escorts you." Qin Yun turned to look into the distance. A silver-haired sky immortal was being surrounded by a cluster of sky gods and sky immortals. "All right, I will think of a way to return," replied Qin Yun with a voice transmission. "Okay." The silver-haired sky immortal nodded and said with a voice transmission, "Don't be in a rush to leave the ancient augury world. We should have a good talk later in private." "Sure." Qin Yun replied. He also had many things to discuss with his son. He planned on returning to the Great Chan world after his chat. Qin Yun led Meng Huan to the Scenic Jade Garden. "Brother Yi, since the roll has named your Scenic Jade Palace disciple, Qin Yun, he should be out now." "Which one is he?" asked someone. "That's right. If you have such a capable disciple, he shouldn't be completely unheard of. Let us meet him." He hid quite well. The silver-haired sky immortal chuckled, but he did not elaborate. Scenic Jade Garden was rather exquisite and there were quite a few residential buildings provided for disciples and escorting elders to rest before and after going into the ancient augury world. There were ordinary outer sect disciples there that were in charge of receiving them. In a particular compound, Qin Yun and Meng Huan sat around a stone table. "Dad, try this." Meng Huan took out some fine wine and cups before pouring a cup for Qin Yun. Qin Yun smiled as he watched his son pour him a cup. He was in a great mood. He raised the cup and took a sip. "How is it?" Meng Huan looked at his father in anticipation. It was a fine wine that he had prepared for this occasion a long time ago. "Great wine," said Qin Yun with a smile. A fine wine only made his drinking mood better. "Huaner, it wasn't suitable for me to tell you in detail while we were vying for treasures in the ancient augury world," said Qin Yun. "But are you puzzled as to why I cultivate in a sword immortal dermic formulation?" Meng Huan nodded immediately. Meng Huan, who appeared rather aloof in front of most people, was extremely obedient in front of Qin Yun. "That's because I'm actually a cultivator from another world," said Qin Yun. Meng Huan was taken aback. "What do you call your homeworld?" Qin Yun followed up with a question. "The effulgent great world has no records of it, perhaps because there are too few who ascend from it." "I call it the Frost World," said Meng Huan. "Frost World?" Qin Yun nodded slightly. "Frost Sword Meng Xiao." "Dad, what do you mean you are a cultivator from another world?" pressed Meng Huan. "Yes." Qin Yun nodded. "I'm a cultivator from the Great Chang world. It's a small world similar to the Frost World. However, its heaven and earth spiritual energies are richer and there are more cultivation dharmic formulations. We also have people at the Sky Immortal and Sky God level. As for me, I was originally an itinerant cultivator that cultivated in a sword immortal dharmic formulation. Later, I obtained an opportunity to dream for 100 years. In that dream, I reincarnated into 2 worlds. I spent several decades in the Frost World as a result. Therefore, Meng Xiao is one of my reincarnated identities." Qin Yun looked at his son. "Reincarnated?" Meng Huan was enlightened. "One's memories remain buried upon reincarnation, therefore, the cultivation speed is relatively slow. Later on, I got poisoned, awakening my memories," said Qin Yun with a smile. "This awakening healed me of my poison and from then on, I improved by leaps and bounds. By practicing the Frost Sword, my sword Dao also improved greatly. As for my shattering the void and ascension, it is because my opportunity to dream 100 years allowed me to grow stronger and return to the Great Chang world, but..." Qin Yun deliberately concealed certain parts of his experience. In fact, he had descended at the moment Meng Xiao was on the brink of dying from the poison. However, he used the explanation of reincarnation to make it easier for his son to understand. Also, strictly speaking, Meng Huan was Qin Yun's adopted son. But although he was adopted, he had taught him since he was a baby. Over that 50 years, their relationship grew extremely deep. If Qin Yun did not reveal the truth of his dream, no one would know the secret. In that case, there was no need for him to mention it. It's no wonder. Meng Huan was enlightened. "Countless people praise you for your achievements in our homeworld. When your biography was made, it mentioned how you were only considered an ordinary genius before your poisoning. However, it was as though you had remade yourself after the poison, with nothing stopping you. You rose from just entering the Khanate realm to being first on the God roll. You even shattered the void and ascended in just a few decades. Even if there was a setback, such a sudden improvement is indeed unfathomable. So it's because you regained your past life's memories." He could fully understand the circumstances after his ascension. It was not easy for reincarnated immortals to regain their memories. Many would lead mediocre lives, never to awaken. They would lose themselves in samsara. Only extremely powerful ones or those that were greatly stimulated could awaken. Of course, some sky immortals could request powerful existences to help awaken them. Why would sky immortals request the help of seniors and good friends? That was because without guidance, it was very possible that the reincarnated sky immortals would never awaken. That's right. Qin Yun nodded. Because of the dream of 100 years, I returned to my body in the Great Chang world. And since I'm unable to change my sword immortal dharmic formulation, I'm still a sword immortal. Then what should you do? Mortals only have a 500-year lifespan. Father, how long have you lived? How many years do you have left? Asked Meng Huan worriedly. If his father's remaining lifespan was short, it would be problematic. From his point of view, his father's strength matched that of a sky immortal. It was likely that he had lived for too long a period of time. If I do not count the dream of 100 years, a few decades. There's still a lot of time, said Qin Yun. A few decades? Meng Huan gasped and was secretly alarmed. His father's talent was indeed tens, if not 100 times, higher than his. As the father and son chatted, two figures appeared above the ancient augury world. Senior brother sect master, I have already inquired with a voice transmission. Meng Huan and his father, Meng Yiqiu, have transported out of the ancient augury world. They are currently in the Scenic Jade Palace's outpost, Scenic Jade Garden, said a fat Taoist. A goateed Taoist nodded slightly. That's Scenic Jade Garden. Let's meet Meng Yiqiu. The two rapidly flew downwards. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 407. Chapter 407, Invitation. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. As they flew down, they felt a terrifying aura. Oh! The goateed Taoist and fat Taoist turned their heads. The bodhisattvas, sky immortals, and sky gods beneath them also turned their heads up to look east. A glaring red beam of light flew over from the east. It streaked across half the sky. What powerful sword chi! The goateed Taoist had raised brows. This newcomer's strength was in no way weaker than his. Who is it? The sky immortals and bodhisattvas beneath him were alarmed. The sword chi seemed to permeate tens of thousands of kilometers, leaving all the experts in the ancient augury world feeling repressed. Swoosh! The red light dispersed, revealing a figure above the ancient augury world. It was a black-robed man with piercing crimson brows as sharp as swords. His eyes scanned the area beneath him before he descended in the direction of Scenic Jade Garden. It's here. I can sense the existence of an unfamiliar sword Dao. For a mortal to cultivate to the level of a sky immortal as a sword Dao cultivator, he must belong to my sword immortal lineage. Brother Crimson Hero. The goateed Taoist flew over with the fat Taoist in tow. Sect Master Jade Tripod. The crimson-browed man was somewhat astonished, but he smiled and greeted them. Brother Crimson Hero, why did you come to the ancient augury world? The goateed Taoist appeared rather warm. Sword Immortal Crimson Hero was very famous. He was a sword immortal at the 6th firmament sky immortal realm. The sword immortal lineage were naturally good at combat. They were known to be able to destroy all dharma with a single sword. With his intrinsic flying swords, his strength was in no way inferior to other 8th or 9th firmament sky immortals. Although Sect Master Jade Tripod held a high status, his strength was not much different from Crimson Hero's. Furthermore, it was well known by many that it was best not to provoke the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage. Almost all of them were combative. It was very common for them to jump into a fight with someone levels stronger than them. The ancient augury world is only a land of trials. It's also odd for the sect master of the Jade Tripod sect to be here, said Crimson Hero with a smile. Are you also here for Meng Yiqiu? Brother Crimson Hero, you sure are well informed, said the goateed Taoist. I am indeed here for him. Then, shall we wait together? Crimson Hero was rather confident. The sword cultivation line created by the Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor. It was the only sword immortal dermic formulation in the 3 realms. Crimson Hero was very confident that it would attract Meng Yiqiu's interest. As for the mortal-grade sword immortal dermic formulations, they were only for mortals, not something that could truly be deemed as a profound cultivation dermic formulation. All right. The goateed Taoist smiled and appeared rather calm. Moments later, Qin Yun and Meng Huan saw the few people standing outside the tiny compound. Although Meng Huan was a Jade Tripod sect disciple, he had never seen the sect master before. Qin Yun, this is Jade Tripod sect master. This is Sword Immortal Crimson Hero. This is Jade Tripod sect's Hall Master Gu, introduced the silver-haired Sky Immortal. Greetings Sect Master Jade Tripod, Sword Immortal Crimson Hero and Hall Master Gu. Qin Yun bowed, appearing neither overly humble or arrogant. He had met Puku Dragon Lord and even Amitabha Buddha, a person ranked in the top 3 of the Buddhist school of thought, before. Greetings, sect master. Meng Huan felt a little alarmed as he bowed immediately. He was a Jade Tripod sect disciple after all. The goateed Taoist nodded at Meng Huan with a smile before looking back at Qin Yun. Meng Ichio? I am Meng Ichio as well. Qin Yun nodded. I happened to chance upon Brother Crimson Hero. We came to the ancient augury world for you, said the goateed Taoist with a smile. By the way, you are unlikely a reincarnated sky immortal, am I right? A reincarnated sky immortal would not be foolish enough to choose the sword immortal lineage unless you were from the Grand Supreme Sword immortal lineage in your previous life. If Qin Yun was a reincarnated sky immortal, it would mean that he had not cultivated to sky immortal level strength in his mortal lifetime. Instead, his apparent talent would have actually been the result of the foundations he laid in his previous life. That would mean that they did not need to waste their efforts on him. After all, there were many ordinary sky immortals in the 3 realms. I'm not a reincarnated sky immortal, replied Qin Yun. Mortals have 500 years to live. How long have you been cultivating? Asked Crimson Hero. Qin Yun hesitated for a moment before saying, 100+ years. It was 100+ years if he included the dream of 100 years. 100+ years? The goateed Taoist and Crimson Hero were alarmed. It was shorter than they expected because they knew that Meng Ichio had a son. And his son had even ascended. There's no point in lying. It is a simple feat to investigate your background, said the goateed Taoist. Why would I lie? Qin Yun was puzzled. Crimson Hero smiled with a nod. According to what I know, you are not a disciple of any major sect. I wonder if you are willing to become a sword immortal of the Grand Supreme line. If you are willing to, I will bring your name up to my master. Once your background has been investigated and verified to be true, you can become a disciple of the Grand Supreme Sword immortal lineage. Why even bother cultivating as a sword immortal? Said the goateed Taoist immediately. The sword immortal lineage was casually created by Grand Supreme Tao ancestor and it's certainly no great Tao. If you are willing to join my primordial beginning lineage, you will naturally cultivate in my primordial beginnings great Tao. Sect Master Jade Tripod, our sword immortal lineage is nearly invincible against an opponent at the same level, said an irritated Crimson Hero. My primordial beginning has numerous great Tao, many of which are more profound than the sword immortal lineage, said the goateed Taoist confidently. Even my Jade Tripod lineage's 8-9 mystic technique is above the sword immortal lineage. Perfected Jade Tripod was one of the 12 golden immortals under the heavenly lord of primordial beginning at the creation of the universe. He has been cultivating for a very long period of time, said Crimson Hero with growing irritation. Our sword immortal lineage might have come into existence later, but the truth of who is stronger when comparing Master and Uncle Master to perfected Jade Tripod is still unknown. Besides, with time, my sword immortal lineage will only become more powerful. And how many have mastered your Jade Tripod lineage's 8-9 mystic technique, exactly? You have not mastered it even as a 8th firmament sky immortal, right? The goateed Taoist brushed off the slight as he said with a smile, flexibility is best. My perception is still lacking, so naturally my attainments are limited. However, my primordial beginning lineage has many dermic formulations. There is bound to be one that suits our young friend Qin Yun. By joining my primordial beginning lineage, the great Tao will bow before him. The silver-haired sky immortal by the side could not help but feel envious. 2 big shots were actually here for Qin Yun. And the main reason for that was Qin Yun had demonstrated sufficiently stunning talent. For him to enter the sky immortal realm in such a short period of time meant that he had limitless promise. Amazing. Meng Huan was feeling both astounded and happy as he watched from the side. Back when I ascended, I had to undergo several tests just to join the Jade Tripod sect as an ordinary disciple. But Dad is now being fought over by Sect Master and another mysterious Grand Supreme Lineage Sword Immortal. Seniors. Qin Yun immediately stopped the duo. Sect Master Jade Tripod and Crimson Hero looked at Qin Yun hopefully. To be honest, I come from the Great Chang world, said Qin Yun. My Great Chang world is a small world and numinous treasure Dao ancestor had once descended using his avatar to preach the Dao in my Great Chang world. Ah. Sect Master Jade Tripod and Crimson Hero were taken aback. There are countless small worlds. Numinous treasure Dao ancestor's avatar actually preached the Dao in the Great Chang world? Sect Master Jade Tripod felt a little disappointed. Although numinous treasure Dao ancestor was well known to be indiscriminate in his teachings, and had sent a large number of avatars to preach the Dao in numerous small worlds, there were just too many small worlds. There were still a large number of small worlds that he had yet to visit. What a coincidence! Crimson Hero frowned. If numinous treasure Dao ancestor had preached the Dao, it means that the Great Chang world is from the numinous treasure lineage. Sect Master Jade Tripod felt a headache as well. Crimson Hero took out a wooden talisman and handed it to Qin Yun. Qin Yun, this is my contact talisman. When your life comes to an end and you wish to be reincarnated, seek me out. My Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage can directly guide you. Although you are from the numinous treasure lineage in this life, that karma will be severed after reincarnation. You will then be unrelated to the numinous treasure lineage. When that time comes, you can join my Grand Supreme lineage. That's right. But you could also consider joining my primordial beginning lineage, said Sect Master Jade Tripod with a chuckle. He also handed Qin Yun a bronze talisman. This is my contact talisman. With my strength, I can find you while you are still a baby. I can even help you recall the memories of your past life. Qin Yun took the two contact talismans. Thank you, seniors. Sect Master Jade Tripod and Sword Immortal Crimson Hero then quickly departed. Qin Yun also handed the transference token back to the silver-haired Sky Immortal. Finally, Qin Yun also began to bid farewell to his son. Huaner, I'll be returning to the Great Chang world. If you wish to find me, just trigger this contact talisman. Qin Yun looked at his son. He had reached the Sky Immortal realm and a single strike of his could create a grotto heaven. His grasp of the void had reached a brand new state, not much inferior to that of East Sea Skydragon and the rest. Just a contact talisman as a spatial label was enough for him to sense the distant effulgent great world. Okay. Meng Huan nodded. Dad, when can you come again? Almost any time, said Qin Yun with a smile. Alright, you have already embarked onto the path of cultivation. Is there anything you still can't leave behind? Meng Huan gave a gentle nod. Meng Huan also felt relieved after learning his father's situation. Open. In the tiny yard, a wisp of misty sword beams streaked across the void from Qin Yun's fingertip. Boom! With the enhancement of his Dao realm, there was no need for him to use a void altar. Just the Dharma treasures he had left in the Qin family manor were enough for him to sense his homeworld. Rumble! A void passageway tore apart as Qin Yun constantly unleashed his sword arts to open it up wider. The silver-haired Sky Immortal watched nearby. As the great effulgent world was very far from his homeworld, it took Qin Yun quite a while for him to stabilize the void passageway with his present strength. I'm leaving. Qin Yun smiled at Meng Huan. Okay. Meng Huan watched as his father's figure vanished into the void passageway. He could not help but feel a little downtrodden. He watched in a daze for a long while. It's not like you will never meet again, said the silver-haired Sky Immortal. Yes. Elder Yi, you are right. I'll be returning for now. Meng Huan bowed immediately and left the scenic Jade Garden and returned to his Jade Tripod Sex outpost. Qin Yun proceeded through the void passageway a lot easier this time. Although it constantly narrowed, he was able to continue forward steadily with his newfound strength as he opened it further to stabilize it. This was the benefit of having sufficient strength. Finally. So, Qin Yun came through the void passageway and entered a world. The familiar heaven-earth essence chi fluctuations told Qin Yun that he had returned to his homeworld, the Great Chang world. Xiao, just wait a little longer. I will be saving you very soon. Qin Yun was greatly looking forward to saving his wife, Xiao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 408. Chapter 408, Meeting Puka Dragon Lord Again, final chapter of volume. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. Upon entering the Great Chang world, Qin Yun arrived in a hall. He surveyed his surroundings and immediately saw the void altar. Qin Yun, you returned so quickly? Ancestral Master Zhang's voice sounded in Qin Yun's ears. Following that, the door to the hall was pushed open to reveal Ancestral Master Zhang. The sooner I return, the sooner I can rescue Xiao, replied Qin Yun. While Qin Yun had left the effulgent Great World without any qualms, something else happened in the Lianyan Lake Dragon Palace in the effulgent Great World. Dragon King Lianyan was sitting on his throne watching a dancing performance in the hall when he suddenly sensed something. With a thought, he isolated his surroundings and took out his transmission treasure. The phantom of a red-haired Taoist in red robes appeared in front of him. You old Dragon King, you requested my help in getting a spot but actually sent someone so powerful. Why didn't you tell me ahead of time? Said the red-robed Taoist with a stare. Brother Fire Refinement, what's the matter? Asked Dragon King Lianyan, immediately confused. My scenic Jade Palace disciples recently headed for the ancient augury world, and you asked for a spot from me, correct? You sent someone called Qin Yun, remember? Pressed the red-robed Taoist. Yes. Dragon King Lianyan nodded. It was a junior brother of my dragon race that requested my help. Back when we studied in our sect, we had quite a good relationship. I couldn't ignore his request, and so helped him send that cultivator. Why? Did something happen? The red-robed Taoist stared and said, You old Dragon King, don't you know that the mortal named Qin Yun has long reached the sky immortal realm? What? Dragon King Lianyan asked immediately. No, I never heard that. My junior brother did not mention it. He only said that he had strength at the peak third firmament essence soul realm. Then, he was either concealing his strength or he made a breakthrough just recently, said the red-robed Taoist. That spot you took has really stirred some major figures. For instance, Sword Immortal Crimson Hero of the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage and the Jade Tripod sect master. Even our scenic Jade Palace's palatial lord is investigating the matter. Palatial lord even summoned me to ask directly. Oh? Dragon King Lianyan was alarmed. Although the dragons were considered a major race, they were still far inferior to the lineages of the Taoists' three pure ones. As such, the dragons kept somewhat of a low profile in the effulgent Great World. For him to reach the sky immortal realm as immortal, his potential is limitless, said the red-robed Taoist with a sigh. If I had known earlier, I would have gotten you to introduce him to me. Unfortunately, he has already returned to his homeworld, the Great Chang world. Returned? Dragon King Lianyan was astounded. That punk didn't even pay me a visit before leaving. You have to be a lot more polite. There might even come a day when you need his help in the future, said the red-robed Taoist. He reached the sky immortal realm as immortal? Dragon King Lianyan rolled his eyes. Great Chang world. In a particular yard of the Divine Firmament chapter, Qin Yun was chatting with Ancestral Master Zhang. This is a superior grade numinous treasure I obtained from the effulgent Great World. With this, I can request Puka Dragonlord's help to rescue Xiao, right? Qin Yun took out a golden seal, the last treasure he had obtained. Oh! Ancestral Master Zhang revealed a look of shock. Qin Yun, you actually obtained a superior grade numinous treasure on your trip to the ancient augury world? With that, he took another look. On a careful look, 3 words surfaced on the golden seal: Minor Empyrean Seal. Minor Empyrean Seal? Ancestral Master Zhang was somewhat astonished. It looks like it's a replica of the Empyrean Seal, a connate numinous treasure. Qin Yun, I advise you to not hand the Minor Empyrean Seal to Puka Dragonlord. Qin Yun looked at Ancestral Master Zhang. Superior grade numinous treasures have their own hierarchy of values, said Ancestral Master Zhang. The most ordinary superior grade numinous treasure is worth 10 inferior grade numinous treasures. As for some rare ones, they can be worth dozens of inferior grade numinous treasures. Puku Dragonlord only mentioned wanting 1 superior grade numinous treasure. You just need to give him the most ordinary kind. It is already pretty remarkable that a mortal sword immortal like yourself can produce 1 ordinary superior grade numinous treasure. To the Dragon Lord, you giving him a better superior grade numinous treasure would only accomplish delighting him a little more. Based on my appraisal of this Minor Empyrean Seal, it's worth 20 inferior grade numinous treasures, said Ancestral Master Zhang. You will be losing out if you give it up. Let's do it this way. Give me half a day to use this Minor Empyrean Seal to exchange for 2 ordinary superior grade numinous treasures. You have waited more than 10 years to rescue Xiao. I hope that you can endure half a day more. Qin Yun was secretly alarmed. The Minor Empyrean Seal actually had such a high value. But he recalled how Arhat Tenside had only obtained the treasure pagoda and was immediately ranked 92 on the roll. He had obtained a superior grade numinous treasure, 2 medial grade numinous treasures, 3 inferior grade numinous treasures, and various other treasures. Even with all that, his ranking was still lower than Arhat Tenside's. Clearly, different superior grade numinous treasures were valued very differently. I'm in no hurry to exchange this Minor Empyrean Seal. I still have other numinous treasures. They should add up to a superior grade numinous treasure. With that said, he took out the 2 medial grade numinous treasures he had received: a rope and a flute. Senior Zhang, look at these. How many more am I short? Asked Qin Yun. Oh. Ancestral Master Zhang looked at them and nodded. This flute is quite ordinary, but this rope is rather extraordinary. You should just need another 2 inferior grade numinous treasures. Qin Yun took out a reddish bronze pole and the space-shattering halberd. When Ancestral Master Zhang saw this, he smiled and said, You had quite a bountiful harvest. If you make a few more expeditions there, I might not even match you when it comes to treasures. It's all thanks to Senior East Sea Skydragon who helped me find this opportunity, said Qin Yun. All right. I'll exchange all of these for a superior grade numinous treasure for you within half a day. Ancestral Master Zhang took the treasures. Qin Yun nodded. Half a day. Just half a day of waiting before he could get Puka Dragonlord to save his wife. While Ancestral Master Zhang was contacting his friends to make the exchange, a black-haired male dragon descended upon the Divine Firmament chapter with a whoosh. He was none other than the East Sea Skydragon. Brother Ao, said Ancestral Master Zhang with a smile. Instead, East Sea Sky Immortal stared at Qin Yun. Qin Yun, you broke through to the Sky Immortal realm? Ancestral Master Zhang was also given a fright. Although the peak Third Firmament realm appeared to be a step away from the Sky Immortal realm, there was actually a rather qualitative difference. Many cultivators were stuck at the peak Third Firmament realm, forever failing to break through to the Sky Immortal realm. For instance, Patriarch Yi, Patriarch Zhongli, etc. There were countless peak essence souls in the effulgent Great World. Breaking through such a huge bottleneck was extremely difficult. From the Connate realm to the Essence Soul realm, the Essence Soul realm to the Sky Immortal realm, and from the Sky Immortal realm to the Golden Immortal realm, the breakthroughs of such bottlenecks were extremely difficult. One needed a qualitative metamorphosis. Oh? Qin Yun was slightly taken aback, but he still nodded. You didn't even tell me this. East Sea Skydragon could not help but comment. I only learned of it when senior brother Lian Yang contacted me, but... When Qin Yun heard that, he took out a cosmic bag and retrieved 2 beads that had a purple luster emanating from them. The luster appeared to give them life. He handed them to the East Sea Sky Immortal. Senior Skydragon, these are the purple wood beads that Dragon King Lianyang wanted. They are really hard to find and I was in a rush to return. I'm very sorry if I offended him. These 2 purple wood beads were found in the treasures a Sky Immortal left behind. Please help me by giving them to him. Alright. East Sea Skydragon said as he triggered a transmission talisman. Whoosh! Ripples emanated from the void beside him as he was connected directly to the Lianyang Dragon Palace in the distant effulgent Great World. The purple-robed Dragon King Lianyang immediately smiled when he saw Qin Yun. My friend Qin Yun, said Dragon King Lianyang with a smile. You hid the fact that you stepped into the Sky Immortal realm from me. Senior brother, these are the 2 purple wood beads that Qin Yun found for you. As East Sea Skydragon spoke, he waved his palm to tear open a void passageway. He threw the payload casually, and a force field carried the 2 beads through the void passageway. I have been searching for purple wood beads for years. There's no rush. Dragon King Lianyang thought nothing of it. He needed a large number of purple wood beads. If he only needed 10 or so, he could have bought them a long time ago. Soon after, the exchange with Dragon King Lianyang was completed. Dragon King Lianyang threw over a dragon pearl to Qin Yun, which was equivalent to half an inferior grade numinous treasure. I heard that your wife is also a dragon. This dragon pearl is rather helpful to the cultivation of a dragon's body at the true dragon realm, said Dragon Race Lianyang with a smile. Qin Yun naturally accepted it. Thank you, Your Majesty. When you come to the effulgent Great World again, make sure to come to my Lianyang Lake. I wasn't a good host the last time, said Dragon King Lianyang with a smile. Definitely. Qin Yun nodded. The ripples in the void closed after the conversation was over. Ancestral Master Zhang said immediately, Qin Yun, you didn't tell me that you have entered the Sky Immortal realm, but... I only made the breakthrough in the ancient augury world, replied Qin Yun. Ancestral Master Zhang nodded slightly and immediately said, you have only cultivated for decades, isn't that so? Senior Zhang, did you forget the treasure you once gave me that allowed me to dream 100 years? Asked Qin Yun. Ancestral Master Zhang chuckled. Who doesn't have opportunities? Even with the dream of 100 years, that's still less than 200 years of cultivation. Many cultivators are still stuck in the Khanate realm, for longer amounts of time. It would be impressive for most to just step into the Tao. Yet you are already at the Sky Immortal realm. I have to report this matter immediately. Report? Qin Yun turned anxious as he said immediately, that can wait half a day. Let's find Puka Dragon Lord and ask him to rescue my wife first. The rest can be left to the following days without any problems, right? Ancestral Master Zhang could not help but nod when he saw Qin Yun's anxious look. Alright, I know you are worried about your wife. Following that, Ancestral Master Zhang helped Qin Yun exchange for a superior grade numinous treasure. Finding ordinary superior grade numinous treasures was not easy either. This was because powerful Sky Immortals only had maybe 2 or 3 superior grade numinous treasures. And they were usually needed. Fortunately, Ancestral Master Zhang had a wide social network. He contacted his good friends in other worlds. As a personal disciple of numinous treasure Tao Ancestor, many of his friends had reached the 4th firmament of the Sky Immortal realm. They were quite friendly towards him. Finally, ripples formed from the void again and again, and after more than 10 times, and contacting more than 10 experts of other worlds, Ancestral Master Zhang finally found a willing participant. Brother Divine Firmament. I happen to have a superior grade numinous treasure here. It's the militant gold axe. I'll exchange it for your items. The nine-tailed skysnake demon immortal said. All right. Ancestral Master Zhang revealed a look of delight. Qin Yun's face was the same when he heard that too. The delay added another 2+ hours. However, the superior grade numinous treasure was in the bag. Soon, both parties had made the exchange. Whoosh! A purplish gold axe flew out of the void rift. Qin Yun immediately extended his hand to grab the axe. He nodded when he felt it. Let's contact Puka Dragon Lord, said Ancestral Master Zhang. He and East Sea Sky Dragon turned a lot more solemn. After all, they were meeting a mighty figure. Qin Yun held the token with the words Puku. He activated it. Buzz. A ripple emanated from the void, revealing a spot in the endless distant space. A dragon larger than a planet coiled in the sea of stars. His dragon whiskers flailed in the cosmos as his dragon scales flickered with an otherworldly luster. Everything about him seemed to contain the charms of the Tao. When he opened his eyes, they were even more glaring than the sun. Dragon Lord. Qin Yun bowed extremely respectfully. Daoist Divine Firmament and East Sea Sky Dragon also acted reverentially. Puku Dragon Lord looked over at Qin Yun. It appears you have acquired the superior grade numinous treasure. Qin Yun held the militant gold axe and bowed, his voice trembling slightly. Dragon Lord, please save my wife, Xiao. End of volume. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 409. Chapter 409, Summoning. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Puku Dragon Lord looked over from the nearly endless distant space. Whoosh! Dermic powers crept out through the void rift and wrapped around the militant gold axe from Qin Yun's hands. Following that, it was pulled through the void rift. Qin Yun, Daoist Divine Firmament, and East Sea Sky Dragon did not dare say a word as they watched this happen. After all, they were already very lucky that a mighty figure was willing to help. Thankfully, this ancestral dragon realm mighty figure enjoyed collecting treasures. Whoosh! The militant gold axe tore through the great distance of space and finally reached Puku Dragon Lord. It floated around him and seemed to shrink the closer it got to him. To Puka Dragon Lord, who was more massive than a planet, the militant gold axe appeared like a sesame seed. Puku Dragon Lord extended his dragon claws to grab it. Following that, he opened his mouth, sending his voice over. Your wife, Xiao, is inside a small world. Due to the limitations of the heavenly Tao, I am unable to enter a small world. Qin Yun also understood. The heavenly Tao protected small worlds, therefore, mighty figures like golden immortals and Buddhas could not descend into small worlds with their true bodies. Existences such as the Taoists' three pure ones or Gautama Buddha were peak existences in the endless spacetime continuum. Their true bodies were even more powerful, but they also could not enter great worlds directly. They could only do so with their avatars. A mere avatar contained very little strength. This is a major void transference talisman. It will turn to dust after being used twice. Puka Dragon Lord waved his hand as a purple Tao talisman tore through the void rift, penetrating the barrier of distance known as space. It took a while to reach the Great Chang world. When it finally did, Qin Yun reached out to grab it. There is a void mark tagged to the major void transference talisman, continued Puka Dragon Lord. Trigger the talisman according to the void mark and you will reach the spot where your wife is being held prisoner. You can then trigger the talisman again once you have your wife to easily escape. Remember, this major void transference talisman can at most allow an essence soul to cast major void transference. The voice continued resounding as the void rift closed. The communication between both parties had ended. Qin Yun looked at the purple Tao talisman in his hand, feeling rather anxious. He looked up at the closed void rift and said worriedly, "I haven't inquired about my daughter." "You are not to show any disrespect to a dragon lord," said East Sea Sky Dragon immediately. "Can't you ask your Xiao about your daughter after you save her? If there's really nothing you can do, it won't be too late to request Dragon Lord's help again." However, given a Dragon Lord's temperament, it's not easy for them to just constantly help us juniors. We would definitely need more treasures. "There's no rush," said Ancestral Master Zhang as well. "Perhaps your daughter is with Xiao. If there's no other solution, we can think about requesting Dragon Lord's assistance. By the way, you should probe the talisman and see where the void mark is." "Yes." Qin Yun held the purple Dao talisman and cast his senses into it. Buzz. With Qin Yun's grasp of the void, he could head to other small worlds despite the long distance. His perception of his own homeworld, the Great Chang world, was even more acute. "What?" Qin Yun was alarmed and furious, for he could clearly sense a certain spot. "Qin Yun, where is Xiao being imprisoned? Is it in our Great Chang world?" asked Ancestral Master Zhang immediately. East Sea Sky Dragon was also looking eagerly at Qin Yun. "It's in the Great Chang world, and in the Boar ancestral sect's territory," said Qin Yun through gritted teeth. "She is imprisoned in a grotto heaven of the Boar ancestral sect." A grotto heaven in the Boar ancestral sect? Ancestral Master Zhang and East Sea Sky Dragon exchanged looks. "Qin Yun, I have an idea." Ancestral Master Zhang's eyes lit up. "This major void transference is different from ordinary void transference. The ordinary kind prevents void transference when space is frozen, sealed, or shattered." Qin Yun nodded. He knew that because he actually had the means to freeze space. Whenever he did that, ordinary void transference means turned ineffective. "I know that major void transference is much more brilliant," said Qin Yun. The ancient augury world had an ancient array set up around the entire planet. One could leave it immediately with using a major transference token. "Yes." Ancestral Master Zhang nodded. The major void transference of the ancient augury world is cast by activating the massive array formation. The token you received is only a catalyst and is actually worth very little. However, the major void transference Dao talisman the Dragon Lord gave you can cast major void transference on its own. Although it cannot be used by sky immortals, its value is nearly that of a medial grade numinous treasure. Major void transference was a lot more difficult than void transference. The Boar ancestral sect is one of the 9 lineage fiendish demons of our Great Chang world, said Ancestral Master Zhang. It has existed since ancient times and has a deep foundation and roots. In order to defend against us, the Boar ancestral sect's array formation seals off space. None of us can enter through void transference. As for you Qin Yun, you now have a major void transference Dao talisman, allowing you to enter a grotto heaven in their territory. With your present strength, you should be able to directly destroy a grotto heaven, am I right? Yes. Qin Yun nodded. Destroying a grotto heaven with one strike was something he could do after he reached the sky immortal realm. Great! Ancestral Master Zhang revealed a look of delight. After you save Xiao, destroy that grotto heaven immediately and you will naturally appear inside the Boar ancestral sect's lair. You are still mortal, so there's no need to worry about suffering heavenly tribulation because of any effect it has on mortals. Try your best to destroy the Boar ancestral sect's array formation as soon as possible. The more you destroy, the easier it is for us to attack from the outside. When the time comes, we can collectively cause mayhem both inside and outside, giving us the opportunity to uproot the Boar ancestral sect. What do you think of this plan? Very good. Qin Yun nodded without any hesitation. His eyes were filled with killing intent. They captured and imprisoned my wife. The Boar ancestral sect is one of the masterminds behind this. You are eager to save your wife, but here I am requesting your help to destroy the Boar ancestral sect. I'm truly ashamed about that, but this is a uniquely rare opportunity. Ancestral Master Zhang felt a little apologetic. Qin Yun shook his head, clearly not minding it. The Boar ancestral sect is one of the 9 lineage fiendish demons. Every day it exists is a day of trouble. I will naturally do my best if I am given a chance to destroy it. Besides, this plan poses no danger for Xiao. Even if the Boar ancestral sect has deep roots and hides certain secrets, I should be able to deal with them using my present strength. If I encounter a truly terrible situation and am forced to flee, I can still use the major void transference Dao talisman to escape immediately with Xiao. Yes. Ancestral Master Zhang nodded with a smile. I'll summon everyone now. Once everyone is gathered, you can take action. Summon everyone? Qin Yun hesitated for a moment. I have no suspicions about human emperor, Bodhisattva Mahakasayapa, or Senior Bai, but about Sky Demon Palatial Lord. Ha, you are not familiar with Skydmaness, said Ancestral Master Zhang. I can guarantee you on my life that she is not in cahoots with the Fiend Celestials. Qin Yun, rest assured, said East Sea Skydragon as well. You haven't cultivated for long, but we are friends with Sky Demon Palatial Lord, to the point that we would die for each other. We can completely entrust her with our lives. Qin Yun was taken aback before he nodded slightly. The Great Chang world was in a very good situation at present. However, it had experienced several major wars since ancient times. Many experts had perished. But since Ancestral Master Zhang and East Sea Skydragon were willing to guarantee it with their lives, Qin Yun naturally trusted them. In a grotto heaven inside Mahakasayapa Monastery, Bodhisattva Mahakasayapa was sitting under a Bodhi tree, his body emitting immense golden light that illuminated the entire grotto heaven. Many monks sat cross-legged inside the grotto heaven, listening to Bodhisattva Mahakasayapa preach the Dharma. Mahakasayapa, come to my divine firmament chapter quickly. There is a rare opportunity for us to destroy the Boar ancestral sect in one swift strike. Ancestral Master Shang's voice came through a transmission. Bodhisattva Mahakasayapa immediately stopped his preaching. He stood up and, with one step, vanished. The monks were somewhat puzzled, but they did not say a word. After all, there was no need for Bodhisattva Mahakasayapa to inform them of his plans. At a street-side tavern in the Yuan prefecture, a fat old man sat there, taking huge bites of a roasted lamb leg. His mouth was lathered in oil from his voracity. He also drank generous mouthfuls of rice wine. A customer looked at the old man's poor table manners with disdain, but the fat elder thought nothing of it. While eating, the fat elder glanced at a distant spot where a young beggar looked enviously at him. He. The fat elder ate happily while he bobbed his head. A good seedling that's born to cultivate an immortality. However, his personality still needs testing, thought the fat elder. He was enjoying his meal, something he loved. This was his greatest hobby since ancient times. Old Bai, quickly come to me. There's a great opportunity for us to destroy the Boar ancestral sect. Ancestral Master Shang's voice transmission reached him. What? Destroy the Boar ancestral sect? The fat elder widened his eyes as he tightened his grip on the lamb leg. He returned with a voice transmission of his own. How confident are you? Qin Yun has entered the Sky Immortal realm and has been given a chance to enter the Boar ancestral sect's territory directly. There's a high chance of success if we strike a concerted blow from both inside and outside. Alright, I'll be right there. The fat elder threw down a silver fragment and transformed into a whooshing beam that vanished into the sky with the lamb leg in hand. He rushed to the Divine Firmament chapter while eating. In a brothel in Xian Prefecture, a handsome youth in azure-colored clothes was drinking alcohol while listening to a renowned courtesan play the pipa. He had a pair of sword-like brows, and his eyes had a foxy charm to them. His skin was even more tender than a young girl's. He looked like a woman disguised as a man, but he had an Adam's apple on his throat. He took a swig of alcohol as he listened to the music, his eyes seemingly lost, as though he was reminiscing. After a music piece finished, young Master Wang, the renowned courtesan, walked over after laying down the pipa. She called out to him another time. Young Master Wang? Only then did the handsome youth react. Are you done? Come, have some drinks with me. The handsome youth smiled as he pulled the renowned courtesan into his embrace. Your Majesty Skydemaness, come to my divine firmament chapter quickly. There is an opportunity for us to destroy the Boar ancestral sect. Destroy the Boar ancestral sect? A purple light flashed subtly in the handsome youth's eyes. He immediately sent a voice transmission back. Divine firmament, the Boar ancestral sect has existed since ancient times. It's not that easily destroyed. Don't you lie to me. When have I ever lied to you? You will know once you arrive, urged Taoist Divine Firmament. All right. The handsome youth stood up immediately. I have matters to tend to. He casually threw a silver bill and, with a step, his figure phased away before vanishing. The renowned courtesan looked at the silver bill in a daze before smiling. She was long accustomed to young Master Wang's style. Whoosh! In the distant horizon, the handsome youth's bound hair unfurled. His clothes turned purple in color as his Adam's apple flattened. His facial contours turned softer as a fiery red mark appeared in between his brows. The purple-robed woman was now an excellent beauty, with enough charm to mesmerize all life. She headed straight for the Divine Firmament chapter as a purple stream of light. That day, the few top existences of the Great Qian world gathered at the Divine Firmament chapter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 410. Chapter 410, Xiao. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. The entrance to the grotto heaven was inside the Boar ancestral sect, making it naturally secure. Inside the grotto heaven. In the 6-world isolation sky array that enveloped a region only half a kilometer wide, Xiao sat alone on a grass patch. She looked up at the 6 colored streams of light in the sky. The 6 colored lights enveloped a tiny, separated world that spanned half a kilometer that also prevented her from leaving. I'm unable to crack open the array formation even in my dragon form. Xiao looked silently with her head raised. Daughter, are you still okay? Which world are you in now? Are you being bullied? Are you still alive? Xiao was filled with worried thoughts. She had finally given birth to her daughter 2 years into her imprisonment. However, her dermic powers had long been sealed. And due to her bloodline awakening and the lack of dragon pool energy to absorb, she suffered the pain of transforming into a dragon daily. After her daughter was born, Qian easily took her away. Xiao had no chance of stopping him with her sealed dermic powers. Xiao watched with her very own eyes as a world rift opened in the grotto heaven. Qian then tossed her baby daughter to another world. Xiao, we originally planned on sending you out of the Great Qian world. But we never expected you to reach the true dragon realm through a bloodline awakening. Sending you away is just too difficult now. We could only pay the considerable price to set up this massive array. However, your daughter is only a mortal newborn baby. Sending her elsewhere is simple. Qian had laughed as he said this back then. Xiao had no way to stop him. Without the dragon pool providing her energy for her bloodline awakening, all she could do was absorb the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energies through great effort. Her awakening slowed down dramatically and the pain was excruciating. After 7 years of imprisonment, her awakening finally ended, with her reaching the 2nd firmament true dragon realm. Over the years, she had wept for her daughter again and again, so much so that her eyes nearly dried from losing all their tears. I'm a useless mother. I could not protect you. Xiao could never forget the scene of Qian snatching her daughter away from her. But your father is very powerful. He has avenged the both of us, muttered Xiao. That He Qian is already dead. More than a year ago, a mysterious fiend celestial came to her. Your man Qin Yun is rather powerful. He actually managed to kill 2 fiend celestials, Waha and Machuan. Who are you? Where's He Qian? He Qian is Waha. Now that Waha is dead, I'll be responsible for watching you from now on. Ha ha ha, remember my name. It's Huangchong. I'm not as foolish as that Waha. I just need to hide and Qin Yun will never be able to find us. Huangchong scoffed. When everything is ready, and we have sufficient power in this world, our plans will finally come to fruition. Once Qin Yun knows that you are alive, he will definitely come rescue you. When that happens, the 2 of you can die together. Huangchong did not mind Xiao knowing their plans. She had no way to leak the secret. The day she reunited with Qin Yun was the day they would kill Qin Yun. Xiao recalled everything. My daughter and I will be used against Brother Yun? It would be better for me to die. Then they will not be able to use me, thought Xiao. She had once thought of dying, but her strength had been sealed. And with her vitality as a true dragon, she was incapable of suicide. She had attempted every means possible to no avail. Brother Yun, you should know very clearly that it's a trap if I'm still alive after being caught by fiend celestials, muttered Xiao. You can't be that silly when you know full well it's a trap, right? However, she knew that Qin Yun would still take action despite knowing it was a trap. He would say it's because some people needed rescuing, even at the cost of risking one's life. I couldn't protect my daughter and will even endanger my husband by being alive. Zhao's eyes welled with tears. She looked up into the sky. The 6 colored streams of light continued enveloping the tiny pocket world where she was all alone. At that moment, in Divine Firmament chapter, the top existences in the Great Chang world were gathered. Taoist Divine Firmament Ancestral Master Zhang, Qin Yun, Patriarch by Bodhisattva Mahakasayapa, East Sea Sky Dragon, Skydemoness Palatial Lord, and Human Emperor. Of course, Human Emperor's true body was still suppressing the greatest calamity somewhere else. He was only present as an avatar. Look! Ancestral Master Zhang pointed at a projection floating in midair in front of him. This is the Boar Ancestral Sect. As you know, it has existed since ancient times, giving it deep heritage. Extremely powerful other realm fiend celestials back it. Their defensive array formation has been perfected over hundreds of thousands of years. Although it's very powerful, it's still possible for us to crack it if we risked everything. However, there are massive numbers of mortals living inside the array formation. These mortals are comprised of the Boar Ancestral Sect's disciples and bloodline successors, as well as innocent mortals. If we were to attack, causing a battle in which large numbers of mortals would perish, heavenly tribulation would immediately befall us. Ancestral Master Zhang looked at Qin Yun. Qin Yun, you will attack from within. Do your best to destroy the array formation. Once the array formation is sufficiently weak, we will be confident in cracking the array while still ensuring the safety of the mortals. Yes, we will be in charge of secretly watching from outside. The success of this will depend on Qin Yun. Patriarch Bai smiled as he looked at Qin Yun. Without anyone even realizing it, a young punk like you has already come this far. In the future, you could very well be stronger than us. To reach the Sky Immortal realm after just decades of cultivation. His achievements will naturally be above ours, said Bodhisattva Mahakasayapa with a smile. The Boar Ancestral Sect has deep roots, so you have to be extremely vigilant. East Sea Sky Dragon looked at Qin Yun seriously. Sword Immortal Qin. The purple-robed Skydemoness looked at Qin Yun. Having cultivated to the nine-tailed realm, her charms were extremely bewitching. She was gazing at Qin Yun intently. After you enter the Boar Ancestral Sect, you will be facing the enemy alone. Although the destruction of the Boar Ancestral Sect is important, you have to protect your wife well. Some people will be gone forever if they are lost. I understand. Qin Yun nodded. He had been separated from his wife for 19 years. He had been suffering the pain of being separated for the past 19 years, so he naturally cherished this opportunity to find her. Qin Yun, you can set off immediately. We will also head for the Boar ancestral sect. With my speed, we will reach it very soon, said Ancestral Master Zhang. His flying speed was extremely fast. All right. Qin Yun held his breath as he held the purple Dao talisman. When he triggered the Dao talisman by injecting his dermic powers into it, Qin Yun's heart began to race. A spatial fluctuation enveloped Qin Yun. So, Qin Yun vanished. Let's go! Ancestral Master Zhang shouted immediately. Qin Yun is a sword immortal. We will definitely destroy the Boar ancestral sect by coordinating out attacks from within and without. Patriarch Bai was filled with fighting spirit. Let's go! The fiery mark in between Skydmanus's brows turned brighter. Purple lightning carried them as they streaked across the sky straight for Cloud Prefecture's Boar ancestral sect. In the grotto heaven inside Boar ancestral sect, Xiao sat there alone. She was already accustomed to her solitude. Suddenly, a spatial fluctuation descended into the six-world isolation sky array. A figure appeared from the void. Xiao turned her head in bewilderment when she sensed it. There in front of her was a gray-robed man with tears in his eyes. Their gazes met. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 411. Chapter 411, Stars Like Rain. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Xiao. A trembling, hoarse voice came out of Qin Yun as he looked at his wife. He had been waiting for this day for 19 years. Xiao looked at him in a daze, afraid that he was just a hallucination born from her despair. She muttered, "Brother Yun, is that really you?" Qin Yun's eyes were filled with tears as he nodded immediately. Simultaneously, he walked over. In another spot of the grotto heaven, someone reacted to Qin Yun entering the six-world isolation sky array using the major void transference Dao talisman that Puka Dragonlord had given him. There was a long series of buildings where many Boar ancestral sect disciples cultivated. After all, the grotto heaven had existed for a very, very long time. Oh! The mysterious fiend celestial, Huangchong, resided in one of the buildings. He instantly sensed Qin Yun's entry into the six-world isolation sky array. What happened? How has an outsider entered the six-world isolation sky array? Huangchong had yellow fur on his face with a high-nose bridge. His cold eyes were looking alarmingly into the distance. He was now responsible for watching Xiao and controlling the six-world isolation sky array. He could sense the moment anyone even touched the array. So he naturally sensed two living beings in the array. One more person apart from Xiao had appeared. The six-world isolation sky array can even hide from the Great Chang world's heavenly Dao. How is it possible for anyone to infiltrate the array? Huangchong found it unbelievable. So, although he was reeling in disbelief, he spread out a pair of black wings on his back. With a flap, he whizzed towards a desolate plain in the distance. An array formation enveloped the deep depths of the desolate plains and had been demarcated as a forbidden land. The Boar ancestral sect disciples did not dare trespass. Open! Huangchong looked at the forbidden land while soaring through the air. With a thought, the array formation naturally opened up for him. It revealed the six-world isolation sky array on the desolate plains. Enveloped by the six-colored streams of light were a man and woman walking towards each other. The man's appearance made even the yellow fur on Huangchong's face tremble. His eyes widened. Qin Yun? He could obviously recognize Qin Yun. Qin Yun was definitely one of the most important targets the Fiend Celestials had to deal with in order to conquer the Great Chang world. And at that moment, Qin Yun and Xiao walked up to each other. Although Qin Yun had noticed the winged Fiend Celestial with a rather strong aura in the corner of his eyes, he continued looking at his wife. Even as he moved to embrace her, a wisp of misty rain silently flew out from his sleeve. With a whoosh, sword chi whistled, destroying the six-world isolation sky array from within in an instant. The six-colored stream of lights collapsed. Following that, the wisp of misty rain headed straight for the yellow-furred Fiend Celestial. No good. When Huangchong saw Qin Yun release the misty rain sword, he did not hesitate to flap his wings to escape in the form of a stream of light. In addition, he crushed a black wooden token in his hand. Clang! 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 Dot! The wooden token shattered and bells rang deep in the grotto heaven, where many Boer ancestral sect disciples were secluded in cultivation. The alarm's ring reverberated throughout the grotto heaven. It was not just limited to the grotto heaven's interior either. Even outside, the Boer ancestral sect's lair had undulating mountains. As an ancient faction that had been in existence for hundreds of thousands of years, it had many internal divisions. There were numerous fiendish demons and quite a number of fiend celestials. In terms of heritage and backing, the Boer ancestral sect was ranked in the top 3 of the 9 lineage fiendish demons. The fiend celestial world that backed it was extremely powerful. Clang! 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 Bells were ringing in the Boer ancestral sect's lair. No good. The oldest being of the Boer ancestral sect, Patriarch Monkey, who was also the best at divination in the 9 lineage fiendish demons, felt his heart palpitate with an ominous sensation when he heard the bells. Patriarch Monkey was massive in size, like a tiny mountain. He had a waning air about him and he had not stood up in a very long time. The last time he stood up was when the Great Chang Empire was just established. But now, he suddenly stood up. His wizened face was filled with shock. Just a rough divination made him feel endless horror and danger. A calamity. A huge calamity is befalling my Boer ancestral sect. Patriarch Monkey had disbelief in his eyes as he immediately took a step forward. His massive body instantly traversed several kilometers as he rushed to find the sect master. What happened? What's happening? The bell has rung. Something major must have happened. Many fiends in the Boer ancestral sect lair rushed to the sect's grand hall in puzzlement. And inside the grotto heaven, there were a large number of Boer ancestral sect disciples that had flown out of their abodes, feeling extremely perplexed. Flee quickly! Huangchong, who was flapping his wings wildly, bellowed with a voice transmission while fleeing with all his might. He tried to reach the entrance of the grotto heaven as soon as possible. However, a wisp of misty rain caught up to him. Bam! Dot! The wisp of misty rain appeared ordinary and did not seem to pose any threat, but Huangchong flapped his wings in a bid to dodge it. Although the way he dodged was sudden and unpredictable, the wisp of misty rain easily penetrated his body. Huangchong's body jolted as it paused in midair. A huge bloody hole had been torn through his chest. Is the gap between us so huge? I can't even take one strike of his? Huangchong's eyes were filled with indignation. Following that, he plummeted to the ground completely enervated and breathless. The scene caught the large group of distant flying Boer ancestral sect disciples by surprise. Although they did not know the background of the Fiend Celestial, they at least knew that he was an extremely powerful one. He was definitely the strongest inside the grotto heaven. There were 2 other ordinary Boer ancestral sect Fiend Celestials in the grotto heaven. They were first and second firmament Fiend Celestials. He is an other realm Fiend Celestial, with the strength of a third firmament Fiend Celestial. He can't even withstand one strike? Their hearts thumped in fear. Flee quickly! Escape! As they shouted with panicked voice transmissions, they fled frantically. Whoosh! 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 There was chaos as the fiendish disciples fled. Qin Yun and Xiao looked at each other while holding hands, their eyes welling with tears. Brother Yun. Xiao still felt like she was in a dream. She could not die even if she wanted to previously, afraid that she would implicate her husband. And now, her husband had just appeared inside the mysterious array formation? She found it hard to believe. Xiao. Qin Yun tightened his grip on his wife's hand. It had been 19 years. Every day of the past 19 years, or even every moment, had been torturous for him. The pain, worry, self-blame, horror, anguish, longing. All of that had finally come to an end today. And the final outcome was not the eternal separation that he was most afraid of, but a reunion. His wife was now standing alive in front of him. He had repressed his emotions for 19 years. Now those emotions were erupting like a long-dormant volcano. At that moment, his heart was shaking and roaring. Run! Flee quickly! Among the distant fiends, 90% of them were demons and the rest were humans that had pledged allegiance to the Boar ancestral sect. All of them were now escaping in panic. And with Qin Yun's present emotions, the misty rain sword's move changed after slaying Huanchong. It erupted fully in sync with his eruptions. Boom! The misty rain sword instantly transformed into a dazzling meteor that streaked across the sky, sending plumes of fiery streams of light crashing down. The massive number of fiery streams resembled shooting stars that swept across the Boar ancestral sect disciples. They were burned into nothingness the moment they made contact with the fiery light. Ah! All of them cried out tragically before vanishing. Under the meteor storm, all the Boar ancestral sect's disciples perished. Qin Yun and Xiao could not help but look at the beautiful meteor storm above them. In the sky, the misty rain sword had transformed into a meteor that streaked across the sky, sending countless meteors of different colors down. Brother Yun, I feel as though all of this is a dream. Xiao looked at the meteor storm. I also feel like I have been in a very, very long dream, said Qin Yun. It's as though I fell into a nightmare the moment you were captured by the fiend celestials. And today is the day I wake up from that nightmare. And this move, I will call it Stars Like Rain, is the 7th move of the dreamlike sword. It is also its final one. With me waking up from my dream, the dreamlike sword is completed. Qin Yun looked at his wife. He had struggled in despair for 19 years and finally, he had escaped it. Xiao caressed Qin Yun's face. She could sense the changes that her husband had gone through. When she last saw him, Qin Yun was filled with confidence, every bit the image of a peerless sword Dao genius. He had been conferred nobility by human emperor and his wife became pregnant. He was at the highest point in his life, but the torturous 19 years had a great effect on him. 19 years of being alone. The longing and worry for his family. He had repeatedly comforted himself by telling himself that his wife was definitely still alive, holding firmly to that belief. Qin Yun did not even dare imagine what he would do if Puka Dragon Lord had told him that his wife was already dead. The heavens have been good to me, allowing Brother Yun to return to my side. Zhao's heart winced for her husband. By the way, Xiao. Qin Yun's thoughts shifted as he gradually calmed down from the excitement of being reunited with his wife. He immediately asked, "Is our daughter born? Where is she?" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 412. Chapter 412, Obliterate. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Xiao could not help but feel her heart tighten when she heard Qin Yun inquire about their daughter. Our daughter has been born, but my dermic powers were completely sealed. I could not protect her. Chen snatched our daughter from my arms before sending her through a world rift to a fiend celestial world. She was sent to a fiend celestial world? Qin Yun's heart stopped. They imprisoned me here to use me against you, said Xiao immediately. They planned on sending me to another world, but, due to my bloodline awakening, I had already reached the true dragon realm. Therefore, they could only imprison me. As for our daughter, she was only a mortal baby. They easily sent her to the fiend celestial world. Perhaps, they will use our daughter against you in the future. A fiend celestial world. Which world is it? Asked Qin Yun. I do not know. I only saw a world that appeared extremely evil through the world rift, said Xiao. My guess is that it's a fiend celestial world. As for which world it is, I do not know. Xiao's eyes turned red as she spoke. I really wanted to protect our daughter, but I was useless. It's all right. Qin Yun hugged his wife and immediately consoled her. This is not your fault. I was able to save you only because I gained the help of an ancestral dragon realm existence, Puka Dragon Lord. Ancestral dragon realm? Asked Xiao. What's the ancestral dragon realm? A realm above the sky dragon realm, said Qin Yun. They are on the same level as golden immortals and Buddhas. They are peerless figures of the three realms, extremely mighty with boundless dharmic powers. Xiao's eyes lit up. Once this matter is resolved, I will seek Puka Dragon Lord's help again, said Qin Yun. You gave birth to our daughter after you had a dragon bloodline awakening. Our daughter should transform into a dragon at a young age. On account of her dragon ancestry and me having a superior grade numinous treasure, the minor Empyrean seal, I believe the Dragon Lord will agree to help us save our daughter. Xiao was filled with questions. Superior grade numinous treasures? Even numinous treasures had grades? Minor Empyrean seal? You can save our daughter? Xiao was delighted. Yes. Qin Yun nodded. Qin Yun would spare no expense, even if he had to pay the price of the minor Empyrean seal. Due to him being a mortal sword immortal, his dharmic powers only allowed him to control an inferior grade numinous treasure at best, even though he had condensed a purplish gold golden core. Although menial grade or superior grade numinous treasures could recognize him as master, controlling them was just too exhausting. He was unable to truly use them to their full potential. For instance, an ordinary Khanate golden core could barely control transcendent grade Dharma treasures. Therefore, a treasure at the level of the minor Empyrean seal could only really be wielded by one with sky immortal dharmic powers. Only some essence souls with more robust foundations like Arhat Tenside or 8 Fiend Jr. could control a superior grade numinous treasure with third firmament essence soul dharmic powers. Everything is worth it to save our daughter. Qin Yun looked forward to meeting her one day. Xiao, Qin Yun said. This time, Divine Firmament Chapter's Ancestral Master Zhang, Human Emperor, Bodhisattva Mahakasayapa, East Sea Skydragon, Skydmanus, and I will be joining forces. We hope to eradicate the Boar ancestral sect of the 9 lineage fiendish demons. We will rid the Great Chan world of a scourge. Eradicate the Boar ancestral sect? Xiao could not help but comment. The Boar ancestral sect has been in existence for hundreds of thousands of years and it has very deep roots. How do you plan to destroy it? The entrance to this grotto heaven is right inside the Boar ancestral sect's lair, said Qin Yun. They abducted my wife and took my daughter away. How can I spare them? A cold glint flashed in Qin Yun's eyes. Xiao nodded as well. Her eyes were filled with hate. How could she not feel any hate after watching her daughter be forcefully taken away just moments after she was born? Let me remove the seals on you first. Qin Yun immediately transmitted his dharmic powers into Xiao's body. The sharp wisps of dharmic powers resembled swords. With Qin Yun's superb realm, he skillfully and easily removed the seals in his wife's body. Whoosh! The potent dharmic powers surged through Xiao's body like a raging river. She regained the color in her face as her true dragon realm aura began to burst out of her. Stay by my side. Do not go far, said Qin Yun. Okay. Xiao nodded. Although she had reached the second firmament true dragon realm, she could not do a thing in a battle as intense as the destruction of the Boar ancestral sect. Retrieve. Qin Yun threw out the two-world picture. It flew up and stopped in midair. A large amount of treasure beneath was sucked into its array. This was a grotto heaven that had been operated by the Boar ancestral sect for years. It was extremely important to them, which was also why they hid their treasures there. After putting away all the treasures, the two-world picture flew back into Qin Yun's hands. Break! Qin Yun waved his hand. A wisp of misty rain flew out from his fingertip, streaking across the sky in a beautiful trajectory that spanned tens of kilometers before it struck the membrane wall of the grotto heaven. Ka. Many fine cracks appeared in the grotto heaven's walls, then the entire grotto heaven crumbled. During this shattering process, one could see the connecting node between the grotto heaven and the great Chang world. Let's go. Qin Yun held his wife's hand as he transformed into a sword-like beam of light. He then followed the node to depart the crumbling grotto heaven. The grotto heaven completely shattered after Qin Yun left. In the ensuing void storms, everything in the grotto heaven was ground into nothingness. Boar ancestral sect's lair. There was lush vegetation in the continuous stretch of mountains. Many of the Boar ancestral sect's fiend celestials and core disciples were gathered in the sect's grand hall. There were also tens of thousands of disciples gathered in a square outside the hall. Sitting atop a throne was a stocky single-horned ox fiend. He was sect master Boar ancestral. And beside him were patriarch monkey and aged fiend Goathorn. These three were famous fiends in the great Chang world. They were all at the peak third firmament realm. Sect Master Boar Ancestral had extremely dominating strength. His strength was a hair's breadth away from that of a sky god or sky fiend. Patriarch Monkey was an ancient existence that was the best at divination among the 9 lineage fiendish demons. Aged Fiend Goat Demon was the best at array formations. The transmission marks all dissipated at once. Aged Fiend Goathorn narrowed his eyes as he said coldly, all the disciples inside the grotto heaven, as well as Fiend Celestial Huanchong. All of their transmission marks have dissipated. It looks like all of them are dead. What danger did they encounter for Huanchong to be so alarmed that he crushed the token? The Ox Fiend frowned. Furthermore, all of them died in a blink of an eye. Not a single one came out alive. Unfortunately, the grotto heaven is isolated from the outside world. There's no way to send any transmissions to it. It's also unknown who the enemy is. Patriarch Monkey had a wrinkled face and a declining air about him. He said in a deep voice, I already mentioned that it's a great calamity. A huge calamity for our Boar ancestral sect. If we do not survive this, our Boar ancestral sect might really be completely obliterated. The trio discussed in an isolated space. They prevented their subordinates from hearing any of their conversation. They held the highest positions in the Boar ancestral sect. Sect Master Boar Ancestral. A voice suddenly sounded in the trio's ears. From the looks of it, your Boar ancestral sect has encountered trouble. It's trivial if a bunch of your Boar ancestral sect disciples die, but remember, do not spoil the Empyrean Lord's plans. I understand, the Ox Fiend replied with an immediate voice transmission. Don't worry. We will settle the issue quickly. Okay, the voice replied indifferently. In a hidden compound in the Boar ancestral sect's lair, a thin man in luxurious clothes sat cross-legged. He had a pair of long, foxy eyes. His eyes were open as he looked into the distant outside world. He grumbled softly, Huanchong really is incompetent. He was a fiend celestial that reached the third firmament, but he died so quickly? From the looks of it, some unforeseen danger has presented itself. It's best if the Boar ancestral sect can resolve the matter themselves. If I were to take action, it would only draw suspicion from people like Taoist Divine Firmament. At that moment, swoosh! A man and woman flew out of the void like an otherworldly couple. The man's hair was disheveled, but his eyes were staring right at the Boar ancestral sect's grand hall. It was filled with killing intent. Qin Yun? The thin man could not help but be alarmed when he saw the scene from a distance. The three mighty fiends in the grand hall turned their heads and saw the couple exit the void. They could not help but be alarmed. Qin Yun? How did he appear here? They naturally recognized him. After all, Qin Yun was extremely famous in the great Shang world. Boar ancestral sect, die. Qin Yun's angry bellow sounded like thunder that roared in every Boar ancestral sect disciple's ears. Boar ancestral sect, die. Boar ancestral sect, die. Boar ancestral sect, die. The disciples' minds were abuzz the instant they heard the angry bellow. The tens of thousands of disciples in the square outside the grand hall were fiendish demons meticulously chosen for their potential, but now, their bodies noiselessly dissipated under Qin Yun's shout. The scene of tens of thousands of fiendish demons being reduced to nothingness made the three mighty fiends sitting high above stare with widened eyes. A terrifying blast enveloped the square and hall. Many disciples in the hall were reduced to nothing as well. Behind the throne where the ox fiend sat was a gigantic fiend celestial statue. It was emitting a force field that spread out for 1,000 feet to protect the area. The Boar ancestral sect's fiend celestials and 20-plus core disciples were within that 1,000 feet. All the disciples that were standing even slightly to the periphery of the grand hall were obliterated. Qin Yun has reached the sky immortal realm. The ox fiend stood up, his expression twisted into pure shock, as he stared intently at the distant Qin Yun. A sky immortal realm's Dao domain. Multiple blood vessels appeared in Patriarch Monkey and aged fiend Goathorn's eyes as though they were cracking. Yes. Qin Yun had cast out his Dao domain the moment he appeared to vanquish all the Boar ancestral sect disciples. It was just too difficult to defend against a sky immortal realm's Dao domain. Even the array formation set up in the ancient Skydragon Palace at the bottom of the West Sea could previously suppress Qin Yun's Dao domain, but now, with him having reached the sky immortal realm, even the ancient Skydragon himself might only equal Qin Yun's Dao domain while alive. Those array formations could no longer suppress Qin Yun's Dao domain. It was the same with the Boar ancestral sect's array. Only a very tiny area could be barely protected. All the disciples outside of the array were obliterated. Of course, Qin Yun did not implicate the mortals that appeared innocent. He killed so many of our Boar ancestral sect's disciples? The ox fiend fumed in anger, his eyes red. Qin Yun held his wife's hand as he looked at the distant Boar ancestral sect hall. He did not show any mercy. Destroying one of the 9 lineage fiendish demons was part of the plan to begin with. It was something generations of cultivators yearned to do. I will not only kill your disciples, I will kill all of you too. Die! Qin Yun roared as he waved his hand. Hua! The misty rain sword expanded abruptly, becoming a glaring sword beam that was at least 1,000 feet wide as it streaked across the sky, shooting straight for the Boar ancestral sect's grand hall. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 413. Chapter 413, 100 Swords. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. When the 1,000-foot-wide sword beam streaked across the sky, carving a fierce path to its target, the Khanate golden core demons, as well as the ordinary fiend celestials, quaked in fear. Qin Yun's Dao domain was just too terrifying. It had killed all the Boar ancestral sect disciples in one swift blow, and the sword beam's might was truly terrifying. It had reached the power of a sky immortal. How is this Qin Yun that strong? So many junior brothers and sister have died. Does our Boar ancestral sect have a chance of fending him off? The disciples were struck with unease. The single-horned ox fiend, Patriarch Monkey, and aged fiend Goathorn were only infuriated. A Dao domain is formless and invisible. An array formation cannot even stop it. Aged Fiend Goat Horn's voice was sharp. But he can forget about cracking our Boar ancestral sect's array formation with that flying sword. Layers of black light condensed above the sect's hall, along with the appearance of countless runic patterns that enveloped the entire hall. Every generation, my Boar ancestral sect continues to fortify and perfect this array formation. It has done so for over hundreds of thousands of years. How can he crack it? The Ox Fiend scoffed. He was also controlling the array formation personally. As his Boar ancestral sect had existed for a very long period of time, it had naturally produced some very powerful fiend celestials. There were some who even matched sky fiends but failed to become one because the world's heaven-earth essence chi was repugnant to fiend celestials. If they tried to survive the heavenly tribulation, the potency of the tribulation would be extremely terrifying. It was nearly impossible to succeed. Therefore, no true sky fiend had ever been born from the 9 lineage fiendish demons in all of recorded history. One had to know that the humans of the Great Qin world had been in dire situations before. The Taoists, Buddhists, godfiends, magi, and dragons had produced sky immortals, bodhisattvas, grand magi, and sky dragons many times throughout history. Many of them eventually died in battle. Some were unwilling to fight for the Great Qin world. They abandoned their homeworld and embarked on a path of cultivation that only served their own pleasure. Even so, the Great Qin world now had several sky immortals and sky gods like ancestral Master Zhang. Yet, the 9 lineage fiendish demons did not have a single sky fiend in all of history because the entire world was united against the fiend celestial lineage. The fiend celestial lineage had never managed to conquer the world as a result. The Boar ancestral sect had certainly produced fiend celestials that matched the sky fiend realm before. But they could only leave the Great Qin world and head for fiend celestial worlds. Only in those worlds where they were not ostracized would they have a chance of surviving the heavenly tribulations. But with all of those combined insight, the array formations left behind by every generation naturally evolved into something extremely powerful. There were also those that became sky fiends and sent treasures back to their sect through world rifts. Go! The Ox Fiend commanded his array formation. Finish Qin Yun as soon as possible to prevent any unforeseen catastrophes from happening. Patriarch Monkey was also controlling the array formation. In midair, countless arrows gathered, each arrow combining to form a dense horde that surged and surrounded the Misty Rain Sword. Swoosh! The Misty Rain Sword was extremely sharp, allowing it to tear through the countless arrows cleanly. However, there were just too many arrows, causing the momentum of the Misty Rain Sword to constantly weaken as it broke through the arrow's impediment. When the finally sword struck the black barrier of light that protected the sect's grand hall, the barrier trembled and even cracked. However, the barrier managed to hold. I haven't even taken action. Just the array formation alone is enough to fend off his sword. The Ox Fiend flipped his hand and grabbed a huge axe that appeared. He smiled sinisterly at the Misty Rain Sword that had struck the black barrier of light. Brother Monkey, will you not act yet? Urged Aged Fiend Goat Horn. Controlling the 8 Gates Fiend Saber Array is a most complicated endeavor, commented Patriarch Monkey. Besides, this sword Immortal's intrinsic flying sword is most powerful. I'll wait till his flying sword attacks again and then I'll attack his body directly. His flying sword will not be able to return to protect him in time and there will be a chance of me destroying him in one fell swoop. The single-horned Ox Fiend nodded in approval. The Boar ancestral sex array formation that had been improved on for hundreds of thousands of years was not something ancestral Master Zhang and company could crack without implicating a large number of innocent mortals. After all, the Boar ancestral sect had amassed a large number of humans to live in the mountains amid their lair. Brother Yun, their Boar ancestral sex array formation is really powerful. Xiao could not help but comment when she witnessed the might of the array formation. I have to probe it first before finding an opportunity to crack it, said Qin Yun. Not a single lineage of the 9 lineage fiendish demons was that easily obliterated, much less the Boar ancestral sect that had existed since ancient times. It was only because of the major transference Dao talisman and him being a unique mortal that possessed the strength of a sky immortal that made the possibility of vanquishing the Boar ancestral sect possible. Go! Qin Yun directed with his mind. The wisp of misty rain continued flying up and smashing against the barrier despite being surrounded by large numbers of arrows. Now the misty rain sword was extremely powerful when it cleaved down in midair, as though it was a huge axe that could render the world asunder. It was using the strongest and most oppressive fifth move of his dreamlike sword, traveling in solitude. After reuniting with Xiao, Qin Yun figured out the final, seventh strike of his dreamlike sword, stars like rain. His sword Dao realm was naturally enhanced also. The earlier sword moves were naturally perfected as a result. However, all of this required time. After all, he had only just figured out stars like rain before he began the battle. I shall perfect this move in this battle, thought Qin Yun. Boom! Traveling in solitude. The flying sword had indomitable might as it carved through the void, producing a black void rift. After destroying many of the arrows that were surrounding it, it attacked the layer's black light again. 5 layers of black light shattered, leaving only the final layer intact. Now's the time. Patriarch Monkey immediately triggered the prepared array formation when Qin Yun directed the misty rain sword to cleave the air above the sect's grand hall. 8 Gates Fiend Saber Array. Boom! 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 The mountains amid the Boar ancestral sect rumbled as a massive array chart in each mountain activated. 8 array charts were stirring up the massive heaven and earth powers. Oh! Qin Yun noticed it immediately. 8 gigantic sabers that suffused fiendish auras appeared from underground. They took up 8 spots around him. Kill! Patriarch Monkey's eyes were filled with anticipation. The 8 Gates Fiend Saber Array was ranked second among the Boar ancestral sect's decimation arrays. But in terms of trapping enemies, it was the best. Once the 8 gates were sealed, an enemy had nowhere to hide. They could only defend. Patriarch Monkey also hoped to use this opportunity to slay Qin Yun, so he had brought out the 8 Gates Fiend Saber Array. The 8 sabers appeared as one, powered by the array formation's gathering of strength. The blades had runic patterns that swirled about as the void beside the blades constantly cracked. What impressive might! Qin Yun did not panic. He flipped his hand and took out a gigantic black sword. Split! Qin Yun directed with his mind. The black sword began producing grinding sounds internally as it split apart just like the 7 kills sword that Qin Yun had once obtained. But instead of breaking into 7 pieces, this sword could split into 100 swords. It was one of the 2 inferior grade numinous treasures that Qin Yun had obtained in the ancient augury world's pagoda. He was very delighted to receive this numinous treasure named the Heavy Water Sword. It could attack many targets at once while also defending him like a wave of water. But in Qin Yun's hands, the 100 swords could be used as one. They easily formed a cyclic sword flash. The cyclic sword flash is indeed better when there are more flying swords. It's best if there are 360 swords as that matches the number of heavenly cycles. That would be perfect, thought Qin Yun. Whoosh! The 100 swords naturally combined their powers to form a cyclic sword flash world that protected him from the incoming assault. The heavenly cycle's sword flashes resembled water waves. Boom! 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 Amid an incessant hum, the 8 Gates Fiend Saber Array unleashed its barrage of attacks simultaneously. The cyclic sword flash was surrounded. The cyclic sword flash produced waves of water that were perfect and flawless, completely withstanding the 8 Gates Fiend Saber Array's attack. Xiao couldn't help but look nervous since it was a clash between the Boar ancestral sect, with its hundreds of thousands of years of heritage, and Qin Yun on his own. Qin Yun sensed the anxiety from his wife's grip and smiled at her. Don't worry. This is a rare chance to obliterate the Boar ancestral sect. Ancestral Master Zhang and company have already made the preparations. They have also given me several treasures. This time, we will see if the Boar ancestral sect's heritage is truly that deep, or the means available to us are more powerful. And at that moment, Taoist Divine Firmament, Human Emperor, Bodhisattva Mahakasayapa, Sky Demon Palatial Lord, East Sea Sky Dragon, and Patriarch Bai were streaking across the sky amid a purple bolt of lightning. They were only a few hundred kilometers away from the Boar ancestral sect. Oh! Ancestral Master Zhang's eye of lightning was already open in between his brows. Bodhisattva Mahakasayapa was also casting his heavenly eye divine power. All of them were using their own means to see what was happening inside the Boar ancestral sect. What happened? Patriarch Bai asked immediately. He was incapable of seeing past the Boar ancestral sect's array formations to spy on the situation inside. Qin Yun is fighting them, but the outcome is still up in the air, said Ancestral Master Zhang. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 414. Chapter 414, Ox Fiend Body. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Qin Yun withstood the Boar ancestral sect's 8 gates fiend saber array by casting the cyclic sword flash with the inferior grade numinous treasure, heavy water sword. While holding his wife's hand, Qin Yun looked at the grand hall of the Boar ancestral sect. Go again. He controlled the misty rain sword once more, this time casting the 5th move of the dreamlike sword, traveling in solitude. Qin Yun was gaining new experience with every clash. Once he had reached a certain level of insight, perfecting traveling in solitude became easy. The might of every strike would be increased. Boom! It was like an axe that split open a world. The misty rain sword cleaved the black barrier of light layers with a blinding sword flash. This time, the 6th layer collapsed for an instant, allowing the remnant might of the misty rain sword to penetrate the hall. The hall trembled as array charts suffused across its surface. However, they were also quivering as though they would crumble at any moment. The might of his sword arts is increasing with every strike. Aged Fiend Goathorn could not help but notice. Is his strength constantly increasing while we fight him? How can such fast improvement be possible? The 8 gates fiend saber array won't be able to do a thing to him. Patriarch Monkey turned anxious as well. This Qin Yun has only cultivated for decades to achieve such power. The single-horned ox fiend stood up and said with a deep voice, Brother Goat, do your best to hold out and protect the hall. Brother Monkey, let's join forces to kill Qin Yun. Be careful, Sect Master, said Patriarch Monkey and Aged Fiend Goathorn in unison. Don't worry. I might not be Qin Yun's match outside, but in the Boar ancestral sect I can hold my own against anyone in the great Chan world that isn't Taoist divine firmament. The ox fiend took a step and strode out the hall. The fiend celestials and disciples in the hall felt a rising anticipation. Qin Yun was just too strong. He was suppressing their Boar ancestral sect by himself. Qin Yun. The moment the ox fiend appeared, his voice rumbled like thunder. Purple light suffused the peaks of the surrounding mountains as purple clouds rose up. As for the ox fiend's body, it shifted into a massive body about half a kilometer tall. The muscles of his mountain-like body were like layers of rock. Dense runic patterns appeared on the surface of his body, flashing in cadence with the purple light that permeated the Boar ancestral sect. At that moment, the ox fiend seemed to be the lord of the world, or at least the surrounding 50 kilometers. Boundless strength from the purple clouds gathered over and swirled around the ox fiend's massive body. With every breath, purple clouds spewed out of his nostrils before being sucked back in. Sect Master Boar Ancestral is an ox fiend, Qin Yun said with a smile to Xiao. He cultivates in the great strength ox fiend body. Therefore, the Boar ancestral sect spared no cost to set up an ox fiend heaven trampling array that complements him greatly. Sect Master Boar Ancestral is able to augment his body with the array formation's powers, raising his strength to an even higher level. This is also the Boar Ancestral sect's strongest array formation. Xiao nodded in enlightenment. She also felt a lot more relieved seeing her husband's confidence. Qin Yun, you know quite a lot. The ox fiend sneered from a distance. Try this strike of mine. The massive, half-kilometer-tall ox fiend suddenly stepped forward and, with a whoosh, transformed into a stream of light to fly into the sky. He raised an equally massive axe and, with widened eyes, cleaved down with all his strength as he came crashing down. Boom! Qin Yun had been directing the Misty Rain sword to repeatedly attack the sex hall. Aged Fiend Goat Horn was doing his best to control the array formation and was even using treasures as a final bid to protect the hall. After all, the hall contained the most important core members of the Boar ancestral sect. Swoosh! The Misty Rain sword immediately transformed into a stream of light and rapidly returned when it failed to make any headway. Although the ox fiend's massive body was hurtling down towards Qin Yun, the Misty Rain sword's speed was naturally a lot faster. By the time the ox fiend was close enough to strike and raised his axe, the Misty Rain sword had already reached Qin Yun. Go! The Misty Rain sword headed straight for the attack without any qualms. Boom! The blinding sword flash clashed with the gigantic axe in midair. The Misty Rain sword was sent backward from the strike while the axe only paused slightly. However, the ox fiend holding it landed onto the ground with a boom. What impressive strength! Qin Yun was secretly alarmed. However, a sword immortal's flying sword was not known for its brute strength. He could only use the most domineering strength available to him, the seventh move of the dreamlike sword, in an attempt to push back the ox. You are just this and nothing more. The ox fiend roared with laughter when he landed. Simultaneously, he charged towards Qin Yun, each step causing the land to tremble. Big as he was, he moved as fast as lightning. That was just a competition of strength. Now, it's time to kill you. A glint flashed in Qin Yun's eyes. Whoosh! With a flash, the Misty Rain sword swung around the ox fiend's body in an unfathomable manner. It stabbed straight at the back of the ox fiend's head. Xiao! 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 The flying sword stab created sparks. The ox's head was just too hard. Are you scratching an itch for me? Laughed the ox fiend. Oh! Qin Yun immediately changed his attack, going from the unfathomable waning waxing moons to the domineering traveling in solitude. Shoo! Shoo! Boom! The Misty Rain sword circled around the ox fiend several times before striking, but he ignored it, allowing the flying sword to strike him repeatedly. At best, a white scratch was left on his skin. There was no way for the flying sword to tear through his body. When the final traveling in solitude hit, the ox fiend merely stumbled and felt a slight tear in his skin. After withstanding several strikes from the flying sword, the ox fiend was already right in front of Qin Yun. He cleaved down with his axe with all his might. Boom! The axe stirred the clouds and winds as it ripped open the void with its fierce might. Kill! Patriarch Monkey also attacked with the Eight Gates Fiend's saber array at that moment. They coordinated their efforts. Qin Yun looked up while holding his wife's hand. The cyclic sword flash enveloped his surroundings. The strike made the barrier warp, but it held. The sword flashes swirled around for a moment before they restored to normal. Back when my sword Dao reached the Sky Immortal realm, just a green leaf flying sword could easily withstand the combat forces of 2 or 3 Sky Immortals. Now that my sword Dao has improved and I'm casting it with a numinous treasure, and with the sheer number of swords, its ability to defend is about 80% of my intrinsic flying sword. It's very easy to defend against the two of them. Qin Yun did not feel threatened in any way. His two opponents were relying on various array formations just to produce momentary bursts of strength that matched Sky Immortals. Qin Yun himself had the strength of a Sky Immortal to begin with. Furthermore, his sword Dao had improved after he figured out the 7th move of the dreamlike sword. In fact, back when he saw the butterfly portrait in the ancient augury world's grotto heaven, he had the urge to create a 7th move. However, he felt that something was lacking. It was only when he reunited with his wife, and the modulation it had on his mind allowed him to create the move in one fell swoop, that his insights were greatly enhanced. If he focused on defense, how could his opponents ever crack his barrier? What? It can't be cracked? The ox fiend felt a little vexed. Boom! 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 He and Patriarch Monkey continued their relentless assault, but they failed to crack open the cyclic sword flash. The Boar ancestral sect has 3 patriarchs. Patriarch Monkey's and Patriarch Goat's true bodies are in the hall. They are resisting through use of the array formation. However, their real bodies are unable to withstand my flying sword, thought Qin Yun. As long as I destroy the hall, I can vanquish the 2 fiendish demons. As for the remaining ox fiend, there are many array formations in the Boar ancestral sect, but how effective can they be if he's using them alone? The more powerful the array formation, the more complex it was to control it. Swoosh! The Misty Rain sword headed for the hall once again as Qin Yun allowed the 8 Gates Fiend's saber array and the Ox Fiend to attack him. Sect Master, said Aged Fiend Goathorn through a voice transmission. We cannot allow his flying sword to attack freely. I can't last much longer. Oh, dot. The Ox Fiend turned his head and saw the Misty Rain sword flying around the hall. His flying sword is too fast. I can't stop it. Brother Monkey, have the 8 Gates Fiend saber array trap his flying sword, instructed the Ox Fiend with a voice transmission. I'll continue attacking Qin Yun. Although he is putting up an impregnable defense using a numinous treasure, he is ultimately a mortal sword immortal. There is a limit to his dermic powers. It must be extremely draining on him to control a numinous treasure. If I keep attacking, he must control the numinous treasure to fend me off. Soon, his dermic powers will be drained. Even if he has pills that can replenish his dermic powers, how many of those pills can he have? Even if this battle continued for 3 days and nights, I will no doubt expend all his pills and dermic powers. When the time comes, he's doomed. The Ox Fiend sent a voice transmission, having made his decision. His idea was not wrong either. Even though Qin Yun had condensed a purplish gold golden core, controlling an inferior grade numinous treasure was his limit. Furthermore, it was extremely draining. All right. Patriarch Monkey agreed. This Qin Yun's defensive moves are powerful. Let's compete in dermic powers with this mortal. Let's see how much longer he can last. Aged Fiend Goathorn was filled with anticipation as well. Whoosh! 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 The 8 fiendish blades formed from a simple thought. They were not real Dharma treasure weapons to begin with, but were condensed from an array formation. Their flying speed was even greater than Qin Yun's Misty Rain sword. Just a simple phasing away allowed them to streak across the sky and rapidly appear in front of the sect's hall. They even shrank, easily surrounding the Misty Rain sword. I want to see how much longer you can hold out for. The Ox Fiend brandished his axe and cleaved it at Qin Yun. He was using his bodily strength, augmented by the array formation's strength. He could last for more than half a month. Oh! Qin Yun immediately guessed the situation when he saw everything play out in front of him. You are trying to hold me back and drain me of my dermic powers? Qin Yun directed with his mind. Boom, dot. The Misty Rain sword's might turned ferocious as it suddenly blasted through the 8 fiendish blades and fled quickly. Swoosh! The 8 blades chased it at a faster speed. In response, the Misty Rain sword cast waning waxing moons. Although the surrounding void had been sealed, the flying sword's trajectory became unpredictable. It could move with more agility than manifestations of an array formation to begin with. Waning waxing moons left behind a series of flying sword phantoms in midair, preventing the 8 fiendish blades from truly trapping it. Of course, the Misty Rain sword did not stop, for it could be easily trapped if it paused for even a moment. I'll kill this single-horned ox fiend first, thought Qin Yun. Stars like rain. When the misty rain sword came near, it had a sudden burst of strength. Like a burning meteor that streaked across the sky, its speed was the fastest of all Qin Yun's sword moves. Oh! The ox fiend turned his head to give it a glance before scoffing. Again with this? He ignored it and turned back to continue his attack on Qin Yun. He allowed the meteor to streak across the sky and strike him in his back. Boom! The meteor-like flying sword stabbed into the ox fiend's back. This was the sharpest and fastest attack Qin Yun had. The ox fiend's back was extremely tough and his muscles were like boulders. Purple runic patterns were infused in them, and at that moment, the sword in the form of a meteor had plunged straight in. The surrounding muscles tore apart, giving the ox fiend a shock. It alarmed Patriarch Monkey, Aged Fiend Goathorn, the various Fiend Celestials, the Boar Ancestral Sect disciples, and the thin man that was inside the hidden compound. And at that moment, Ancestral Master Zhang and company were waiting in anticipation outside the Boar Ancestral Sect. Boom! Muscles tore apart as blood splattered. A bloody hole nearly 10 feet wide appeared on the ox fiend's back. However, his skin and muscles were just too thick, considering that he was about half a kilometer tall. Qin Yun's flying sword managed to stab 20 feet in but still only reached muscles. The layers of muscles immediately tightened and shifted in a bid to squeeze out the misty rain sword. Whoosh! The flying sword rapidly flew out of the wound. The bloody, 10-foot-wide wound rapidly closed as the half-kilometer-tall ox fiend's muscles squirmed. Qin Yun was alarmed. His most powerful stars like rain, the attack he was confident in, failed to penetrate the ox fiend's muscles? Qin Yun, that sect Master Boar Ancestral cultivates in the great strength ox fiend body. The potency of his physical body is the greatest of all the 9 lineage fiendish demons. He had once received 3 palm strikes from Bodhisattva Mahakasayapa and, although he was heavily injured, he managed to escape. In the Boar Ancestral Sect lair, there is the Ox Fiend Heaven Trampling Array that makes him even stronger. He will be the biggest obstacle when it comes to obliterating the Boar Ancestral Sect. You have to be careful. Ancestral Master Zhang had already provided him with immense amounts of information regarding the Boar Ancestral Sect before he came. Qin Yun was originally very confident. After seeing his wife and creating stars like rain, the enhancement to his sword Dao boosted his confidence. He is able to withstand my strongest sword move? Qin Yun's heart tightened at that moment. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 415. Chapter 415, Sect Master Boar Ancestral's Weakness. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. The ox fiend's body was more than half a kilometer tall. But although he was only inflicted with a bloody wound a mere 10 feet wide on his back, he remained alarmed. I have fought with sky immortals and bodhisattvas before and escaped unscathed. Now, I'm inside my Boar Ancestral Sect lair and have the Ox Fiend Heaven Trampling Array augmenting me, yet I was still injured by Qin Yun's flying sword? He is in no way weaker than Patriarch Bai or Bodhisattva Mahakasayapa. Patriarch Bai was a sky immortal that had lived since ancient times. He even used the amazing superior grade numinous treasure, Stellar Heavenly Cycle. Bodhisattva Mahakasayapa was the leader of the Buddhist school of thought in the Great Chang world. He had long cultivated a golden body and had many powerful abilities at his disposal. It was quite a thing to say that the might of Qin Yun's stars like rain was close to Bodhisattva Mahakasayapa and Patriarch Bai. The only thing he was lacking was dermic powers. If his dermic powers reached the sky immortal realm, perhaps Ancestral Master Zhang would be the only person in the Great Chang world who could match Qin Yun at that point. After all, the sword immortal lineage was known to be capable of destroying all Dharma with a single sword. Their powerful attacks allowed them to fight someone at a higher realm than them. His back muscles are extremely hard. Perhaps spots like his head, neck, or armpits are relatively weaker. Qin Yun had such a thought. The misty rain sword tore out of the bloody hole, and once again transformed into a blinding meteor. It was going for another strike. This time, the sword flash flew straight for the ox fiend's head. Humph! The ox fiend turned his head slightly and closed his eyes. He lowered his head at the perfect moment, making the top of his head that resembled a mountain clash with Qin Yun's flying sword. Bam! Sparks flew out of the point of impact. The skin that covered the ox fiend's cranium was just too thick. There was no way to tear through it. What? Qin Yun was somewhat astonished. Ha ha ha! Aged Fiend Goathorn watched from afar inside the sect's grand hall. He could not help but roar with laughter. The strongest part of Sect Master's great strength ox fiend body is the head. With the array formation's augmentation, it might even match the power of an inferior grade numinous treasure. How can it be blasted apart by a puny sword? Sect Master has the array formations protecting him, yet he was injured. Qin Yun is truly formidable, said Patriarch Monkey. Unfortunately, his opponent is Sect Master. And a distance away. Qin Yun controlled his intrinsic flying sword, unleashing his killer blows again and again. The intrinsic flying sword was extremely sharp and it contained the charms of the stars like rain. The blade tip made tiny tears in the void as it flew, but when it struck the ox fiend's body, he found that not only was its head not a vital spot, it was actually the ox fiend's strongest spot. As for the front of his chest, back, legs and other spots, only a bloody hole was produced. These were only considered superficial wounds. But Sect Master Boar Ancestral's massive body was fully able to withstand his strikes. The remnant core disciples in the sect's grand hall heaved a collective sigh of relief when they saw this turn of events. Some even said with a smile, Sect Master's fiend body rejuvenates rapidly, perhaps faster than he can be injured. Although Qin Yun is powerful, he can't do a thing to Sect Master. Furthermore, Sect Master is using the 8 Gates Fiend Saber Array to attack him. He needs to put so much effort into just fending off the attacks. To be in such an intense skirmish while controlling a numinous treasure, it drains just too much of his dermic powers. He definitely can't last long like this. He's ultimately immortal. Not only are his dermic powers insufficient, just diverting his attention to control a Dharma treasure drains one mentally. It's likely that he will soon be both mentally and physically exhausted. The core disciples discussed inside the hall. They definitely believe that their sect master would win given time. Now that he is trapped inside our Boar ancestral sect, he can forget about escaping. I wonder how he managed to infiltrate our lair in the first place. He probably concealed his identity and aura. However, now that he has exposed himself, our Boar ancestral sect array formations have activated and surrounded the area. There is no way for him to escape again. Yes, we have to kill him to avenge our junior sisters and junior brothers. These fiendish demons were all very confident. Many array formations protected the Boar ancestral sect, and they had been improved upon for hundreds of thousands of years. And beyond the array formations were Ancestral Master Zhang, Human Emperor, Bodhisattva Mahakasayapa, Sky Demon Palatial Lord, East Sea Sky Dragon, and Patriarch Bai. All 6 of them had gathered to destroy the sect and, apart from Human Emperor's avatar, they had all come in their true forms. Whoosh! Ancestral Master Zhang watched everything that was happening with his eye of lightning. Furthermore, he cast a water mirror spell, projecting everything he saw onto a water mirror. The water mirror presented the scene of the battle inside the Boar ancestral sect. The misty rain sword had cast stars like rain to dodge the obstruction of the 8 Gates Fiend Saber array. It continuously struck different spots of the Ox Fiend's body. I always knew that the Ox Fiend's body was powerful, and I have also heard of their cornerstone array, the Ox Fiend Heaven Trampling Array, but I have never seen him use it before, said Ancestral Master Zhang. I never expected that the array formation's powers made this Ox Fiend's strength multiply so much. The 8 Gates Fiend's Saber Array is also influencing Qin Yun's flying sword. Patriarch frowned as well. Although the 8 Gates Fiend's saber arrays might as weaker than the Ox Fiend with his surge of strength, its irregularity and fast speed, as well as it being good at trapping enemies, present too many hindrances for Qin Yun to crack the array formations. Sky Demon Palatial Lord watched intently, her eyes filled with a cold glimmer. She felt anxious, but there was nothing she could do either. If nothing can be done, we should temporarily retreat. At the very least, Qin Yun has killed almost all the Boar ancestral sect's fiendish demon disciples. That still reduces quite a bit of the scourge, said Ancestral Master Zhang. The ones that truly wreaked havoc in the world were the fiendish demon disciples. After all, real fiend celestials could not engage in mindless slaughter due to the limitations of the heavenly Tao. Those ordinary fiendish demon disciples are not worth mentioning, said East Sea Skydragon coldly. In but a few centuries, the Boar ancestral sect will have thousands of ordinary fiendish demons gathered once again. They are only the leaves. Sect Master Boar Ancestral, Patriarch Monkey, and the other fiend celestials are the main branches. The Boar ancestral sect can only be considered destroyed if those fiend celestials are killed. We can't enter, unfortunately, said Ancestral Master Zhang. The array formations that protected the sect might have been powerful, but with their strength, they could easily blast through them if they put their minds to it. However, the large number of innocent mortals that lived inside the array formations would be pulverized upon their destruction. With so many mortals dying, it would naturally incur the punishment of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly courts might even take note in that case. After all, they were just too invincible. If they were not limited, any sky immortal could slaughter billions of mortals easily. If that happened, mortals would truly be no different from beasts. We can only count on Qin Yun. If there's nothing we can do, we shall deliberate this matter later. Destroying the 9 lineage fiendish demons is just too difficult, said Bodhisattva Mahakasayapa calmly. And inside the Boar ancestral sect. As Qin Yun cast the cyclic sword flash with his heavy water sword to resist the Ox Fiend's tumultuous strikes, he spent most of his efforts directing the Misty Rain sword to dodge the 8 Gates Fiend's saber array while striking the Ox Fiend again and again. After more than 12 consecutive attacks, I have found no weak point? Qin Yun was surprised to discover this. Xiao watched from the side and realized that the situation was becoming increasingly risky. Sect Master Boar Ancestral might not be comparable to the peak third firmament fiend celestials chosen from the top sects in the effulgent great world, but with the Ox Fiend heaven trampling array's augmentation, he is able to match a sky fiend, thought Qin Yun. However, he has an inconspicuous weakness compared to a real sky fiend. With a thought from Qin Yun, the Misty Rain sword did a bend, striking one of the fiendish blades before heading straight for the Ox Fiend. This time, it was extremely gentle, like a breezy cloud. Like a gentle wind and a thin drizzle. It was a very ordinary strike. Oh? Sect Master Boar Ancestral was slightly puzzled when he saw it coming. Why is it so weak now? The flying sword was still extremely fast despite it looking ordinary. It instantly stabbed Sect Master Boar Ancestral's back. This stab widened Sect Master Boar Ancestral's eyes immediately. A terrifying force that appeared extremely frail transmitted through his body, heading straight for his massive heart. Bam! His heart twitched violently as many cracks ran along his body's interior. It made Sect Master Boar Ancestral feel faint, and he could not help but stumble as his legs went limp. He immediately genuflected and lowered the axe head to the ground to stabilize himself. His heart had extremely terrifying vital strength, so he naturally recovered rapidly. Sect Master Boar Ancestral's eyes were filled with alarmed rage. What happened? Aged Fiend Goathorn and Patriarch Monkey stood up suddenly inside the sex hall. Their faces were plastered with panic. The other Fiend Celestials and core disciples standing beneath them turned nervous. Their sect master, augmented by the Ox Fiend heaven trampling array, was the strongest thing their Boar ancestral sect had. It's indeed effective. Qin Yun was delighted to see the outcome. He had just cast the 6th move of the dreamlike sword, First Lightning Encounter. Every dreamlike sword move had a particular inclination. For instance, the bright moon cold nights mainly froze the void and even anything that moved inside a frozen body. It trapped the enemy in an extreme cold. The waning waxing moons was unpredictable with its unfathomable attacks, and the newest stars like rain formed numerous meteor showers and was the sharpest and most indomitable attack due to its sheer volume. As for first lightning encounter, it was the most gentle strike. It contained Qin Yun's emotions. The extremely soft strike was able to permeate an enemy's body before exploding inside of it. Of course, thanks to the various obstructions that one's dermic powers and body posed, the amount of effective power of the final hit was 30 to 40% of the original strike. Yet, this was already extremely formidable. Ordinary strikes seldom dealt much damage to a powerful fiend buddy's internals. This sect Master Boar Ancestral is a peak third firmament fiend celestial after all. His body's surface is augmented by an array formation which results in his increased strength and defense. But his heart remains the heart of a third firmament fiend celestial. This is the flaw of using an external force, it prevents him from being a true sky fiend. Thought Qin Yun. Go. Qin Yun cast first lightning encounter once again. As his sword Dao realm enhanced, the first 6 moves of the dreamlike sword were being constantly perfected while drawing on his experience. First lightning encounter was similarly being perfected. The second cast showed an obvious improvement. No good. Sect Master Boar Ancestral tried to defend by brandishing his large axe. However, in terms of agility, how could a huge axe compare with a flying sword? The flying sword remained ordinary, like an extremely gentle sword, as it stabbed into Sect Master Boar Ancestral's chest. Bam! The might was 20% stronger than before. Sect Master Boar Ancestral's heart quaked so loudly that it could even be heard from outside. It could be seen with the naked eye that his chest had swelled up before collapsing. Pfft! A mouthful of blood spewed out of Sect Master Boar Ancestral's mouth. No! He clenched his teeth, his eyes red. He crushed a yellowish wooden token, enhancing his speed by more than 10 times. His figure turned into a blur as he quickly headed for the sect's grand hall. At the same time, he sent an angry voice transmission, Skyfiend Jovu, my Boar Ancestral sect can't last much longer. Quickly take action. Quick! In the hidden residence in the Boar Ancestral sect, the luxuriously dressed thin man that sat cross-legged heard the voice transmission. He frowned slightly as a hint of anger suffused his long, foxy eyes. He responded with a voice transmission, Sect Master Boar Ancestral, try to hold out by yourself. I cannot be exposed or Empyrean Lord's plans will be ruined. Your Boar Ancestral sect's sacrifice will be greatly rewarded by Empyrean Lord. I'm about to die. What use are rewards? Sect Master Boar Ancestral roared angrily with a voice transmission. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 416. Chapter 416, Fiend Celestial World's Empyrean Lord. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Die. As Qin Yun continued to gain experience from the battle, he released his Misty Rain sword thrice. After Sect Master Boar Ancestral crushed the yellowish wooden token, his speed increased by more than 10 times. The Misty Rain sword managed to stab his back with the gentle strike again just as he arrived in front of the protected Grand Hall. Put! Sect Master Boar Ancestral spewed large mouthfuls of blood as his body halted in midair. His body collapsed to the ground, but his eyes lit up the instant he fell. He used his limbs to push off from the ground as he gritted his teeth to charge straight into the black barrier of light that protected the sect's Grand Hall. Sect Master. Sect Master. Patriarch Monkey and aged Fiend Goathorn rushed over to help him. Sect Master Boar Ancestral had already been reduced to his original height. He looked terrible and his eyes were red. There were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth and he held one hand to his chest, clearly finding it difficult to breathe. Sect Master, are you alright? Asked aged fiend Goathorn immediately. A little better than dead. Sect Master Boar Ancestral found even panting tiring. He chuckled softly. My heart has been shattered into dozens of pieces. What? Patriarch Monkey and aged fiend Goathorn panicked. I will not be able to fight like this, said Sect Master Boar Ancestral. This Qin Yun, his flying sword is just too odd. His attack is able to reach straight into my body, spreading across my heart. It triggered inside of my heart. Thankfully I have cultivated my great strength ox fiend body to the 7th level. If not, it wouldn't only be dozens of pieces. It would have been pulverized to dust. Perhaps my essence soul would also have been vanquished on the spot. Sect Master, rest for now. Patriarch Monkey's wizened face was filled with coldness. Leave the rest to that sky fiend. Our Boar Ancestral sect is in this predicament today all because of them. They can forget about standing idly on the sidelines. Yes, if our Boar Ancestral sect were to be eradicated, they can forget about staying aloof from the world. At most, we will all die together. Aged fiend Goathorn growled softly. Sect Master Boar Ancestral nodded slightly. As they conversed, they returned to the Grand Hall. And outside the Boar Ancestral sect, Ancestral Master Zhang and company were watching the entire battle through the water mirror. When Qin Yun's flying sword caused Sect Master Boar Ancestral to stumble and fall, to the point of genuflecting and requiring the axe to support his body, all of them revealed looks of delight. Nice! Patriarch Bai shouted out in joy. Beautiful, said Human Emperor with a laugh. Qin Yun's strike might look ordinary and even seems lacking in momentum, but when it stabs that ox fiend's body, he can't handle it even if there aren't any wounds on his surface. Look, he just spat out blood after the second strike. Sky Demon Palatial Lord's eyes lit up as well. Her voice was more melodious than music. He was quick to escape, commented East Sea Sky Dragon. Bodhisattva Mahakasayapa nodded. Years ago, the ox fiend had used a treasure. It made his speed increase more than 10 times. I couldn't even chase up to him if I wanted to. However, a sword immortal's flying sword is very fast to begin with. At Qin Yun's realm, his intrinsic flying sword speed is above that of the ox fiend's. He just got hit a 3rd time. What a pity. He managed to escape into the Grand Hall. He was just a little short. That ox fiend fell to the ground in the end. He's at the end of his road. All of them spoke with joyful looks on their faces. This was because everyone knew that escaping into the sect's Grand Hall meant nothing. The fiend's situation was still like that of a locust in late autumn. They could not last much longer. Behind the sect's Grand Hall, there was a secret residence. Light warped in front of a luxuriously dressed thin man that sat cross-legged in midair. The light vaguely manifested as 3 blurry figures. They were none other than Sect Master Boar Ancestral, Patriarch Monkey, and aged fiend Goathorn. They manifested themselves as phantoms through an array formation. Skyfiend Jovu, my Boar Ancestral sect won't last much longer, bellowed aged fiend Goathorn immediately. We're well past the point in time where you should make a move. Sect Master Boar Ancestral and Patriarch Monkey's phantoms were staring intently at the man, gauging his reaction. The man had a nasty expression as he said in a deep voice, "Your Boar Ancestral sect has been in existence for hundreds of thousands of years. Yet you can't even last against a single mortal sword immortal like Qin Yun? Is this our fault?" Sect Master Boar Ancestral said through gritted teeth. Brother Monkey has cast the 8 Gates Fiend Saber Array, an array with might capable of matching a Sky Fiend. That Qin Yun managed to easily defend against it. I was even aided by the Ox Fiend Heaven Trampling Array, making my body extremely powerful. Even a true Sky Fiend might not be my match in that environment. Who knew that a mortal sword immortal like him could manage to crack my heart with one strike? His strength is probably a lot more powerful than some real Sky Fiends. The man fell silent at that. In fact, Qin Yun's intrinsic flying sword already had the strength to match a sky fiend back in the effulgent Great World. After he figured out stars like rain, the other 6 moves of the dreamlike sword naturally transformed and became perfected. His overall strength was also enhanced. He was already the match of 3rd firmament sky immortals. Typical sky fiends were not really Qin Yun's match. Bam! Qin Yun controlled his intrinsic flying sword to strike the sect's grand hall. The man looked into the distance. The trio was also watching with building anxiety. We can't last much longer. His attacks can be ferocious and oppressive, or sharp and indomitable, or extremely soft and light. Our array formations can only hold back one kind of attack, not all the attacks he has, said Sect Master Boar Ancestral urgently. How much longer can you last? Is there any hope of binding him and ensuring the existence of the Boar Ancestral sect? Asked the man. Impossible. Aged Fiend Goat Horn said quickly. Just us alone will not be able to ensure the Boar Ancestral sect's safety. Sect Master is currently severely injured and unable to put up a fight. Even if he tried, it'd be equivalent to sending himself to die. We can only hide in the sect's grand hall. The only thing that can hold back Qin Yun's flying sword is the 8 Gates Fiend Saber array. The other array formations are just too weak. The effects they have on the intrinsic flying sword are just too trivial. Patriarch Monkey added, facing just the 8 Gates Fiend Saber array alone, the strength that Qin Yun has presented allows him to use 2 treasures. One of them can defend against the 8 Gates Fiend Saber array while the other slowly cracks the array. He will be able to destroy the ancient array formations of our Boar Ancestral sect one by one from the inside. The more the array formations are damaged, the easier it is for reinforcements to attack from the outside world. Daoist Divine Firmament and company could easily storm in. All of them are at the level of sky gods, sky immortals, and bodhisattvas. We are only barely able to match a sky god inside our sect through the augmentation of array formations. They, on the other hand, are real sky gods or sky immortals. Furthermore, Daoist Divine Firmament is the Dao Ancestor's personal disciple. His strength is truly formidable. If he storms in, we are doomed. We would definitely perish. Even if we expend all our treasures, we will at most last 5 minutes, said Sect Master Boar Ancestral in a deep voice. That is the most that we can do. 5 minutes? The thin man frowned. He then nodded and said, all right, I'll report this matter to Empyrean Lord. He will decide on what to do. The phantoms of Sect Master Boar Ancestral, Patriarch Monkey, and Aged Fiend Goathorn exchanged looks. They were all extremely on edge. All members of the 9 lineage fiendish demons had backers. However, most of them were from different fiend celestial worlds. The Boar Ancestral sect's backer was from a relatively more powerful fiend celestial world. Woo! The man took out a cornet. It's silently connected to a distant world across space. Rip! A rift appeared in front of him. It revealed a figure in a distant space. The figure sat on a throne and had 2 curved horns. Its body was shrouded in a blurry darkness. Empyrean Lord. The man bowed reverently. Greetings, Empyrean Lord. The phantoms of Sect Master Boar Ancestral, Patriarch Monkey, and Aged Fiend Goathorn also bowed respectfully. The blurry figure looked over. Empyrean Lord, there are some unforeseen circumstances that have happened in the Great Chang world, said the man respectfully. That Qin Yun suddenly infiltrated the Boar Ancestral sect. He even saved his wife, Xiao. His strength is presently extremely brilliant. Although he remains mortal, his strength is in no way weaker to real sky gods or sky fiends. The Boar Ancestral sect can't last much longer against him. If I do not take action, the Boar Ancestral sect will definitely be destroyed. And once the Boar Ancestral sect is destroyed, the array formations that we have spent a decade setting up in the Boar Ancestral sect are bound to be exposed. But if I were to take action, I'll definitely expose my identity as a sky fiend. I would also incur the suspicion of Taoist divine firmament and the rest. If they investigate the matter thoroughly, everything we set up in the Boar ancestral sect would still be exposed. Empyrean Lord, please give your orders on what we should do now. The man spoke extremely reverentially, and after he was done, he waited obediently for orders. The Boar ancestral sect trio did not dare utter a word. After all, for a long period of time, their Boar ancestral sect's backer was the existence right in front of them. The blurry figure fell silent for a moment before saying, "Destroy everything that has been set up in the Boar ancestral sect. Do not leave any traces. You must not let Taoist divine firmament and company discover it. As for the four of you, abandon the Boar ancestral sect. Use whatever means you have to escape. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 417. Chapter 417, In a Bid to Survive. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. The thin man was somewhat astonished. They were to give up everything that had been in the works for so long, But he did not dare disobey Empyrean Lord's orders, especially when right in front of him. He politely replied, "Yes, I understand." Sect Master Boar Ancestral, Patriarch Monkey, and Aged Fiend Goathorn exchanged looks. Empyrean Lord. Sect Master Boar Ancestral bowed and said with a sycophantic smile, "We spent 10 grueling years setting up that array formation. All sorts of rare treasures were sent here from the fiend celestial world, many of which I can't even identify. But the ones I can, are at least medial-grade numinous treasures. Are we really just going to destroy them? Isn't that too huge a price to pay? Yes, shouldn't we fight it out? Are we really abandoning everything to escape?" Aged Fiend Goathorn said immediately. "Isn't that too cowardly, Although Patriarch Monkey did not say a word, he also looked at Empyrean Lord expectantly. Although the trio had regarded him with smiles hanging from their faces, they were clearly disagreeable with his decision. "Oh." In the distant space, high atop a throne, the figure masked shrouded in darkness frowned as he looked at the three fiend celestials. "What impudence!" the thin man shouted in a shocked rage. "How can Empyrean Lord's orders be disobeyed?" "Yes, yes, yes." Aged Fiend Goathorn chuckled in reply. "Our Boar ancestral sect has lasted to this day all thanks to the treasures and manuals Empyrean Lord has bestowed on us. The gratitude we have towards Empyrean Lord is remembered by every generation of our Boar ancestral sect. We only serve Empyrean Lord. We have also never hesitated to do your murderous bidding. However, now that you ask us to abandon the Boar ancestral sect and escape for our lives, that is not something we are capable of. We can't do it." Sect Master Boar Ancestral and Patriarch Monkey said in unison. "If the three of you stay alive, it will not be difficult to re-establish the Boar ancestral sect in the future," said the man immediately. Skyfiend Zhouhu, Sect Master Boar Ancestral, turned his head to bow at Empyrean Lord. "Empyrean Lord, we do not mind abandoning the Boar ancestral sect. After all, re-establishing it isn't that difficult, it's true. But to ask us to flee for our lives? Right now, there's Qin Yun inside the sect and Taoist divine firmament and company outside. How are we to escape? Shut down the array formations that isolate the sect and the Boar ancestral sect. When the time comes, the four of us are to immediately use a void transference treasure to escape. As long as you are fast enough, there will still be hope," said the man. "Humph." Sect Master Boar Ancestral, Patriarch Monkey, and Aged Fiend Goathorn looked at the man with a sneer. "Hope?" Aged Fiend Goathorn scoffed and said, "That Qin Yun has definitely reached the sky immortal realm. One strike of his can seal the void. That might be ignored, but Taoist Divine Firmament, East Sea Skydragon, Sky Demon Palatial Lord, Bodhisattva Mahakasayapa, and the rest are just outside the sect. They will immediately discover that our Bohr ancestral sex isolation array formations have been shut down. They will probably instantly seal the surrounding space. Trying to escape before they seal off the area? Void transference isn't that fast. Just think of a way to confuse them, said the man. After which, you can seek the right opportunity to flee. Humph. Sect Master Bohr Ancestral looked coldly at the thin man. There's Qin Yun inside and there are powerful existences outside. We do not even have a 10% chance of successfully escaping. You want us to escape? Humph. Even if you are about to die, Empyrean Lord will probably help receive you. If the three of us die, there will truly be no return. You want us to flee? Only if there is more than a 50% chance of surviving will we risk it. If not, we are only sending ourselves to our deaths, said aged Fiend Goathorn. Forgive us for we are unable to agree to it, said Patriarch Monkey. The three of you. How bold of you to actually, the man said in anger. I can promise to receive all of you after you reincarnate and awaken your memories, said Empyrean Lord as he looked from afar. Receive us? Sect Master Bohr Ancestral, Patriarch Monkey, and aged Fiend Goathorn exchanged looks. We are not reincarnating voluntarily but would die in combat. Who knows where we will be reincarnated? Said Sect Master Bohr Ancestral with a shake of his head. Without any target, finding our reincarnated bodies and awakening our memories is already an extremely difficult task. To do it for 3, would you really go through that much trouble? Are you willing to pay such a huge cost? We are not sky fiends. We are only 3-peak third firmament fiend celestials. Empyrean Lord, the truth is you think nothing of us and are just beguiling us, isn't it? At the other end of the distant space, the eyes of the blurry figure blanketed by darkness shimmered. They were only 3 tiny ants. Yet, they dared. If they were really physically in front of it, just one look would be enough to obliterate the 3 ants. How impudent the 3 of you are, shouted Jovu. If we give up, said aged Fiend Goathorn. You want us to send ourselves to our deaths? We were demons to begin with. We entered the Bohr ancestral sect to seek immortality, to seek freedom, not to die, but even an Empyrean Lord has no right to send us to our deaths, said Sect Master Bohr Ancestral with a sneer. What were fiends? For themselves, they could sacrifice the billions of lives in their homeworlds without a second thought. When it came to their own life and death, so what if they lost decorum with an Empyrean Lord? Furthermore, they weren't very afraid of the fiend celestial. What was there to be afraid of when they were separated by distant space? Even in the history of the Bohr ancestral sect, seniors that had their strength reach the sky fiend realm would not dare to try the heavenly tribulation in the great Chang world. They would enter the other realm cosmos and rush to a slightly further fiend celestial world to survive the heavenly tribulations there. The world Empyrean Lord was in was just too far. There was no way to get there. Therefore, the trio would rather choose to be refugees in the other realm cosmos, for there was no way they could find Empyrean Lord's world. It was impossible for them to ever encounter Empyrean Lord in person, so losing decorum meant nothing. The 3 of us understand. Patriarch Monkey's wrinkled face had a smile. That mysterious array formation was set up by Sky Fiend Jovu. To destroy it? Perhaps Sky Fiend Jovu can destroy it without us knowing it. We can't stop him. But that mysterious array formation is something the 3 of us have seen with our own eyes. If you force us, we will tell Taoist Divine Firmament and Company everything. We will describe the mysterious array formation thoroughly to them. I believe that, as a personal disciple of the Tao ancestor, Taoist Divine Firmament will be able to guess what the mysterious array formation is from the information we provide. He will know what your plans are. The thin man had a nasty look on his face. We do not want to cooperate with Taoist Divine Firmament and Company. After all, we ultimately belong to the fiend celestial lineage. However, if you pressure us we will not hesitate to do so, said Sect Master Boar Ancestral with a smile. Sect Master Boar Ancestral, our request is simple. All we want is to live. As long as we live, the three of us are still willing to continue serving Empyrean Lord. Yes, we are willing to serve Empyrean Lord, added aged fiend Goathorn. The thin man raised his head to look at Empyrean Lord situated across distant space on the other end of the void rift. Empyrean Lord gave the three tiny ants a good look. All this time, the Boar Ancestral sect had always been obedient. He was already accustomed to them being obedient towards his every instruction. In order to live, you dare throw away decorum with me? Humph, they are only this bold because they are separated by distant space. If they were here with me, I would have long planted mental demon seeds in them. Empyrean Lord was secretly raging. I never expected that the plan I have been scheming for so long would end up being forced to this point by three tiny ants. The construction of the array formation did not allow for any mistakes. It was the reason why it was constructed inside the Boar Ancestral sect's lair. Empyrean Lord instinctively believed that it would take 100 years to finish constructing the array formation. It was unlikely anyone could overrun the Boar Ancestral sect in that century. After all, the Boar Ancestral sect had been in existence for hundreds of thousands of years. He never accounted for such a major slip-up. Qin Yun had managed to silently enter the Boar Ancestral sect's lair. Furthermore, he was too powerful. Now these three ants even dared to threaten him in order to live. If they were to tell everything to Taoist Divine Firmament, then all my plans will be exposed. Empyrean Lord chagrined. Darn it, Empyrean Lord. Sect Master Boar Ancestral continued his plea. All we need is Skyfiend Johu to help us fend off Qin Yun. Skyfiend Johu's realm is a lot higher than ours. If he were to take action, and we aided him, there is a chance of us trapping Qin Yun. If we manage to do so, preventing him from destroying the array formation and hence, stopping Taoist Divine Firmament and company from entering, our Boar Ancestral sect would be safe. Empyrean Lord, your array formation will also be safe. As for Skyfiend Johu's identity? So what if they suspect him to be a Skyfiend? It's not as though Skyfiends have never descended into the Great Chang world before. They would not be able to guess your true motives. From afar, Empyrean Lord watched the single-horned ox fiend speak and thought to himself. Fool! Once they discover the existence of a Skyfiend, Taoist Divine Firmament and company will definitely be alarmed. They will investigate the matter thoroughly. It's impossible to prevent exposure. Although he understood this point, Empyrean Lord had no other solution at the moment. Across such distant space, what use were immense dermic powers? Johu instructed Empyrean Lord finally. In that case, listen to the three of them. Help them to ensure the safety of the Boar Ancestral sect. If you can't, trigger the array formation. Trigger it? Skyfiend Johu was alarmed. Yes, move out ahead of time. Although it's a little rushed, it's better to try it if it's about to be exposed. Perhaps it might even succeed, said Empyrean Lord. With that said, he shot a glance at the delighted trio. He had originally planned on destroying the array formation without a trace and finding an opportunity to construct another one. He did not care if he lost some treasures and a few more decades. But the trio had forced him to hasten the movement. Whoosh! As the void rift closed, Empyrean Lord's figure vanished. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 418. Chapter 418, Skyfiend Johu's Strength. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Skyfiend Johu shot a glance at Sect Master Boar Ancestral and company, eyes filled with rage. He thought to himself, these three ants actually dare show Empyrean Lord disrespect. Once the array formation is activated, the vast armies of my fiend celestial world will arrive. Then they will know the price of disobeying Empyrean Lord. Sect Master Boar Ancestral's phantom chuckled instead. Skyfiend Jovu, Empyrean Lord mentioned triggering the array formation early. What will be moved out ahead of time? Yes, what exactly is the array formation for? Asked aged Fiend Goathorn sycophantically as well. All of you are aware that Empyrean Lord plants a mental demon Skyfiend in every subordinate of his, said Jovu indifferently. If I tried to leak the secret of the array formation, I would have my soul dissipated even before I could even form the words. Yes. The trio exchanged looks and did not press further. Everything that follows will rely on you now, said Sect Master Boar Ancestral with a boisterous laugh. As long as you can hold back Qin Yun, ensuring the Boar Ancestral sect's safety means ensuring the safety of Empyrean Lord's array formation. In that way, the longer you stall for time, the more perfect the setting up of the array formation will be. Perhaps we might even stall long enough for the array formation to reach its most perfect level. Let's hope so, said Jovu. Yet, he knew deep down. Empyrean Lord needs time to rally the troops too. I will try my best to stall for time. The more time I buy, the more time there is for Empyrean Lord to make his preparations. Flowery fragrance permeated the surroundings. Qin Yun held his wife's hand as they looked into the distance. The misty rain sword was striking the sect's grand hall relentlessly. Boom! The grand hall was barely holding up. The Fiend Celestial trio was powering the array formation with all they had. The disciples and Fiend Celestials in the grand hall watched as they shuddered in fear, afraid the hall would fail to hold. We are doomed. Even Sect Master is hiding in the hall because of his heavy injuries. He does not even dare try to escape. And now, they are only barely holding up through the use of treasures. Even a perpetual defense is bound to fail. Once the hall's defenses are broken through, knowing Qin Yun's habit of ridding the world of fiendish demons, he will definitely not spare us. Darn it! I do not wish to die with the sect. Junior sister, you are much cleverer than me. Do you have any ideas? Let me think about it. Let me think carefully. A tiger demon and a female snake demoness conversed over a voice transmission. At that moment, not only were these two disciples in panic, the other disciples were feeling the same as well. And at that moment, Qin Yun, you wish to destroy my Boar Ancestral sect? It won't be that easy. Sect Master Boar Ancestral's voice roared like thunder as it reverberated through the region. Oh! The disciples in the Grand Hall were alarmed. Did their Boar Ancestral sect have other means at its disposal? And a distance away, Qin Yun and Xiao were watching intently. Brother Jovu, everything now rests on you. Sect Master Boar Ancestral's voice continued reverberating through the region. I have been residing in your Boar Ancestral sect for quite some time. It's time for me to showcase my strength for once. A cold voice resounded through the region, and a figure walked out from a hidden hall behind the sect's grand hall. Every step he took covered a distance of 1,000 feet. In a few steps, he arrived high in the sky above the sect's grand hall. His thin figure was dressed in luxurious robes. He stared at Qin Yun with his long, slender, fox-like eyes. However, he emitted a billowing fiendish aura that corroded the surroundings. It caused the void itself to creak in response. What a terrifying fiendish aura! Qin Yun looked from afar and was somewhat alarmed. Judging from his aura, he's a peak third firmament fiend celestial, but his body feels even stronger than that of Sect Master Boar Ancestral? When has the Great Chang world ever had such a powerful fiend celestial? In the Great Chang world, the strength of a fiend celestial's physical body had always been inferior to the Buddhists and Taoists in general. Who are you? Qin Yun felt something was amiss as he bellowed. It is impossible for a fiend celestial of your strength to be unknown. Ha ha ha. Jovu laughed. I never expected that I, an other realm fiend celestial, would encounter a person like you in the Great Chang world. You match the strength of a sky fiend with only a mortal's body. If you were captured alive and handed over to Empyrean Lord would definitely reward me handsomely. Other realm fiend celestial? Qin Yun frowned. Is that very strange? Back when we attacked the Great Chang world, there were many fiend celestials that entered the Great Chang world. I only remained here because of my heavy injuries, said Zhou. Zhou knew very well. The later the secret of the array formation is discovered, the better Empyrean Lord's preparations will be. It's best I do not reveal the fact that I reincarnated into the Great Chang world. After all, Waha, Ma Chuan, Huangchong, and I add up to 4 who reincarnated into the Great Chang world. Once they confirm that I also reincarnated into the Great Chang world, they will definitely guess that Empyrean Lord is plotting a huge invasion. It was very difficult to reincarnate into another world to begin with. It was clearly suspicious if several beings were reincarnated consecutively in a short span of time. But if I reveal my full strength, and knowing Taoist Divine Firmament's intelligence, he will probably guess something. Sigh, I have no other thing I can do. I was forced into this all because of these 3 fools. Jihu sighed inwardly. Outside the Boer ancestral sect, Taoist Divine Firmament, Human Emperor, East Sea Sky Dragon, and company were watching everything that appeared in the water mirror. And other realm fiend celestial? Human Emperor said perplexed. Another realm fiend celestial that stayed behind after the huge war in the past? He was not imprisoned and even managed to hide in silence for so long? Taoist Divine Firmament frowned slightly. Other realm fiend celestials should not be that patient. Qin Yun hesitated for a moment. An other realm fiend celestial that remained behind? Move aside. I can agree to spare you, said Qin Yun. His goal was to destroy the array formations as fast as possible, allowing Taoist Divine Firmament and company to storm in. As for the other realm fiend celestial? Once Taoist Divine Firmament and company were inside, dealing with him would be even easier. How is it possible for all of you to spare an other realm fiend celestial like me? Besides, you are not my match, said Zhou. Although he said this, he did not take any action. He was deliberately stalling for time. Cut the crap. Qin Yun knitted his brows. Whoosh. The misty rain sword in midair turned and shot towards Zhou. Zhou's body immediately grew fine black hair. A pair of black wings grew from his ribcage as his fingers turned as sharp as talons. He extended his claws and grabbed one blood-colored knife in each hand. Kill. Zhou flicked his claws as the 2 blood-colored knives spun out, clashing with the misty rain sword in an unpredictable manner. Humph. My twin lunar fiend knives can do melee and long-ranged combat. With them I can match ordinary sky fiends in long-range combat. Although my current dermic powers are slightly weaker, it'll be enough to deter him a little. Although he did defeat that ox fiend, it's only because the ox fiend was too weak. Zhou was filled with confidence. Boom! The misty rain sword attacked with its most domineering attack, the 5th move of the dreamlike sword, traveling in solitude. This strike was so oppressive that it could render the skies asunder. After repeatedly attacking the Sex Grand Hall, Qin Yun's traveling in solitude had been perfected. It had reached a whole new level. It was already at the same level as stars like rain. However, it was of a different nature. One was inclined towards pure strength, while the other was inclined towards speed and extreme sharpness. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 2 battle knives spun as they crossed each other from 2 different directions in a bid to hold back Qin Yun's flying sword. But with a loud boom, the misty rain sword transformed into a sword flash 1,000 feet wide. It pushed through the 2 combat knives without any resistance. The mystic runes on them instantly dissipated as they were sent flying backward. What? Sky Fiend Zhou was alarmed. He had been watching from afar previously, not knowing that Qin Yun's sword moves were being constantly improved and perfected. Therefore, he had made a mistake in judging Qin Yun's strength. He got utterly defeated almost instantly? Aged Fiend Goathorn stared with widened eyes from inside the grand hall. Didn't he brag a lot? Isn't he the reincarnation of a sky fiend? That's only a long-distance attack. Perhaps he is stronger at melee combat. Sect Master Boar Ancestral said this but was uncertain as well. Kill. The faraway Qin Yun continued directing the Misty Rain sword. A wisp of misty rain coruscated around Zhou in an unfathomable fashion. At times, it would manifest as a burning meteor, casting stars like rain. Sometimes, it would be the domineering traveling in solitude. And at other times, it would be gentle and converged as first lightning encounter. The myriad changes in the sword moves, along with the flying sword being extremely fast, caused the combat knife-wielding Sky Fiend Zhou to be covered in bloody wounds. He was stuck on the defensive, unable to muster a counterattack. He is stronger than I expected. How is he this strong? Is this the strength of a sword immortal? Zhou's body was indeed extremely strong and his two battle knives had mystical properties, but he could barely hold on. Sky Fiend Zhou, didn't you say you were going to capture Qin Yun alive? Asked Sect Master Boar Ancestral in a nervous voice transmission. This Qin Yun is too strong. Furthermore, the might of his flying sword moves are constantly increasing. Zhou turned anxious as well. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 419. Chapter 419, Cosmic World. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Outside the Boar Ancestral sect, Ancestral Master Zhang and company were all alarmed. This other realm Sky Fiend is really strong, commented Patriarch Bai. He clearly is only a third firmament fiend celestial, but he has strength that matches that of a Sky Fiend. Look at his saber arts. They are extremely intricate. I will probably not be able to repress him without using the stellar heavenly cycle. How have we never heard of him before considering his potent strength? Said Ancestral Master Zhang with a frown. Sky Demon Palatial Lord gritted her teeth and said anxiously, unfortunately, we can't help in any way. We can't. Bodhisattva Mahakasayapa nodded slightly. Qin Yun needs to first destroy a portion of the array formations inside, weakening the array formation so we can storm in. At this point in time, we can really only count on him. This Boar Ancestral sect is a lot stronger than we expected. And now there's the addition of this mysterious other realm Fiend Celestial, said Daoist Divine Firmament. Now, let's see what Qin Yun is capable of. They could do nothing to the Boar Ancestral sect after all this time. It was only because Qin Yun had obtained the major transference Dao Talisman, allowing him to enter the Boar Ancestral sect's lair directly, and his mortality, that gave them hope in destroying the Boar Ancestral sect. Oh? Qin Yun controlled the Misty Rain sword to attack Sky Fiend Zhou from every angle. No wonder he dares make such bold claims. His saber arts are very honed, and they flow into one another quite perfectly, thought Qin Yun. They appear to have been tempered and, despite my flying sword's myriad of changes, I am only barely able to injure him? If not for my recent attainment of stars like rain allowing my sword Dao to improve, I might even be inferior to him. The other realm Fiend Celestial in front of him was very powerful. He had an extremely strong body, both inside and outside. He was not like Sect Master Boar Ancestral who had an obvious weakness. The two battle knives were a set of inferior-grade numinous treasures. His sword arts were mystical, greatly reducing the might of Qin Yun's flying sword, making it so it barely injured him. Furthermore, the injuries were little more than scratches on his powerful fiend body which he could rapidly recover from. If I can't kill him, I'll temporarily trap him. Qin Yun had a thought. Go. He waved his left hand. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh! 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 A black bangle flew out from his wrist, and when it arrived near to Zhouhu, it scattered into 6 cosmic bangles that surrounded Zhouhu. Cosmic world, entrap! Qin Yun commanded. Immediately, the 6 cosmic bangles were triggered, forming an array formation world that only spanned half a kilometer. As for the misty rain sword, it secretly retreated. Oh! Zhouhu looked at his surroundings. He had been trapped in the array formation world. Begone! Skyfiend Zhouhu was filled with confidence as both his combat knives formed a gigantic stream of light that cleaved at the array formation as it swept out its curved arc. Bam! 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 The membrane of the array formation world distorted as countless runic patterns stirred in the world formed by the 6 cosmic bangles. But it was fully able to withstand Zhouhu's ferocious attacks. How is this possible? My twin lunar fiend knives are able to cleave apart a grotto heaven. Zhouhu reeled in disbelief as he continued his relentless assault. Rumble! His numerous strikes were either ferocious or ruthless, but he was completely trapped in the cosmic world. Humph! Qin Yun nodded his head when he saw this. Each of the cosmic bangles has a world in and of itself. The 6 cosmic bangles together are able to form a powerful array formation world. My realm was previously lacking, preventing me from drawing out the true strength of the cosmic bangles. But now, my realm is sufficiently high. Among all the inferior grade numinous treasures, the cosmic bangles had always been most suitable for Qin Yun. That was because his sword Dao pursued perfection like the heavenly cycles. Therefore, although he constantly created new sword moves, his most powerful one was always the defensive sword move, cyclic sword flash. The cosmic bangles perfectly aligned with his sword Dao, and, now that his Dao realm had been greatly enhanced, the might it delivered was also more powerful. When it came to trapping enemies, Qin Yun's intrinsic flying sword was good at both the offensive and defensive. But in terms of trapping enemies or sealing, his sword wasn't of much help. However, the cosmic bangles were extremely good in this aspect. Inside the Sect's Grand Hall, aged Fiend Goathorn said in shock, Skyfiend Zhouhu has been trapped just like that. Qin Yun really has a lot of numinous treasures. The divine sword that transformed into 100 sword components was a numinous treasure. Those bangles are considered a numinous treasure too, said Patriarch Monkey. Quick, aid me. Zhouhu anxiously sent a voice transmission through his transmission treasure. Brother Monkey, quickly use the 8 Gates Fiend Saber Array to help Skyfiend Zhouhu, said Sect Master Boar Ancestral instantly. Now that he's trapped, we are in big trouble. All right. Patriarch Monkey nodded immediately. Who? The 8 Gates Fiend Saber Array was still in pursuit of the Misty Rain Sword, but it now gave up on its pursuit. Instead, it surrounded and attacked the cosmic world. Bam! 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 The 8 gigantic fiend sabers struck the floating bangles as Skyfiend Zhouhu attacked fervently from inside. The cosmic world distorted slightly but managed to hold strong. Both inside and outside, there was a strength that matched that of Skyfiend's attacking, but the cosmic world clearly was not something so easily cracked. Every numinous treasure had their individual strengths when refined. Due to the cultivator and the runic patterns formed by the numinous treasure during its refinement, it was very difficult to find a perfect match, making the strength the treasure delivered usually quite ordinary. Therefore, when immortals or fiends chanced upon a numinous treasure that was well suited to them, they would use it perpetually. They would even ruminate over the runic patterns within the treasure to conform to it. Over time, that conformity would become more enhanced. Similarly, the might produced by the numinous treasure would also increase with time. And the cosmic bangle was the one that conformed to Qin Yun the most amid his numerous numinous treasures. This was also the reason why an intrinsic Dharma treasure was so powerful. An intrinsic Dharma treasure conformed absolutely and was even a part of one's very being. As a result, it could deliver extraordinarily. We still can't crack it? It's impregnable. We can't save Sky Fiend Xiao. Inside the hall, the three fiend celestials were taken aback. Boom! 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 The misty rain sword transformed into a meteor as it struck the hall again and again. The hall was being enveloped by a blurry purple light and it was on the verge of collapse. Attack Qin Yun's body, said Sect Master Boar Ancestral immediately. Brother Monkey, use the 8 Gates Fiend Saber Array to target Qin Yun's body. He'll need to use the numinous treasure sword that can split into 100 sword artifacts to withstand it. Then he'll be powering the 6 black bangles as well as 100 sword artifacts. 2 numinous treasures is too much of a burden for a mortal sword immortal like him. It'll be impossible for him to divert his attention to cast other attacks. Yes. Aged Fiend Goathorn nodded immediately. The burden on a mortal sword immortal from his powering of the numinous treasures is just too great. Just controlling one inferior grade numinous treasure has a burden equivalent to controlling many transcendent grade Dharma treasures. The burden on one's dharmic powers and the enervation of one's mental strength were great. It was exhausting maintaining both. For a mortal sword immortal to be able to maintain 2 inferior grade numinous treasures was only a feat of Qin Yun's pure dharmic powers. Other Khanate golden core cultivators were not even capable of handling the burden of 1 inferior grade numinous treasure. Go! Patriarch Monkey's wrinkled face lit up with anticipation. The 8 Gates Fiend sabers manifested and dissipated unpredictably and they moved extremely quickly. No one could hold them back as they darted straight for Qin Yun's body. It's the 8 Gates Fiend saber array again? Qin Yun knitted his brows. Instead of a numinous treasure, the green leaf flying sword flew out of his sleeve. With a whoosh, it transformed into the cyclic sword flash to protect his surroundings. When the 8 Gates Fiend saber array attacked once again, it was completely stopped by the cyclic sword flash, unable to proceed a further inch. It's a flying sword in the shape of a leaf? The green leaf flying sword? It's the transcendent grade green leaf flying sword. Sect Master Boar Ancestral and company obviously recognized it. It was a transcendent grade flying sword in the Great Chang world. Before Qin Yun's rise, there were only 2 of them. He can block our attacks with the mere cast of the green leaf flying sword? Aged Fiend Goathorn was taken aback. The burden a transcendent grade flying sword had on Qin Yun was just too little. Why didn't he use that numinous treasure? Sect Master Boar Ancestral felt a little flustered. For his part, Qin Yun remained calm and composed. I wasn't very familiar with the Boar Ancestral sect's attacks in the beginning. I did not know how powerful their means were. To be safe, I used the heavy water sword to cast cyclic sword flash, thought Qin Yun. Now that I understand the means at their disposal, and the cyclic sword flash has been further perfected to a brand new level, I know how to best defend against them. Back in the effulgent great world, my green leaf flying sword was able to withstand the combat forces of 2 sky fiends. Now with my increase in realm, the green leaf flying sword is not pressured in any way against the 8 Gates Fiend saber array. He was the most confident when it came to defense. The cosmic bangles have trapped the other realm Fiend Celestial while the green leaf flying sword protects me. I'll keep the heavy water sword by my side to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Qin Yun watched from afar. Now that the Fiend Celestials in the Boar Ancestral sector are hiding, with none of them daring to exit, I can continue destroying the array formations without worry. However, this 8 Gates Fiend saber array will be quite a hindrance. I'll first destroy the hall and kill that trio. That will make cracking the array faster. Once Ancestral Master Zhang and company enter, we can vanquish that other realm Fiend Celestial together. Qin Yun was now filled with confidence. Sect Master Boar Ancestral had been forced to hide from the beatings he suffered. The other realm Fiend Celestial was trapped inside the cosmic world. The situation was completely under his control. Boom! 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 The misty rain sword continued attacking the sect's grand hall. The layers of purple light on the hall's exterior began to collapse before a yellow layer of light appeared. Behind the sect master Boar Ancestral's throne, the 3 yellow-mounted beads were becoming dimmer at a discernible pace. Sect master, it's about to crack. It's about to fall. Aged Fiend Goathorn panicked. Sky Fiend Zhouhu was able to match Qin Yun, but the 3 of them would be wiped out easily. Even their strongest sect master using the Ox Fiend Heaven Trampling Array would survive only 2 strikes of the 6th move of the Dreamlike Sword, First Lightning Encounter. He and Patriarch Monkey would die in 1 strike. Sky Fiend Zhouhu, we can't hold on any longer. Not much longer. Sect Master Boar Ancestral gripped his transmission treasure and urged with a panicked voice transmission. Inside the cosmic world, Zhouhu had also stopped after not being able to crack open the cosmic world through multiple consecutive strikes. He flipped his hand and produced a transmission treasure. Sky Fiend Zhouhu, isn't there the array formation? Quickly trigger it. Quick! The voice emitted out of the transmission treasure. We will die if you delay any further. Don't fool with us. If we are pressed into a corner, we will spill everything to Taoist divine firmament. The transmission treasure continued its transmission. Sect Master Boar Ancestral and company were clearly in a panic. Skyfiend Zhouhu's long, slender eyes were filled with rage. Empyrean Lord, I'm truly useless. I wanted to stall for more time, allowing our fiend celestial world to be greater prepared. I have no choice now. This Qin Yun's strength is indeed much greater than I expected. Zhouhu had a fierce glimmer in his eyes. I'll trigger it then. I'll let the great Chan world know of our prowess. Let the fiend celestial army of our world trample flat the great Chan world. His left claw formed a hand seal. Buzz. A strange black mystical runic mark formed in midair. It began resonating with a massive, mysterious array formation that was set up deep in the Boar ancestral sect. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 420. Chapter 420, Setting Off Prematurely. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The mysterious array formation spanned more than half a kilometer. It was mainly black in color but had a few other colors mixed in. Before it was activated, its construction was hidden underground. The moment it was activated, countless runic patterns lit up on its surface. They were golden in color and appeared infinitely mystical. These golden patterns had a faint dazzle to them and seemed to distort space itself. Boom! A terrifying blast surged towards the sky as the earth and rocks above were reduced to nothingness. A column of light more than half a kilometer in diameter forcibly tore open a massive black hole. The black hole was the door to a distant world. Qin Yun, who had trapped Zhouhu and was attacking the Grand Hall with his misty rain sword relentlessly, had a change in expression when he saw the terrifying blast and the appearance of the gigantic black hole vortex. The column of light was just too powerful. The vortex was just too large. A world passageway? Qin Yun found it unbelievable. A world passageway typically starts small and weak, then expands. How is this one so massive from the moment it appeared? Furthermore, it's so stable? Back when Qian opened a world passageway using a world altar, it wasn't even stable enough to allow an essence soul to pass through because the matter was quickly resolved. This world passageway is a lot stronger than the one Qian opened. It's definitely enough to let an essence soul pass through. Qin Yun activated his Eye of Lightning and looked at the mysterious array that had been exposed. I never expected that such a huge array formation was hidden under the Boar ancestral sect. Qin Yun knew quite a lot of untold secrets. For instance, a world passageway would usually only open as a tiny tunnel. Like a dike, a tiny ant hole had to be made first. As the saying goes, an ant hole causes the collapse of a great dike. Without any hindrance, the ant hole could constantly be widened. As that happened, it would allow the passage of a first firmament essence soul, then a second firmament essence soul. Once it expanded to its limits, it could even allow passage for an ordinary sky fiend. However, this method was relatively slower. The rate of expansion would become slower over time. To expand the world passageway to the point of letting a sky fiend through, it would probably take a month. The other method was to forcibly open a huge world passageway right away. The advantage of it opening instantaneously was obvious, but it carried the disadvantage of an immense price. If a world passageway that allowed passage for sky fiends needed to be instantly opened, the cost would be worth several superior-grade numinous treasures. Although the gains of conquering a small world was huge, it was not worth spending several superior-grade numinous treasures for the setup of the necessary array formations. Unless there was a special reason. They activated a massive world passageway right away, and it was only because I attacked the Boar ancestral sect and forced them to activate it prematurely, thought Qin Yun. If they had been given them enough time, they probably would have been able to open an even larger world passageway. Upon coming to this conclusion, Qin Yun could not help but shudder. Thankfully, he had forced them to act prematurely. Outside the Boar ancestral sect, the water mirror reflected the column of light that shot out from the mysterious array formation. A massive black hole had been torn open. The 6 mighty figures of the Grand Chang world were watching stoically. They all understood what was happening once they saw the huge, stable world passageway. Thankfully, we had Qin Yun who could go Boar ancestral sect now and force them to activate the array formation. Patriarch Bai's voice was trembling slightly. The enemy is daring. If they had finished their preparations, then this array would have caused a huge catastrophe. Ancestral Master Zhang nodded. We're definitely not dealing with an ordinary Empyrean Lord, for him to be capable of setting up such an elaborate array formation. Based on the inchoate form of the array formation, the original plan was to set up a world passageway that allows passage for sky fiends. If we had not attacked the Boar ancestral sect, they might have activated the world passageway in a few decades. Large swaths of sky fiends would have been able to charge into our world. Although world passageways into small worlds only allow passage for third firmament sky fiends, added Bodhisattva Mahakasyapa, once the numbers are great enough, and they get into a combat formation, it is highly likely for us to lose. That's not right. The enemy should know that I'm the Tao ancestor's disciple. If I spare no expense to seek the help of a senior brother from Green Turing Palace, we could easily ensure the safety of the Great Chang world. Ancestral Master Zhang frowned. Furthermore, to set up an array formation that allows passage for sky fiends costs several superior-grade numinous treasures. It's not worth it to conquer a small world. The enemy must have a special reason for planning such an operation. What could that reason be? Bodhisattva Mahakasyapa was puzzled as well. And at that moment, whoosh! Another realm fiend celestial crawled out of the black hole vortex with great difficulty. His 6 muscular arms, covered in scales, reached out first, grabbing the membranous wall of the vortex. Before long he was squeezing his body into the Great Chang world. The array formation still has too many flaws. The moment the other realm fiend celestial entered, he immediately plunged towards the mysterious array formation. He took out materials from his cosmic bag and quickly got to working on the array formation. Boom! Qin Yun controlled the misty rain sword to attack the column of light. The blurry column of light protected the mysterious array formation as well as the black hole vortex. Regardless of how Qin Yun attacked with his intrinsic flying sword, the column of light remained unperturbed. In terms of defense, this column of light is much stronger than any of the Boar ancestral sect's array formations. Qin Yun turned anxious. The column of light expanded suddenly as it spread outwards. Soon, it enveloped even the Grand Hall nearby. Sect Master Boar Ancestral, Patriarch Monkey, Aged Fiend Goathorn and the other Fiend Celestials and disciples charged for the mysterious array formation's light. Damn it, After the remnant members of the Boar ancestral sect took shelter inside the half-kilometer region, the column of light also shrank back to its original size. As for Qin Yun, he continued casting his misty rain sword, but his attacks remained fruitless. We are safe. The Boar ancestral sect disciples revealed looks of delight. Sect Master Boar Ancestral, Patriarch Monkey, Aged Fiend Goathorn exchanged looks as they sent secret voice transmissions. In order to live, we threw away all decorum. We have defied Empyrean Lord. Once the Fiend Celestial world has a chance, they will likely kill us. The three of them were extremely careful. They had to struggle for a chance to live by wavering between factions. Quick, faster. Faster. The six-armed other realm Fiend Celestial that was first to enter was adept at array formations. He was mending the array formation as best he could. Although the materials being used now are worse than what was originally planned, as long as it's fully mended, it would be easy for peak third firmament Fiend Celestials to enter. Empyrean Lord still has a chance of fulfilling his goal. Whoosh! Another other realm Fiend Celestial crawled out of the black hole vortex with great difficulty and made it into the Great Chang world. Clearly, it was still not easy for these third firmament Fiend Celestials to enter. Qin Yun could not help but send a voice transmission to Taoist Divine Firmament and Company when he saw this. Senior Zhang, what do we do now? Outside the Boar ancestral sect. Are we to use that treasure now? Whispered Human Emperor. Patriarch Bai and Company looked at Ancestral Master Zhang. The fact that the Great Chang world could fend off the numerous Fiend Celestial worlds to this day meant that its heritage was a lot better than the Boar ancestral sect. Although the Boar ancestral sect had a massive number of mortals in its array formations, preventing them from storming in for fear of the heavenly Tao, at perilous times, they could use their cornerstone treasure that protected humanity. They still had means to wipe out the Boar ancestral sect. It should not be used unless absolutely necessary. Using the treasure to kill a few sky fiends isn't worth it, said Ancestral Master Zhang. If the situation gets really bad, I'd rather seek the help of my senior brothers in Green Turing Palace than use humanity's cornerstone treasure. The Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure imparted his knowledge to all people without discrimination, his disciples numbered in the tens of thousands. Ancestral Master Zhang was considered one of the less remarkable ones and held a relatively lower standing. Even if he sought the help of his senior brothers, they would usually not bother with him. But since he had many senior brothers, he was bound to find at least one to help if he sought out enough of them. However, with Ancestral Master Zhang's pride, he would not beg for help unless he was forced into an impossible situation. Qin Yun, you do not need to bother with those Fiend Celestials. Destroy the Boar ancestral sect's array formation with all your strength. Do it as soon as possible so that we can join you. The earlier, the better. The later it is, the more trouble there will be. Ancestral Master Zhang's voice sounded from the transmission treasure with a hint of urgency. Qin Yun held the transmission treasure in hand. Don't worry. Leave it to me, responded Qin Yun. By the side, Xiao said immediately, but the 8 Gates Fiend Saber array is being a hindrance. There are other array formations obstructing us as well. Cracking the array will be very troublesome. We can't let those bother us. Only the 8 Gates Fiend Saber array can pose a hindrance. As Qin Yun said that, he extended his left hand. 2 beams of light tore through the sky after they shot out from his sleeve. They were a pair of transcendent-grade flying swords that Qin Yun had specially bought through Ancestral Master Zhang before their assault on the Boar ancestral sect. The sword pair's name was the Lover's Sword, one male, the other female. Together, they formed a transcendent-grade flying sword. Qin Yun was still using the cosmic bangles to trap Skyfiend Zhouhu. In such a situation, he had to simultaneously control the Lover's Sword, his intrinsic flying sword, and the Greenleaf flying sword. That was already his limit. Pop Qin Yun took out a jade bottle and a 9 revolutions spirit pill flew out. He immediately swallowed it, recovering his mental strength and dermic powers. Let's risk it all. The misty rain sword, lover's sword, and the green leaf flying sword streaked across the sky as they separately assaulted the array formation. You people from the Boar ancestral sect, stop them. The six-armed other realm fiend celestial shouted. We cannot let Taoist divine firmament and the rest enter. Don't worry. Sect Master Boar Ancestral, Aged Fiend Goathorn, and Patriarch Monkey did not dare slack off. They directed the array formation to obstruct Qin Yun's 3 flying swords. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 421. Chapter 421, Empyrean Lord's 2 Disciples. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. The 3 flying swords streaked across the sky like 3 white beams of light as they launched attacks from different directions. The Boar ancestral sect spent hundreds of thousands of years setting up array formations, making improvements every generation, making it an impregnable fort to outside forces. Even if Taoist Divine Firmament and company had the means to crack the array by force, they could not prevent the collateral loss of lives of the mortals within. It's relatively easier to destroy from the inside, but these array formations are stacked over each other, making it like a thick fog. The interior levels can only be destroyed after the exterior levels are destroyed. It will probably take some time to destroy them one layer at a time. Qin Yun felt the pressure. He needed to maintain the cosmic bangle's suppression on Zhouhu as well as endure the hindrances of the 8 Gates Fiend Saber array. He planned on eliminating the Boar ancestral sect trio first. If he could stop the array formations from hindering him, would it make it easier to crack the defensive arrays? But now, they had fled into the column of light. Crack! The misty rain sword was the fastest and its might was most terrifying. It transformed into a burning meteor and assaulted a mountain peak not too far away. With a boom, the mountain peak was blasted to bits. A large number of spikes shot out from the flying sword, destroying the exposed array flags and array discs from the blasted mountain. Following that, it attacked forcibly again, uncovering an ancient array chart deep under the mountain. After destroying the ancient array chart, one layer of the periphery array formation that protected the entire Boar ancestral sect dissipated. Thankfully, Qin Yun was causing damage from the inside, or it would have been more than 10 times higher. Stop him. How long has this Qin Yun been cultivating for? Yet, he's already this strong? The Boar ancestral sect trio felt their hearts ache from the loss. This was their sect. Defensive array formations built up over hundreds of thousands of years to protect it were being destroyed. Demolishing things were fast, but building them back up was very difficult. Whoosh! Countless arrows in the sky crashed against one of the lovers' swords in midair. Black chains spread across the land and sky as they flailed to stop the other flying sword. The 8 Gates Fiend Saber array was used to hinder the misty rain sword. The Boar ancestral sect trio were doing their best to hinder Qin Yun's destruction of the array while controlling one array formation each. It's useless. Now that Qin Yun's sword moves had reached a brand new level, the might produced by the transcendent grade lover's sword was above the 8 Gates Fiend Saber array. How could the arrows or black chains be able to hinder them? Countless arrows filled the sky, blanketing the world in a dark shadow. Black chains shot out from the void as they constantly darted underneath the darkened sky. The 8 Gates Fiend Saber array was even faster. Bam! 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 However, the misty rain sword and the lover's sword's pair remained intact. As more damage was incurred, the flaws in the originally intact layers of array formations became more obvious. It allowed Qin Yun to find even more flaws to crack the array even faster. Dad, look. What's happening? A father and daughter duo that had gone up a mountain to pluck herbs looked up in astonishment. A large village had established itself in a kernel. Thousands of people lived within 5 kilometers of the village, and stayed in that area permanently. Due to the array formations, they could not go beyond 10 kilometers. They saw a black chain extend from the horizon when they looked up as it coiled around a stream of light. The stream of light was plummeting towards the call they lived in. What's happening? The villagers were alarmed. Whoosh! An invisible force descended upon them, causing thousands of villagers to fly into the sky. It was none other than Qin Yun's Dao domain. His Dao domain easily scooped up and protected thousands of villagers. The call quaked under the flying sword strike. A large region was directly pulverized, blasting apart a huge crater that spanned kilometers. It revealed a massive, mystical array chart beneath. This revealed the truth that thousands of people had been living above an array chart for generations. Black chains plummeted from high in the sky in a bid to obstruct the flying sword, but it moved with extreme agility. Although it did collide with the chains occasionally, it would just shatter them and move on. Clearly, the might of the flying sword was extremely terrifying as well. Immediately following that, the flying sword struck the array chart, destroying it instantly. Swoosh! After destroying the array chart, the flying sword instantly and deathly departed. The black chains continued their pursuit of the flying sword without harming the mortals. After all, Sect Master Boar Ancestral and company did not dare engage in the mindless slaughter of thousands of mortals. They had all reached the Essence Soul realm a long time ago. Qin Yun controlled his 3 flying swords to destroy the array formation. Although he encountered resistance, slowing down his destructive speed greatly, it was still a mostly successful endeavor. However, the black hole was still protected by the column of light, had already produced 2 fiend celestials who were doing their best to mend the array formation, and now a 3rd fiend celestial had crawled in. He was an ox-headed fiend celestial with a huge saber slung across his back. His skin was black like an igneous rock. Following behind him was a 4th fiend celestial who grabbed the wall membrane of the black hole as he crawled into the Great Chan world with great difficulty. He was a wolf-headed fiend celestial with snow-white fur. He wore a pair of sharp Dharma treasure gloves. The 2 fiend celestials looked at the distant Qin Yun and also saw Sky Fiend Zhou being trapped inside the cosmic world. To think that Monarch Zhou has been trapped, said the ox-headed fiend celestial with a voice transmission. Junior brother, this mortal strength is indeed terrifying. Do not let your guard down or disappoint master. Let's go. Time to destroy that sword immortal named Qin Yun, said the wolf-headed fiend celestial with a voice transmission. The duo transformed into 2 streams of light and instantly flew out of the column of light. The column of light did not obstruct them in any way. Oh! Qin Yun also saw the 2 distant fiend celestials rushing at him murderously. They must be somewhat confident to charge me as mere 3rd firmament fiend celestials. Qin Yun knitted his brows slightly. Onward! He sent out the green leaf flying sword. The green leaf flying sword cast waning waxing moons as it pressed towards the 2 fiend celestials in an extremely strange manner. Oh! The ox-headed fiend celestial immediately drew the saber from his back as he made a show of his mighty and terrifying saber arts. The wolf-headed fiend celestial's sharp claws effused cold auras as they manifested as countless illusions. Clang! 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 The weapons collided ceaselessly. The flying sword moved unpredictably as it attacked from every direction. However, the ox-headed and wolf-headed fiend celestials managed to defend against every strike. The green leaf flying sword also delivered other moves, but because it was much weaker than the intrinsic flying sword, it ultimately could not do much to the 2 fiend celestials. Fiend celestials capable of fighting others a level higher than themselves? Qin Yun was secretly alarmed when he saw this scene. Among the big sects of the effulgent great world, 3rd firmament fiend celestials that can fight above their level and match sky fiends are considered elites. Yet I'm encountering 2 here? This fiend celestial world appears to be quite strong. Following that, the green leaf flying sword immediately transformed into a stream of light as it returned to him. Poof! Those 2 are personal disciples of Empyrean Lord. They are the only 2 3rd firmament fiend celestials that can match sky fiends. From the cosmic world, Skyfiend Jovu scoffed secretly as he watched the scene from afar. Those that can fight above their level all have very high levels of insight. They have long been able to survive the tribulations to become Skyfiends. However, to continue cultivating in powerful divine powers, they choose to stay as third firmament fiend celestials. If you were to use your intrinsic flying sword, you might put them at a disadvantage, but to fight them with a mere transcendent grade flying sword? Injuring Empyrean Lord's two personal disciples with that is nothing but a dream. Qin Yun continued damaging the array formations but kept a mental note of the two fiend celestials that were rushing at him. Qin Yun, if you were to submit to our master, there might be a chance for you to live. Surrender quickly or forget about living. As the two fiend celestials flew over, they amplified their voices with their dermic powers. It made them echo like thunder. What bold words from mere fiend celestials! Qin Yun sneered. Humph, you are courting death. Impenetrably thick-head. The ox-headed and wolf-headed fiend celestials exchanged looks and did not hesitate to unleash their strongest attacks. Time was of the essence. The earlier they disposed of Qin Yun, the more likely their master's goal would succeed. After all, outside the Boar ancestral sect, stood the greatest obstacle to conquering the world, the Tao ancestor's personal disciple, Taoist divine firmament. Boom! Boom! Dot! The ox-headed fiend celestial brandished his battle saber, his body bathed in flames. The wolf-headed fiend celestial's body exuded an air of snow-white frost. Their strengths synergized as ice and fire fused, constantly increasing in might. Kill! Kill! They unleashed their killer blows simultaneously. Countless claw shadows formed the outline of a blurred wolf. Wherever it passed through, the void would be completely torn apart. And immediately following it was an ordinary-looking black saber shadow. Qin Yun remained extremely vigilant. The green-leaf flying sword cast the cyclic sword flash to protect an area thousands of feet around him. The numinous treasure, heavy water sword, stayed by his side, ready for use at any moment. Boom! Dot! The cyclic sword flash suffered countless blows from the claw shadows before also receiving the strike from the black saber shadow. The entire cyclic sword flash barrier stirred like water waves were emanating outwards. It looked like it would collapse at any moment, but it quickly stabilized. Qin Yun felt alarmed inwardly. The cyclic sword flash is the move I'm most confident in. If I had just reached the sky immortal realm and hadn't gained these insights into the sixth move of the dreamlike sword, first lightning encounter, just the green leaf flying sword would be insufficient to fend off the duo. Thankfully, I did have this breakthrough. In terms of bodies, the two fiend celestials had strength that matched that of a sky fiend. They also had ultimate strikes that could be delivered collectively. It made Qin Yun feel more than a little threatened. We failed to crack it? The ox-headed and wolf-headed fiend celestials were astonished. They had just delivered their strongest combined attack. He still has a numinous treasure-grade divine sword by his side. It doesn't appear possible for the two of us to kill him. Let's wait until more fiend celestials enter, said the ox-headed fiend celestial with a voice transmission. Yes. Let's rescue Monarch Jovu first. The wolf-headed fiend celestial was honest about their odds as well. They already had a plan. They would deliver a strike at full force. It would be good if they succeeded in killing him, but they would have to quickly change maneuvers if they failed. Now that their side was launching their attack, time was precious, they could not waste it. Swoosh! Swoosh! They transformed into two streams of light and flew towards Skyfiend Jovu. Oh? They are leaving just like that? Qin Yun was a little stunned. He never expected the two fiend celestials to be that straightforward. Monarch Jovu, to think you are trapped by a mortal sword immortal. The ox-headed fiend celestial flew over rapidly, but his voice arrived behind him. To think a mighty monarch would fall into such a predicament. The wolf-headed fiend celestial's voice sounded as well. Humph, if I were to recover my sky fiend body, I wouldn't be trapped like this. Capturing the Qin Yun would not even be a problem. Zhou was a little angry from the embarrassment. He only had a third firmament fiend celestial body at the moment. It was much weaker compared to his sky fiend body. The strength he could produce was also a lot weaker. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 422. Chapter 422, Squashing the Boar Ancestral Sect. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. When the ox-headed and wolf-headed fiend celestials flew over to save Sky Fiend Zhou, the 6 cosmic bangles that formed the cosmic world transformed into beams of light as they rapidly flew back towards Qin Yun. Oh! Zhou watched the surrounding cosmic world dissipate in a daze. That Qin Yun released me? Elsewhere. My cosmic bangles will not be able to endure the combined attacks of them and the trapped other realm fiend celestial if they attack simultaneously from inside and outside, thought Qin Yun. He had experienced the combined attacks of the duo. The cyclic sword flash cast by the green leaf flying sword had nearly failed to defend against them. It was impossible for the cosmic world to withstand attacks from them and an additional fiend celestial. Qin Yun shot a glance at the black hole enveloped by the column of light a distance away. Another 2 fiend celestials had crawled out of it. He could not help but frown. The world passageway is becoming more stable. The speed at which the fiend celestials are entering is getting faster too. I need to make better use of my time. As he summoned the cosmic bangles back, he released his green leaf flying sword. The cosmic bangles wrapped around Qin Yun's arm before vanishing. I need to crack the array as quickly as possible. The Misty Rain Sword, Green Leaf Flying Sword, and the 2 Lovers' Swords, a total of 4 flying swords, headed in 4 different directions as they attempted to crack the array relentlessly. That Qin Yun has released another flying sword to crack the array. The Boar Ancestral Sect trio felt their hearts tightened. But at least Sky Fiend Zhou has been released. Boom! 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 Large swaths of land were blasted apart, causing the area to collapse. Mountain peaks pulverized into dust. The 4 flying swords attacked the arrays intensely. Neither of us are not good at long-range attacks. Monarch Zhou, do you have any means of stopping his flying swords? We need to slow down his damage to the array, said the wolf-headed fiend celestial with a voice transmission. Although my twin lunar fiend knives are capable of long-distance attacks, their speed is far inferior to his flying swords. There's no way they can be held back. Zhou shook his head. In terms of agility and speed, Qin Yun's flying swords were just too much. Here they. Qin Yun looked at the 3 fiend celestials charging at him. Another bout of attacks would ensue. Whoosh! The heavy water sword floated in front of him before it instantly disassembled into 100 component swords. The 100 swords surrounded him. Fueled by dermic powers, 100 sword components conjured a perfected cyclic sword flash. It gave him an all-encompassing defense. Boom! 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 The 3 fiend celestials rushed over and began unleashing a barrage of attacks on Qin Yun. But their attacks were to no avail. He's using a numinous treasure to cast a flying sword art. Its might is a lot stronger than before. Even the 3 of us can't crack it, said the ox-headed fiend celestial with a voice transmission. The other fiend celestials are not stronger than us. Zhou frowned. Although the rest are just ordinary 3rd firmament fiend celestials, they can easily kill Qin Yun if we can set up a minor annihilation dharma formation. The wolf-headed fiend celestial looked at the distant column of light. The black hole was becoming bigger and more stable. Fiend celestials were continuing to come out, clearly much faster than before. There won't be a need for a minor annihilation dharma formation. Another 10 plus fiend celestial soldiers will probably be sufficient, said the ox-headed fiend celestial. Meanwhile, far away. Fiend celestials were crawling out of the black hole quickly. About 3 or 4 came out every second. It was clearly getting a lot easier. The array formation has been fully mended. The 2 fiend celestials responsible for mending the array formation revealed looks of joy. The black hole turned even more stable. Fiend celestials flew straight in one after another. All of them wore tailor-made armor and moved in an orderly fashion. 6 fiend celestials quickly formed a small squadron. The armor they wore had fiendish patterns on the surface as their strength naturally fused as one. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 fiend celestial squadrons flew out of the column of light one after another as they headed for Qin Yun. They are all 3rd firmament fiend celestials. 12 in one go? Furthermore, they all wear specially tailored Dharma treasures? Qin Yun was secretly alarmed when he saw what was happening. What deep pockets! To use 3rd firmament fiend celestials as ordinary soldiers, this fiend celestial world is very powerful. It's way too powerful. The Boar ancestral sect trio, including the other fiend celestials and disciples, were shocked agape by the sight as well. 1/3 firmament fiend celestials after another flew out of the black hole. They flew in order with 6 forming a squadron. They kept pouring out like this. Sect Master, were we too arrogant in forcing the fiend celestial Empyrean Lord's hand? Aged Fiend Goat Horn said a voice transmission. He had turned somewhat cowardly. Although they knew that the fiend celestial world was very powerful, they had never been there before. From the looks of it, it was much more powerful than expected. What else can we do? If we listened to Empyrean Lord and destroyed the array formation, wiping out every single shred of evidence, how could we have escaped from under the noses of Qin Yun and Taoist Divine Firmament? Sect Master Boar Ancestral replied with a voice transmission. The weak can only struggle to survive, said Patriarch Monkey through a voice transmission. If I had known this would happen sooner, I would have tried to enter the Sky Demon Palace. It would be better than this. The fiendish way is weakening in the Great Chang world. Aged Fiend Goathorn shook his head. Although the trio was obediently controlling the array formation to hinder Qin Yun as much as they could, all they really wanted was to live. Once the fiend celestials had time, they would probably be punished. They were currently still of value, so they were still being humored. However, the trio knew very well how fiend celestials did things. They did not bear any hopes of living long. Brother Yun. Xiao turned nervous as well. The distant 12 fiend celestials flew towards them in 2 squadrons. Don't worry. Qin Yun looked at his wife and gripped her hand. We still have the major transference Tao talisman. There's enough time for us escape. Get in formation, kill him. Sky Fiend Zhouhu gave the order. Yes. 6 fiend celestials naturally formed a battle formation. The 2 squadrons immediately attacked in unison. Skyfiend Zhouhu, the ox-headed and wolf-headed fiend celestials attacked as well. Boom! The 2 fiend celestial squadrons delivered their attacks. All of them were in the form of cold saber flashes that whistled like mountain winds before slicing into the cyclic sword flash. Skyfiend Zhouhu and company were also attacking frenetically. Qin Yun used the heavy water sword's 100 sword pieces to resist them, but it was barely working. The cyclic sword flash began to tremble. Qin Yun consumed another 9 revolution spirit pill to restore his quickly depleting dermic powers and mental strength. The splitting headache he had from being pushed to his limit felt attenuated by a light clarity. He rapidly turned for the better. He's actually managing to hold on? Zhouhu was alarmed as he turned to look into the distance. 2 more fiend celestial squadrons were rapidly flying over. He urged them with a voice transmission bellow, "Quick, come here quickly." Crack! 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 Qin Yun was still doing his best to crack the array. The 4 flying swords attacked different spots relentlessly, with the Misty Rain sword being the fastest at delivering damage. Boom! The ground cratered as mountains collapsed. The villagers that had been living permanently in the region, one that only spanned dozens of kilometers across, were sent flying by the Dao domain. They watched helplessly as the villages they lived in were destroyed. They were alarmed and depressed. "Mom, our house is gone. It's gone!" a child cried. "Will we die? Our newly built house." There were villagers crying out in anguish. They had been living here for too long and were already accustomed to a world that spanned about 5 to 10 kilometers. They even believed that the world was only that large. Even though there was an insufficient number of doctors and herbs, with many villagers dying from illnesses or silently disappearing, they could persist on if they stayed alive. They lived in the tiny region their entire lives with great difficulty, but they still saw it as home. In the long span of time measured in terms of 10 millennia, generations farmed and proliferated here. They did not know what the huge battle meant for them, nor did they know that a new era would be ushered in for them if Qin Yun succeeded. "Qin Yun can't last much longer," urged Patriarch Bai in panic. "Divine Firmament, it's about time we charge in now, right?" Sky Demon Palatial Lord urged as well. "Brother Zhang." East Sea Sky Dragon was looking at Qin Yun as well. Daoist Divine Firmament stoically stared ahead. Countless sparks of purple lightning emanated out. The group of them had long set up a cooperative array formation. Ancestral Master Zhang's Dao domain began to forcibly seep into the Boar ancestral sex array formation. "No, it's still not enough." Ancestral Master Zhang sent an urgent voice transmission. "Although the Boar ancestral sex array formation has weakened by more than half, we will not be able to protect the villagers from the remnant shockwaves if we forcibly crack it." "Let's wait a little longer," said Ancestral Master Zhang. "The more time he spends, the faster the array formation weakens." Indeed. His progress at cracking the array was snail-paced in the beginning, but as Qin Yun continued causing damage to it, the flaws increased and its strength weakened drastically. Boom! The third Fiend Celestial Squadron arrived. The cyclic sword flash formed by the heavy water sword's 100 sword pieces began producing rippling waves. It could hardly withstand the barrage of attacks. "I'm at my limit. I will definitely not be able to hold on if another Fiend Celestial Squadron arrives." Qin Yun looked at the fourth Fiend Celestial Squadron who were coming out of the hole a distance away. He was burning with anxiety. The 3 Fiend Celestial Squadrons meant 18 Third Firmament Fiend Celestials. Adding Sky Fiend Zhou and the other 2 Fiend Celestials, Qin Yun had managed to withstand the attacks of so many Fiend Celestials. It was a remarkable achievement in the Great Chan world's history. "Ancestral Master Zhang, can you crack it?" Qin Yun sent a voice transmission through his transmission treasure. Qin Yun, you have already done enough. Leave the rest to us." The voice came straight from the world itself. Dazzling purple lightning tore through the layers of the Boar ancestral sex array formations. After suffering immense damage from Qin Yun, the array formation had greatly weakened. It tore open with barely any resistance. Boom! 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 The might of the array's destruction was extremely terrifying, but every mortal within the array formation was protected. "Fall back! Fall back!" The ox-headed Fiend Celestial immediately roared the command through a voice transmission. "Quick!" The wolf-headed Fiend Celestial sent a voice transmission nervously. "Fall back to the array formation's interior before regrouping." Sky Fiend Zhou gave the order as well. The 3 of them flew quickly as the 3 Fiend Celestial Squadrons followed them to the distant column of light. The 4th Fiend Celestial Squadron that had just arrived also returned immediately. All of them were retreating with everything they had. The extremely nervous Qin Yun finally heaved a sigh of relief. "We succeeded." Xiao held Qin Yun's hand in extreme excitement. "Brother Yun, we succeeded. The Boar ancestral sect of the 9 lineage fiendish demons has finally been overrun, and inside the column of light. The Boar ancestral sect trio that was doing their best to hinder the flying swords, as well as the other fiend celestials and disciples, watched in a daze as the lightning ripped apart the massive array. Daoist Divine Firmament, Sky Demon Palatial Lord, Patriarch by East Sea Sky Dragon, and company stormed into the area, unleashing all the powers available to them. Finished, the Boar ancestral sect is finished. Our Boar ancestral sect is finished. Many disciples were in a daze. Even the Boar ancestral sect trio had long guessed that it was unlikely for the Boar ancestral sect to survive the calamity. But at the instant, as they were truly overrun, they still felt mixed emotions. Patriarch Monkey's eyes welled up with tears. This was their sect after all. A sect that had existed since ancient times, listed as one of the 9 lineage fiendish demons. And on this day, it was being squashed flat. This day turned the page in the history of the Great Chang world. The 9 lineage fiendish demons would become the 8 lineage fiendish demons. The Boar ancestral sect would have its name removed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 423. Chapter 423, Clash between the Great Chang world and the Fiend Celestial world. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Qin Yun and Xiao looked up and into the distance. Daoist Divine Firmament, East Sea Sky Dragon, Sky Demon Palatial Lord, Bodhisattva Mahakasayapa, and Patriarch Bai had formed a battle formation in Madeira distance away. The purple lightning that appeared stirred the heaven and earth powers. Instantly, many bolts of lightning fell from the skies, striking the fleeing Fiend Celestials. The Fiend Celestials were doing their very best to escape. They could fly very quickly since they either matched the strength of a Sky Fiend or were in battle formations. Also, they were still inside the Boar ancestral sect's lair, so they were not too far from the protective column of light. Whoosh! The column of light that protected the spatial passageway expanded suddenly once again. The Fiend Celestials that barely escaped were enveloped by it. We managed to get to safety in here. Sky Fiend Johu and company heaved a sigh of relief. Whoosh! 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 The stable black hole continued expanding as armored Fiend Celestials constantly flew through it. Get into formation! A Fiend Celestial vanguard shouted loudly. Arise! Including the 4 Fiend Celestial squadrons that had attacked Qin Yun, there were now 6 Fiend Celestial squadrons inside the column of light. Furthermore, there were more Fiend Celestials pouring in constantly. 6 Fiend Celestial squadrons meant 36 Fiend Celestials. And all of them wore identical tailored armor. Mystical patterns flickered to life on the Fiend Celestials' armor as they interconnected with one another. Surging forces naturally formed as one. Just one of those Fiend Celestial squadrons from before is already strong enough. I never expected 6 Fiend Celestial squadrons would come. That's quite a qualitative change. Qin Yun could tell at a glance. Could the armor they were be making them get so much stronger? From the looks of it, each suit of armor is a transcendent grade Dharma treasure. What deep pockets! The number of transcendent grade armors in the entire Great Chang world is probably fewer than 10. 36 Fiend Celestials, even if all of them were 3rd Firmament Fiend Celestials, could be easily destroyed by Qin Yun if they fought individually. However, if they wore the tailored armor and combined into squadrons of 6, they matched Sky Fiend Johu. 36 reached a brand new level. Destroy. Daoist Divine Firmament and company flew up as they controlled the lightning from afar. The purple lightning descended, striking the column of light. Although the column of light trembled, the purple bolts of lightning disintegrated even after repeated strikes. Hold back the enemy! The 36 Fiend Celestials formed a battle formation as they brandished their sabers. Saber flashes unified to form a dazzling saber mountain that clashed with the purple lightning. What powerful might! If this saber mountain were to strike my heavenly cycles, I'd probably fail to withstand it. Qin Yun was secretly alarmed. Brother Yun, this fiend celestial world is really powerful. Just the appearance of a large group of third firmament fiend celestials has turned the tables. If sky fiends were to appear, will our great Chang world be able to fend them off? Xiao was shaken as well. If they had been able to make adequate preparations and open the world passageway when they wanted, sending large batches of sky fiends here, it would truly be a disaster for the great Chang world. Qin Yun reeled in fear at the thought. Thankfully that didn't happen. It was all thanks to Puka Dragonlord's help that allowed him to rescue Xiao ahead of time. Our daughter is very likely being held in the fiend celestial world. Will we be able to rescue her? Xiao could not help but blurt out her thoughts as tears welled in her eyes. Qin Yun fell silent for a moment before saying, Xiao, I, Qin Yun, swear that I will save our daughter. Definitely. Xiao held her husband's hand. Boom! 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 The battle was raging on high in the sky. Taoist Divine Firmament and Company joined forces to set up a battle formation, gaining a slight advantage through the use of the purple lightning. After it destroyed the Saber Mountain, it blasted the formation of 36 fiend celestials. Yet all it did was cause a slight stir to the formation. Every fiend celestial suffered some remnant blasts of the purple lightning, but there were only minor injuries. It held. Having fled to the back, Sky Fiend Zhouhu's eyes lit up. As expected of the minor annihilation Dharma formation. Just it alone can resist the Sky Immortals and Bodhisattva of the Great Chang world, even if only barely. If Master's guards arrive and set up the major annihilation Dharma formation, perhaps we do have a chance of conquering this world now, said the ox-headed fiend celestial with anticipation. By conquering this world and helping our world's heavenly Tao to infiltrate it, we will transform this world into one that suits the cultivation of our fiend celestial lineage, said the wolf-headed fiend celestial with anticipation. Not only would we be rewarded by Master, we would also gain merit from the heavenly Tao. Whoosh! 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 More fiend celestials continued entering through the black hole. In a blink of an eye, another 3 fiend celestial squadrons had entered. As for Taoist Divine Firmament and Company, they were looking a little anxious. We cannot let any more of them enter. Attack! Ancestral Master Zhang shouted. As purple lightning kept the minor annihilation Dharma formation in lockdown, large amounts of purple lightning swarmed towards the black hole. Protect the world passageway. Skyfiend Zhouhu, the ox-headed and wolf-headed fiend celestials, as well as the newly arrived 3 fiend celestial squadrons formed a defensive wall in a concerted effort. Boom! The lightning branched out all over the place as the battle turned into chaos. And on the ground, the Boar Ancestral Sect trio and the remnants of the Boar Ancestral Sect, such as the elders and disciples, were feeling somewhat lost and uneasy. The figures in the sky represented the strongest the Great Chang world had to offer, but they were clashing with a large group of fiend celestials. It was not something they were capable of joining in. It's time. The Boar Ancestral Sect trio exchanged looks. The Boar Ancestral Sect's array formation was almost completely destroyed. Even the array formations that sealed the void had been destroyed. Be it Taoist Divine Firmament or the Fiend Celestials, none of them could spare the trio any attention. One side was focused on destroying the world passageway while the other side was defending it. At the most intense and chaotic moment of the battle, the Boar Ancestral Sect trio suddenly felt a fluctuation envelop them. Whoosh! Following that, the trio jumped into a void ripple and vanished. Sect Master Boar Ancestral and Company have fled? Ancestral Master Zhang and East Sea Skydragon swept their gaze and noticed that 3 figures had vanished. Oh! From their distance, Qin Yun and Xiao also noticed that the 3 figures were missing. Void transference? They escaped? Qin Yun knitted his brows. They managed to escape? Xiao could not help but say. Qin Yun said, at the instant void transference is triggered, it will indeed create minute spatial fluctuations. But in this battle, there are too many spatial fluctuations dotting the area. Not only us, even Ancestral Master Zhang and company did not notice until it was too late. That allowed the trio to flee. Sect Master. Sect Master, dot. Bring us with you. You should have brought us with you. The remnant fiend celestial elders and disciples of the Boar ancestral sect were taken aback and shouted in despair. However, their shouting was useless. The Boar ancestral sect only had one treasure that could teleport essence souls. Using it would drain it of all of its power, only allowing the trio to leave. So how could they bring the other elders and disciples with them? The three of them pose no threat to the outside world. If they ever dare show themselves, they will easily be killed. Qin Yun frowned as he looked at the increasing number of fiend celestials that was appearing in the sky. What's most troublesome now is that huge group of fiend celestials. 36 of them form a battle formation that has a strength far exceeding mine. Now, there are already more than 60 fiend celestials. There are more still pouring in. Soon, they will be able to produce a second 36 fiend celestial battle formation. Will we lose? Asked Xiao worriedly. Indeed, it seemed dire. As the world passageway stabilized and expanded, the fiend celestials entered even faster. Take up formation, a fiend celestial vanguard squadron leader shouted. Immediately, a second minor annihilation Dharma formation was formed. This scene made Sky Fiend Zhou and company reveal looks of delight. We might have been at a slight disadvantage with the minor annihilation Dharma formation from before, but we managed to barely hold up against them. Now that there are two minor annihilation Dharma formations, humph. Zhou watched with burning eyes. Kill. The two minor annihilation Dharma formations were each formed by 36 fiend celestials. They floated in midair like a massive dark cloud. All of them wore tailored armor with battle sabers hanging on their backs. They brandished the battle sabers as countless saber flashes blinded the eyes of everyone there. They collectively launched an attack at Taoist Divine Firmament and company. Boom! Purple lightning triggered the might of the world as it sent suppressive forces everywhere. However, it only held a slight advantage over two minor annihilation Dharma formations. It was not even able to injure a single fiend celestial. The Great Chang world is only this and nothing more, said the ox-headed fiend celestial with a chuckling voice transmission when he saw the turn of events. Once we have 108 fiend celestial guardians gathered, the successful formation of the major annihilation Dharma formation will be as Master anticipates, capable of making a clean sweep through the Great Chang world. The 108 third firmament fiend celestials are just one aspect, too. The 108 annihilation divine armors are extremely precious, said the wolf-headed firmament with a chuckle as well. Master was planning on making sufficient preparations before sending large numbers of sky fiends in to make a clean sweep through this world. Never did we expect to be forced to move out ahead of time. Master was only giving it a rush try, hoping to test if the major annihilation Dharma formation is capable of making a clean sweep of the Great Chang world. From the looks of it, there's actual hope of that happening. To think Taoist Divine Firmament is a personal disciple of the Tao ancestor. He's really weak. What a disgrace. The ox-headed fiend celestial scoffed. A personal disciple of the Tao ancestor, and he's only at the third firmament sky immortal. Humph, the numinous treasure Tao ancestor really doesn't discriminate in his teachings. To think he recruited such a weak disciple, Sky Fiend Zhou added. Their confidence was increasing. Qin Yun watched nervously. Ancestral Master Zhang is only a third firmament sky immortal. Still, the 5 of these mighty figures are only capable of matching the 2 fiend celestial formations? Qin Yun was gripped with anxiety, but he could not help in any way. For instance, Sky Demon Palatial Lord and Patriarch Bai were only capable of producing such strength by being in their battle formation. Senior Zhang, Senior Bai. Qin Yun held his transmission token and sent a worried voice transmission. Nothing can be done to the Fiend Celestials now, and the Fiend Celestials are increasing in number. The situation will only turn worse. Senior Zhang, Senior Bai, do you have any other means? Patriarch Bai sent a voice transmission of him laughing loudly. Don't worry. Everything is under our control. If we did not appear to be weak, would those Fiend Celestials be so eager to charge in one after another without any regard for their lives? Don't worry. I can recognize the armor they wear. It's the Major Annihilation Dharma formation of the Fiend Celestial lineage. Ancestral Master Zhang sent a voice transmission as well, chuckling while he said, I also learned about the Major Annihilation Dharma formation in Green Turing Palace. Its formation needs 108 Fiend soldiers. By deliberately drawing them to us, we will destroy them all in one clean strike just when they are a few Fiend Celestials short of reaching 108, Qin Yun was delighted when he heard that. Don't kill all of them, said Xiao immediately. Capture some of them alive. Our daughter should still be in that Fiend Celestial world. Oh. Ancestral Master Zhang and company were slightly alarmed as they felt pity for Qin Yun. Don't worry. We will try our best to capture a few Fiend Celestials alive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 424. Chapter 424, You Will Regret It. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. On the other end of the black hole was the Fiend Celestial world. Smooth green jade water fiend crystals lined the ground of an opulent and towering black rock palace, so flawless that it was actually reflective. There was a dense horde of nearly 100 sky fiends in the palace's hall, standing reverently in 2 rows. And sitting on the throne was a massive figure. It had 2 curved horns that seemed to pierce through the firmaments. Its eyes stared at the black hole vortex in the sky above the square outside. There were a large number of third firmament Fiend Celestials standing under the vortex. They were Fiend Celestial guardians dressed in tailored armor, and they were flying into the black hole in succession. The figure's eyes penetrated the world passageway and saw into the distant Great Chang world. Oh! Empyrean Lord suddenly stood up. Beside him was a single-horned child. He smiled and said, Brother, just 2 minor annihilation Dharma formations are enough to match Taoist divine firmament and the rest. From the looks of it, just a minor annihilation Dharma formation formed by 108 Fiend Celestial vanguards is enough for us to clinch victory. As long as the minor annihilation Dharma formation can protect the surrounding area for 3 days, the spatial passageway will be able to expand to a size that accommodates sky fiends. When that time comes, nearly 100 sky fiends will rush in. Victory is certain. The child's voice contained a strange, mesmerizing power. And just looking at him would make one be involuntarily enthralled. Let's hope it goes as you say. Empyrean Lord walked down the stairs, but his body appeared blurry. In a few steps, he had arrived outside the palace in the square outside. The square was lined with smooth and tidy black granite and spanned 50 kilometers. On the 2 sides of the square were a series of statues. They were statues of experts from Taoism, Buddhism, the dragon race, and even fiendish demons. They were either genuflecting with eyes filled with rage or cleaving with saber in hand while reeling in despair. Some were sitting cross-legged with eyes closed. Each statue had its own immense suppressive force. Empyrean Lord. The remaining dozens of Fiend Celestial guardians bowed respectfully and then continued flying into the black hole one after another. Congratulations, Empyrean Lord. You will definitely conquer the Great Chang world this time. The nearly 100 sky fiends followed behind as they began flattering him. When that happens, there will be 13 worlds under Empyrean Lord's control. It was quite a rush. We only managed to send the guardians by Empyrean Lord's side over. There are still many third firmament Fiend Celestials scattered across the other 11 worlds. They weren't able to rush over in such a short period of time, quipped a sky fiend. Empyrean Lord looked up and watched silently. To the Sky Fiends, this conquest was like any other one from the past. Only he knew what the great Chan world meant to him. That Taoist divine firmament is a green Turing Palace disciple after all. I originally planned on making many more preparations, enough to allow nearly 100 Sky Fiends to enter directly. Now, it seems just my Vanguard's major annihilation Dharma formation is enough to clinch victory? Empyrean Lord was somewhat agitated over the situation. He had been forced to prematurely attack because of the three Boar ancestral sect dance. At first he believed the odds were against him. But now, victory was very close at hand. His heart also began to burn with excitement. On the other side, in the Great Chan world, Qin Yun and Xiao watched the huge battle happening above them. Taoist divine firmament and the rest appeared to be using all their strength, delivering a myriad of attacks. But against the minor annihilation Dharma formation, they did not have much of an upper hand. Quick! 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 Faster! Skyfiend Johu, the ox-headed and wolf-headed Fiend Celestials watched excitedly as they urged their lowers on. Fiend Celestials kept flying out of the gigantic black hole. Soon, all the Fiend Celestial Guardians will be out. 108 of them is enough to form the major annihilation Dharma formation. The three watched with anticipation. 97, 98, 99. A distance away, Taoist Divine Firmament and company were paying close attention to the number of Fiend Celestials opposite them. Patriarch Bai was even muttering through a voice transmission. There's 100. 100 Fiend Celestials have entered. Brother Zhang, isn't it time for you to make your move? Don't make certain victory blow up in our faces. Don't worry. Taoist Divine Firmament's eyes lit up. So, far away on the horizon, a bolt of purple lightning flashed as another azure-robed middle-aged Taoist appeared. Taoist Divine Firmament wore a high headdress, giving him quite a laudable bearing, but the middle-aged Taoist that appeared a distance away looked ordinary. Despite that, both of them looked identical and had similar auras. That is. Qin Yun looked in astonishment at the distant middle-aged Taoist. A purple Tao talisman phantom about 10 feet across appeared above both ancestral Master Zhang and the middle-aged Taoist. Boom! The worldly powers surged and gathered, and instantly nearly all the heaven and earth powers in a radius of several hundred kilometers were forcefully pulled over. A gigantic Taiji symbol appeared with ancestral Master Zhang and the middle-aged Taoist standing on each eye. What? The large group of Fiend Celestials looked up in horror at the massive Taiji symbol. It completely covered the sky above them like a heavenly curtain. In the middle of the Taiji symbol, sizzling sounds were being produced as lightning sparked. One's heart trembled simply from looking upon it with the naked eye. Ancestral Master Zhang and the middle-aged Taoist opened their eyes of lightning and shouted, "Lightning punishment!" Boom, dot. Immediately, a purple bolt of lightning that had faint black and white chi swirling around it struck one of the minor annihilation Dharma formations. All the Fiend Celestial Guardians in the formation struck out with a saber flash as the other Fiend Celestials elsewhere aided them. However, the saber mountain formed by saber flashes crumbled under the lightning strike. Portions of the minor annihilation Dharma formation that was formed by 36 Fiend Celestials were swept by the lightning. All the Fiend Celestial Guardians turned to ash in the spots the lightning struck, leaving only their armor and artifacts remaining. 15 of the 36 Fiend Celestials died instantly, and most importantly, the minor annihilation Dharma formation was destroyed. Escape! Quickly! Skyfiend Johu and the other two Fiend Celestials rushed towards the black hole in unison and in utter shock. We have been fooled. He was deliberately hiding his strength. Run! The third firmament Fiend Celestial Guardians lost all their will to fight due to their fright. They split apart and frantically rushed towards the black hole. Smite! Ancestral Master Zhang and the middle-aged Taoist coldly sent the lightning smiting down again. Boom! 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 The lightning that shot from the Taiji symbol was astonishingly fast. In a blink of an eye, it struck the group of fiend celestials, shooting straight at the black hole first. Although Sky Fiend Johu, the ox-headed fiend celestial, and the wolf-headed fiend celestial were charging in that direction, the wolf-headed fiend celestial was the first to enter. Boom! The purple lightning with the black and white swirls struck Sky Fiend Johu and also swept past the ox-headed fiend celestial. Known Johu's eyes were filled with indignation, but it did not stop him from being reduced to ashes. The ox-headed fiend celestial left behind a crystalline skeleton, but his innards had been pulverized. Qin Yun and Xiao watched in awe. 106 fiend celestials had entered, but only the wolf-headed fiend celestial had escaped out of sheer luck. The rest were either dead or captured alive. "Spare me! Daoist Divine Firmament, spare us!" the fiend celestials pleaded. Now that they were unable to form the minor annihilation Dharma formation, they were unable to put up an inkling of resistance. Lightning tore through their bodies, sealing them of their dharmic powers. They all had no choice but to plead for their lives. The end of the battle happened when the remaining 75 fiend celestials were sealed of their strength. Every moment after Qin Yun weakened the array enough to crack was under the complete control of Ancestral Master Zhang and company. "Let's go over," said Qin Yun to Xiao. The two immediately flew over on a cloud. Daoist Divine Firmament and company, including Human Emperor's avatar that had been watching all this while from afar, flew over too. They all congregated in front of the black hole. "Brother Zhang, this is?" Patriarch Bai and company looked at the azure-robed middle-aged Taoist with burning eagerness. They looked identical and also had very similar auras. They had the same divine powers in Dharma spells. "Greetings, everyone," said the azure-robed middle-aged Taoist. "This is my second essence soul," said Ancestral Master Zhang. "Second essence soul?" Qin Yun was somewhat astonished. "Brother Zhang, you sure hid this well," said Eastsea Skydragon with a smile. "I was still a little worried about the battle formation the fiend celestials formed. Yet, you were filled with confidence. It's all because your strength has long reached this level. Aren't you a third firmament sky immortal?" The plump patriarch Bai pouted. "You have exceeded all of us in one go, Ut." "I'm still a third firmament sky immortal," said Ancestral Master Zhang with a smile. "However, my divine firmament lightning dharma has not been completed after the fourth firmament sky immortal realm. Therefore, I have not been in a rush to make a breakthrough. After all, the divine firmament lightning dharma is my main cultivation path." "What? You haven't changed your main dharmic formulation?" Sky Demon Palatial Lord was astonished. "The Tao Ancestor has numerous powerful dharmic formulations, yet you want to use the dharmic formulation you created? It's no wonder you cultivate so slowly. Master once said that my lightning dharma has great potential and that he wants me to study it carefully," said Ancestral Master Zhang. "Since Master has said so, I naturally have to continue down the path of creation." Everyone gasped upon hearing that. Taoist Divine Firmament had really concealed his strength well. He had only revealed his true strength today. It's all thanks to Qin Yun. Ancestral Master Zhang looked at Qin Yun. If not for him being able to crack the array formations from within, we would not have been able to enter. I only did my part. It was eventually all thanks to Senior Zhang and everyone. Oh? Qin Yun noticed that a figure was standing on the other end of the black hole in the fiend celestial world, looking over towards them. Taoist Divine Firmament? As expected of a green Turing Palace disciple. I was always worried that my hasty operation would result in failure, and it really happened. Empyrean Lord's voice transmitted from a great distance away. Although the losses were heavy, his heart only felt a tiny pinch. Green Turing Palace disciples, no matter how unimpressive they are not to be belittled. I was also lucky. If you succeeded in setting up your array formation, It would have been truly problematic when large swaths of sky fiends charged in, said Ancestral Master Zhang with a humble smile. Yes, your great Chang world is very lucky to have produced a junior like that Qin Yun. He spoiled my plans. Empyrean Lord cast his gaze onto Qin Yun. Punk, you are very powerful, especially for a mortal, to have such strength. I will definitely capture you in the future and refine you into a sculpture, placing you in front of my palace. There are currently 16 such sculptures, split into 2 rows. Every time I enter and exit the palace, I see them. Even the weakest is a 5th firmament sky fiend. You should feel proud that you will one day be ranked among them. Ancestral Master Zhang and company turned exasperated hearing this but felt the pressure at the same time. This was an existence much stronger than them. However, Qin Yun stared intently at Empyrean Lord. Because this villain was the reason for his separation from his wife and daughter. He had paid a humongous price to seek Puka Dragon Lord's help before rescuing Xiao. Yet, his daughter remained missing. The pain in his heart all these years, as well as his guilt for his lost daughter, transformed into hatred and killing intent for the Empyrean Lord in front of him. Where's my daughter? Qin Yun glared at Empyrean Lord and asked. Empyrean Lord was slightly taken aback. Daughter? He glanced at Xiao. You saved your wife, but you can't save your daughter because she is long dead. I casually squashed her to death. Xiao jolted as her eyes turned red. Ancestral Master Zhang and the rest were stunned. They could not help but look at the couple. No, Xiao muttered. Qin Yun's heart convulsed as his brain turned abuzz. Qin Yun, Xiao, don't panic. Perhaps this Empyrean Lord is lying, concealing his real plans. Your daughter might still be alive, consoled Ancestral Master Zhang with a voice transmission. Qin Yun stared at Empyrean Lord through the black hole. You will regret that, said Qin Yun with a deep, sunken voice. Ha, regret? I have encountered too many people who made such threats. You will make me regret? Ha, interesting, really interesting. As Empyrean Lord spoke, he waved his hand as a terrifying might blanketed the black hole. It collapsed with a rumble. Qin Yun watched the collapsing black hole as he endured the anger and pain in his heart. You will regret it, definitely. Qin Yun thought to himself. He buried all his killing intent deep in his heart. There would come a day when he would definitely storm that fiend celestial world and slay that Empyrean Lord. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 425. Chapter 425, Daughter and Supremacy. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. The news of the Boar ancestral sect's destruction quickly spread through all the major factions in the Great Chang world, including the other 8 lineages of the 9 lineage fiendish demons. This was a fiendish demon faction that could be traced to ancient times. Its outright destruction left the other 8 lineages shuddering in fear. They feared a crisis was at hand as they tried to investigate how the battle even began in the first place. There were remnant Boar ancestral sect disciples that spread the news while fiendish demon experts spied from afar. There were also those from the Taoist and Buddhist schools of thought that deliberately spread confusing information. According to the Boar ancestral sect disciples, more than 100 other realm fiend celestials entered our Great Chan world but were destroyed by Taoist divine firmament and company. I heard that Boar ancestral sect's destruction had to do with Qin Yun's infiltration of the sect, where he wreaked havoc from within. I heard that even a sky fiend came. They were killed or captured, not one escaped. There were all sorts of speculations. There was all sorts of information being spread, both genuine and fake. The remaining 8 fiendish demon lineages felt great unease as they contacted the fiend celestial world that backed them and reported everything. On a desolate mountain, Sect Master Boar Ancestral, Aged Fiend Goathorn, and Patriarch Monkey were sitting casually on rocks and drinking flasks of alcohol. We fiendish demons have been declining since ancient times, said aged fiend Goathorn. First it was the rise of Taoist divine firmament, next it was the god fiend's human emperor. Now, this sword immortal, Qin Yun, has appeared. And Taoist divine firmament is one of the personal disciples of the legendary numinous treasure Tao ancestor of the three pure ones. I knew our fiendish demon lineage's days in the great Qin world were limited and that there would come a day where we were wiped out, but I never expected that the first lineage of the 9 lineage fiendish demons to be wiped out would be us, the Boar ancestral sect. Our Boar ancestral sect was ranked in the top 3 among the 9 lineage fiendish demons when it came to strength, yet we were the first to be wiped out. Sect Master Boar Ancestral shook his head. Our fortune has run out. Patriarch Monkey shook his head. Sect Master Boar Ancestral swept his gaze. Although Taoist Divine Firmament, Qin Yun, and company are powerful and we might have crossed Empyrean Lord, the 3 of us managed to survive. Haha, we lived. Being able to survive is worth celebrating. Aged Fiend Goathorn laughed as he took a swig of the alcohol flask and poured it sloppily into his mouth, staining his beard with alcohol. I do not have any plans on re-establishing the Boar Ancestral sect, scoffed Sect Master Boar Ancestral. Even if we can barely live by using an array formation, it would be an aggrieved existence. Ever since Taoist Divine Firmament rose to prominence, we have been living such an aggrieved existence for millennia. Years ago, we dominated the world and fiend celestials even occupied cities. There were even fiend celestials who controlled kingdoms. That was such a blast. Yes, the past few millennia have been truly oppressive. Aged Fiend Goathorn nodded. The Taoist and Buddhist schools of thoughts are flourishing even more. Patriarch Monkey shook his head. Re-establishing the Boar Ancestral sect would only bring more suffering on ourselves. Whatever. The situation is as such. It is humanly impossible to go against the tide of the situation, said Sect Master Boar Ancestral. The 3 of us shall separate after we finish drinking. I plan to leave the great Qin world and step into the other realm cosmos to travel around. I wish to make a trip to the other realm cosmos as well. Brother Ox, shall we go together? Suggested Aged Fiend Goathorn with a smile. Sect Master Boar Ancestral's eyes lit up as he nodded. All right, we shall go together. Brother Monkey, what about you? Patriarch Monkey's wizened face took on an air of decline as he gently shook his head. I've lived for too long. The tribulations on me are turning more potent and I do not want to continue this suffering. I want to see how the great Qin world will continue developing and what sort of end the remaining 8 lineage fiendish demons will meet. Alright, but you have to be careful in the great Qin world. Don't be discovered by them, said Sect Master Boar Ancestral. Don't worry. I'm best at hiding from the heavens. Patriarch Monkey nodded. Alright, let's separate after finishing the alcohol. The Boar Ancestral sect trio clinked their alcohol flasks before tipping their heads to drink. Once upon a time, they reigned supreme over this land, astounding all surrounding factions. However, the situation had developed to a point where fiendish demons were at an absolute disadvantage. Now, the 3 of them were left pursuing different goals. We're leaving. Throwing away the alcohol flasks, Sect Master Boar Ancestral and Aged Fiend Goathorn looked at Patriarch Monkey one last time before they whizzed into the sky, rapidly flying deep into the clouds and towards the other realm cosmos after passing through enough layers of clouds. Patriarch Monkey watched before he walked off with a stooped back. Soon, he vanished into the woods. In the fiend celestial world. The square in front of the towering palace was made of black granite that was smooth and flat. 16 sculptures of experts stood on either side, split into 2 rows. Empyrean Lord was standing on one end of the square, looking at the vast lands before him. Where's my daughter? I casually squashed her to death. Empyrean Lord could not help but recall the conversation that had just happened. Qin Yun's inquiry about his daughter had indeed caused memories to surface deep within Empyrean Lord's heart. That was something that had happened more than 10 years ago. Qin Yun and Xiao's daughter had been in utero for 3 years. She was able to run the moment she was born. That day, the captured girl was inside a remote compound with 2 female attendants who were in charge of taking care of her, as well as guarding her. Oh? A dragon race bloodline? One day, a Taoist-robed man with yellow hair appeared out of thin air in the compound. He extended his hand with a smile and hugged the toddler. Empyrean Lord immediately discovered that an expert had infiltrated his lair as he flew over. When he saw the yellow-haired man, Empyrean Lord immediately recognized him and was stricken with fear. The Taoist-robed man looked up, his pale yellow eyes filled with coldness. Empyrean Lord shuddered in fear as he immediately prostrated himself and said extremely reverentially, "Greetings, Supremacy. Are you afraid I'll kill you?" The man chuckled. "Don't worry, I have already gone against the heavenly courts. As long as you remain obedient and do not anger me, I won't kill you." Yes, yes, yes. Empyrean Lord was reeling in panic. He knew very well how murderous the person in front of him could be. "Enough, I want this female toddler." The man carried the toddler in one hand and waved the other, making the space before him warp as he vanished from the world. Only then did Empyrean Lord heave a sigh of relief and stand up. He turned his head and saw the 2 trembling attendants. They had seen everything. For them to see the scene of their mighty Empyrean Lord kneel in fright. Humph! With a cold snort, the 2 attendants were silently pulverized. They deserved death for seeing such an embarrassing scene. Although killing mortals did result in karma, the consequence of 1 or 2 ordinary mortals could be withstood at the essence soul realm. The tribulations would only be a little more terrifying. As for sky immortals and sky fiends, they were better at resisting karma. For example, Empyrean Lord was a lot more powerful at resisting the effects of karma than Taoist divine firmament. He naturally did not care about killing 2 mortals. He would have to be a lot more careful if he killed mortals with great merit or those that enjoyed the light from providence. But if he was even stronger, such as a golden immortal, Buddha, or patriarch fiend, he could easily withstand the karmic effects even if he killed millions of mortals. Empyrean Lord stood there recalling that scene from yesteryear. He could not forget the sense of extreme fear. "Brother." The single-horned child flew over and asked with a chuckle, "Let me ask you something." "What is it?" Empyrean Lord looked at the child who was a sky fiend of the mental demon lineage. He treated him well since mental demon sky fiends were rare. When Qin Yun asked about his daughter, "You had quite an abnormal expression," said the child with a smile. "From what I understand of my elder brother, it's unlikely that daughter was squashed to death." "Enough, don't ask further." Empyrean Lord flicked his sleeve and left. The child was taken aback as he floated there in midair frowning, looking at the departing Empyrean Lord's back. Such a strong reaction? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 426. Chapter 426, I Can't Save Her. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. At the Divine Firmament chapter, a wind blew across a lake, stirring up ripples across its surface. Qin Yun, Xiao, Patriarch Bai, Human Emperor, Sky Demon Palatial Lord, East Sea Sky Dragon, Bodhisattva Mahakasyapa, and Taoist Divine Firmament were sitting together. They were splitting the spoils of war. They were truly shocking. There were more than 100 transcendent grade armors, the value matching 3 to 4 superior grade numinous treasures. Furthermore, these third firmament fiend celestials each had their individual weapons and various treasures. All of them added up made for an astonishing figure. These fiend celestial guardians' treasures might not be a lot on an individual basis, but 100 added up matches 6 superior grade numinous treasures, said Ancestral Master Zhang with a smile. The fact that we discovered the danger ahead of time and averted the disaster is all thanks to Qin Yun. I suggest that 40% of the spoils of war should be given to Qin Yun. Do we all agree? All I did was help in cracking the array. It was Senior Zhang that really dealt with all those fiend celestials, said Qin Yun immediately. It was Senior Zhang's vigorous efforts that turned the tide and averted this disaster. How can I be given all the credit? Ah, Patriarch Bai said with a laugh. I'm the oldest here, so let me decide on the matter. Brother Zhang is the strongest among all of us. He also needs the most treasures for cultivation. Finally, he was the one who vanquished the group of fiend celestials. He shall be given half. Qin Yun's role in this matter was extremely crucial as well. Without him, we would not have been able to crack the array formation. He shall be given 30%. The 5 of us will split the remaining 20% equally. Although we only stayed by the side aiding indirectly, we did put in some effort despite not accomplishing anything noteworthy. We aren't taking advantage of you, said East Sea Skydragon with a smile. I was only watching the battle by the side, yet I'm benefiting from it. I'm really ashamed, added Human Emperor. Bodhisattva Mahakasayapa and Sky Demon Palatial Lord smiled in agreement. Ancestral Master Zhang hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right. Qin Yun, don't speak any further. We shall split it as such. Qin Yun could only nod in agreement when he saw everyone's expressions. Patriarch Bai and the other 4 had agreed to such a split for 2 reasons. Firstly, they had really not contributed much. Secondly, the strength Daoist Divine Firmament showcased left them astounded. They felt the huge gap between them. It was only because Daoist Divine Firmament needed to create a more profound dharmic formulation for the Divine Firmament Lightning Dharma that he remained in the 3rd Firmament Sky Immortal realm and purposefully avoided making any breakthroughs. As for Qin Yun, he had only cultivated for decades, but he was able to suppress ordinary Sky Immortals and Sky Fiends with his mortal coils. Daoist Divine Firmament was naturally powerful, but Qin Yun similarly had extraordinary potential. His achievements were bound to exceed the 5 of them. All of them were willing to yield to him. In the past, they had vaguely treated Daoist Divine Firmament as their leader, but now, there was no need to keep it concealed. Daoist Divine Firmament was definitely the leader of the Great Chang World's cultivation community. After splitting the spoils of war, one fiend celestial after another was sent in for questioning. Only the scouts that entered the Great Chang World ahead of time were planted with mental demons to keep the invasion plans a secret. The ordinary 3rd Firmament Fiend Celestial Guardians were relatively weaker, so Empyrean Lord was unworried about their potential for betrayal. Hence, they were unqualified to be planted with mental demon seeds. Qin Yun and company sat down and saw a Fiend Celestial being escorted over. The Fiend Celestial's dharmic powers were sealed and it was feeling somewhat uneasy. Be honest. Answer whatever is asked. You are doomed if we realize you have lied by saying anything that differs from the other Fiend Celestials, a Divine Firmament chapter elder in charge of escorting the Fiend Celestial bellowed. Yes. The 3rd Firmament Fiend Celestial answered obediently. Master, here is one of the Fiend Celestials, said the elder when he escorted the Fiend Celestial over. Patriarch Bai looked at the Fiend Celestial and asked, What's your Empyrean Lord's name? Our Empyrean Lord's name is Kuei Fu. Ancestral Master Zhang was enlightened. It's indeed him. Qin Yun asked anxiously, Do you know of a female toddler that was sent to the Fiend Celestial world by Fiend Celestial Waha about 17 years ago? Xiao looked gripped with anxiety as well. Female toddler? Yes, replied the Fiend Celestial Guardian. We are all guardians of Empyrean Lord, so we naturally know of the matter. Where is she now? Pressed Qin Yun immediately. We heard she was placed under house arrest at first. But later she infuriated Empyrean Lord and he killed her, as well as her maidservants, said the Fiend Celestial. As guardians, we are by Empyrean Lord's side perennially, so most of us have heard that same story. Qin Yun and Xiao's face turned white when they heard that. Had she really been killed? Did anyone see it with their own eyes? asked Sky Demon Palatial Lord with furrowed brows. Actually, no. The Fiend Celestial shook his head after some thought. Ancestral Master Zhang asked, why would Empyrean Lord pay such a tremendous price to conquer our great Chang world? How could we dare question Empyrean Lord on his decision to conquer a world? Said the Fiend Celestial. Next, said Patriarch Bai. The Fiend Celestial Guardians were questioned one after another, but the results only made Qin Yun and Xiao more anxious. The Fiend Celestial's accounts were mostly the same. As they were guardians of Empyrean Lord, many of them had heard about the female toddler. They heard that she had been killed for enraging Empyrean Lord. However, none of them actually saw the murder with their own eyes. It's strange to kill a female toddler and even the maidservants, said Ancestral Master Zhang. He is very strong enough to easily withstand the karmic effects of killing a few mortals. However, there's no need for him to do so, nor would he do so wantonly. After all, if he killed a few this time out of anger, and a few the next time, over time, the accumulated karma will still be huge. Sky Immortals and Sky Fiends typically hold back. They do not kill mortals unless necessary. If the girl had truly infuriated him, he only needed to kill her. Why would he kill the maidservants as well? Qin Yun and Xiao nodded immediately. Yes, said Xiao. My daughter might very well be still alive, added Qin Yun. Human Emperor frowned and said, those Fiend Celestial Guardians only heard of the murder of the girl despite being personal guards. Qin Yun, if your child is still alive, where would she be? How can we investigate the matter? It will be difficult. Patriarch Bai shook his head. There's no way for us to enter that Fiend Celestial world to investigate. Entering that world spells certain death. Yes, it's suicidal. Ancestral Master Zhang nodded. That Empyrean Lord Kuefu's strength is much greater than mine. So the only way to investigate is through divination? Asked Sky Demon Palatial Lord. Divining the details of a life in a distant world across the cosmos far exceeded the means available to Sky Immortals. It's only possible for a mighty figure. Ancestral Master Zhang looked at Qin Yun. From the looks of it, the only way is to seek Puka Dragon Lord's help again. He is the only mighty figure willing to help us. Yes. Qin Yun nodded. Let's not delay matters. I'll seek an audience with the Dragon Lord now. Everyone present turned solemn. Mighty figures at the level of golden immortals or Buddhas were legendary. Even they were considered lucky to be able to meet a mighty figure as ordinary sky immortals and a sky god. Perhaps only Ancestral Master Zhang might chance upon a mighty figure in Green Turing Palace. Qin Yun looked at Xiao and consoled her, don't worry. Dragon Lord has extraordinary powers. I was able to rescue you thanks to him. I believe he will definitely be able to help save our daughter. Following that, Qin Yun took out a token with the words Puku engraved on it. He activated it. Buzz. The token projected a spot in distant space. In that vast starry sky was Puka Dragon Lord's massive coiled body. His dragon scales contained Dao charms, and when he opened his eyes, they were more blinding than the sun. Qin Yun and company did not dare look him directly in the eye. Dragon Lord. Qin Yun and company, including Xiao, bowed. Little guy, it's you again? Puka Dragon Lord smiled as his long dragon whiskers flailed. Qin Yun took out a golden seal. It was the superior grade minor Empyrean seal. With it in hand, he bowed and beseeched, I am offering this treasure, to shamelessly seek Dragon Lord's help once again to rescue my daughter. My daughter also has dragon blood flowing through her. Qin Yun did not mind giving up the minor Empyrean seal if it meant reuniting his family. Your daughter? Puka Dragon Lord looked at Qin Yun through the distance space before looking at Xiao. He could easily see the couple's karmic lines. Much of the karma was concealed or obstructed, but his eyes could easily penetrate to see the threads. He traced one of the karmic lines, rapidly traversing distant space to a distant world where the other end of the karmic line was. Oh! Spying on that world from afar, he saw a girl practicing her swordsmanship on a mountain diligently. She had a wound on her face. He easily found Qin Yun and Xiao's daughter, but it made anger flash in his eyes. Your daughter is in the Skywolf world. I can't save her. If you want to save her, rely on yourself. Puku Dragonlord's voice rumbled. As his words continued echoing, the spatial rift closed. Perhaps it was because he was unable to rescue the girl, or perhaps due to his anger, Puku Dragonlord did not take the minor Empyrean seal away from Qin Yun. Qin Yun was taken aback when he heard that. He was still mid-bow and holding up the seal. My daughter is still alive. Qin Yun was pleasantly surprised but also anxious. But even a mighty figure like Puku Dragonlord can't save her? Skywolf world? It's yellow-robe supremacy? Ancestral Master Zhang found it unbelievable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 427. Chapter 427, Yellow Robe Supremacy. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. By the side of the lake, Patriarch Bai, Human Emperor, Bodhisattva Mahakasyapa, East Sea Skydragon, and company were startled by Puku Dragonlord suddenly closing the void rift. Dragonlord appears to be somewhat furious? When Qin Yun asked for his help, he appeared to be in quite a good mood. Why did he turn angry after discovering Qin Yun's daughter was in the Skywolf world and claim that he can't rescue her? Yes, Dragonlord is a mighty figure. How is it possible that he can't save her? Everyone was perplexed. Xiao was the weakest junior present. She looked at Qin Yun. Brother Yun? Xiao, regardless of anything else, our daughter is still alive and in the Skywolf world, said Qin Yun immediately. Yeah. Xiao nodded. Senior Zhang. Qin Yun looked at Ancestral Master Zhang. He noticed that while everyone else looked perplexed, Ancestral Master Zhang strangely appeared to know what was happening. Where is the Skywolf world? Why would Dragonlord not be able to rescue her? Asked Qin Yun. Brother Zhang, explain it to us. With your knowledge, you should know where the Skywolf world is. All of them looked at Ancestral Master Zhang. Ancestral Master Zhang frowned slightly before saying, the Skywolf world is another small world, but there is an existence that lives there, one that is famous throughout the three realms. Famous throughout the three realms? Qin Yun and company were astonished. Brother Zhang, asked Human Emperor. Mighty figures are unable to enter small worlds. Those that can live in small worlds are at most ninth firmament sky immortals. How can someone of that level be famous throughout the three realms? He is known by the various factions of the three realms as Yellow Robe Supremacy, said Ancestral Master Zhang. He is also the strongest wolf demon of the three realms. Qin Yun and company listened carefully. There were countless demons in existence, and this was the strongest wolf demon in the three realms? In the ancient period of the three realms, countless demons proliferated across the billions of worlds amid the endless cosmos, said Daoist Divine Firmament. Back then, the demon population was at its peak, resulting in the formation of the ancient heavenly courts. The ancient heavenly courts mainly had demons as soldiers and generals, and even the celestial ruler. Ever since Goddess Nuwa created mankind, demons found their match in mankind's perceptiveness and ability to procreate. It made them more versatile than demons, allowing humans to gradually proliferate, explained Ancestral Master Zhang. With the passage of time, the demons standing in the three realms began to waver until the ancient heavenly courts were replaced, resulting in the present-day heavenly courts. More than 90% of the soldiers and generals of the present heavenly courts comprises of humans. Even Jade Emperor was a human that cultivated successfully. Therefore, humans are favored by the providence of the three realms, said Ancestral Master Zhang. Qin Yun and company were shocked. The three realms actually had such a history? There was even an ancient heavenly courts? Yellow-robed supremacy was once a great demon during the ancient heavenly courts era, said ancestral master Zhang. As the heavenly lord of numinous treasure did not discriminate in his teachings, many demons also came under master's tutelage. One of them was this yellow-robed supremacy. He is also a personal disciple of the numinous treasure Tao ancestor? Human Emperor was astounded. He's Brother Shang's senior brother? Patriarch Bai was surprised. Ancestral Master Zhang said with a sigh, "How can I compare with senior brother yellow-robed? The gap is just too wide." After the collapse of the ancient heavenly courts, senior brother yellow-robed continued cultivating under master's tutelage, explained ancestral Master Zhang. However, the three Daoist factions have had many internal conflicts in history. One of these civil strifes was particularly influential. My Green Turing Palace was the main loser of the incident and many disciples were captured. Senior brother yellow-robed was one of them. The new heavenly courts were established, and 28 relatively powerful demons were chosen from the captives to be the 28 lunar mansions. As senior brother yellow-robed was extremely strong, he was made the leader of the 7 lunar mansions of the White Tiger in the West Legs Wood Wolf. For him to be named the leader of the Western Mansion, you can imagine how powerful senior brother yellow-robed is. Ancestral Master Zhang sighed. As a heavenly court's lunar mansion, over time, he was given command over heavenly soldiers and generals. He fought in wars across the three realms so as to enforce the authority of the heavenly courts. Later on, it was rumored that due to his wife and son, as well as the heavenly court's Buddhist faction, senior brother yellow-robed eventually went mad and engaged in a massacre. He even rebelled against the heavenly courts. Ancestral Master Zhang sighed. I'm unaware of the details, but I heard that his wife and son lost their lives in that conflict. His wife and son died? Everyone was taken aback. He did not seek out their reincarnated selves and receive them? Pressed Patriarch Bai. No. Ancestral Master Zhang continued, there were too many things that happened which I'm not aware of. I only know that senior brother yellow-robed now lives alone in the Skywolf world. Sigh, I heard from my senior brothers and sisters that senior brother yellow-robed had quite a magnanimous character originally. The rest of 28 lunar mansions were very impressed by him. Ancestral Master Zhang shook his head. But after that incident, he suffered a huge change in temperament. He cut ties with all his relationships and became capricious. He even turned downright murderous. In the entire three realms, only Master is able to make him obey him. As for ordinary fellow disciples like us, he completely ignores us, said Ancestral Master Zhang. However, I would like to note that although he is bloodthirsty, he has not done anything ruthless to a Green Turing Palace disciple. He still takes into account our shared heritage. Everyone present nodded. Qin Yun did feel some pity for him. Having experienced separation from his wife, Qin Yun could understand yellow-robed supremacy. Yellow-robed supremacy's story involved many things that were much more complicated than Qin Yun's. That senior brother of mine cultivates in a physical establishing sage dermic formulation established by ancient demons. He was already a 9th firmament sky demon during the ancient heavenly courts era. Later, when he trained under my master, numinous treasure Tao ancestor, he cultivated in Green Turing Palace dermic formulations. He became even more powerful, said Ancestral Master Zhang. However, he never took that final step to become a mighty figure. However, he is extremely skilled in battle. He is in no way inferior to mighty figures in a head-on battle. From ancient times until now, be it the War of the Ancient Heavenly Courts, the War of the Three Factions, or his campaigns after becoming a lunar mansion, he has engaged in countless battles. The number of golden immortals and Buddhas he has fought probably numbers in the dozens. In terms of melee combat, he is definitely one of the best in the three realms. He was also an extremely famous combat general while he was in the heavenly courts. After he rebelled against the heavenly courts and turned capricious, he once captured several dragons. Among them were a bunch of them were sky dragons. He skinned them and drained their blood just to study the dragon bloodline. Ancestral Master Zhang shook his head. Therefore, the dragons show animosity towards senior brother Yellow-Robed. There have also fought in secret before. Why did he capture the dragons? Qin Yun and company were baffled. Ancestral Master Zhang explained, dragons are also considered demons in a sense, but the dragon bloodline is extremely powerful, exceeding the bloodlines of every other demon class. The dragons are even one of the major factions in the three realms. The ancestral dragon had 9 sons, each born to be at the pinnacle Skydragon realm. The dragons pass down their strength more perfectly than any other race, and dragons are well known for their powerful bodies. For example, the 9 sons of the ancestral dragon have strength so ridiculous that they can match mighty figures. Some innately match 9 firmament sky demons of the physical establishing stage. Their talents are just too perfect. Senior brother Yellow-Robed captured these dragons and carefully studied the mystery behind the dragon bloodline before infusing it into his own dermic formulation, explained Ancestral Master Zhang. Although there were dragons that luckily lived through his experiments, quite a considerable number of dragons died because of them. How can the dragons not hate him? But, even in the other realm cosmos, senior brother Yellow-Robed is capable of fighting mighty figures. In a small world, there is nothing for him to fear, said Ancestral Master Zhang. Even after he engaged in open rebellion against the heavenly courts have only turned a blind eye towards him. Furthermore, many of the high-ranking generals in the heavenly courts were senior brother Yellow-Robe's good friends. Even if they are sent to capture him, they only do it for show. Of course, even if they truly engaged him in battle, they probably could not do much to senior brother Yellow-Robed. Qin Yun and company were enlightened. An existence that enjoyed a high standing since the ancient heavenly courts era. It was no wonder Puku Dragon Lord did not wish to speak to Qin Yun and company any further about him. This was because Yellow-Robe's supremacy would ignore Puku Dragon Lord. His relationship with the dragons was terrible. If it was senior brother Yellow-Robed back when he was a lunar mansion, the situation would be easy. Ancestral Master Zhang shook his head. But the present capricious senior brother Yellow-Robed, only master in the 3 realms, can make him obey. His other fellow disciples will not work. Why would my daughter be in the Skywolf world? Qin Yun frowned. She was originally in the Fiend Celestial world, but she was moved to the Skywolf world. That Empyrean Lord even claimed to have squashed her to death, said Ancestral Master Zhang. Clearly, Empyrean Lord lied. But why would he lie? It's likely that senior brother Yellow-Robed took your daughter. That Empyrean Lord probably made those claims to save himself from embarrassment. That's the only explanation that makes sense. Xiao turned anxious. Ancestral Master, why did he take my daughter away? Our daughter has a dragon bloodline. Will he? Yes, he has been quite ruthless to dragons. Patriarch Bai frowned. This, Ancestral Master Zhang did not have the confidence to make any claims. He had never seen his senior brother. After all, he had only been cultivating for a few millennia. I have to think of a way to save my daughter, said Qin Yun anxiously. A capricious lunatic that experimented with dragon bloodlines. It was not unthinkable that he would do something to Qin Yun's daughter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 428. Chapter 428, Creating a Sword Immortal Dermic Formulation Independently? Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. Senior Zhang, where is the Skywolf world? Inquired Qin Yun. The Skywolf world is in the Effulgent World's dominion. As you are mortal, it would not be difficult for you to head to the Skywolf world, said Ancestral Master Zhang. However, the real challenge will be taking your daughter away from the Skywolf world. But my daughter might in grave danger now. How can I pretend like it isn't happening? Qin Yun could not hide his anxiety. The present yellow-robed supremacy is capricious in nature. Although he still bears some sentiment towards Green Turing Palace disciples, about 30 to 40% of all Taoist cultivators in the three realms are from the numinous treasure lineage. It's an uncountable number. He won't show mercy to just any cultivator from the numinous treasure lineage, warned ancestral Master Zhang. I understand, said Qin Yun. All I want to do is rescue my daughter. He used to have a child himself, after all. If he really kills me because of this, there is nothing I can say. Brother Yun. Xiao looked at Qin Yun. Even if I were to die, there are many people willing to receive me. Qin Yun consoled his wife. In the effulgent great world, the direct sword cultivation line of the Grand Supreme lineage and the primordial beginning lineage have already given me their word. If you choose to reincarnate, that's a good thing too. Ancestral Master Zhang nodded. After all, creating a sword immortal dermic formulation yourself is indeed very difficult. You are from the numinous treasure lineage. The ones to receive you should be us from the numinous treasure lineage. How can we leave it to the Grand Supreme or the primordial beginning people? Qin Yun said with a smile, that's only in the worst case scenario. Perhaps I might successfully rescue my daughter and bring her back. It's a pity I have never met Senior Brother Yellow-Robed, said Ancestral Master Zhang regretfully. I can't help you much. Master does not discriminate in his teachings and has tens of thousands of disciples. There are many of my senior brothers I have not met, and so I do not have much of a relationship with them. I'm considered one of the later recruits of the Green Turing Palace and my strength is rated at the bottom. To be honest, many disciples do not think much of me in the Green Turing Palace. After all, strength is most important in the cultivation world. One will only be respected if they are strong. Brother Zhang cultivates slowly because he wants to create the divine firmament lightning Dharma himself, said Patriarch Bai. It's much easier for me than it is for Qin Yun. After all, there are many lightning Dharma for me to reference in Green Turing Palace. There are also many talisman amulet dermic formulations to reference, said Ancestral Master Zhang. East Sea Skydragon said, Brother Zhang, you are a Green Turing Palace disciple. Your standing should mean something, right? Qin Yun, you have my memento. If you were to go to the Sky Wolf world and meet Yellow Robe Supremacy, use it to contact me immediately. Perhaps on account of me being a Green Turing Palace disciple, he might spare you. That's all I can do, said Ancestral Master Zhang. I only have a handful of senior brothers and sisters that I'm close to in Green Turing Palace. And they are all recently recruited disciples like myself. I have never met Senior Brother Yellow Robe Supremacy either. After all, he already had a post in the heavenly courts when it was first established. Thank you, Senior Zhang, said Qin Yun gratefully. Xiao bowed gratefully as well, thank you, Ancestral Master. But you have to be careful, advised Ancestral Master Zhang. After all, Senior Brother Yellow-Robed has become a very sinister person. Yes, I'll return to think about it and see if there are any solutions. If there are none, I'll head to the Skywolf world, said Qin Yun. Don't be in a hurry. I'll ask my friends, they might be able to help us think of something. I'll give you an answer in half a month. Thank you, Senior Zhang, Ancestral Master. Qin Yun and Xiao said gratefully. Soon, Qin Yun and Xiao bade farewell and returned to Zheng Prefecture's Grand Dominance. Grand Dominance City, Qin Manor. Qin Liehu and Changlan were very happy to see Qin Yun and Xiao return together. Later that day, Qin Yun and Xiao held a banquet and invited their good friends, Hong Lingtong and 8th Shu. I wish to rescue my daughter. Brother Hong and Brother 8th Shu, both of you are reincarnated immortals with great knowledge. I wonder if you can think of any solutions? Asked Qin Yun. Hong Lingtong and 8th Shu exchanged looks. I have also long heard of Yellow Robe Supremacy, said 8th Shu. It's definitely impossible to use force when dealing with him, so the only way is to do it diplomatically. Yellow Robe supremacy has subordinates in the Skywolf world as well. Perhaps there might be hope if you focus your efforts on his subordinates instead of him. You still have to go to the Skywolf world, and something like this can't be rushed. First, figure out the situation before planning your strategy, added Han Lingtong. We do not have any good ideas either. Yes. Qin Yun nodded slightly. He was only trying to brainstorm. After all, both of them had the experience of a past life and had wider breadth of knowledge. After they sent off Han Lingtong and 8th Shu, Qin Yun and Xiao sat by the side of the Mirror Lake. Let's wait for Senior Zhang. He might get some ideas from asking his friends, said Qin Yun. Boom! A purple bolt of lightning flashed in the distance as it landed at their side. Qin Yun and Xiao looked in astonishment. Speaking of Ancestral Master Zhang. Senior Zhang, is there any news? Qin Yun looked at Ancestral Master Zhang. Not really, but there's someone who wants to meet you, said Ancestral Master Zhang. He pointed into midair and a rift appeared out of the void. On the other end of the rift was a smiling blue-robed Taoist. He looked at Qin Yun warmly. My young friend, Qin Yun. Qin Yun, this is the sect master of Golden Light sect of the Effulgent Great World, Yuton, introduced Ancestral Master Zhang. Senior Yu. Qin Yun bowed immediately. Uncle Master Zhang, you should have told me earlier that your great Chang world has produced such a powerful cultivator, said the blue-robed Taoist. It was only after I learned that there was a person named Qin Yun on the roll that I investigated carefully and learned that he came from the great Chang world. Qin Yun understood immediately. He thought to himself, I have heard of the Golden Light sect master before. He is an 8th firmament sky immortal. I never expected him to address Ancestral Master Zhang as Uncle Master Zhang. That means that he wasn't taken in as a disciple of Numinous Treasure Dao Ancestor? Although Numinous Treasure Dao Ancestor had many students, he did have some conditions. Just having the strength of a 7th or 8th firmament sky immortal did not necessarily mean one would be chosen as a disciple of the Dao Ancestor. Our great Chang world experienced a calamity recently, so the matter was delayed, said Ancestral Master Zhang. Qin Yun, Yuton looked at Qin Yun through the distance space. I know the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage and the Primordial Beginning lineage have invited you. However, you are ultimately a disciple of our Numinous Treasure lineage. They will have to wait their turn. If you are willing to enter my Golden Light sect, many top dermic formulations can be made available for your selection. Of course, our Golden Light sect does not have any Sword Immortal dermic formulations. Only the Grand Supreme Dao Ancestor's creation of the Sword Immortal lineage exists in the 3 realms. And as you know, it is a secret heritage. Enter the Golden Light sect? I'll need to think about it, said Qin Yun. He had no plans to convert his cultivation, so there was no need for him to enter a sect. Entering a sect had its benefits, but there were responsibilities as well. As it is our first meeting, I have some gifts for you. Our Numinous Treasure lineage is not as stingy as the Grand Supreme or Primordial Beginning lineages. Yutong waved his hand, immediately sending a few manuals across the void rift. Qin Yun raised his hand and caught the thick manuals. This is a manual that allows cultivation to the 9th firmament sky immortal realm, Blue Cloud's immortal dharma. I chanced upon it and it's not considered a manual of the Golden Light sect, so I can give it to you, said Yutong with a smile. Although it's not a top dermic formulation in the 3 realms, it's considered quite an orthodox dermic formulation among Taoists. There are many dharma spells and methods to refine dharma treasures. It details how one should cultivate from mortality to the 9th firmament sky immortal realm. You can use it as reference to create a Sword Immortal dermic formulation. As for these 3 other books, they are some incomplete records regarding the Sword Immortal lineage. The entire 3 realms have always been watching the Sword Immortal lineage. These incomplete records might give you some inspiration in creating a sword immortal dermic formulation. Qin Yun casually browsed through them as his eyes lit up. He immediately said, "Thank you, Senior Yu." You can attempt to create a sword immortal dermic formulation. However, other than Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor, no one in the three realms has ever created an Essence Soul Realm sword immortal dermic formulation. That path is just too difficult, said Yu Ton. If you find it to be impossible, please choose to reincarnate. We will immediately receive you. When you awaken your past life's memories, your attainments might be even higher if you take a different path. Ancestral Master Zhang said immediately, "Qin Yun, if you were to create an Essence Soul Realm sword immortal dermic formulation, you will be the only one that has ever succeeded in the three realms. With my understanding of Master, he will likely take you in as a disciple upon seeing that. You will also become a Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor disciple. With Senior Brother Yellow Robe's character, he will not harm the daughter of a Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor disciple. Yes, I will be able to rescue my daughter that way." Qin Yun's eyes lit up. He looked at the manuals in hand and felt an intense yearning. He had to create an Essence Soul Sword Immortal Dermic formulation. It was for his own cultivation path and for his daughter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 429. Chapter 429, The Essence Soul is a Sword? Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Jiang Prefecture's Grand Dominance. Qin Manor. Ancestral Master Zhang had left, so it was just Qin Yun and Xiao sitting in the yard. The manuals were placed on the stone table. The Tao is not something readily instructed. Qin Yun looked at the manuals on the stone table, especially the thick blue cloud's immortal Dharma. The cover and pages appeared to him as an unfathomably deep sea. Qin Yun sighed, "And now, this Golden Light sect master has given me an orthodox Taoist dermic formulation that allows one to cultivate straight to the ninth firmament sky immortal realm. I'm heavily indebted to him. Is it that useful to you, Brother Yun?" asked Xiao. "Very." Qin Yun nodded. Xiao, you know that I'm an itinerant cultivator, with only the world and nature as my teacher. However, how quickly does knowledge come when the world and nature is your teacher? Truly superior dermic formulations will guide disciples into constantly improving. The Blue Cloud's immortal Dharma is one such dermic formulation. I gained a few bits of inspiration just from casually flipping through it just now. Going forward, I plan on cultivating seriously. We have been separated for 19 years and we should spend much time together, but in the following days I have to focus my mind on studying the Blue Cloud's immortal Dharma and the three sword immortal manuals. Brother Yun, ignore me. Right now, the only thing I look forward to with every moment of my life is finding our daughter and reuniting our family. Xiao said with eyes red. Yes. Qin Yun nodded. In the following days, Qin Yun focused on cultivation. The Blue Cloud's immortal Dharma was broad and profound, encompassing all sorts of myriad phenomena including Dharma spells, array formations, and the refinement of artifacts. Every bit of it was extremely detailed, allowing a mortal to go to the ninth firmament of the sky immortal realm. It broadened the perspectives of an itinerant cultivator like Qin Yun, allowing him to draw on it to further improve his understandings. The condensation of an essence soul. In his cultivation chamber, 1,000 calamity mind focusing bead was embedded in the ceiling. Fragrance permeated the chamber, allowing Qin Yun to fully immerse himself in the manuals. Dermic powers contained in a sword immortal's golden core are made up of countless sharp sword chi. To fuse it with the soul, so as to condense an essence soul, that is extremely difficult. Qin Yun pondered, in the vast three realms, several mighty figures have probably attempted to infer one. However, it stops at inference without them actually cultivating in it. The Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor did not cultivate in the sword immortal lineage either. He relied merely on inferring to create it. My only advantage is that I cultivate in the sword immortal lineage and have cultivated a sword immortal golden core. Alone in the chamber, Qin Yun continued flipping through the blue cloud's immortal dharma as he pondered over the sword immortal dharmic formulation needed to condense an essence soul. All these years, I have occasionally thought about how an essence soul is condensed. Having read the blue cloud's immortal dharma, it seems I have 3 paths I can take. Sitting cross-legged in the chamber, Qin Yun's body was covered in a faint mist that enshrouded him like a robe. He appeared even more otherworldly. Cultivation one step at a time, each step being taught in great detail. I have only cultivated for 3 days and have already gained a basic mastery of the all-heavens cloud shroud. Qin Yun did not cultivate in the dharmic powers, refine dharma treasures or studied array formations. He mainly pondered over the detailed introduction of every cultivation step in the blue cloud's immortal dharma as well as the various dharma spells included in it. He could also cultivate in the dharma spells. These included escape arts, body protection arts, as well as decimation arts. Dharma spells were the practical use of the Tao. As he engaged in cultivating in the dharma spells, Qin Yun's insights gradually deepened his realm. Another half a month passed. Only then did Qin Yun begin to flip through the 3 sword immortal cultivation manuals. These have to be fragmentary records or information gained from spying on the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage. Qin Yun flipped through them and his eyes instantly lit up. Oh? This is a sword move from the Grand Supreme Sword Immortals? It's truly sharp. The records were very incomplete. The records of some sword arts were forcibly memorized by those of a high realm when sword immortals cast their sword arts. Some could even discern the charm behind the sword art. However, others did not have an intrinsic flying sword or sword immortal dharmic powers. The potency of the same move would only be much weaker when used by them. Oh? Qin Yun quickly reached the second manual. When he flipped to one of its pages, he could not help but be taken aback. A sword immortal's condensation of an essence soul is different from ordinary Taoist cultivators. Their essence soul is a sword? Sword. The essence soul is a sword? Qin Yun's head buzzed as many ideas flooded his mind. All 3 paths he had inferred were ones he independently figured out. However, none of them came with the idea that the essence soul was a sword. After all, most Taoist cultivators would end up with a tiny person once their essence soul was condensed. The sword immortal lineage was different from nearly all the other Taoist schools of thought. Its essence soul is a sword? It's a sword? If it's a sword, how should the golden core and soul overlap? Qin Yun began thinking over the matter. Cultivation knew no time. As Qin Yun was skilled in the cyclic sword flash, the all-heavens cloud shroud was the most suitable dharma spell for him among all the dharma spells of the blue cloud's immortal dharma. He had also cultivated in some of the fragmentary sword art records from the 3 manuals, allowing him to deepen his understanding. In a blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Whoosh! 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 Cold winds blew as snowflakes the size of goose feathers scattered across the world. The door creaked open. Qin Yun finally came out of seclusion. Brother Yun. Xiao came to receive him. Xiao. Qin Yun smiled. I have some confidence that I can condense an essence soul. Have you created a sword immortal essence soul dharmic formulation by yourself? Asked Xiao. Condensing an essence soul would naturally be easy if I were an ordinary golden core Taoist. With my present realm, I can easily create an ordinary cultivation dharmic formulation. However, sword immortal dharmic powers are too sharp and overbearing. It's hundreds if not thousands of times harder for us to condense an essence soul, said Qin Yun. Over the past half year, I have come up with several possibilities. I perfected each one and selected the best, finally deciding on a particular path. I also have a dharmic formulation that can condense an essence soul. You will definitely succeed. Xiao looked forward to it as well. I have to try to truly succeed, said Qin Yun wistfully. You will know how difficult it is only when you attempt to do it. I learned that the Grand Supreme Sword cultivators condense an essence soul in the form of a sword. From that, I know that the Grand Supreme Tao ancestor must have gone down a different path, different from ordinary Taoist cultivation paths. A sword? Xiao was perplexed. An essence soul in the form of a sword truly makes one deserving to be called a sword immortal, said Qin Yun. Xiao, I plan on going out on a trip to the West Sea's ancient Skydragon Palace. The ancient Skydragon Palace? Xiao understood immediately. You plan on exploring the ancient Skydragon Palace thoroughly? With my strength, I'm fully capable of visiting the entirety of the ancient Skydragon Palace. I'm also doing it to distract myself, said Qin Yun. While distracted, I can relax my mind. It will also allow me to consider the dermic formulation that condenses the essence soul. My projection at the moment is to attempt to condense the essence soul after the new year. Xiao nodded. If he condensed a sword immortal essence soul, he would be the only person in all of the three realms to create an essence soul sword immortal dermic formulation apart from the Grand Supreme Tao ancestor. It would definitely cause a stir all over the three realms. It was even possible that the heavenly lord of numinous treasure would take him in as a disciple, just as ancestral master Zhang said. When that happened, he could save his daughter. It's good to go out and distract your mind. After all, you have been cultivating arduously for months. Stillness and motion coincide with the way the heavenly Tao and nature work, said Xiao with a smile. Yes. Qin Yun nodded. However, he felt pressure. What should he do if he failed to condense an essence soul? On the 27th day of the last month of the year, Qin Yun left Grand Dominance, heading for the West Sea's ancient Skydragon Palace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 430. Chapter 430, That Ancient Skydragon from the West Sea. Translator, Citullin. Editor, Citullin. The West Sea was vast to the point of seeming endless. Qin Yun flew over it on a cloud, but his mind was elsewhere. The dermic formulation of condensing a sword immortal essence soul constantly surfaced in his mind, as he deliberated over it again and again. The body was capable of accommodating mistakes. Even if a dermic formulation had flaws, one could still condense an essence soul. It was also why dermic formulations had different grades. Qin Yun did not wish to create a sword immortal dermic formulation that could match the Grand Supreme Tao ancestors. Even if it was a little weaker. It was enough as long as he successfully condensed a sword immortal essence soul. Am I getting too caught up in the nitty-gritty details? Qin Yun pondered over the dermic formulation as he constantly constructed it in his mind, making minute adjustments. At this present stage, the general framework was set up. All he needed to do was give it some minor fixes. As he flew, he deliberated over it. Oh! I've reached the ancient Skydragon Palace. Qin Yun looked down when he sensed something. With a whoosh, he swooped downwards. Hua! He flew to the bottom of the West Sea. He took the same familiar path into the ancient Skydragon Palace. The same old guardian general followed him with two golden hammers hanging by his waist. He joked, "Human, you are here again. How many times have you come? Don't you fail another time." Although he said so, he was actually very astonished. After all, Qin Yun was able to achieve such potent strength despite being mortal. "This is the final time," said Qin Yun with a smile. "Oh? You are really confident." Guardian General was surprised but also impressed. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to a corridor. It was the one that led straight into the middle of the ancient Skydragon Palace. Qin Yun waved his hand, sending a wisp of misty rain flying out of his fingertip. It seemed to be burning like a meteor and, with a flash, it penetrated the various array formation seals at the entrance. The 26 layers shattered in a blink of an eye, much faster than Qin Yun's previous attempt when he used the Grotto Heaven Sword Calabash. That fast? Guardian General could not help but twitch when he saw how fast Qin Yun was destroying the seals. Is he really going to obtain everything in the ancient Skydragon Palace? Boom, dot. The meteor-like flying sword tore through the corridor and struck the surface of the distant palatial hall in the middle. Layers of golden barriers rose across its surface. The dreamlike sword's seventh move, Stars Like Rain, only trembled for an instant before shattering one layer. It followed by shattering the second and third layer, its might decreasing drastically each time. I actually need to cast another strike, thought Qin Yun. The flying sword rose again as it cast Stars Like Rain once more. After studying the various Dharma spells of the Blue Cloud's immortal Dharma, his Stars Like Rain was about 50 to 60% stronger than it was half a year ago. This strike tore through the remaining 3 layers before the golden barriers could recover. At the instant they were broken through, the flying sword spun around and dug into the core of the array formation. The central hall's array formation completely crumbled. Following that, Qin Yun flew over. He succeeded? The Guardian General looked at the scene in a daze as he watched Qin Yun casually fly to the central hall. Has the day His Majesty been waiting for finally come? Qin Yun had a faint misty shroud lingering around him. It was his most compatible Dharma spell from the Blue Cloud's immortal Dharma, All Heaven's Cloud Shroud. This was also a powerful Dharma spell ranked in the top 3 of the Blue Cloud's immortal Dharma. According to the Dharma spell's description, cultivating it to its most perfect state according to legend would match some of the more potent divine powers, allowing one to withstand the strikes of golden immortals or Buddhas. However, ordinary ninth firmament sky immortals could only cultivate the Dharma spell to a phenomenal success stage. The chances of reaching perfection were slim. As Qin Yun's dharmic powers were relatively weak, his casting of the All Heaven's Cloud Shroud was only equivalent to the might of the green leaf flying sword casting the cyclic sword flash. As he maintained the All Heaven's Cloud Shroud, Qin Yun walked into the central hall. The hall had a coiled Skydragon corpse lying inside. There was a huge pool of blood on the ground. Whoosh, dot. From the Skydragon corpse, a dragon's phantom appeared. It coiled in midair, its eyes penetrating the doors to the hall as though it was looking at a particular spot across infinite space. I am the owner of this dragon palace, Ba Yun. I was born in the Dragon Mountain world. It is a small world with a massive number of dragons living in it. It is my true homeworld. However, the Dragon Mountain world suffered an attack from a ninth firmament sky fiend existence, Old Fiend Fire Puppet. 99% of the dragons in Dragon Mountain world perished, with very few surviving. My father and mother fought Old Fiend Fire Puppet with all their might. They exhorted my uncle to flee with me. I was still very young back then and was one of the few dragons that managed to escape, but although I have experienced a lot, even to the point of cultivating to become a sky dragon, bringing many dragons with me to call this small world home, I still think of the Dragon Mountain world fondly. The 1,000 Revolutions Dragon Lake and empty sword severing in the Dragon Mountain world remain unforgettable to me. It is the place where I spent the most beautiful and freest days of my life. The Skydragon Phantom appeared to be looking at a spot across the distant cosmos. I'm about to die. I have no other request. I only wish that after my death, you burn my corpse to ashes and scatter them in the 1,000 Revolutions Dragon Lake and Dragon Mountain world, said the Dragon Phantom. That place is currently occupied by Old Fiend Fire Puppet. To send me back, you'll probably need to kill him. I know it's very difficult. It was only before my death that I realized my greatest wish is to return to my homeworld. It's not a demand but a request. If you are able to do so, please help me. Let me return to the place where my father and mother died. The Dragon Phantom sighed lightly. Qin Yun looked up. He looked at the massive Dragon Phantom and its wistful eyes. He knew that this was a projection left behind before the Skydragon's death. It would only show this message to the first person that entered the hall. The eyes of the dragon phantom were filled with a longing thirst. If you enter with a mortal's body, perhaps you have a chance of fighting old fiend fire puppet, said the dragon phantom in a self-deprecating manner. Of course, it's also possible that my array formation has gradually lost its potency over long periods of time, making the person that is hearing this not the absolute genius cultivator I wish for. Regardless, I only have this wish. Dragon Mountain World. Father. Mother. The dragon phantom raised his head as his eyes glazed over. His final memories were of seeing his father and mother the way they looked when they battled old fiend fire puppet. Qin Yun silently watched the dragon phantom dissipate. I never expected this ancient sky dragon to have such a history. Before his parents' death, they still wished for their child to live on. Qin Yun felt the longing for his daughter. I'm the same. I wish for my daughter to lead a better life, even if I have to offer up my own. Upon thinking of his daughter's suffering, Qin Yun turned more anxious. His daughter had been sent to the fiend celestial world not long after she was born. She later landed in the hands of yellow-robed supremacy who had a grudge towards dragons. Thinking of all the terrible fates that his daughter might encounter, Qin Yun felt like his heart was being ripped to shreds. If it's possible, I will send you back to the Dragon Mountain world. I'll scatter your ashes in the 1,000 revolutions, Dragon Lake, said Qin Yun as he looked at the ancient sky dragon's corpse. Of course, that will be a thing I do very far in the future. I will need to rescue my daughter first. Moments later. Boom! All the array formations in the ancient sky dragon palace crumbled. Without the array formation to sustain them, many buildings collapsed. The remnant buildings could be fully seen in the West Sea so that even ordinary members of the water race could see the ruin. Qin Yun left with all the treasures of the ancient sky dragon palace. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 431. Chapter 431, Condensing an Essence Soul. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. The streets of Grand Dominant City were adorned with lanterns on the eve of the Lunar New Year. Children ran down the street, leaving footprints in the heavy snow as they watched the fireworks and the various acrobatic performances. Qin Yun and Xiao were sitting in a tea shop, listening to a storyteller narrate fantasy stories as they watched the thickly clothed children run. Qin Yun recalled his memories of raising Meng Huan when he saw these children. Huaner has long grown up and even entered the Jade Tripod sect, a top cultivation sect. But my daughter? She was taken away just after she was born. What sort of life does she lead with yellow-robed supremacy? Xiao was also looking at the children outside the window in a daze. Qin Yun stretched out his hand and grabbed his wife's hand. Xiao turned to look at him. Xiao, I will save our daughter no matter what, said Qin Yun. Brother Yun, how confident are you of condensing an essence soul? 30 to 40%, said Qin Yun. After all, in the entire three realms, only the Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor has ever succeeded. Although the other mighty figures had only inferred from nothing while I cultivated myself and have actual experience, my level of insight and experience is just too low compared to those mighty figures. Even so, I believe I should take my chances with 30 to 40%. Xiao nodded gently. She was very worried, but her husband was resolved to attempt to condense an essence soul in a few more days. She did not wish to say anything demoralizing. Whoosh! A blurry figure gradually turned corporeal to their side. A black-haired man walked over, and although it was bustling inside the tea shop with it being New Year's Eve, the crowd did not see him. Senior Sky Dragon. Qin Yun and Xiao stood up to greet him. Qin Yun, Xiao. East Sea Sky Dragon walked over and sat down with a smile. Only then did the couple sit down. I just heard that the ancient Sky Dragon Palace in the West Sea has appeared in its entirety, with many of its array formations cracked. East Sea Sky Dragon looked at Qin Yun. I instantly thought of you, Qin Yun. Only you of all people in the great Chang world are capable of such a thing. Qin Yun nodded slightly. Yes, I went to the ancient Skydragon Palace not long ago. I wish you would hand the ancient Skydragon Palace's corpse over to me. After all, he is a member of my dragon race. There are even a small number of dragons from the four seas that are his descendants. Back when the ancient Skydragon Palace was overrun, there were other dragons outside who luckily escaped the calamity. I have to bring his corpse back and bury it, said East Sea Skydragon. Of course, all the treasures in the Dragon Palace will be yours to keep. The ancient Skydragon, Ba Yun, had a last wish. Qin Yun said with a wave of his hand. Hua! Qin Yun presented the scene before the death of ancient Skydragon, Ba Yun in midair. East Sea Skydragon watched silently, and when it ended looked anguished. I've heard of the matter regarding Dragon Mountain World. Unfortunately, we have not been able to take it back. It's still occupied by Old Fiend Fire Puppet. Although we dragons are a powerful species in the three realms, we are still far inferior to the Taoists and Buddhists, as well as the heavenly courts. It's the same with even the fiend celestials. The heavenly courts ruled over the three realms. The Taoists, Buddhists, and fiend celestials all had numerous experts. The dragons were relatively weaker. They were similar to the Magi. Although they were a faction that filled the three realms, there was only the 10 Magi that had reached the ancestral Magus realm. There were fewer than 10 dragons that reached the ancestral dragon realm. How could they compare with the Taoists, Buddhists, or fiends? He had a last wish, so I have cremated his corpse, leaving only ashes behind, explained Qin Yun. Since Ba Yun has a last wish, we naturally should abide by it. East Sea Skydragon stood up. Alright, it's the humans' New Year's Eve. I won't disturb the two of you any longer. Days passed one by one. Qin Yun spent them with his wife, either strolling leisurely or going out to listen to tunes or even meet Qin Shuang. Qin Yun appeared to be relaxed, but his mind was constantly pondering over many things. The longer he pondered, Qin Yun found that the number of modifications he could make to the essence soul condensing dermic formulation was decreasing. The 19th day of the new year seemed like a very ordinary day in Grand Dominance City. Qin Yun did not make it known to the public, but on that day he began to condense a sword immortal essence soul. Outside the chamber, Qin Yun looked at his wife, Xiao. If I succeed in condensing an essence soul, I'll have a chance of being recruited into Green Turing Palace as Senior Zhang suggested, said Qin Yun. I'll then be Yellow Robe Supremacy's junior brother. Although his character has changed drastically, he is not overly ruthless to his fellow disciples. Yeah. Xiao nodded. If I fail, added Qin Yun. Xiao was taken aback. She never spoke of the possibility, afraid that it would be a tragic taboo. Xiao. Qin Yun looked at his wife. If I fail, I will still save our daughter. If I were to really die in the Skywolf world, I'd probably have to reincarnate. Should that happen, you will have to wait for me for another 10 plus years. I'll be received and, after awakening my memories, I'll return to the Great Chang world for you once I recover my cultivation level. Xiao was a little worried, so she could not help but say, Brother Yun, if there's really no way to save our daughter, there's no need for you to fight a hopeless battle. I have already lost my daughter. I do not wish to lose you as well. All kinds of unexpected complications might happen during the receiving of a reincarnator too. There were cases of delayed receiving in history. When they happened, they caused the feelings and memories of the brand new incarnation to take over, causing a drastic change in character. It would make the previous incarnation nothing but a fleeting memory. She's our daughter. As her parents, we owe it to her. Qin Yun looked at his wife. Letting her suffer makes me feel unrest. Alright, whether I succeed in condensing the essence soul or not, I am prepared for everything that follows. He was determined. He would risk it all. Qin Yun turned to head into the chamber as the door closed behind him. Xiao watched the door close silently. Am I being selfish? She muttered. On one hand, she felt extremely guilty about her daughter. On the other hand, Qin Yun was her husband, someone more important than her own life. I hope Brother Yun succeeds in condensing an essence soul. That would really be a meteoric rise for him. Xiao reeled with anticipation. A faint fragrance filled Qin Yun's cultivation chamber as he sat cross-legged. He held a black bottle and pulled out the stopper. With a gulp, a beam of light flew out of the bottle and into his mouth. Qin Yun felt his entire body turn cold as his soul felt an icy chill. His soul felt an unprecedented emptiness. I believe I have created a sufficiently complete and intricate dermic formulation. It should be capable of condensing an essence soul sword. I will definitely succeed. Qin Yun calmed his mind. Although he had 3 conjectures regarding a sword immortal essence soul, he still lacked complete confidence. Only when he learned that the Grand Supreme Sword immortal lineage used a sword for an essence soul did Qin Yun see a glimmer of light in the darkness. It was the stroke of God. Truly a stroke of God. The Grand Supreme Tao ancestor was indeed powerful. Ordinary essence souls of the Taoist lineage were in the shape of humans, but the essence souls of sword immortals were swords. And it was that particular shape that allowed one the foundation to condense the sharp and oppressive sword immortal dermic powers into an essence soul. Qin Yun finally inferred a dermic formulation that could condense an essence soul through the aid of the Blue Cloud's immortal dharma, the 3 sword immortal manuals, as well as his own experiences. It's time. Success or failure will all depend on this. Qin Yun closed his eyes. He looked inwardly at the purplish golden core inside his dantian. The round golden core that suffused purple light was truly in its perfect state. Condense. His soul started to descend as he began the process of condensing an essence soul. Boom. The first step was about being violent. Only by being violent could he fuse his soul deep into the sharp and oppressive sword immortal dermic powers. Rumble. The purplish golden core hummed, but his soul had seeped in slightly through its sheer potent force. Next, it should be silent. The seeping should happen gradually, and from the silence, an essence soul will be born. Qin Yun felt his soul resonating, but it was actually rather comfortable. Second after second passed by. Qin Yun felt nervous but was also filled with anticipation. No problems had cropped up after such a long period of time, and this gave him hope. Moments later. Crack! The round purplish golden core suddenly produced its first crack inside his dantian. Like a chain reaction, the second and third cracks began permeating his golden core. Ah! Qin Yun felt his eyes go black as he suddenly felt a sharp, excruciating pain as though his soul was being ripped apart. The golden core was now shattering. While it shattered, massive amounts of sword chi and dermic powers seeped out of the cracks. They began coursing through his body without control. With what was left of his consciousness, Qin Yun tried his best to bind the dermic powers in his body. If he allowed them to surge through his body heedlessly, it would cause his body to explode. Fua. Even so, the outpouring of dermic powers caused his lifeblood to surge. Instantly, he bled from all of his 7 orifices. Qin Yun spat out a mouthful of blood. No, Qin Yun gritted his teeth immediately. He took out a green jade bottle and pulled out its stopper. Without any hesitation, he swallowed the 6-9 revolution spirit pills contained within all in one go. His hands held onto the ground as veins all across his body protruded out. The 9 revolution spirit pills quickly restored his soul and golden core. I failed. Where did I go wrong? Where? Qin Yun's soul remained in great pain. The 9 revolution spirit pills effects had allowed him to maintain his basic level of thought. He knew he had failed in condensing an essence soul. It also meant that his dermic formulation was wrong. But which part was wrong? Qin Yun did not know. Where did it go wrong? Ha ha ha. I can't even tell where I went wrong. To think, I believed I could condense a sword immortal essence soul? What a joke. Qin Yun muttered. Xiao, I let you down after all. To be the second person in the Three Realms history to create a sword immortal essence soul realm dermic formulation by himself? How could it be that simple? That path was destined to be fraught with difficulties. Either he became a disciple of the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage, where the Sword Immortal dermic formulation was long created, allowing a smooth path ahead, or he had to forge a path for himself. He could not get his bearings and he had to do everything by trial and error. It was thousands of times more difficult. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 432. Chapter 432, Final Departure, Final Chapter of Volume. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. The chaotic dermic powers gradually came under control as the wounds left by the surging forces in Qin Yun's meridians and organs gradually healed through the 9 revolutions spirit pills effects. However, his purplish golden core and soul recovered at a much slower pace. Huff. Puff. Qin Yun's breathing slowly returned to normal. He controlled his Dao domain to clean up all the blood on his body, making him look more normal. However, his face remained extremely pale. Qin Yun gave a self-deprecating smile. This attempt at condensing an essence soul had set him back greatly. He had considered possible failure. But he figured that even if he failed, he should have been able to deduce the reasons for the failure and gain experience from it, so as to modify the dermic formulation he created. I can't find the reason. I don't even know where in the dermic formulation I went wrong. Qin Yun stood up. The pain in his soul made him stumble a little as he slowly walked to the chamber's entrance. After resting for a moment, the 9 revolution spirit pills effects finally began to restore his soul. However, he clearly needed some time to fully recover. The injuries to his soul were much harder to treat than the injuries to the golden core. Creak. The door opened. Outside, Xiao was waiting alone in the yard. She was anxious, worried about Qin Yun, who was attempting the impossible task of condensing an essence soul inside the chamber. Yet, she could not help him in any way. Upon hearing the chamber's door open, Xiao turned her head immediately. She instantly saw the pale Qin Yun and sensed his weak aura. Her heart jolted. I failed. Qin Yun forced a smile at Xiao. It's too difficult. It's no wonder no mighty figure has managed to infer the dermic formulation except the Grand Supreme Dao ancestor. Xiao hurriedly went forward and helped Qin Yun to a stone table in the yard. Brother Yun, sit down first. Qin Yun sat down. All over the vast 3 realms, there are numerous mighty figures. Not one of them succeeded, consoled Xiao. There are many geniuses that have cultivated ordinary mortal sword immortal dermic formulations. Just the great Chang world alone has produced several powerful mortal sword immortals, much less the 3 realms as a whole. Yet, no one has created an essence soul sword immortal dermic formulation. Brother Yun, you have attained so much despite not having cultivated for very long. Many sky immortals and sky dragons envy you. Qin Yun looked at his wife. He knew that she was consoling him. Xiao, I'm very confident, said Qin Yun. We don't even need to talk about the great Chang world. Even in the effulgent great world, there is no mortal sword immortal as powerful as me. But famous geniuses in the effulgent great world would typically not choose the sword immortal lineage, for it had no future. But even if they chose other schools of thought, such as Arhat Tenside and 8 Fiend Jr., their realms were actually not much different from Qin Yun's. They had even cultivated for a longer period of time. Even amid the rivers of time, Qin Yun could match the cream of the crop in the effulgent great world. This was the very reason why the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage, the Jade Tripod sect master, and the Golden Light sect master came to offer him invitations. However, I need to rely on my own strength to rescue my daughter from yellow-robed supremacy. I have no idea how long I have to wait, said Qin Yun. That is a great demon that had existed since the era of the ancient heavenly courts. He was once the leader of the western mansion of the 28 lunar mansions. He was a celebrated combat general of the heavenly courts who fought many golden immortals and Buddhas. He is in existence who defines what it means to be a mighty figure. Are you really going to the Skywolf world? Xiao looked at Qin Yun. I can afford to wait when it comes to cultivation, but our daughter can't, said Qin Yun. But, said Xiao worriedly, isn't there any other method? I'm afraid that I'll lose not only my daughter, but also you. Don't worry, I will not do something like throw myself to my death, said Qin Yun calmly. However, I have to go to the Skywolf world. Once there, I can investigate the situation regarding our daughter. Only then can I think of a suitable way to rescue her. But yellow-robed supremacy is known to be capricious. Xiao was worried. Many dragons have perished tragically at his hand. There are certain things that need to be done, said Qin Yun. If not, I'll never be at peace. Xiao's eyes reddened as she nodded gently. I understand. Brother Yun, I will not stop you. However, you need to protect yourself well. Yes, said Qin Yun with a smile. At the worst, I'll need to reincarnate. There are many sect masters in the effulgent great world that wish to receive me. The awakening of my memory should happen very quickly. And who knows? I might be able to successfully rescue our daughter and bring her back from the Skywolf world. Xiao nodded. When do you plan on setting off? It's best not to delay. However, having failed to condense my essence soul, my injuries are rather heavy. My golden core's recovery is easier, but the recovery of my soul is more difficult. 3 months. That will be when I set off, said Qin Yun. Qin Yun did not publicize the matter of his attempt to condense an essence soul. However, he contacted Ancestral Master Zhang before he departed. Ancestral Master Zhang rushed over when he learned of the matter. Under the shade of the willows, Qin Yun and Ancestral Master Zhang strolled down a tiny path by the side of the Mirror Lake. Qin Yun, you attempted to condense an essence soul? Inquired Ancestral Master Zhang. Yes, I failed. Qin Yun nodded. Ancestral Master Zhang sighed inwardly. The task was still too difficult. Even someone as brilliant as Qin Yun had failed. Although he had become the personal disciple of the Tao ancestor and had great aspirations, he believed that Qin Yun's potential and talent were in no way inferior to his. If he received guidance from the Tao ancestor, his accomplishments might be higher than his. Do you know the reason for the failure? Are you confident about succeeding the next time? Asked Ancestral Master Zhang. The problem is, I can't find the reason for my failure, said Qin Yun in a self-pitying manner. Ancestral Master Zhang nodded and did not continue. Senior Zhang, there's no way to know what lies in wait for me in the Skywolf world, said Qin Yun. Although I'll be very careful not to fling myself into harm, there's nothing I can do if yellow-robe supremacy really turns crazy. Therefore, if I do die in the Skywolf world, I must ask you to take care of my Qin family. Ancestral Master Zhang nodded. Yes. If you were to reincarnate, would you still be a sword immortal in your next life? We will discuss that in the future, said Qin Yun. He did not wish to give an immediate answer, because deep down, he really did not wish to abandon the path of a sword immortal. He practiced in the way of the sword from a young age. Including the dream of 100 years, he had been forging ahead on the way of the sword for more than 100 years. He had never even entertained the thought of taking other cultivation paths. You know, you do not need to be a sword immortal to cultivate in the sword Tao, said Ancestral Master Zhang. My master is well known in the 3 realms for his extremely terrifying sword array formation. Although it uses 4 connate numinous treasure divine swords to construct the array formation, it also contains sword Dao in it. Talisman arts, array formations, Dharma treasures, all sorts of dharmic formulations can use sword Dao, said Ancestral Master Zhang with a smile. The Dao is intrinsic while the Dharma is extrinsic. The Dao is intrinsic while the Dharma is extrinsic, muttered Qin Yun as he nodded, but he did not speak on the matter further. This is the Effulgent Dominion's map. It's rather crude. Ancestral Master Zhang took out a scroll and, with a wave of his hand, slowly unfurled it in midair. There were many points of light floating on the scroll's surface, forming a massive stellar chart. Qin Yun looked at it carefully. By touching any point of light with his dharmic powers, the point of light would immediately reveal the relevant information. There was a planet that was occupied by a peacock demon. The entire planet looked like a huge fireball. Qin Yun looked at the floating information and could not help but comment, "This peacock demon is a chaos godfiend descendant?" What are chaos godfiends? Connate godfiends are born during the birth of a small world, explained Ancestral Master Zhang. And in the entire 3 realms, godfiends are born before the chaos develops into anything. For example, the legendary Pangu had split apart the chaos, creating countless worlds. There's also Nuwa and the 3 pure ones of Taoism. Many of the great mighty figures were born out of the chaos. They are considered chaos godfiends. Qin Yun was enlightened. Ancestral Master Zhang pointed at the massive stellar chart. The Effulgent Dominion has too many small worlds. It's impossible to have all of them recorded. We can only record down the more important planets. When you are traveling, be careful. Don't enter extremely dangerous worlds. There are many places in the Effulgent Dominion that match the Skywolf world. Qin Yun nodded. As a Dao Ancestor disciple, Ancestral Master Zhang clearly knew a lot. By the way, when do you plan on leaving? Asked Ancestral Master Zhang. Tomorrow, said Qin Yun. Once I bid Xiao farewell, I'll set off. There is no need to make this known to the outside world. All right. Ancestral Master Zhang nodded. He would not publicize it if Qin Yun did not want it publicized. Anyway, be careful. Don't reincarnate if there's no need to, said Ancestral Master Zhang. Accidents can always happen during reincarnation. Qin Yun nodded. Following that, Ancestral Master Zhang left. Creating an Essence Soul Realm Sword Immortal Dharmic formulation is still too difficult. Ancestral Master Zhang flew into the sky before looking back at Qin Manor. Going to the Skywolf world to save his daughter is really a test of his luck. I hope Qin Yun's luck is good. The next day, Qin Yun bade his wife farewell. If you miss me, trigger the memento with your dharmic powers. I'll sense it. Qin Yun paused mid-sentence. Xiao had reached out to hug him, her head resting on his chest. Don't speak. The couple leaned against each other. They separated only after a long time. Xiao looked at Qin Yun, heart filled with mixed emotions. Husband, daughter. You must return. Xiao's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Qin Yun. I will. Qin Yun nodded. Following that, he waved his hand. Rip. A rift tore in the void, opening up a void passageway. Qin Yun smiled at his wife before stepping into the void passageway. Xiao could not help but take a step forward. She even had the urge to rush into the void passageway. Brother Yun, Xiao felt unease. She did not know when she would meet her husband again. You must return. I'll be waiting for you, always. Xiao looked at the void passageway as it slowly closed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 433. Chapter 433, Qin Yun and Daughter. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. The resplendent cosmos were filled with countless stars. Most planets were barren, unsuitable to sustain any life. RIP. On a planet covered in desert, a void rift tore open in midair. With a whoosh, a man enveloped in sword chi walked out of it, floating above the sand. He stood in midair and, although the whistling winds and sand blew at him, they naturally parted before hitting him. Qin Yun looked up into the cosmos and saw a massive gray planet that covered nearly half the sky. In the middle of the gray planet was an extremely dominating large tree. As the tree was more than 50 kilometers tall, Qin Yun could see it at a glance with his eyesight. He could also sense powerful energy fluctuations coming from the massive tree. That's Planet Tree Demon? It looks like my bearings are right. According to the information I received, this tree demon is a terrifying existence at the 6th firmament sky demon realm. Its strength is comparable to Senior Zhang's. I am not its match. Next, Qin Yun carefully observed the other planets. Time to continue to the next planet. With another wave of his hand, he tore open a void rift and stepped into it. Back when Qin Yun returned from the ancient augury world, he could tear open a void passageway that led directly to his homeworld because of the existence of a void mark. However, Qin Yun did not have a void mark in the Sky Wolf world. If he opened up a long-distance passageway purely based on what he sensed, it might end up being too diverged. After all, even the tiniest difference could lead to a magnified difference of thousands of kilometers. The Great Chang world was very far from the Sky Wolf world. Without an accurate void mark, even a 9th firmament sky immortal would end up being diverted too far off. Therefore, the best way was to follow the effulgent world's dominion star chart given by Taoist divine firmament. By tunneling from one world to another world over short distances, it would prevent one from getting lost. But there were many dangers in the other realm cosmos. The vast three realms went from the birth of the Chaos Godfiends, the opening up of the world by Pangu, the ancient heavenly courts, to the present day. Many ancient and powerful existences had been born in those eons. The effulgent great world was a great world. Mighty figures often appeared there. The Taoists, Buddhists, and fiends, and even the heavenly courts paid close attention to it. Therefore, many ancient existences would rather reside in the vast sea of stars. Qin Yun traveled carefully and quickly, tunneling to many different worlds over short distances. After half a month of this, Qin Yun finally arrived at his destination, the Sky Wolf world. RIP. The sky was cloudy and the first few raindrops were falling. Outside a village, a void rift appeared as a man in linen clothes walked out of it. He landed on the somewhat muddy ground. Oh! Qin Yun looked up and stretched out his left hand, allowing the raindrops to land on his palm. What rich heaven and earth spiritual energies! Qin Yun carefully sensed the area and was astonished by what he found. It's more than 10 times richer than my homeworld. It's not just that, I can sense the faint repression of this world's heavenly Tao. It seems much stronger than the Great Chang world's heavenly Tao. Worlds could be graded by strength despite them being small worlds. It had little to do with the heaven and earth spiritual energies. For instance, back when the Great Chang world first produced Khanate Godfiends, its heaven and earth spiritual energies were rich. Later on, the heaven and earth spiritual energies thinned but the population increased. The heavenly Tao remained powerful. Boom! There was a fluctuation coming from far away. Qin Yun opened the eye of lightning at his glabella, looking in the direction of the commotion. He was slightly stunned. This Sky Wolf world is truly filled with experts. I just arrived and I have already discovered 4 essence soul experts. One is a Taoist and the other 3 are great demons. All of them are at the 3rd firmament essence soul realm. As expected of a small world ruled by yellow-robed supremacy. About 50 kilometers away, there was a flying boat. Standing on it was a long-bearded Taoist. There were 5 children on board but all of them had pale expressions, clearly horrified. The Taoist was looking angrily ahead, for 3 demons riding on black winds were coming at him. All of them had extremely oppressive great demonic auras. "It's the 3 of you?" the Taoist secretly lamented. "Ah, Taoist Zhengqi, we have finally caught you. This time, let's see how you escape." The 3 demons wore black armor and sinister smiles. The Taoist frowned and bellowed, "Black Worm Trio, my Azure Inspiration Gate is recruiting disciples. Are you planning to spoil the plans of the Azure Inspiration Gate? So what? Do you think we are afraid of the Azure Inspiration Gate? We can seek refuge with King Crimson Tiger after killing you. Does your Azure Inspiration Gate dare provoke King Crimson Tiger? Taoist Zhengqi, you just had to be a busybody, causing the 3 of us to be short so many children. Today, you shall pay for it." The 3 demons had overwhelming killing intent. The Taoist had a contorted expression as he bellowed, "You acted without any qualms, wreaking havoc on a whim. My Azure Inspiration Gate protects the humans of that region, we naturally had to take action. Isn't it normal for demons to eat humans?" The trio felt contempt. "Fine, all of you are great demons with terrific accomplishments in cultivation. I believe you do not wish to take your anger out on these mortal children. The karmic effect of killing mortals is not trivial," said the Taoist. "Once I get these children to safety, I shall give you a fight to the death. You wish to ensure their well-being? Ha, dream on. You shall die with these babies." The 3 demons suddenly sprung into action. They were already prepared. This Taoist Zhengqi is extremely strong. Although he is not our match when we combine forces, he can still escape. He abhors evil and loves to protect humans. By attacking him while these 5 mortal children are here, he will have to divert his attention to protect them. The chances of him escaping decrease drastically. We have an 80% chance of killing him if he diverts his attention to protect the children. It's only 5 ordinary mortals. The 3 of us can manage that karma." The 3 demons instantly attacked. "Immortal, save me. Mother. Wah." The children were of a young age, and so were reasonably terrified. "Black Worm Trio, you are truly shameless." The Taoist roared angrily as he waved his hand, shooting more than 100 golden beams of light at the 3 demons. Clang! 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 Dot! The golden light struck the demons, producing sparks. The 3 demons were extremely fierce as they charged forward, surrounding the Taoist. Their bodies were extremely powerful. One of them threw out 3 black nails that coruscated with a cold luster as they targeted the Taoist. What shamelessness, to use mortal children as a threat! A cold voice resounded. Swoosh! A sword beam flashed. The sword beam streaked across the demon's body in a ghostly trajectory before it vanished into thin air. When it appeared again, it was beside another demon as it flashed across its body. With one more, it had flashed 3 times. The 3 demons' bodies were split apart in a flash. The 3/3 firmament essence soul realm demons were only aware of the appearance of a sword flash, but they had no way to stop it in time. "No! Spare me! No!" Their pleas came to a stop the moment they blurted them out. Following that, their auras were decimated as they died on the spot, their bodies plummeting down through the sky. The instant the flying sword sliced through their bodies, their essence souls were destroyed, causing them to die without a fight. This, standing on the flying boat, the Taoist was still shooting his golden light so could only stare in a daze at what had happened. He immediately said aloud, "I wonder which esteemed person it is. Expert, please show yourself." Swoosh! A man in linen clothes flew close to him in a beam of light. With a beckon, he put away the misty rain sword. "Oh?" Taoist Zhengqi looked at Qin Yun in astonishment before he reacted with an immediate bow. "Greetings, Sword Immortal, I'm Azure Inspiration Gates Zhengqi. Fellow Taoist, as a mortal Sword Immortal, you actually have strength that matches a Sky Immortal or Sky Demon. I'm truly impressed. Greetings Taoist Junchi, I'm Qin Yun. Qin Yun bowed slightly. I have been cultivating arduously for a long time and only came out to travel when my cultivation bore fruit. Oh? Taoist Junchi was enlightened. It's no wonder I have never heard of such a powerful mortal sword immortal. So it's because you have been focusing on cultivation. But your cultivation pushed you to the sky immortal realm. You are truly a rare genius. I believe you will gain the right to an audience with yellow-robed supremacy in the future. Qin Yun's heart stirred. Gain an audience with yellow-robed supremacy? Just after Qin Yun arrived in the Skywolf world, on the other side of it was a desolate mountain. A young girl sat cross-legged on the mountaintop, allowing the cold winds to blow at her. She looked into the distant sea of clouds in a daze. Senior brothers and senior sisters all have their parents visiting them. The girl's eyes turned slightly red. But what about my father and mother? Are my parents alive or dead? The girl was filled with grief. The memories of her childhood were too vague. She did not have any memories of her parents. Oh? The girl looked up upon sensing something. Her expression changed as she darted into a forest. And far away in the sky, there were two women dressed in palatial gowns flying. However, they had long yellow-furred tails and their faces had a little fur. That lowly slave really escaped. She has already eluded us for more than a year. One of the women overlooked the area, her eyes flashing with a dim yellow light. The young lord has berated us several times. If we capture her, we will definitely teach her a lesson. The other woman's eyes were filled with bloodlust. As they flew, they carefully searched the area. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 434. Chapter 434, Taoist Divine Firmament's Decision. Translator, Citullin. Editor, Citullin. A flying boat flew through the clouds. Qin Yun and Taoist Junchi sat opposite each other on that boat's bow, drinking wine and chatting. Since you are unaware of even this, said Taoist Junchi with a smile, I'll give you a brief explanation. Ever since yellow-robe supremacy descended into this world, the Skywolf world became famous. The immortals and demons of the surrounding 100+ small worlds started coming here. After all, yellow-robe supremacy is an existence that matches any mighty figure from history. Just the smallest benefit from him would be much better than anything they could receive in their home worlds. The manuals he casually tosses out contain things they could only dream of. So it was that the Skywolf world gathered the immortals and demons of more than 100 small worlds. With yellow-robe supremacy nurturing them, there are now thousands of sky immortals and sky demons in the Skywolf world, said Taoist Junchi wistfully. This is something comparable to even a top sect of the effulgent Great World. In terms of heritage and strength, the Skywolf world is even stronger than the effulgent Great World's top sects. What large sect has a mighty figure presiding over it and nurturing its members personally? Qin Yun nodded slightly. The Skywolf world was indeed a sacred land for cultivation. Yellow-robe supremacy held an extremely high standing since the ancient Heavenly Courts era after all. Hi's prestige was high among the ancient demons, Taoists, and the Heavenly Courts. Over time, the number of treasures he had amassed was in no way inferior to any golden immortal or Buddhas. The Skywolf world has 8 continents, said Taoist Junchi. The core Skywolf continent is where yellow-robe supremacy cultivates. Rumor has it that when he rebelled against the Heavenly Courts, he had several loyal subordinates that joined him. The present Skywolf continent is almost impregnable. Forget tearing the void, it's even impossible to enter through major void transference. Oh? Qin Yun was alarmed. It was impossible to enter through major void transference? As expected of yellow-robe supremacy, I heard that the Heavenly Courts have sent troops to apprehend him several times, but they always return in failure. Taoist Zhengqi spoke with pride. However, yellow-robe supremacy treats us weak cultivators with compassion. He disseminates heritage widely throughout the Skywolf world, causing the immortals in the Skywolf world to constantly grow stronger. He disseminates heritage widely? Qin Yun raised his brows. For example, my Azure Inspiration Gate only has one Sky Immortal. It's considered one of the smaller sects in the Skywolf world, said Taoist Zhengqi with a smile. But we have manuals that can take us straight to the ninth firmament Sky Immortal realm. My sect master rejoices in this. Just think, in an ordinary small world, how would it be possible to obtain such a valuable manual? However, such manuals are very common in the Skywolf world. Perhaps yellow-robe supremacy has acquired these ordinary manuals over the eons and he thinks nothing of spreading them around the Skywolf world. Taoist Zhengqi said wistfully. But the truly top manuals, the ones that reach straight to the golden immortal or sage demon realms of mighty figures, or the manuals containing great divine powers can only be obtained after meeting yellow-robe supremacy. How can one receive manuals that reach straight to the golden immortal or sage demon realms? Qin Yun could not help but ask. Manuals of that levels were the cornerstone manuals of top sects in the effulgent great world. Yet, yellow-robe supremacy was still willing to hand them out. Yellow-robe supremacy proclaimed it a long time ago, said Taoist Zhengqi with a smile. Under him are two positions, combat generals and guardians. One can directly become a combat general under him once one reaches the fourth firmament Sky Immortal or Sky Demon realm. Of course, they will be fostered for greater things. Qin Yun could not help but shake his head. Fourth firmament Sky Immortal? Even Taoist Divine Firmament was still stuck at the third firmament Sky Immortal realm. Of course, the real reason for that was his desire to create the Dharma lightning. Taoist Divine Firmament's strength had long matched that of a sixth firmament Sky Immortal. But regardless, it was still extremely difficult to reach the fourth firmament Sky Immortal realm. It was rare for even one to be produced from a huge group of Sky Immortals. Combat generals are not limited in numbers, said Taoist Zhengqi. One can become a combat general the moment one breaks through to become a fourth firmament Sky Immortal or Sky Demon. I heard that there are a total of 29 combat generals under supremacy. Most of them migrated to the Skywolf continent with their entire clans. What about guardians? Asked Qin Yun. There are a fixed number of guardians under supremacy, 108, said Taoist Zhengqi. An existing guardian can be replaced by simply defeating or killing them, making the victor the new guardian. The status of guardian is obtained by sheer strength, said Taoist Zhengqi wistfully. However, there are thousands of Sky Immortals and Sky Demons. The competition for the privilege of being one of the 108 guardians is extremely intense. It is very common for Sky Immortals and Sky Demons to kill one another in the Skywolf world. Qin Yun nodded slightly. Taoist Zhengqi asked Qin Yun. Can one enter the Skywolf continent without being a combat general or guardian? That, Taoist Zhengqi frowned. According to what I know, the Skywolf continent is where supremacy's old subordinates live. The people inside can leave easily enough, but it is very difficult for outsiders to enter. Perhaps it's because yellow-robe supremacy doesn't like to be disturbed. However, one can enter directly after becoming a combat general or guardian. Qin Yun nodded slightly. His daughter was likely to have been taken by yellow-robe supremacy. That meant, out of all the 8 continents in the Skywolf world, the one she resided in was very likely to be the Skywolf continent. But the Skywolf continent was very xenophobic and appeared to be very difficult to enter. Qin Yun and Taoist Zhengqi chatted for a long while. Taoist Zhengqi was also very willing to befriend Qin Yun. After all, it was very possible for such a powerful mortal sword immortal to become one of supremacy's 108 guardians if he continued cultivating. Taoist Qin Yun, would you like to visit my Azure Inspiration Gate? Asked Taoist Zhengqi immediately. I believe my sect master would definitely wish to meet you. No thank you, I still have matters to tend to. Besides, after hearing what you have shared, my horizons as a mortal have been truly widened, said Qin Yun with a smile. I'm even planning to vie for one of the 108 guardian spots. Guardian? Taoist Zhengqi sighed. There are thousands of sky immortals and sky demons vying for only 108 guardian spots. The competition is too intense. Without powerful Dharma treasures or mighty divine powers, it'll be a truly daunting battle. Qin Yun smiled. Okay, let's part ways here. Taoist Zhengqi watched as Qin Yun left in the form of a sword beam. He could not help but sigh. To be so powerful as a mortal, how impressive will he be in the future? The children on the flying boat also watched with envy as the sword beam flew off. Qin Yun overlooked the flourishing city that stood a distance away. There were demons and humans coexisting in it. With my strength, I should be able to sense my daughter through my bloodline if she's within 50 kilometers of me. Qin Yun frowned slightly. Among the 8 continents of the Skywolf world, the Skywolf continent is the place with the tightest security. Perhaps it's meant to fend off factions like the Heavenly Courts. I should first head to the other 7 continents. Perhaps my daughter is in one of them. If I can't find her after traversing all 7 continents, I'll think of a way to enter the Skywolf continent, thought Qin Yun. It's a small world after all. It should take only a few months to completely traverse the 7 continents. Qin Yun took one step and appeared in the city below him. In the following days, Qin Yun began his travels around the 7 continents of the Skywolf world. It also widened his horizons. The Skywolf world gathered the experts of the surrounding small worlds, making for a number that exceeded 100. Yellow Robe supremacy also carefully nurtured them, resulting in numerous experts. Humans and demons either fought intensely or coexisted very well. There were humans and demons that became blood brothers, couples, etc. It was a common occurrence, with many human-demon hybrids populating the world. Speaking of which, Qin Yun and Xiao's daughter was a human-dragon hybrid. While Qin Yun traversed the Skywolf world, in a mysterious land in the 3 realms. It was far beyond normal spacetime. Even mighty figures would never find this place if they were not permitted. There were clouds swirling around it. There was a magnificent palace with the 3 mysterious words written on it, Green Turing Palace. Around the palace was a series of buildings. The small compounds numbered in the tens of thousands. In one of the ordinary compounds was Taoist Divine Firmament, decked out in an azure-colored robe. It was actually Taoist Divine Firmament's second essence soul. I have no choice. Taoist Divine Firmament looked at the azure-colored calabash on the table in front of him. He muttered, "We were lucky this time." Qin Yun discovered the massive array before it could cause problems. Those that charged in were only fiend celestial guardians, allowing me to easily settle the problem. But that Empyrean Lord Kuei-Fu paid such a heavy price to create a large-scale world passageway. He even sent more than 100 fiend celestial guardians into it without having absolute confidence. The price he paid matches the worth of several superior-grade numinous treasures. Taoist Divine Firmament's eyes had purple lightning sparking through them. To pay such a heavy price to conquer a small world? Only a fool would believe that was his only goal. He must have some other motive. This motive far exceeds a few superior-grade numinous treasures, thought Taoist Divine Firmament. He will not easily give up. He was discovered ahead of time by Qin Yun previously. But will we be able to discover the second ploy ahead of time? I have no confidence that we will. The Great Chang world can't afford the loss. I have no choice. Taoist Divine Firmament's eyes turned firm. I can no longer take my time slowly creating the Divine Firmament Lightning Dharma. I have to raise my strength as quickly as possible. Swoosh! Taoist Divine Firmament stood up, grabbed the azure-skin calabash and placed it by his waist before walking out the compound. Soon, he arrived outside a hall. At the hall's entrance was a black lion sculpture. "Senior, I would like to enter the Myriad Dharma Pool," said Taoist Divine Firmament politely. "Myriad Dharma Pool?" The black lion sculpture opened its eyes and looked at him. "Each of Master's personal disciples is only given one chance to enter the Myriad Dharma Pool. Either it's because they are about to break through from a ninth firmament sky immortal into a golden immortal, or they are cultivating in some powerful divine power. Most of them only enter the Myriad Dharma Pool when they reach a critical stage in their cultivation. You are only a third firmament sky immortal. Isn't it a little early for you to enter the Myriad Dharma Pool? Are you certain?" "Yes," said Taoist Divine Firmament. "All right." The sculpture nodded slightly. "I hope you will not regret your choice in the future." With that said, the hall behind him began to stir with runes as it connected to another space. "You may enter," said the sculpture. Taoist Divine Firmament bowed slightly before he walked towards the hall. When his body made contact with the runes, he naturally tunneled through and vanished. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 435. Chapter 435, Intrinsic Flying Swords Transformation. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Skywolf World. It was nighttime. Most of the commoners in a tiny city were asleep. Qin Yun was inside an inn. Through the window, he looked far into the night sky. The vertical eye of lightning was active at his glabella. The area between his brows was already opened as he observed carefully. Boom! Boom! He felt faint fluctuations reach him. Far away in the clouds, two powerful figures were clashing. They were both existences at the sky demon level. They are both sky demons that cultivate their bodies. These two sky demons are about my strength, thought Qin Yun. Yellow-robed supremacy was a great demon in the ancient heavenly courts. He spread many powerful ancient demonic dermic formulations throughout the Skywolf world, allowing the demons of the Skywolf world to become rather powerful. Humans were typically more perceptive than demons on average. But in the Skywolf world, humans did not hold any advantage over demons. I have been in the Skywolf world for just slightly over a month. I'm already used to seeing sky immortals and sky demons fight. This is already the 33rd battle I have encountered in the Skywolf world. Qin Yun reflected on the matter. The Skywolf world had thousands of sky immortals and sky demons. Although the numbers were huge, they tended to avoid mortal residences when fighting. Therefore, the Skywolf world mortals did not think much of the constant battles. While mortals farmed or did their daily business, they would occasionally see powerful demons and immortals fighting in the sky. This actually inspired more Skywolf world mortals to pursue cultivation. Many wished to cultivate to gain immortality. Creak. Qin Yun closed the window. He walked to the bed and sat cross-legged on it. He chuckled. This is the first time I'm staying at an inn since I arrived in the Skywolf world. I can sense my intrinsic flying sword's eagerness. Is it about to break through? Qin Yun extended his left hand. Soon, the misty rain sword appeared in his palm. In the Great Chang world, mortal sword immortals have historically been able to nurture their intrinsic flying swords to the transcendent grade at most. As for the Grand Supreme Sword immortal lineage, their intrinsic flying swords can reach the ranks of numinous treasures. Although I'm a mortal sword immortal, is it actually possible for my intrinsic flying sword to break through after nurturing it as long as I have? Qin Yun had no experience in the matter. After all, he had never heard of a mortal sword immortal raising their intrinsic flying sword to the numinous treasure grade. However, he had also never heard of mortal sword immortals matching sky immortals and sky gods. All right. Qin Yun waved his hand as the intrinsic flying sword floated in the middle of his room. He took out the two-world picture and immediately, a large amount of treasure flew out. The pieces piled on the ground and instantly the room was lit up with all sorts of colors. There was also an ice-cold draft circling the area. I'll attempt the breakthrough. Qin Yun stopped repressing the intrinsic flying sword's stirrings and allowed it to absorb the essence from the treasures he laid out. Immediately, the ice-cold air that lingered surged into the misty rain sword. The treasures beneath lit up as several points of light swarmed into misty rain sword. Following that, the sword hummed. The flying sword was beginning to transform. Qin Yun looked very delighted. His Dao domain had long sealed off his room. Although there was a rich treasure aura and the constant humming of his sword coming from inside the room, no one outside could notice it. It has really broken through. Qin Yun watched in excitement. The flying sword's humming was a natural result of the transformation that made it tremble. It constantly absorbed the treasures beneath it. And thankfully, Qin Yun had sufficient treasure. Since he was prepared to lose his life in the Skywolf world, he had left many of his important treasures, like the minor Empyrean seal, in his homeworld before setting off. However, he also brought many one-time use treasures with him. He had also prepared a lot of food for the flying sword to specially nourish it. Now, it had really broken through. Although it was excited, the flying sword's transformation required a lot of treasures to feed it. The process lasted an entire night, coming to a stop only when it turned bright outside. Oh! Qin Yun waved his hand as the misty rain sword floated above his palm. The present misty rain sword seemed to be made of ice. It looked very ordinary, but, if one observed the blade carefully, one could see a misty rain swirling inside the translucent blade. It was as though a massive world was hidden inside the misty rain sword. Although its might was completely converged, Qin Yun could sense that as long as he triggered it a little with his dermic powers, the misty rain sword would be able to produce staggering strength. Numinous treasure. It has finally entered the ranks of a numinous treasure. Qin Yun was delighted. Although it's only an inferior-grade numinous treasure, as an intrinsic flying sword, it can match the power of a superior-grade numinous treasure. If a real superior-grade dermic treasure was placed in front of Qin Yun, his dermic powers would have been insufficient to control it. His dermic powers could at best control inferior-grade numinous treasures. Of course, compared to things like the cosmic bangle, controlling his intrinsic flying sword was a lot easier. It also took less of a toll on his dermic powers. Compared to the Grand Supreme Sword immortal lineage, my realm and Dharma treasure are in no way lacking. I just have weaker dermic powers, thought Qin Yun. However, to have greater dermic powers, I need to first condense an essence soul. But I failed in my attempt to condense one. Up to this day, I have not found the reason for my failure. Qin Yun pondered for a moment before shaking his head gently. Creating an essence soul dermic formulation was not that easy. I have to continue. I have to finish traversing the 7 continents as fast as possible. After all, the earlier I find my daughter, the safer she will be. Qin Yun immediately got up. With a wave of his hand, he put away the remnant treasures on the ground. He sensed that his intrinsic flying sword could continue growing. Clearly. As an intrinsic flying sword, its growth was contingent on 2 aspects. One was the sword Dao the flying sword contained. The other was a sufficient amount of treasures. Since Qin Yun was constantly amassing both, the flying sword was allowed to gradually improve and transform. Other than staying in because the flying sword's transformation took so much time, Qin Yun didn't rest one moment while he was in the Skywolf world. He visited many cities and even traversed remote mountains and lakes. As long as his daughter was within 50 kilometers of him, the acute sensitivity of his bloodline would be enough for him to discover her immediately. Therefore, he visited mountains and lakes no matter how remote they were. However, after spending 2 months and 3 days searching, he had gone from the North Plains continent in the north to the vast ice plains. Qin Yun stood there silently for a long while. She's not here. It has been 2 months and 3 days. I have traveled the 7 continents but have failed to find my daughter. The greatest possibility is that she is in the Skywolf continent where yellow-robed supremacy resides, but in order to guard against the heavenly courts and the major factions of the three realms, yellow-robed supremacy has long managed the Skywolf continent in a strict manner. It's impossible to sneak in. Qin Yun understood this point. Even the heavenly court's troops were incapable of doing so, and with an existence possessing combat strength that matched a mighty figure watching over a continent of a small world? It was wishful thinking for him to sneak in. Qin Yun pondered. Then, there's only one way. Defeat a guardian. By replacing one, I will become the new guardian. As one of the 108 guardians, I can enter the Skywolf continent to save my daughter, but the 108 guardians selected from thousands of sky immortals and sky demons would be nurtured by yellow-robed supremacy. Over time, these guardians would become significantly stronger. Their positions would only get more stable and it would become harder to replace a guardian. But to save his daughter, this was Qin Yun's only choice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 436. Chapter 436, Qin Yun's Self-Recommendation. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Moments later. So, a beam descended from the sky and landed by a mountainside. Along the mountain was a huge building complex that was partially concealed by lush trees. Dao-seeking sword mansion. Qin Yun took a step forward and soon saw the entrance to the sword mansion. The mountain gates were tall and rugged. Through the entrance, Qin Yun saw a large number of humans and demons sparring with each other in groups of 2 or 3. Nearly all of them were locked in melee combat, with only 3 sparring by controlling a Dharma treasure from a distance. The biggest Sword Dao sect, Dao-seeking sword mansion, fought Qin Yun. It's considered one of the best factions in the North Plains continent, but it's only considered second-rate in the entire Skywolf world. After all, there are too few Sky Immortals and Sky Demons willing to study the Sword Dao. Those with strong physical bodies used all kinds of weapons. Spears, poles, axes, hammers, sabers. There were too few who used swords. Therefore, even though Dao-seeking sword mansion was the best Sword Dao sect in the Skywolf world, it was ranked beyond 10th place among all the Skywolf world sections. Of course, it was still much stronger than the sect he previously encountered, the Azure Inspiration Gate, which only had 1 Sky Immortal. The Dao-seeking sword mansion has one mansion lord named Chufu. He's apparently in existence at the 5th or 6th firmament Sky Immortal realm. He is one of the 29 combat generals under yellow-robe supremacy, fought Qin Yun. He possesses great strength, but, unfortunately, the Dao-seeking sword mansion has fewer than 20 Sky Immortals and Sky Demons. The sect's overall strength is weaker, giving them a rank beyond 10th place in the Skywolf world. Sects that are ranked in the top 5 all have more than 100 Sky Immortals and Sky Demons. With this thought in mind, he continued walking towards Dao-seeking sword mansion's entrance. The entrance had no guards. Qin Yun casually walked into the Dao-seeking sword mansion's large, flat land. Many humans and demons dashed around the land as they sparred. Bam! A tiger demon was sent flying backward, and hurtled in Qin Yun's direction along an astral wind. Qin Yun simply took a step back and made way, the wind making his robes flutter. The stout tiger demon rolled before standing up. He held a sword in each hand and he smiled at Qin Yun. "Junior brother, I nearly hit you." I don't seem to recall seeing you before." "It's my first time here," said Qin Yun. "First time? Are you here to become an apprentice?" asked the tiger demon. "Our Dao-seeking sword mansion typically only accepts people at the Essence Soul realm. Those at the mortal level will only be accepted by passing a test." Qin Yun looked at his surroundings. The sparring humans and demons were mostly at the Essence Soul realm. The remaining were typically at the Khanate Golden Core realm. "See that?" said the tiger demon with a chuckle. Our Dao-seeking sword mansion is the strongest sword Dao sect in the world. It's not easy for mortals to join us. Those that are accepted are those with great talent in the sword Dao. All sword apprentices that are produced by our Dao-seeking sword mansion are adept in combat. I'm not here to be an apprentice, said Qin Yun. You aren't? The tiger demon was taken aback. Tiger Chu, why are you chattering over there? Aren't we sparring? A goat demon a distance away walked over holding a huge sword in one hand. This mortal punk is here in our Dao-seeking sword mansion for the first time, but he says he's not here to be apprenticed, said the tiger demon. Punk, what are you here for then? Finding a senior from your family? The goat demon's eyes had glowed red, making him look murderous. Qin Yun shook his head. I've come to the Dao-seeking sword mansion to recommend myself for the post of swordmaster. You are recommending yourself for swordmaster? Swordmaster? The tiger and goat demons were astonished. Even those sparring in the vicinity heard this conversation. They could not help but stop and look at Qin Yun. Swordmaster? This mortal wants to recommend himself for the post of swordmaster? All of them found it incredulous. Punk, boomed the goat demon. Do you know how many swordmasters our Dao-seeking sword mansion has? Do you know that many sky immortals and sky demons are only sword apprentices even to this day? I know. The disciples of Dao-seeking sword mansion are all called sword apprentices. Qin Yun nodded. There are currently only 2 sword masters. One of them is Mansion Lord Chufu, who is also Dao-seeking sword mansion's first swordmaster. The other is Daoist Black Kill, Dao-seeking sword mansion's second swordmaster. I'm here to recommend myself to be Dao-seeking sword mansion's third swordmaster. He's mad. This mortal wants to recommend himself to be our Dao-seeking sword mansion's third swordmaster? More Dao-seeking sword mansion sword apprentices gathered around. Some were mocking him, others were looking at Qin Yun curiously. However, Qin Yun remained very calm. He swept his surroundings before speaking a lot louder. Why? I heard that Mansion Lord Chugu once invited all sword Dao experts to visit the Dao-seeking sword mansion. As long as one passes a test, they can become the Dao-seeking sword mansion's swordmaster. Is that false? Of course not. A red-dressed woman walked over. Her aura had a boundless icy chill to it. She was a female sky immortal. Senior Sister June. Senior Sister June. Everyone was rather respectful towards her. The red-dressed woman looked at Qin Yun. It's naturally true that Mansion Lord invited all the sword Dao experts in the world to challenge the test for the swordmaster role in our sword mansion. However, to be a swordmaster, one must have sufficient strength. So. Figures with powerful auras flew out from the building complex of Dao-seeking sword mansion, rushing to see the commotion. Someone wants to recommend himself as swordmaster? Who is it? The strongest auras among the newcomers were all at the Sky Immortal and Sky Demon realm. In a blink of an eye, 9 of them had gathered, looking at Qin Yun with interest. They could tell that the man in linen clothes was only immortal. Your aura shows that you are only a Khanate golden core, albeit one that is stronger than the typical Khanate golden core. I doubt your head is damaged. A rhinoceros demon spoke firmly. Are you sure you wish to recommend yourself as swordmaster? Yes. Qin Yun nodded. The 108 guardians enjoyed a lofty position. Many of them cultivated under Yellow Robe Supremacy's tutelage, so just meeting one of them was difficult. It was impossible for these guardians to accept every challenge. Typically, a weakling's challenge would be ignored by the guardians. Some guardians went in seclusion for extended periods of time, so typically weaklings had no right to even meet a guardian. Therefore, Qin Yun had to prove himself first. With sufficient strength and status, he could force a guardian to accept his challenge. Qin Yun also wished to read the Sword Dao manuals and Dao-seeking swordmanship to enhance himself. With the status of being Dao-seeking swordmanship swordmaster, he would also be qualified to challenge a guardian. Guardians would not be able to ignore him. Not everyone has what it takes to make our Dao-seeking swordmanship activate the swordmaster examination, said the rhinoceros demon. To eliminate the weaker candidates, Manor Lord has set some rules. Those that recommend themselves for swordmaster have to first pass the demonic servant's sword formation. The red-dressed woman sneered from the side. Punk, here's a reminder. The demonic servants will not show mercy. The average third firmament essence soul might even lose their life when caught inside the demonic servant's sword formation. It's not too late to give up. Let's begin, said Qin Yun. Is he being supercilious or is he really that confident? Could he be a powerful reincarnated figure? The sword cultivators watching were perplexed. In the cultivation world, an ordinary-looking child was not to be underestimated. The immortals in the Skywolf world were considered knowledgeable as well. They knew that even an ordinary child might be the avatar of a golden immortal or Buddha. Since you wish to proceed by your own accord, you will get your wish. It's not our fault if you die, said the red-dressed woman. Demonic servants, take up formation. Swoosh. A formless gray fog floated over from afar, condensing into a gray-robed swordsman. He wielded a sword and had a cold expression. Wisps of gray fog surged over from afar. They scattered around, each one forming a gray-robed swordsman. They were staring coldly at Qin Yun. There were a total of 18 gray-robed swordsmen. They are all rather powerful swordsmen. Qin Yun's eyes lit up. Kill. The 18 swordsmen were everywhere, with some floating in midair. Amid their cold stares, they simultaneously moved to attack Qin Yun. Their trajectories followed no set pattern. Go. Qin Yun flicked his finger. Shoo. 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 Wisps of sword chi flew out. A total of 6 sword chi wisps separately attacked the 18 swordsmen. Their expressions changed as they used their sword techniques to parry the sword chi, but the sword chi's attacks were of a mystical nature. With just one strike, it tore through their attacks and struck their bodies. It caused the swordsmen's bodies to dissipate. In just a blink of an eye. The 6 sword chi wisps flicked by Qin Yun's finger had struck all 18 swordsmen, reducing them to gray fog. Following that, the gray fog flew away. The rhinoceros demon, the red-dressed woman, and the rest of the 9 sky immortals and sky demons, as well as the hundreds of sword apprentices gathered there, were staring wide-eyed at the scene. Does that count as cracking the demonic servant's sword formation? Qin Yun looked at the crowd and asked. Yes, of course. The rhinoceros demon was so agitated that his eyes stared wide. He said with a laugh, indeed, do not judge a book by its cover. However, the swordmaster test is a lot more difficult than this demonic servant's sword formation. I'm looking forward to it as well. However, it's probably a lot harder than you imagine to become our Dao-seeking swordmanship's third swordmaster. The red-dressed woman's eyes lit up, her tone turning a lot more amiable. By the way, I haven't gotten your name. Qin Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 437. Chapter 437, Birth of the Third Swordmaster. Translator, Citullin. Editor, Citullin. When Qin Yun cracked the demonic servant's sword formation, in a cave abode behind the mountain of the Dao-seeking swordmanship, Taoist Black Kill was also informed of the feat. Master, there is a mortal named Qin Yun who has come to our Dao-seeking swordmanship to recommend himself as our third swordmaster. He has already cracked the demonic servant's sword formation. A dog demon youth bowed respectfully. There was a black-dressed Taoist sitting cross-legged in a pavilion. He opened his eyes, and looked deeply and curiously at the other side of the mountain. he exclaimed, "he's really immortal." This mortal named Qin Yun did not use a Dharma treasure, nor did he even draw his sword. He only released a few wisps of sword chi to destroy the demonic servant's sword formation, said the dog demon immediately. "Oh, such strength with just a few wisps of sword chi?" Taoist Black Kill stood up. "I'll go take a look." Swoosh! With one step, Taoist Black Kill transformed into a black wind as he rapidly flew towards the other side of the mountain. When he landed on the massive flat ground of the Tao-seeking sword mansion, the rhinoceros demon, red-dressed woman, and the rest of the 9 sky immortals and sky demons were in the midst of opening the door of the swordmaster. Rumble, an ancient, metallic ice-cold door gradually rose. Qin Yun looked intently at the dark passage that was revealed with the rising of the door. By the side, the red-dressed woman introduced, "Taoist Qin, feel free to enter." "Taoist brother Black Kill?" The surrounding sky immortals and sky demons noticed Taoist Black Kill and greeted him politely, "Taoist brother Black Kill." "Greetings, Sword Master." The disciples of these sky immortals and sky demons were extremely respectful as well. In the Tao-seeking sword mansion, the person of highest standing was no doubt the mansion lord, and second to him was Taoist Black Kill. These two were the only 2 sword masters of the Tao-seeking sword mansion. And beneath them were the 10+ sky immortals and sky demons. They also had to respectfully address Black Kill as Taoist brother Black Kill. "I came to watch." Taoist Black Kill's eyes were cold and unfathomable like in frozen lake. He looked at Qin Yun, the corners of his mouth suffusing a smile. "Taoist Qin, feel free to enter. This swordmaster test is not life-threatening, but it is very difficult. Ever since Mansion Lord invited all sword Tao experts in the world to challenge the role of swordmaster, I am the only person that has passed the test. Fellow Taoist Black Kill, I've long heard of your reputation. This is my first time meeting you," greeted Qin Yun politely. Since he had planned to join the Tao-seeking sword mansion, he naturally studied it. The second swordmaster of the Tao-seeking sword mansion, was a third firmament sky immortal. He was adept at using sword formations to attack enemies. Over the years, he had challenged guardians twice. However, he failed in both challenges. Yet no one thought lowly of him. This was because the 108 guardians typically fought ruthlessly against their challengers in order to inspire a sense of shock and awe. If they were not harsh on their challengers, it would invite many sky immortals and sky demons to challenge them. Perhaps one would manage to defeat them. Since they were so ruthless, many sky immortals and sky demons died in battles with guardians. Yellow-robed supremacy was also happy to see this happen. This was the law of the jungle. Survival of the fittest. Demons pursued this belief to begin with, and yellow-robed supremacy was an ancient demon after all. Taoist Black Kill had challenged guardians twice and, despite being defeated, he managed to escape with his life. That proved his strength. Clearly, he was already very close to the strength required of a guardian. "This is my first time meeting you, fellow Taoist Qin. I wish you success. After all, Mansion Lord is always with supremacy, only coming back here occasionally. I'm quite lonely as the sole swordmaster in Tao-seeking sword mansion," said Tao-seeking sword mansion with a smile. "Yes, every time we want Taoist brother Black Kill to give us some pointers, he won't even bother with us," said the rhinoceros demon helplessly. "You rhinoceros, all you know is to use brute force. There are at least 10 people in the sword mansion that can give you pointers at your level of understanding in the sword Tao," snorted Taoist Black Kill. As the only swordmaster present, everyone wished to receive pointers from him, but he too needed to focus on his cultivation. He would only occasionally give them pointers. The swordmaster test created by Mansion Lord is just too difficult. Even Sister June can't pass it. "Taoist Qin, you have to be careful, The sky immortals and sky demons spoke warmly. They were all upper echelons of the Tao-seeking sword mansion. They had not paid Qin Yun much attention in the beginning, but when he destroyed the demonic servant's sword formation with a few wisps of sword chi, without the use of a Dharma treasure or even drawing his sword, they no longer regarded him so superciliously. After all, with what he was capable of, it meant that his strength was in no way inferior to theirs. In addition, Qin Yun was immortal. It made him an enigma. Qin Yun smiled. "Everyone, I'll be entering." "I await the good news," said Daoist Blackkill, the rhinoceros demon, and the other sky immortals and sky demons. The large group of disciples also waited in anticipation. Qin Yun strode into the dark passageway. "Hey, do you think this Qin Yun guy will succeed?" asked a fat man as he touched his head. "A mortal with strength that matches that of a sky immortal? He naturally has an extraordinary background," said a golden-horned demon to his side. "He is probably quite confident if he dares come to our Tao-seeking sword mansion to recommend himself as swordmaster. However, the test created by Mansion Lord is very difficult. Let's wait. We will know the results in a while. Although I wish to see our Tao-seeking sword mansion produce another swordmaster, only Blackkill has succeeded to this day ever since Mansion Lord set the test." These sky immortals and sky demons discussed and waited. Walking down the passageway, Qin Yun entered a hidden hall. There were black columns in it. "Oh." Qin Yun walked into the hall and surveyed the surroundings. Whoosh! A phantom appeared. It was a lanky man with a sword on his back. Even though it was a phantom, Qin Yun could sense the inundating sword might that the man released. His eyes seemed like two swords that were as sharp as the deadliest blade. He was definitely an expert with a superior sword Dao than Daoist Blackkill. "Is this a phantom left behind by Tao-seeking sword mansion Lord, Shufu?" thought Qin Yun. "Fellow Daoist, I, Shufu, am very grateful that you are willing to come to my Tao-seeking sword mansion. This post of swordmaster is the highest in my Tao-seeking sword mansion. It cannot be easily taken. According to the rules I set, sword masters must have high attainments in the sword Tao to be a master, therefore, I set this test. It tests one's attainments in the sword Tao," Shufu's phantom said with a smile. "Here are 8 sword columns. In a while, they will produce the 8 gates sword formation. Fellow Taoist, you are not to use any dermic powers. You have to use your sword arts through your Tao domain alone. If you can crack my 8 gates sword formation, you will become a sword master of my Tao-seeking sword mansion. If you can't, or if you use your dermic powers, you will be teleported out and fail instantly. Fellow Taoist, be careful." With that said, Shufu's phantom dissipated. Following that, the 8 black columns were activated, condensing sword chi in the process. "Dermic powers are not to be used?" thought Qin Yun. "That's actually beneficial for me. Although I can't use my intrinsic flying sword, I can also avoid my weakness of having weak dermic powers. Sword masters must have high attainments in the sword Tao to be a master?" That's right. Qin Yun had a good impression of Shufu although he had not really met him. From this test, he could tell that Shufu was a person who devoted himself to the sword. He sought sword masters only based on their attainments in the sword Tao. Whoosh! Many sword chi condensed amid the 8 gates sword formation. The 8 gates transformed, forming a sword chi world. This sword chi world appeared as a blur, but Qin Yun could sense the sword chi coming at him. Interesting. Qin Yun smiled as his mind whirled. He condensed wisps of sword chi with his Tao domain. 360 sword chi formed around him, naturally producing the cyclic sword flash. The cyclic sword flash formed by 360 sword chi was perfectly complete. Instantly, the massive number of sword chi hiding in the ether surged over, striking the cyclic sword flash. But all of them were blocked. Pwa! 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 The sword chi dissipated upon impact but condensed once again. Stars like rain. Qin Yun's heart stirred. More than half of the 360 wisps of sword chi flew out like a dazzling meteor, surging around like a meteor shower. They swept past every spot, grinding apart all the sword chi that hid amid the ether. Boom! The 8 black columns that powered the 8 gates sword formation appeared for a moment before vanishing. The sword formation underwent another change. This time, countless sword chi surrounded him in a dense formation. They no longer hid but fully revealed themselves, like troops in battle formation. The 8 gates sword formation had a total of 8 transformations. Each transformation had different attacks. However, Qin Yun was a sword immortal who devoted himself to the sword Dao. Just his attainments when he first created the dreamlike sword were enough to crack the 8 gates sword formation. Besides, after obtaining the Blue Cloud's immortal Dharma and the 3 sword Dao manuals, his sword Dao had improved tremendously. This test had ignored the aspects of Dharma treasures and dharmic powers. All it tested was one's attainments in sword Dao. Just 10 minutes later, the 8 gates sword formation's 8 transformations were all defeated by Qin Yun. There were more and more disciples gathered on the massive flatland where Dao-seeking Sword Mansion stood. Taoist Black Kill stood there with the 9 sky immortals and sky demons beside him. All of them were staring intently at the dark passageway inside the ice-cold door. Oh! Taoist Black Kill's brows suddenly picked up as he could not hide the shock in his eyes. He succeeded? The other 9 sky immortals and sky demons also sensed it. How is he faster than Black Kill? I remember that he took more than half a day to crack the formation, but how long has it been? About 10 minutes, right? The sky immortals and sky demons were astounded. The speed at which one cracked the formation was also evidence of one's sword Dao attainment. Suddenly, footsteps were heard coming from deep within the passageway. Taoist Black Kill and the 9 sky immortals and sky demons looked carefully and saw a figure walking over. He was none other than Qin Yun. Congratulations Taoist Qin, you have become the 3rd swordmaster of our Dao-seeking sword mansion, said Dao-seeking sword mansion. Although his voice sounded aloof, it resounded through the area. Congratulations, Swordmaster Qin. The 9 sky immortals and sky demons were beaming with joy. Greetings, Swordmaster. The large group of sword apprentices shouted in unison. Anyone would wish for their own sect to grow stronger. Furthermore, having an additional swordmaster also meant that they had another powerful sword Dao expert to guide them. From that moment forth, Dao-seeking sword mansion had 3 swordmasters, Chufu, Taoist Black Kill, and Qin Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 438. Chapter 438, Realization. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Dao-seeking sword mansion was a very lively place that night. Human and demons gathered under one roof to celebrate the birth of the 3rd swordmaster of their sect. 16 sky immortals, sky demons, and Taoist Black Kill congratulated Qin Yun. The banquet ended late into the night. Qin Yun and Taoist Black Kill walked beside each other. Far off, they saw Sword Mansion disciples who reeked of alcohol walk off in groups. There were human males and tiger demons walking hand over shoulders, and there were human-demon couples flying off intimately. Humans and demons show signs of rapprochement in Dao-seeking sword mansion, thought Qin Yun wistfully. In the Skywolf world ruled by yellow-robed supremacy, humans and demons live together in harmony. In certain places, humans and demons fight, but in other places both species coexist peacefully, with it being common for people to be sworn brothers or couples. But Brother Qin Yun, said Taoist Black Kill with a smile. I've seen many powerful sky immortals and sky demons, but this is my first time seeing someone like you, with such immense strength despite being mortal. Are you a reincarnated sky immortal? Or? I'm not a reincarnated sky immortal, admitted Qin Yun frankly. Taoist Black Kill was secretly surprised. This was even more amazing. It meant that the mortal in front of him had astonishing talent. His strength would probably one day far exceed his current state. I'm truly impressed with your talent. Taoist Black Kill spoke as he led Qin Yun to a pavilion tower. A stout tiger-headed man stood there. The tiger-headed man immediately bowed. "Greetings, swordmasters." "This is a divine general that Mansion Lord brought when he first came to the Skywolf world," said Taoist Blackkill. "He is in charge of guarding the sword repository." Sword repository. Qin Yun looked at the pavilion tower in front of him. It looked ordinary, but the pavilion tower completely shielded itself from probes. Clearly, there was something of great power contained inside. The pavilion tower had an array formation that was extremely powerful. Sword repository is the most important spot in our Dao-seeking sword mansion. There are many cultivation dermic formulations and sword Dao manuals in it. It has a total of 3 floors, with dermic formulations and manuals becoming more valuable the higher you go. Ordinary disciples are heavily restricted from reading these manuals since cultivation dermic formulations incur the envy of the heavens. Reading through a powerful dermic formulation a set number of times will automatically destroy it, explained Taoist Blackkill. Qin Yun nodded slightly. He was well aware of this. If one mastered a dermic formulation, one could naturally produce another written record, but the materials needed for that were very special. Ordinary paper could not hold powerful dermic formulations. "Brother Qin Yun, you are now a swordmaster of our Dao-seeking sword mansion. The manuals in it are free for your perusal," said Taoist Blackkill with a smile. "Okay." Qin Yun nodded. "By the way, Brother Blackkill, is there any detailed information on the Skywolf World's 108 Guardians inside Sword Repository? You wish to challenge them too?" Taoist Blackkill smiled faintly. "That's right, at our level of strength, we all wish to become one of the 108 Guardians and meet supremacy so as to receive his guidance." Qin Yun nodded slightly. "There is information inside Sword Repository, but it is nowhere near detailed enough," said Taoist Blackkill. "As I have always been hoping to challenge them, I have deliberately gathered information on all the Guardians. If you wish to challenge them, make sure to select one carefully, the one that you have the highest confidence in fighting. After all, they definitely do not show mercy when challenged. If they can kill the challenger, they won't hesitate to do so. It's very normal since the moment they get defeated, they lose the position of guardian. They would also lose all sorts of benefits, so they have to be entirely ruthless." Qin Yun nodded. "It's good that you understand. Great attention is needed if you wish to challenge guardians," said Taoist Blackkill. He flipped his hand, revealing a scroll. "This is the most detailed information gathered in the recent 10 years. There have not been any changes to the guardians over the past 10 years. The scroll flew over. "Thanks." Qin Yun extended his hand to grab it, feeling grateful. "It's nothing. After all, we are from the same sect from this day forth. We should help each other," said Taoist Blackkill with a smile. After Qin Yun said that he was not a reincarnated sky immortal, he was determined to befriend Qin Yun. "Here, follow me in." Taoist Blackkill led the way as Qin Yun followed him into the sword repository. It had a total of 3 floors and many manuals placed on shelves. "Our mansion lord was once a general in the heavenly courts. He was a subordinate of supremacy from the start," whispered Taoist Blackkill. "He followed supremacy to the Skywolf world and is heavily trusted by supremacy. He knows that Mansion Lord is fanatical about the Sword Dao, so he gave many amazing Sword Dao manuals to Mansion Lord." "Oh?" Qin Yun was surprised. Their Mansion Lord actually had such a backstory? This was the first time he was hearing that. "They are purely Sword Dao manuals, not cultivation dermic formulations or divine powers, so they are not considered too valuable," said Taoist Blackkill. "But to us who dedicate ourselves to the Sword Dao, they are very useful." "Yes." Qin Yun nodded. "According to Mansion Lord, some of the Sword Dao manuals in here were written by great demons during the era of the ancient heavenly courts. There are also some that Mansion Lord and company gathered when they were generals. Supremacy does not like sword arts, so nearly all the sword Dao manuals were given to Mansion Lord, said Taoist Blackkill. It is why our Dao-seeking sword mansion has the right to call itself the #1 sword Dao sect in the Skywolf world. Qin Yun's eyes lit up as he looked at the manuals around him. So many sword Dao manuals that had been amassed since the ancient Heavenly Courts era? The Dao-seeking sword mansion's resources far exceeded his imaginings. The most powerful manuals are on the 3rd floor. You have plenty of time to read them, said Taoist Blackkill with a smile. That night, although Taoist Blackkill left early, Qin Yun remained inside Sword Repository, engrossing himself in the manuals. Pure Sword Dao. The written records of Sword Dao seniors that went as far back as the ancient Heavenly Courts era broadened Qin Yun's horizons. Although the Golden Light sect master had given him manuals, the 3 sword art manuals were mainly records from those that spied on the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage. It was not considered a complete Sword Dao manual and so was not very useful to his cultivation. It was not even comparable to the Blue Cloud's Immortal Dharma. Yet even though the Blue Cloud's Immortal Dharma was complete, it was not of the Sword Dao variety. Qin Yun was truly immersed in his reading. This strike is very similar to my Bright Moon Cold Nights but even more powerful. Qin Yun read fervently. The complete Sword Dao manual taught from a low level to a high level in a systemic manner. It was naturally a lot easier learning that way. Unknowingly, dawn came outside Sword Repository. Qin Yun gained tremendously from his night of reading. He felt that his dreamlike sword could be improved once again. Qin Yun looked out of the window and mocked himself. When it comes to cultivation, time really passes fast. It's easy to read through these manuals, but it will take quite a while to carefully ponder everything in it. I do not have time to slowly cultivate. I have to quickly choose a guardian to challenge. As long as I become one of the 108 guardians, I'll be able to enter the Skywolf continent and save my daughter as soon as possible. As he held the scroll that Taoist Blackkill had given him, he carefully read it while walking out of Sword Repository. With his strength, a wisp of his psyche was enough to instantly memorize all the information within. These guardians are all extraordinary. A small few of them are able to fight beyond their levels, fighting as 4th or 5th firmament sky immortals, thought Qin Yun. I have to pick a person I have an advantage over to increase my chances. He was not training himself. He was doing it to save his daughter. Naturally, the greater the chances, the better. Qin Yun began narrowing it down in his mind. As he pondered, he headed towards his residence in the Dao-seeking sword mansion. As sword master, he naturally had a cave abode. Junior brother, can you not understand why your sword art has not progressed at all? 2 wolf demons a distance away were wielding dual swords. The thinner and weaker wolf demon was puzzled. He shook his head gently. Senior brother, I've been working very hard but I haven't improved at all. I just can't match you. I believe you understand the theory, but you do not have an intuitive comprehension of it. The stout wolf demon shook his head, his voice a deep baritone. It's not wrong for you to learn from me in the beginning. But since you have built up a deep foundation, you should understand the saying, learn from me you stand, copy from me you fall. You learned my sword arts to build up a foundation, but the breakthroughs that follow should be yours alone. What suits you the most is the best. If you take the same path down an identical sword Dao, it will lead to a dead end because that is my sword Dao. The distant conversation left Qin Yun's head buzzing instantly. What suits you the most is the best. Taking the same path will only lead to a dead end, muttered Qin Yun. I actually forgot the most basic lesson? The condensation of an essence soul. Back when I was cultivating, I had figured out 3 paths. Not one of them was about condensing the essence soul as a sword. Due to the fact that an essence soul as a sword is based on the sword immortal dermic formulation created by the Grand Supreme Dao Ancestor, I have been deliberately taking that path? I got it wrong. I finally know where I was wrong. My Dao heart was influenced by the Grand Supreme Dao Ancestor's status. I believe that his path is the right one, but in fact, there are thousands of pathways when it comes to cultivation. I can take a completely different one that suits me. Qin Yun instantly felt his confidence blaze. The Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor's status was too high. He was one of Taoism's three pure ones. He was above golden immortals or Buddhas, one of the top existences in the three realms. He was truly in existence with boundless powers. With the Grand Supreme Sword immortal lineage having produced two golden immortals, Qin Yun had innately believed that the essence soul as a sword was the right way. Yet, he forgot the most basic truth: something suited to oneself was the best. According to my original theories, an essence soul should look like a normal person and not a sword. An inspired impulse appeared in Qin Yun's mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 439. Chapter 439, Advancing by Leaps and Bounds. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. How high was the Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor's standing? Many cultivators believed that whatever the Tao Ancestor said was right. The one that could ever be wrong was themselves. Even Qin Yun subconsciously believed that the Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor's method of letting the essence soul be a sword was the best path. He tried to faithfully follow the footsteps of the Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor but ended up falling flat on his face. Even after having failed, he did not know what he did wrong and continued pondering over the mistake in his dharmic formulation. The two wolf demons' conversation gave him a wake-up call. It jolted him to his senses. He had extricated himself from a proverbial cage. The Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor's realm is extremely high and he did not cultivate it himself. He only used his incredible knowledge to infer and derive the sword immortal lineage's dharmic formulation. Qin Yun was a little excited. As for me, I'm a mortal sword immortal. In terms of my sword Tao, it's comparable to some third firmament sky immortals. When putting my knowledge against the Grand Supreme Tao Ancestors, it's like a firefly before a radiant moon. I actually dared to infer the dharmic formulation that Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor inferred when there is such a huge difference between us. I should keep myself grounded. I should push my advantages to the forefront. I should use the insights I gained from cultivating as a sword immortal to steer myself in the direction that best suits me before creating anything. Emulating the path of others without their knowledge is no doubt a doomed end. Qin Yun was finally enlightened. When Taoists condensed an essence soul, they typically condensed one in the shape of a human. Even demons also formed them in a humanoid shape. The essence soul ended up in the shape of a very tiny person. This humanoid shape existed before the birth of humans. It stemmed from the legendary Pangu who created the world. To have the essence soul be a humanoid shape was an orthodox Taoist tradition. Be it the Grand Supreme, Primordial Beginning, or Numinous Treasure lineages, they were nearly all the same. Only a small number diverted from that framework by condensing non-humanoid essence souls. For instance, the Grand Supreme Sword immortal lineage's essence soul was a sword. My original conjecture was that a perfected golden core combined with the foundational knowledge of sword intent, and the fusion of the soul, would eventually produce an essence soul. Just like a mother gives birth to a child, the golden core is the essence soul's child which can be nurtured into an essence soul. According to my original idea, as the sword immortal dharmic powers are too sharp, nurturing it requires a sufficiently perfected sword Tao. At the very least, it needs to form a grotto heaven by itself. The three ideas I had previously. The first one is a little imbalanced from the looks of it. Although the second one is harmonious, it is too harmonious, causing it to lose the sharpness of a sword immortal. Only the third one. Qin Yun was filled with inspiration. His realm was already a lot higher than when he attempted to condense an essence soul, so he was able to rapidly infer. He stood in his spot for a long while. Only when a drop of dew dripped down onto his face from a tree leaf above him did he jolt awake. Ha! Qin Yun gave a self-mocking laugh. How can the independent creation of an essence-soul dermic formulation be that easy? It's not something that can happen in a day or two. It's best if my sword Dao realm can increase even further. The higher my realm, the easier it will be to create. A beard lathered is half-shaved. My joining of the Dao-seeking sword mansion has been a wise choice. The sword Dao manuals here are very complete and very diverse in nature. Even if I joined a top sect in the effulgent great world, it would probably not be comparable to this. Just 3 days later, Qin Yun issued a challenge through the Dao-seeking sword mansion, sending it to the Grand Elder of the Darkeen Gate, a major sect ranked 5th in the Skywolf world. Qin Yun selected him because he was most confident in his chances of dealing with him. Of course, victory could only be determined when they fought, since all the Guardians were a force to be reckoned with. Oh! Patriarch Golden Snake sat high on his throne. The disciples surrounding him were mostly snake demons. None of them dared to utter a sound. With the challenge letter in hand, Patriarch Golden Snake read through it, his eyes cold. The Swordmaster of Dao-seeking sword mansion, Qin Yun, is challenging me? And he's a mortal sword immortal? This enraged Patriarch Golden Snake but also made him turn wary. A mortal? He actually challenged a third firmament sky demon, a powerhouse ranked among the 108 Guardians? But it was because he was immortal that Patriarch Golden Snake felt even more concerned. Patriarch, how should we answer the Dao-seeking sword mansion? Asked a black-robed disciple below him anxiously. Supremacy has given the orders. It's not easy for me to reject a normal challenge, said Patriarch Golden Snake softly. The 108 Guardians were forged through bloody battles. If the challenger had equivalent strength, one had to accept the challenge. Of course, challenges from nobodies could be ignored, but clearly, the Swordmaster of the Dao-seeking sword mansion had a different status. To achieve such a rank typically meant one was stronger than the average sky immortals and sky demons. He wants to challenge me? That will depend on him actually having the strength to do so, sneered Patriarch Golden Snake. He has to pass the test of my Darkeen Gate's elders first. Which elder will be dealing with Swordmaster Qin? Asked the black-robed disciple. Investigate him first. Once information is gathered about his background, we will choose an elder to fight him. If Qin Yun can be defeated or killed, that would naturally be for the best. Even if the elder loses, I can also gain more knowledge about Qin Yun, instructed Patriarch Golden Snake stoically. Yes. Darkeen Gate responded 2 days after Qin Yun issued the challenge. Our Patriarch has made it clear. The person that came to pass the message was Patriarch Golden Snake's black-robed disciple. When he came to Dao-seeking sword mansion and met Qin Yun, he remained arrogant. Not just anyone deserves his attention. If Patriarch took every challenge he received, wouldn't he be really busy? Patriarch has stated that if you wish to challenge him, you must first defeat our Darkeen Gate elder, Elder Qin Yun. He is not ranked among the 108 Guardians. If you defeat Elder Qin Yun, Patriarch will naturally accept your challenge. That works. Qin Yun nodded. He did not find it odd in any way. If he were to become a Guardian, Dao-seeking sword mansion would also arrange for an elder to intercept any challenger. A Guardian's status in the Skywolf world was ultimately one of honor. They would not accept challenges so easily. I wish to fight Elder Qin Yun as early as possible, said Qin Yun. Elder Chonyo suggested the 5th of next month. How about it, Swordmaster Qin? Said the black-robed disciple. It can be pushed further back too. Set it as the 5th then, said Qin Yun. The old rules. We will be waiting for Swordmaster Qin at the Darkeen Gate on the 5th of next month. The black-robed cupped his hands. Qin Yun nodded slightly. Following that, the black-robed disciple left. Soon after, Taoist Black Kill, as well as the other Sky Immortals and Sky Demons, rushed over. Brother Qin Yun, did an ambassador of the Darkeen Gate come? pressed Taoist Black Kill. Yes, it has been decided. I'll be fighting Elder Qin Yun at their Darkeen Gate on the 5th next month. After defeating their Elder Qin Yun, that Patriarch Golden Snake will have to accept my challenge, said Qin Yun. All was going as it should. Since Elder Qin Yun was not ranked among the 108 Guardians, it meant that his strength was indeed weaker than Patriarch Golden Snake. That one-legged yak? He cultivates his body, said the rhinoceros demon beside immediately. He's quite a tough one. How strong can the cultivation of his body be? If he was extremely strong, he would be a guardian, said Qin Yun. Taoist brother Qin sure is confident, said the red-dressed woman with a smile. Qin Yun smiled faintly. In the recent days, cultivating the Sword Dao manuals in Dao-seeking Sword Mansion's sword repository had made Qin Yun improve by leaps and bounds by the day. Days passed one after another. Qin Yun studied the various Sword Dao manuals daily, drawing on the wisdom of his predecessors. The feeling of standing on the shoulders of giant is great. So there's such a powerful sword art. Compared to this move, my waning waxing moon's unpredictability is far inferior. An itinerant cultivator was like an extremely hungry and thirsty traveler in the desert. If one had to create everything by themselves, an improvement was naturally arduous. Now, it was as though there was a welcoming rain after a drought. Many top manuals were available to him. Many of the manuals had been gathered by yellow-robed supremacy and handed to his good friend, Mansion Lord Chufu. Now, Qin Yun was rubbing off some of that goodwill. In just a month, Qin Yun felt that his improvement was extremely astonishing. His dreamlike sword had long been perfected several times over. Just like for ordinary mortals, books were important, but so were masters. Although Qin Yun had yet to have a good master, he had obtained Sword Dao manuals that were considered superior in the three realms. His conditions were 100, or even 1,000 times, better than before. I feel that my Sword Dao has reached a bottleneck. That night, Qin Yun stood outside his cave abode by the mountainside. The mountain winds whistled as he felt his heart burning. If not for these Sword Dao manuals, I'd have probably reached this bottleneck only after spending decades. Now, I have reached the bottleneck in the short time span of a month. As long as I improve again, my Sword Dao and Dao domain will be able to reach 150 kilometers. The Sky Immortal realm had 9 firmaments. Every 3 firmaments represented a major subrealm. The first 3 firmaments of the Sky Immortal realm had Dao domains of 50 kilometers. Even if one's realm increased, there would not be any qualitative changes. It would cease around 50 kilometers. The second major subrealm was a Dao domain with 150 kilometers, matching that of a 4th to 6th firmament Sky Immortal. The third major subrealm had a Dao domain of 300 kilometers, corresponding to the 7th to 9th firmament Sky Immortals. The crossing of every major subrealm was extremely difficult. As for becoming a golden immortal, one needed a Dao domain that reached 500 kilometers. The size of one's domain was only superficial. Instead, it symbolized one's understanding of the heavenly Dao, the observations of the myriad things in the world, karma and samsara, as well as space-time. Every improvement was very difficult. So when Qin Yun had reached a bottleneck, it meant making a breakthrough was not easy. Of course, Qin Yun's cultivation speed was stunningly fast. At least, the early stages of the Sky Immortal realm did not stop him for long. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 440. Chapter 440, Sky Demon Qin Yun. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. That night, Qin Yun and Taoist Blackkill floated in midair, each sending their Dharma treasures at one another in a skirmish. Black Void Kill. Taoist Blackkill's voice was cold. Whoosh! 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 Black sword shadows spun like a bell, crashing down at Qin Yun from high in the sky. Qin Yun remained unfazed while he stood in midair. He already had his cyclic sword flash around him, one formed by the 100 sword components disassembled from the heavy water sword. After studying numerous sword Dao manuals in the Dao-seeking sword mansion, the cyclic sword flash he conjured was truly like water. It swashed around in circulation, isolating both in and out. It was as though the barrier separated two different worlds. "Ah, Brother Qin Yun, your sword array sure is impregnable when it comes to defense," said Taoist Blackkill with a loud laugh. "Brother Blackkill, try this strike of mine too," said Qin Yun with a smile. Waning waxing moons. A wisp of misty rain flew out of the void as it shot towards Taoist Blackkill. Taoist Blackkill also had 6 swords floating around him. They moved to block the misty rain's assault. However, the wisp of misty rain was unfathomable. It kept attacking from every direction, frequently vanishing and appearing somewhere completely different. Heaven Earth 6 escorts. Taoist Blackkill was filled with confidence as the 6 swords floating around him created a shielding formation, completely blocking out any attack. Both parties cast their sword moves, their defenses perfect and their attacks extremely ruthless. Fiend Hawk Kill. Taoist Blackkill cast the last strike of his 7 major killer blows. The divine swords that surrounded Qin Yun formed a massive male hawk phantom that swooped down with its sharp claws. Upon sensing the might of his opponent's sword array, Qin Yun remained composed as usual. If this was before he had studied the Dao-seeking sword mansion's manuals, he would have needed to use his intrinsic flying sword to block the terrifying sword array attack. But now, just the 100 sword components of the heavy water sword were enough. Traveling in solitude. Qin Yun's mind stirred. Boom! The hardly discernible wisp of misty rain suddenly transformed into a glaring sword flash. In that instant, it was the most eye-catching thing in the world. That one strike was enough to repress the earth itself. That one strike similarly had the might to render the world asunder. Now, Qin Yun's strike had been elevated to a brand new level. When it blasted out, the entire space began trembling and tearing apart. Boom, dot. When the magnificent sword beam cleaved at Taoist Blackkill's protective sword array, his expression changed drastically. His entire sword array quivered and began dissipating. Immediately, threads flew out from Taoist Blackkill's clothes and lingered around him. Return! Qin Yun immediately retracted his intrinsic flying sword when he cracked the sword array. Taoist Blackkill heaved a sigh of relief and waved his hand. The black swords in the distance rapidly flew back. "Brother Qin, your flying sword is indeed powerful, much stronger than mine." "I'm impressed," said Taoist Blackkill with a smile. "It's only a sparring of sword arts and not a life and death battle. If we were really fighting for our lives, it's hard to say what the outcome would be," said Qin Yun. He could tell that Taoist Blackkill, who was a sky immortal, likely had other powerful numinous treasures. "The sword array art that I'm most proud of isn't even your match. If we really fight with our lives, I might only be able to flee for my life," said Taoist Blackkill with a laugh. "With your strength, I believe you can defeat that Qin Yun tomorrow." "And compared to Patriarch Golden Snake?" inquired Qin Yun. "I'm not a guardian myself." Taoist Blackkill laughed. "Patriarch Golden Snake is naturally stronger than me. But from my point of view, Brother Qin Yun, you definitely have some hope of winning." Qin Yun smiled when he heard that. Swoosh! They quickly landed on the peak of the mountain. As he looked into the starry night sky, Qin Yun could not help but think about his daughter as he looked in the direction of the Skywolf continent. "Daughter, I will defeat that sky demon Qin Yun tomorrow. Following that, I will defeat Patriarch Golden Snake to become a guardian. When that happens, I can head to the Skywolf continent to find you," said Qin Yun silently. "Wait a little longer. I will soon be there." "Brother Qin Yun, why do I have a feeling that you always have something weighing on your mind?" Taoist Blackkill landed at his side. "With your strength, you should be very confident about tomorrow's battle, right?" "Something weighing on my mind?" Qin Yun said casually, I don't have confidence in facing Patriarch Golden Snake after all. If you lose, all you need to do is survive and you can challenge other guardians. With your strength and talent, you just need to spend more time training. I believe you will definitely become a guardian one day, consoled Taoist Blackkill. Spend more time? Qin Yun did not speak further. Wasting more time was the one thing he didn't want to do. The earlier he rescued his daughter, the better. He was afraid any delay would lead to unforeseen tragedy. The next day. Darkeen Gate. As one of the top 5 sects in the Skywolf world, they had more than 100 Sky Immortals and Sky Demons. Darkeen Gate Lord was also one of the 29 combat generals under Yellow Robe supremacy. Patriarch Golden Snake was the Darkeen Gate's Grand Elder and held a very prestigious position. One of the 3 sword masters of the Tao-seeking sword mansion, Swordmaster Qin, had challenged Patriarch Golden Snake. In response, the Darkeen Gate had arranged for Elder Qin Yun to fend him off first. It became an important matter between the 2 sections. The array formation had long been activated that day in Darkeen Gate. It stirred the surroundings. Large numbers of disciples were sent to patrol the area early on. Senior brother, what happened? Why does it feel like something is amiss in the sect? A human disciple that had just come out of seclusion found that the rules in the sect were a lot more stringent. Something huge happened. A bored demon whispered to his side. I heard that one of Tao-seeking Sword Mansion's 3 swordmasters, Swordmaster Qin from the North Plains continent, has challenged our Grand Elder. Elder Qin Yun is responsible for answering his challenge first. If he fails, our Grand Elder will have to personally fight this swordmaster. The Grand Elder has been challenged? The human disciple was alarmed. Whoosh! There was a commotion into the distance. We should go. I believe the people from the Tao-seeking Sword Mansion are here. This battle is not to be missed, said the bored demon immediately. Let's go. The human disciple flew over as well. They flew with a large bunch of disciples and, from afar, they saw a majestic warship slowly flying over from a great distance away. Standing on the warship's bow were a few Sky Immortals and Sky Demons. Their auras were either domineering or cold, and circled by them was a man dressed in linen clothes. His hair was let loose, his gaze focused. His aura was very ordinary and it seemed to be that of immortals. A mortal man? A few Sky Immortals and Sky Demons were circling a moral man? A mortal? Am I seeing wrong? The mortal appears to be of the highest standing there? Many of the Darkeen Gate disciples discussed in secret. The warship gradually descended. On the Darkeen Gate side, there was a similar group of Sky Immortals and Sky Demons that flew over to receive them. They similarly flaunted their auras. The Darkeen Gate had arranged for more than 30 Sky Immortals and Sky Demons, a number far greater than the Tao-seeking Sword Mansion's group. They clearly appeared more powerful as a result. Fellow Taoists from the Tao-seeking Sword Mansion greeted a Pangolin elder with a smile. We have been waiting for a long time. I believe this person in the middle is Tao-seeking Sword Mansion's Swordmaster Qin, am I right? Swordmaster Qin sure is impressive to rank as Swordmaster with a mortal's body. I heard that Tao-seeking Sword Mansion's selection of Swordmasters only tests one's skill in the Sword Tao, and not dermic powers or Dharma treasures. Swordmaster Qin, your battle with our Elder Qin Yun will be a life and death battle. It's a contest of true strength and not simply tricks. Pangolin, cut the crap. Battles are fought not said with your mouth. Quickly lead the way. The rhinoceros demon beside Qin Yun's voice boomed like thunder as he shouted. Fine, since you wish to seek death, we will not stop you. The Pangolin elder curled his mouth. Follow me. Many of the Sky Immortals and Sky Demons from the Darkeen Gate held similar animosity against them. After all, Qin Yun was challenging Patriarch Golden Snake. If he were to topple their elder, he would be taking over his position as guardian. both parties headed inside Qin Gate. Many ordinary Qin Gate disciples followed from a distance behind to watch the battle. The Qin Gate had many more disciples than the Tao-seeking sword mansion. After all, it was considered a large sect, not like the Tao-seeking sword mansion that only focused on the sword Tao. A mortal man wants to challenge our Grand Elder? This mortal must have an extraordinary background for him to become the Tao-seeking sword mansion's swordmaster. He might be some important figure's reincarnation. The Qin Gate disciples quickly rushed over as they discussed, waiting in anticipation for the battle to begin. The battle was to be held in midair. That would allow Qin Yun and Sky Demon Qin Yun to engage in battle easily. Are you the new swordmaster of Tao-seeking sword mansion, Qin Yun? Qin Yun had long been waiting. He had an ox head and a human's body, but he did not have any ox horns on his head. He was about 10 feet tall and his skin was of a grayish color. There were lightning patterns on his skin that occasionally flashed. His pair of ox eyes also had an eye-catching white light, as blinding as the sun. Qin Yun had an extraordinary bloodline to begin with, and he was innately good at controlling lightning. After cultivating to the stage of Sky Demon, his strength was naturally impressive. The Qin Gate was very confident in him, which is why they sent him to battle Qin Yun. Greetings, Elder Qin Yun, greeted Qin Yun politely. In a while, if I can show you mercy, I will spare your life. But don't blame me if I ground you to mush with my hammers because the battle gets too intense. As Qin Yun spoke, he took a step forward. In midair, he extended his arms, each holding a massive hammer. Boom! 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 Terrifying aura blasted out as it seemed to trigger the world's lightning. Numerous bolts of lightning descended and struck Qin Yun's body, yet he seemed extremely comfortable in the storm. Come, fight me! Qin Yun shouted to the ground. Be careful! Following that, the Tao-seeking sword mansion's rhinoceros demon and Fairy June turned austere. The red-dressed Fairy June sent a voice transmission as a reminder, make sure not to engage in melee combat. Okay. Qin Yun nodded slightly. Without a word, he took a step forward and flew into the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 441. Chapter 441, Too Quick a Loss. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Qin Yun stood in midair facing the distant Qin Yun. Qin Yun held a large hammer in each hand as an azure-colored armor rapidly materialized over his body. Even a helm manifested to cover his head, giving him full protection. Numinous treasure armor? Qin Yun's brows pricked up. Qin Yun, watch your front! Qin Yun roared as he suddenly struck his two hammers together. The instant the two hammers collided, a golden lightning flashed. The golden lightning bolts surged towards the distant Qin Yun. A large amount of lightning descended from the sky to meet the golden bolt, enhancing its might. This terrifying lightning left many of the Qin Gate disciples watching below stifled. How terrifying! As expected of Elder Qin Yun. If this lightning were to brush past us, we would probably be reduced to ashes. Let's see how the mortal swordmaster from the Tao-seeking sword mansion will fare against it. Many such thoughts surfaced in the minds of the Qin Gate disciples. They were also swelling with pride because their elder was so strong. As for Qin Yun, he remained very calm while standing in midair. With a whoosh, more than 100 sword artifacts appeared around him, naturally forming the cyclic sword flash. The cyclic sword flash had the appearance of water, with a clear barrier separating inside and outside. When the golden lightning, together with the various lightning bolts, struck, the cyclic sword flash easily held its own. Although the lightning aggressively struck outside the cyclic sword flash, there was only calm inside, without so much as a breeze. Qin Yun even glanced down. Among the gathered Qin Gate sky immortals and sky demons, a golden-robed elder had appeared. His hair was tied up and pinned with a wooden snake hairpin. His head was raised as well, his eyes meeting Qin Yun's. Patriarch Golden Snake. Qin Yun instantly recognized him. Patriarch Golden Snake had not appeared when he was being received, but now that he was fighting Qin Yun, he had silently arrived to watch the battle. Elder Qin Yun, you should be careful too. Qin Yun did not bother with Patriarch Golden Snake any further. As he spoke, he waved his hand as a wisp of misty rain flew out from his fingertip and rapidly flew through the cyclic sword flash. Oh! The dual hammer-wielding Qin Yun braced himself in midair. When the misty rain sword appeared in midair, the surrounding area froze. Frost hung in the air while ice crystals scattered. Although Qin Yun was dressed in full body armor, he still felt a chill. Crystals began forming in his blood vessels and organs as a layer of frost started covering his body. Qin Yun's armor's halo circulated, shattering the ice. Despite his lightning dermic powers working at full force to prevent the formation of ice crystals both inside and outside his body, he remained adversely affected. Next was the dreamlike sword's Bright Moon Cold Nights. With Qin Yun's realm constantly increasing, Bright Moon Cold Nights had also turned even more powerful. This strike could now freeze the void, as well as everything within. It made them still. With all activity stilled, frost was naturally born. What a potent frost domain! Qin Yun was alarmed. Even with my body, he managed to have my speed. The decrease in strength has only turned more obvious. He suddenly roared angrily. As he roared, he streaked across the sky towards Qin Yun in a bid to engage him in close combat. And in midair, the misty rain sword instantly switched moves after casting Bright Moon Cold Nights to freeze the surroundings. It was now a burning meteor. So, dreamlike swords stars like rain. The fastest and sharpest strike. Just as Qin Yun had taken the initiative to charge at Qin Yun, the flying sword nearly instantly appeared in front of him with its change of moves. Qin Yun was still feeling the effects of the large number of ice crystals in his veins. Although he brandished his hammers to block, he was unable to stop the misty rain sword. Bam! The meteor-like misty rain sword stabbed Qin Yun's helm. The helm was majorly dented and was even sent flying under the tremendous force. It revealed Qin Yun's alarmed ox head. Wind ruffled his fur. What? The numinous treasure armor was utterly smashed with one strike? Qin Yun was alarmed. Although it's an inferior grade numinous treasure armor, he broke its defenses in one strike? Even the helm is damaged. The might of that strike. Many of the Darkeen Gate Sky Immortals and Sky Demons watching from below felt their hearts tighten. As for Dao Seeking Sword Mansion's Rhinoceros Demon, Fairy June, and others, they revealed looks of joy. Patriarch Golden Snake's expression changed slightly. For this strike to possess such strength, his flying sword is something else. How did a mortal cultivate his flying sword to such potency? Is he some reincarnated sword immortal from the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage? He was one of the 108 guardians under yellow-robed supremacy. He was naturally knowledgeable and knew of the famous Grand Supreme Sword Immortals. What a pity. My sharpest strike can't even tear through an inferior-grade numinous treasure armor, Qin Yun thought secretly. My dermic powers are still just too weak. If my dermic powers can match those of ordinary Sky Immortals, I should be able to fight above my level and match a 4th or 5th firmament Sky Immortal. Sword Immortals were capable of destroying all Dharma with a single sword. They were famous for fighting above their levels. With the same dermic powers and realm, Sword Immortals had strength a level higher when they used their intrinsic flying sword. For those who cultivated in the physical establishing sage dermic formulations, their life preservation physical abilities were ludicrously strong. Many of the famous combat generals in the three realms, including yellow-robed supremacy, cultivated in the physical establishing sage. Others might deal 10 blows to them and only produce a few sparks. But one strike from them, a successful one, could reduce the pitiful opponent to mush. Sword Immortals and physical establishing sages, all belonged to extremely powerful schools of thought in the three realms, but it was extremely difficult to cultivate in them. As such, the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage was an extremely small group. Although the physical establishing sage lineage spread throughout the three realms, it was extremely rare to encounter one who cultivated it to an extremely high realm. As for the more common schools of thought such as talisman amulets and dharma treasures, the numbers were enormous. Qin Yun's one strike left Qin Yun alarmed. However, the flying sword was too fast. The intrinsic flying sword that had joined the ranks of a numinous treasure moved much faster than Qin Yun could brandish his hammers. It was much agiler too. These were the advantages of a flying sword. Bam! Another strike. As the ice crystals in his body started to melt away, Qin Yun barely managed to touch Qin Yun's flying sword by swinging his hammers, and that was more a credit to the hammer's big size. But the moment contact was made, the tremendous momentum sent Qin Yun's hammer to the side. Bam! The third strike followed. Qin Yun's luck had run out. Bam! Dot! Like a burning meteor, the sword tore through Qin Yun's head, stabbing a huge hole in it, before flying out the back of his head. The scene made many of the sky immortals and sky demons below tense up. Some of them closed their eyes, unwilling to watch any longer. The huge hole at Qin Yun's glabella area between the brows rapidly healed at a discernible pace. His lips trembled as he looked at the burning meteor. He hurriedly shouted, "I admit defeat." His voice boomed. Swoosh! The misty rain sword had already arrived in front of him but followed another trajectory to avoid Qin Yun. It circled and flew back into Qin Yun's hands. Qin Yun extended his hand and put away the intrinsic flying sword. He remained calm and composed. Yet he was somewhat astonished inwardly. My sword Dao has improved tremendously in recent days. I was planning on testing the might of the sharpest strike, stars like rain. I never expected it to damage an inferior grade numinous treasure armor with one strike, causing the armor to disintegrate. I didn't even need to utilize my killer blow, first lightning encounter, as I had planned to do. The dreamlike sword's 7 moves each represented something different. But their realms were very similar as well. First lightning encounter and stars like rain were two complete extremes. One of them converged all its might, appearing extremely gentle. It could transmit its might into an enemy's body directly, leaving any armor worn on the surface useless. The other was extremely fast and sharp. And dressed in a numinous treasure armor, Qin Yun's exterior defenses were indeed much stronger, but his organs did not enjoy that elevation in strength. First lightning encounter was the best move to counter him. Who knew that Qin Yun's test of his stars like rain would earn him victory before he had to go that far? Ha ha ha. He has admitted defeat. Elder Qin Yun has admitted defeat. Dao-seeking Sword Mansion's rhinoceros demon laughed out loud. Beside him, Fairy June and company revealed looks of joy. Many disciples from the Dark Gate were in disbelief. The battle had been lost too quickly. Qin Yun cupped his hands in midair. Swordmaster Qin is indeed powerful. I, Qin Yun, fully acknowledge my loss. With that said, he flew towards the ground, leaving Qin Yun alone in midair. Qin Yun looked down at the golden-robed elder among all the sky immortals and sky demons of the Dark Gate. Daoist Golden Snake, said Qin Yun, his voice resonating through the world. Qin Yun has lost. It's your turn to fight me next. Qin Yun looked at Patriarch Golden Snake beneath him. Golden Snake narrowed his eyes, his gaze truly as cold as a snake's. They were staring at Qin Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 442. Chapter 442, Defeating Golden Snake Next. Translator, Citullin. Editor, Citullin. The battle had been lost too quickly. All Golden Snake could see was Qin Yun release a few moves, but one thing was certain. This Qin Yun will be a tricky opponent. You did just finish a battle. I will not take advantage of you. Patriarch Golden Snake said with a cold tone from the ground. It left anyone who heard him feeling a chill in their hearts. In 3 days, you and I shall fight it out here. How about that? Everyone present turned agitated. A battle with the position of guardian at stake? With a battle of this level, news would spread throughout the Skywolf world and even to the 100+ small worlds in the vicinity. There is no need to wait 3 days. Qin Yun looked down from high in the sky. His eyes were filled with keen fighting spirit. I only used a few moves in my previous battle. I did not even expend much of my dermic powers. Let's make it quick and battle now to determine the victor. Battle now? Patriarch Golden Snake frowned slightly as he said coldly, Aren't you in too much of a hurry? Qin Yun's strength had exceeded his expectations. He needed time to strategize. But for Qin Yun, it was naturally better if the battle happened earlier. It would expedite his search for his daughter. Ha ha! Qin Yun laughed. Our battle is inevitable. Dragging it out another 3 days is a waste of both our time, or could it be that you are afraid? Is that why you want 3 days to prepare? Afraid? Patriarch Golden Snake's eyes were filled with ferocity. The surrounding Darking Gate Sky Immortals and Sky Demons were somewhat incensed when they heard that. Patriarch Golden Snake said with a sneer, Punk, 8 people have challenged me for my position as guardian over the years. Only 3 survived, while the rest met a decisive death. Since you are in such a hurry to seek death, I'll naturally satisfy you. He had held the position of guardian for a long time, after all. After he became guardian, he obtained some of the 3 realms' top Dharma spells from Yellow Robe Supremacy, allowing him to grow in strength. Yet Qin Yun was deliberately provoking him? He naturally would not cower in retreat. Furthermore, Qin Yun had only delivered a few strikes in the previous battle. Those moves were probably only the tip of the iceberg. Even if he took 3 days to strategize, it would not be that helpful. Daoist Golden Snake sure is confident. Qin Yun laughed. So? Patriarch Golden Snake flicked his sleeve and immediately charged into the sky. Soon he was flying in the air and facing Qin Yun from a distance. Are they going to fight just like that? The Dao-seeking Sword Mansion's rhinoceros demon was somewhat alarmed. Is Daoist brother Qin Yun really that eager? Fairy June was also somewhat astonished. Daoist brother Qin Yun should be very confident. For him to so easily defeat Qin Yun, I believe he has a chance of defeating Golden Snake. But Golden Snake is still a guardian, not someone the likes of Qin Yun can compare to. All of them were discussing. Similarly, the Darking Gate was in a furor. They were discussing more secretly, feeling extremely nervous about the impending battle. Who would clinch victory between their Grand Elder and Dao-seeking Sword Mansion's Swordmaster Qin Yun? They were very confident with their Grand Elder in the beginning, but after Qin Yun's quick disposal of Elder Qin Yun, they began to feel their hearts tighten. An array formation enveloped them, protecting the spectators. The stray blasts from the battling duo would be extremely powerful. Just a slight brush or contact would cause even Essence Soul disciples to lose their lives. Humph! Patriarch Golden Snake sneered. For a mortal sword immortal like you to be this powerful, are you a reincarnated Grand Supreme Sword Immortal? No, Qin Yun denied. No matter who you are or what background you have, Patriarch Golden Snake's voice reached straight into Qin Yun's ear as he floated in midair. I, as a guardian under supremacy, have cultivated in top dermic formulations from all over the 3 realms. I'm not someone to be underestimated. Why don't you sample one of my Dharma spells? Patriarch Golden Snake flicked his sleeve. Swoosh! Immediately, a wind whipped up that brought with it countless bits of golden sand. The wind resembled blades that sliced the void, tearing open countless rifts. The golden sand was even sharper and indomitable. Nearly instantly, the wind reached Qin Yun. Wind of the golden sand? Qin Yun had long gathered information on Patriarch Golden Snake. He knew his most powerful attacks, and the strike that he was facing now was called Wind of the Golden Sand. With a thought, Qin Yun commanded the numinous treasure-heavy water sword to disassemble into more than 100 sword components, conjuring the cyclic sword flash. It encompassed a region of 1,000 feet. The wind inundated the cyclic sword flash. And amid the wind, the golden sand unleashed its barrage of attacks. However, the cyclic sword flash held up. Shoo! 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 13 black bone needles flew out from the hazy golden sand wind. Each black bone needle was an inferior grade numinous treasure on its own. Together, they became a powerful superior grade numinous treasure set. Using the golden sand wind's might as a cover, this set of black bone needles can form a massive array. It is Patriarch Golden Snake's most famous array, the Black Bone Killing Array. Thought Qin Yun. According to my intelligence, if one can withstand the array for a short period of time, there is a chance of fighting Patriarch Golden Snake directly. If one cannot withstand it, it's best to admit defeat before death. Defeating Patriarch Golden Snake was not something one could do in 2 or 3 strikes. Therefore, self-preservation was the most important thing. Only after surviving was one qualified to fight their opponent. This wind of the golden sand gets stronger as time goes by. The killing array's might will also increase. I have to end this as soon as possible, thought Qin Yun. Boom! 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 After the 13 black bone needles interfaced with the array's might, they appeared to be one entity. They manifested as a giant hammer that struck at the cyclic sword flash. The cyclic sword flash remained aqueous, with light shimmering on its surface. Although the strike did make it tremble, it managed to dissipate the impact. Oh! When the distant Patriarch Golden Snake saw this, his expression changed slightly. For him to withstand my black bone killing array, this Qin Yun's life preservation sword array is truly formidable. Wind of the golden sand. Spin. He began casting his Dharma spells. The wind increased in intensity as it blew. Powered by his dharmic powers, the wind of the golden sand would constantly increase in strength with time, reaching the limits of what he was capable of. Yellow Robe's supremacy had bestowed him with this Dharma spell, one that was more suitable for him than any other. The black bone needles could also use the wind of the golden sand's might to form a killing array. The stronger the golden sand wind, the stronger the killing array. How about you take a strike of mine? Qin Yun waved his hand as a wisp of misty rain flew out of the cyclic sword flash, penetrating the wind of the golden sand in its journey towards Patriarch Golden Snake. Hoo! 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 There was wind everywhere. The wind of the golden sand was whistling around Patriarch Golden Snake as well. It affected the misty rain sword's might as well. Kill! The misty rain sword transformed into a burning meteor. Dreamlike sword stars like rain. The sharpest and fastest strike of the dreamlike sword went straight for Patriarch Golden Snake. Oh! Patriarch Golden Snake stood in midair as he grunted coldly. He extended his hands as a gold and silver bangle flew out from each arm. These 2 bangles floated to the left and right of Patriarch Golden Snake. When the meteor-like misty rain sword attacked. The 2 bangles went forward. While flying, they produced a faint resonating hum. Although the misty rain sword dodged them and continued its trajectory towards Patriarch Golden Snake, it felt a formless obstruction, causing its direction and speed to be hindered. The 2 bangles moved extremely quickly as well. They took the opportunity to enlarge in size as they struck the misty rain sword. Bam! The collision resulted in the silver bangle being sent flying backward, but the gold bangle remained firm. As such, the misty rain sword lost all its momentum. Patriarch Golden Snake's most shocking move is his black bone killing array. And for him to hold his position as guardian firmly, his life preservation means must also be very impressive. He has the gold and silver bangles, a numinous treasure Dharma robe, and he also cultivates his body on the side. Qin Yun was well aware of this. Among the 108 guardians, his strengths are quite balanced and yet also relatively mediocre. Then again, no matter how mediocre he is, that's only relative to the other guardians. Defeating him will not be an easy task. Bam! 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 In midair, the Misty Rain sword attacked again and again in unpredictable fashion. As for the gold and silver bangles, they repeatedly moved to block it. I have to use the cosmic bangles. Qin Yun waved his hand. Instantly, 6 black bangles appeared by his left wrist. They flew out of the cyclic sword flash and went straight for the distant Patriarch Golden Snake. For Qin Yun, using both of his inferior-grade numinous treasures, the heavy water sword and cosmic bangles, together with his intrinsic flying sword, was nearly the limit of what he could bear. Oh! Patriarch Golden Snake's expression changed slightly when he saw the 6 bangles flying at him rapidly. The gold and silver bangles floated to his side and expanded. Furthermore, they constantly spun around. Shoo! 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 The Misty Rain sword and the 6 cosmic bangles attacked simultaneously. When they approached, they were hindered by the invisible force field. Besides, the enlarged gold and silver bangles each swept towards 2 opposite ends, simultaneously obstructing the Misty Rain sword and the 6 cosmic bangles. They won't succeed. Qin Yun's eyes flashed with a glimmer. Bam! 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 The 6 cosmic bangles could not dodge, and instead took the initiative to clash with the 2 bangles. With Qin Yun's present understanding of the heavenly cycles, the might the cosmic bangles produced had been similarly elevated. As the repeated assaults continued, the 2 bangles began to falter. The Misty Rain sword took this opportunity to weave around and continue its attack on Patriarch Golden Snake. Scram! Patriarch Golden Snake's right hand was covered in snake scales as his lower body transformed into a long coiled tail. He held a whip in one hand, flailing it before he lashed it out. His skill in whips was sufficiently brilliant. With his sudden lash, he was able to outmaneuver the Misty Rain sword and smack it. Phew! Dot. The Misty Rain sword flew around and attacked once again. This time Qin Yun used all his strength, and the flying sword became a lot agiler than the whip, resulting in a successful dodge. As for Patriarch Golden Snake, his robe rapidly lengthened into a massive cloth screen. Pwah! The meteor-like flying sword stabbed into Patriarch Golden Snake's robe, making it depress slightly. The remaining shock waves reached straight into Patriarch Golden Snake's body, but he twisted himself, dissipating the wave easily. Pwah! 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 The flying sword repeated its barrage of attacks. Although Patriarch Golden Snake was controlling the gold and silver bangles, as well as brandishing his whip, the cosmic bangles, hindrance eventually wore him down so that he failed to fend off Qin Yun's flying sword. The repeated attacks had failed to bear fruit against Patriarch Golden Snake. Put! The flying sword finally stabbed its target, but the numinous treasure robe raised once again over Patriarch Golden Snake's body. This strike was extremely gentle, like a breezy cloud, one that resembled a spring wind, a touch from a lover. The dreamlike sword's first lightning encounter. The might was converged to the extreme. But when this strike stabbed into the numinous treasure robe, the terrifying might permeated through it and went right into Patriarch Golden Snake's body. Boom! 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 The terrifying forces overwhelmed his body as Patriarch Golden Snake's organs began to rupture. Even some of his flesh and blood began to show signs of damage. He could not help but spew a mouthful of blood, and was surprised to see pieces of his organs as well. His eyes were filled with alarm. Although he had cultivated his body on the side, he was still a third firmament sky demon. He didn't have a strong body like Elder Qin Yun, who had focused on cultivating his body. The first lightning encounter had ignored the numinous treasure Dharma robe, grievously injuring Patriarch Golden Snake. Just another 2 or 3 of those and I'm dead. Patriarch Golden Snake knew that. I admit defeat. Although he was unwilling, Patriarch Golden Snake shouted out without hesitation, his voice reverberating through the area. He astonished the 2 factions watching below. Qin Yun felt relieved after hearing that as he smiled. He had succeeded. He had defeated Patriarch Golden Snake to become guardian. He could now head to the Sky Wolf continent to seek his daughter. Daughter, wait for me. I'll find you soon. Qin Yun was feeling excited and full of anticipation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 443. Chapter 443, No Way Out. Translator, Xiao. Editor, Xiao. Patriarch Golden Snake put away his Dharma treasures, his face still pale. Qin Yun's first lightning encounter had indeed left him grievously injured. Where's the guardian talisman? Qin Yun looked at Patriarch Golden Snake eagerly. Golden Snake, said the spectating rhinoceros demon with a loud laugh. Supremacy monitors the entire Skywolf world. No action can fool him. You have lost this match and Supremacy already knows this. It's best you hand over the guardian talisman quickly. Don't worry. Since I admitted defeat, I'll naturally hand it over. Patriarch Golden Snake flipped his hand as a golden talisman floated above his palm. He was unwilling to part with it. It represented status and was the key to all sorts of benefits. Yellow-robed Supremacy was very willing to spend his resources on his subordinates, after all. Here. Patriarch Golden Snake waved his hand, sending the golden talisman at Qin Yun. At that moment, people from the Dao-seeking Sword Mansion and Darkeen Gate stared at the golden talisman with burning eyes. This talisman represented status and benefits. All the Sky Immortals and Sky Demons in the Skywolf world would go crazy for it. Qin Yun reached out his hand and grabbed the golden talisman. It was a thin, golden piece of paper with inscriptions on it. Qin Yun infused it with his dermic powers, easily gaining control of the talisman. Silently, the guardian talisman melted into Qin Yun's palm. I've finally obtained it. Qin Yun felt an upsurge of emotions. After refining the guardian talisman, he would truly become a guardian. Of course, becoming one of the 108 guardians. The true reason for this was that Qin Yun wanted to rescue his daughter. Daoist Golden Snake sure is forthright, said Qin Yun. We shall not stay any longer. Goodbye. Patriarch Golden Snake only wore a cold expression and did not say another word. He was still wallowing in the sorrow of losing his position as guardian. What else was there to say? Daoist brother Qin Yun, how impressive. You defeated that golden snake. Daoist brother Qin Yun, congratulations on becoming a guardian. The crowd from Dao-seeking Sword Mansion flew up, all of them looking delighted. Soon after, Qin Yun and the Dao-seeking Sword Mansion entourage returned on their warship. The Darkeen Gate could only feel somewhat aggrieved. The moment they returned to Dao-seeking Sword Mansion, a celebratory banquet was held. Moments after the banquet ended, Qin Yun bade farewell to Daoist Blackkill, Fairy June, and company. Qin Yun, you just became guardian. I know you are in a rush to head to the Skywolf continent, but can't it wait a day? Daoist Blackkill felt exasperated. There's nothing for me to do in Dao-seeking Sword Mansion. It's better I head there early, replied Qin Yun. It was already polite enough that he patiently returned to celebrate the banquet. The combat generals under Supremacy typically reside in the Skywolf continent, said Daoist Blackkill. As for guardians, they are a level lower after all. Although they frequently head to the Skywolf continent, they spend most of their time in their own sections. Brother Qin Yun, with your impressive strength, I believe your strength will make another dramatic breakthrough once you meet supremacy and he bestows you with a powerful dermic formulation. When you return to Tao-seeking Sword Mansion, make sure to give us some pointers. We shall spar again when the time comes. Qin Yun swept his surroundings. Everyone, I bid you farewell. Bon voyage. Fairy June, the rhinoceros demon, and company were all somewhat envious. Following that, Qin Yun transformed into a beam of light and streaked across the sky, vanishing across the horizon. This Taoist brother Qin Yun only joined our Tao-seeking Sword Mansion for a month before heading to the Skywolf continent to meet supremacy. He came fast and left fast, said a golden-horned demon to the side with a sigh. From the looks of it, he only came to us in order to gain the status of Swordmaster to challenge a guardian. Yes. A fat man beside him nodded. That is likely the case. Taoist brother Qin Yun's strength is unfathomable, but he's only mortal? Clearly, he has mysterious origins. It does seem like he came to our Tao-seeking Sword Mansion in order to gain the status of Swordmaster. There's no need to fret over that. The red-dressed woman said, since he joined our Tao-seeking Sword Mansion, he's naturally one of us. If he ever did betray the sect, Mansion Lord and Supremacy would not spare him. Sister June is right. Regardless of his origins, he is still a swordmaster of our Tao-seeking Sword Mansion, said the rhinoceros demon with a smile. Qin Yun flew all the way. The Skywolf world was a small world after all. It did not take long for him to arrive at the boundary of the Skywolf continent. There was fog that spread out endlessly. Legends say that the fog hides the Skywolf continent, thought Qin Yun. Without Supremacy's permission, even heavenly troops from the heavenly courts will not be able to charge in. Now that I have become a guardian, I can easily enter. So, He flew straight into the fog. Once he was in the fog, Qin Yun could sense that it was formed by terrifying array formations. Just sensing the array's strength gave his heart slight palpitations. What a terrifying array formation! It's the most horrifying array formation I have sensed in all my years of practicing martial arts. It's worse than the array formation that enveloped the ancient augury world. As expected of Yellow Robe Supremacy, thought Qin Yun. Yet Qin Yun passed through the clouds unhindered for several kilometers before it turned clear. Ahead of him was a vast continent. There were long stretches of mountains with roaring rivers. There were also horses galloping. The Skywolf continent, the place where Yellow Robe Supremacy and his followers reclused themselves in cultivation. Qin Yun took in the land. And my daughter is likely here in the Skywolf continent. Daughter, I'll find you very soon. Qin Yun turned even more eager. Ha ha ha. Brother Qin Yun. A sound boomed. From a distant spot in the sky, a thin man appeared in front of him with a flash. He had a sword on his back, his eyes as sharp as swords, yet there was an uninhibited pride in between his brows. I have been waiting for your arrival ever since I saw you defeat that golden snake. The lanky man said with a laugh when he arrived in front of Qin Yun. Greetings, Mansion Lord. Qin Yun had seen the projection of Tao-seeking Sword Mansion's Mansion Lord Chufu before. He immediately bowed. We are brothers, and you are a swordmaster of my Tao-seeking Sword Mansion. There's no need for these formalities, said Chufu with a frown. Qin Yun smiled and immediately corrected himself. Greetings, brother Chufu. That's more like it. Chufu laughed. Let's go. Follow me, I have quite a few old friends who want to meet you. All right. Qin Yun followed Chufu as they transformed into streams of light that flew across the sky. I watched as you became a swordmaster of the Tao-seeking Sword Mansion and when you defeated Qin Yun and Golden Snake. There was a blurry stream of light around them as Chufu spoke to Qin Yun with a smile. You saw all of it? Qin Yun was astonished. Shufu explained, the outside world cannot probe the situation inside the Skywolf continent, but we can monitor the outside world. Therefore, we know of everything that happens inside Dao Seeking Sword Mansion or any other major event in the world. Qin Yun was enlightened. Although he had arrived in the Skywolf world through a spatial rift, cultivators from more than 100 neighboring worlds came here as well. It was not something out of the ordinary. Whoosh! Whoosh! They flew all the way. Qin Yun was constantly probing his surroundings. As long as she's within 50 kilometers of me, I should be able to sense my daughter at my present realm. Unfortunately, Qin Yun did not sense his daughter even when he arrived at Yellow-Robed Supremacy's palace. In a manor garden in the Skywolf continent. Matron, you are truly formidable. Killing those demons is like killing chickens for you. Now, no one in the surrounding 50 kilometers will dare offend our Hu manor. A bevy of fox girls waited upon an old woman. As she enjoyed the treatment, she ate some fruits. You bunch of foxes, chuckled the old woman. All of you have such glib tongues. All right, take your leave. I need to enter seclusion and cultivate for the next few days. Yes, matron. The fox girls obediently retreated. Hu Manor was mainly a place where a bevy of fox demonesses lived. And the matron of the manor was formidable in strength, and so it was that the fox demonesses waited on her quite willingly. Rumble. The matron walked into a chamber. When the chamber's doors closed, the matron relaxed. In a flash, she transformed into a young girl. She sat on a mat, her brows filled with worry. To break through? Or not? I'm a dragon and master bestowed me with the dermic formulation, Skydragon body. I cultivated to the Khanate golden core so easily. According to master, I'm very talented in the sword Dao. I stepped into the Dao 3 years ago and could have condensed an essence soul. But mortals can freely kill other mortals. Once I step into the essence soul realm, my senior brothers and sisters will show no mercy, muttered the girl. Is it worth it to become an inherited teachings disciple? Master, why are you this ruthless? Why are you forcing us to compete? The girl really did not wish to engage in the competition. However, she had no choice as one of the many unnamed disciples her master had taken. Yellow-Robe Supremacy was, after all, a great demon from the ancient heavenly courts era. He was a demon through and through, and so he followed the adage of survival of the fittest. The strong would survive and the weak perish. I have no choice. I don't want to die. I want to stay alive so I can find my father and mother, muttered the girl. I'll break through and risk it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 444. Chapter 444, Shufu's Gift. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. On the day Qin Yun arrived in the Skywolf continent, in a secret hall of the Divine Firmament chapter of the Great Chang world, Ancestral Master Zhang sat cross-legged, wearing his tall headdress and Taoist robes. His second essence soul was cultivating in seclusion in the Green Turing Palace's myriad Dharma pool while his actual body was similarly in seclusion. Whoosh! Ripples appeared in the void in front of Ancestral Master Zhang. A crack appeared that connected to a distant point in space, where an old man with a huge calabash was smiling at him. Junior Brother Divine Firmament. Senior Brother Gua greeted Ancestral Master Zhang politely. Have you found the corpses? I have gathered all the corpses you asked for. The old man waved his hand as the stopper of the large calabash behind him flew out. Following that, 3 figures flew out of the calabash. These 3 figures rapidly tunneled through the void rift and, after a while, arrived in the Great Chang world, falling into the secret hall. The 3 figures were a ferocious-looking god fiend, a stout ox fiend, and a croc dragon demon. Each of them had reached the sky demon or sky fiend level and had cultivated their bodies, but of course, all of them were already dead. Thankfully, they are all long dead. If not, you would have had to come to Green Turing Palace to take them for yourself, said the old man with a laugh. Thank you, Senior Brother Gua. You have helped me greatly, said Ancestral Master Zhang. Junior Brother Divine Firmament, I heard from fellow disciples that they saw you enter the myriad Dharma pool? Asked the old man with narrowed eyes. Ancestral Master Zhan was slightly taken aback as he nodded. Yes. You entered the myriad Dharma pool so early? The old man could not help but be puzzled. This is unlike you. Your cultivation has always been a slow and steady process. The other disciples thought lowly of you for it, but you were never fazed by their opinions. Those that could be taken in as disciples of the Heavenly Lord of numinous treasure were given a rare opportunity despite Pangu's creation of the world tens of thousands of years ago. But across the three realms and the eons, becoming an 8th or 9th firmament sky immortal was common, even if becoming a golden immortal mighty figure was rare. Taoist divine firmament had been stuck at the 3rd firmament sky immortal realm all this while. He was indeed considered too weak, someone who lined the bottom. I was in no hurry in the past, but now I have to make a breakthrough, said Ancestral Master Zhang with a smile. Let me thank you once more, Senior Brother Gua. I have to continue my seclusion. All right. I won't disturb you any longer, replied the old man with a chuckle. The void ripples closed. In the secret hall. Ancestral Master Zhang looked at the 3 newly gathered corpses. With these 3 corpses, the massive 12th capital Heaven Divine Wraith Array can finally be set up. I have also created the 6th firmament sky immortal realm for the Divine Firmament Lightning Dharma. With the massive 12th capital Heaven Divine Wraith Array as a catalyst, I can pull in a sliver of Chaos Divine Lightning Aura, perfecting my foundation, thought Ancestral Master Zhang. He was truthfully a very proud person. In the Great Qin world, he had created the Sky Immortal level Divine Firmament Lightning Dharma all on his own. After he became a disciple of the Tao Ancestor, he read many of the 3 realms' top dharmic formulations. He was naturally ambitious. He wanted to ensure he had the most stable foundations. He had been seeking corpses at the Sky Fiend level over the years, but had only done so out of convenience. If he made it his goal to get them, all he would need to do is pay the price of several numinous treasures to gather them quickly. However, it was rather pointless to gather enough corpses to make a breakthrough if his dharmic formulation was not ready. Now that the ingredients to the array formation was gathered, and the dharmic formulation perfected, the day he broke through was not far. I'll first refine these 3 corpses. I'll use Lightning Dharma to refine them into capital Heaven Godfiends. Once the 12 capital Heaven Divine Godfiends are ready, I can make my breakthrough, thought Ancestral Master Zhang. When the time comes, the remaining 8 lineages of the 9 lineage fiendish demons can be annihilated. Only by greatly improving his strength would he be able to destroy the defensive arrays of the 8 lineage fiendish demons while protecting the mortals that lived within. The fact that the Empyrean Lord was bent on conquering the Great Qin world made Ancestral Master Zhan feel an ominous dread. Thus, he spared no expense at speeding up his breakthrough. He had even used the most precious opportunity given by the Green Turing Palace, the myriad Dharma pool, ahead of time. In the Skywolf world, Treasure Elephant Palace on the Skywolf continent was where yellow-robed supremacy resided and cultivated. The 29 combat generals under him also lived there. The 108 guardians, when they visited, would stay there too. Here, drink. Since you are Chufu's brother, you are my brother as well. A particular cave abode in Treasure Elephant Palace was Chufu's residence. At the moment there were more than 10 combat generals and guardians in the cave. They had great relationships with Chufu, which was why they were invited. Bottoms up. Qin Yun downed every toast he was offered. He wanted to save his daughter, so he tried his best to befriend these combat generals and guardians. Perhaps they might be of some help. This wine cup doesn't give me the kicks. I'll use this. Alright, I'll join you, Brother Mengu. Qin Yun grabbed a wine jar. Menggu, don't you get brother Qin Yun drunk. No one drinks like you, jar after jar. Brother Qin Yun gave no protest, so mind your business. Menggu was a huge man with crimson-red hair. He tipped his head and finished the jar of wine before throwing it aside. He laughed out loud as he looked at Qin Yun. Brother Qin Yun, you sure are a joy to drink with. I'm very happy today, so let me dance to add some entertainment for everyone. Dance to a tune? Qin Yun, whose clothes were stained with alcohol, was quite alarmed after having finished a huge jar of wine. Ha ha ha. The man named Menggu tore off his shirt and revealed his naked upper body. There were flaming tattoos all over it. Menggu waved his hand, and in his left hand a huge shield appeared while his right hand wrapped around a large axe. Dawn! He slammed the back of the axe onto the shield, causing a loud resonating hum that filled the entire hall. Menggu freely showcased his shield and axe arts. With his strength, he instantly transformed into dozens of afterimages in the hall. Simultaneously, a scorching flame rose into the air. It had an ancient and mystical aura. In midair, it vaguely manifested as a stout figure whose hair was formed from flame wisps. Its eyes were also raging flames, and just one look at them left one stifled. This is? Qin Yun felt his heart quiver. The aura was very weak, but it still felt more terrifying than Puka Dragonlord's aura. It's mighty god Zhurong, Chufu explained with a voice transmission. Brother Menggu is a descendant of mighty god Zhurong. Mighty god Zhurong? Qin Yun was somewhat perplexed. There seem to be things you don't know. Before Pango split the world open, there were godfiends born in the chaos, such as the three Tao ancestors, the Buddhist ancestor and the dragon race's ancestral dragon, Nuwa, mighty god Gongdong, mighty god Zhurong. Many ancient existences were born in the chaos, said Chufu through a voice transmission. Although mighty god Zhurong is separated from Menggu by many generations, he can still call him forth. Among the combat generals under supremacy, Menggu's strength is ranked in the top 5. Qin Yun nodded and listened. Great! A handsome blind man cheered. Although he was blind, he could sense the fluctuations in the air. He held up his chopsticks with a laugh as he tapped on the containers beside him. Ding! Ding! Dang! Dong! Accompanied by the tapping, a musical tune sounded. An intense war song left Qin Yun feeling ardorous and with zeal coursing through his blood. Liju was once a musician of the heavenly courts. Chufu introduced through a voice transmission. He followed supremacy in rebelling against the heavenly courts. It's very rare to hear him play music. Qin Yun listened. Although Menggu's war dance had conjured mighty god Zhurong's aura, Qin Yun found himself gradually drawn in by the beats of Liju, the blind combat general. The sound appeared distant and spread out, seemingly transporting Qin Yun to an ancient battlefield in ancient times. On the battlefield, countless heavenly troops were fighting with fiendish demons. Many heavenly troops had risked their lives, falling in the process. As Qin Yun listened, his lifeblood boiled as his eyes could not help but turn red. Ha! Menggu roared loudly as the hall shook. The handsome blind man stopped his beating as well. Menggu turned around and could not help but say, Liju, every time you beat your combat ode, I have the urge to storm the heavenly courts. When we fought for the heavenly courts to protect every corner of the 3 realms, how many of our brothers died in combat? Yet, the heavenly courts treated us heartlessly. All right, Menggu. You're drunk, shouted Chufu with a frown. Menggu seemed to snap out of his delirium as he looked at Qin Yun and nodded. Today we celebrate and welcome brother Qin Yun. Let's not talk about the past. Come, brother Qin Yun, let's continue drinking. Even while he drank, Qin Yun was observing. He was surprised to discover that Chufu held quite some status among the combat generals. Among the 12 combat generals that attended the banquet, the strongest were Menggu and Liju. But one could vaguely sense that they treated Chufu as the leader. This mansion Lord Chufu seems to enjoy a high standing under yellow robe supremacy, thought Qin Yun. The banquet finally ended. The combat generals and guardians left one by one. Chufu walked Qin Yun to his residence. This is where Guardian Golden Snake used to live. That night, Chufu brought Qin Yun to a compound. Since you defeated him, this is now your residence in Treasure Elephant Palace. Qin Yun looked at the compound in front of him. In terms of area, it was about 10 times smaller than Chufu's cave abode. There's no need to accompany me, brother Chufu. Have an early rest, said Qin Yun. His relationship with Chufu deepened after spending the day together. Qin Yun. Chufu took out a bamboo slip from and handed it to Qin Yun. This is a sword art that Star-Lord Covetous Wolf gave to me. I'll lend it to you. Just return it to me tomorrow. Star-Lord Covetous Wolf is the head of the 7 Big Dipper Star-Lords. He's adept in sword arts, his sword arts ranking in the top 10 of the 3 realms. He is a true golden immortal mighty figure. This sword art manual is something I always keep close. After I came to the Skywolf world, I have only lent it to Black Kill once. You must cherish it. Qin Yun was astonished. A sword art manual that belonged to Star-Lord Covetous Wolf? This, Qin Yun regarded the bamboo slip like it was a hot potato. The Tao was not to be easily instructed. Yet, Chufu so easily lent it to him? Why all the fuss about me lending it to you? Brothers can leave their lives in the hands of one another, much less a sword art. Chufu looked at Qin Yun. Qin Yun felt Chufu's sincerity and, at that moment, realized why proud combat generals like Mungu and Liju would consider them their leader. Alright, I won't argue. Qin Yun felt a little excited as he said solemnly, I'll accept this sword art manual. With that said, Qin Yun reached out and took it solemnly. We can have a good spar once your sword arts improve. Ha ha, I've been itching for a good opponent after coming to the Skywolf world. Unfortunately, there has never been a powerful sword arts expert. It sure is lonely. Chufu left after he handed the bamboo slip to Qin Yun. Qin Yun held the bamboo slip in hand as he watched Chufu's departing back. After a long while, he returned to his compound. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 445. Chapter 445, Breakthrough Under the Lunar Sky. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. A red half-moon hung high in the Skywolf world's sky, its light scattering into a house through its windows. Inside that house, there was a flask of wine and a scroll of the sword art bamboo slip. Qin Yun took a swig of wine as he carefully perused the bamboo slip. It was made of extraordinary materials. A long time ago, when the 3 realms were still in their infancy, there was no such thing as paper. The earliest dermic formulations were recorded on metal, stone, or leather. Some were even recorded on cloth or bamboo slips. He flipped open the bamboo slip which had words on it as well as sword art figures. They were very detailed and were split into 5 volumes. Each word and figure was dripping with a deadly aura. What terrifying killing intent! Qin Yun felt a little alarmed. Chufu probably only shared this with one person, Brother Blackkill, because this sword art is just too terrifying. Those with weaker realms would be affected simply by reading it, turning them insane. Qin Yun still knew very little about the heavenly courts, the overseer of the 3 realms. In name, at least. He did not fully appreciate Star-Lord Covetous Wolf's position. The 7 Big Dipper Star-Lords was said to be the strongest Star-Lords under Emperor Polestar I. And Star-Lord Covetous Wolf was the leader of them all. Although his sword art was not considered a particularly powerful divine power, it was a supreme treasure to sword Tao cultivators. Such horrifying killing intent does not match my sword Tao. However, advice from others always helps one to overcome one's shortcomings. I can learn from the parts that suit me best. My sword Dao is as perfect as the heavenly cycle and can encompass everything. It naturally can draw on areas from the decimation sword Dao. Qin Yun carefully read as he pondered. A sword art that could rank within the top 10 of the 3 realms definitely had its charms. One is marked by the company one keeps. This was the principle. If one's willpower was insufficient, one would be heavily influenced by such a sword art. One's sword Dao could even change as a result. Phew, phew. The night breeze blew, scattering tree leaves into the courtyard. Qin Yun spent 4 hours reading the entire sword art. He felt inspired as though his soul had been cleansed. This is a sword Dao at the golden immortal level? Qin Yun muttered. Not does it include the heaven and earth, it even includes samsara and karma. His first impression from reading Star-Lord Covetous Wolf's sword art was one of shock. But as he read to the end, Qin Yun felt that the 5 volumes of the sword art were about samsara. They contained the mysteries of samsara and karma. I can sense that a killing blow is hidden in this volume. It can kill enemies through samsara and karma. Qin Yun was astounded. When one cleaves out with this strike, ordinary defensive moves are useless. Even across infinite space, one can kill the enemy by using karmic ties. In the beginning there was immense killing intent, but eventually there was no killing intent at all. It became decimation that permeated through karma. Qin Yun realized this because he was very perceptive. Besides, he could use his eye of lightning to visualize karma and had some understanding of karma. This allowed him to decipher the terrifying killer blow hidden in the volume. Whoosh! Qin Yun suddenly closed the jade slip. He walked out the house and into the courtyard. The evening wind was chilly, snapping his mind awake. I have to extricate myself from this decimation sword Dao, muttered Qin Yun. I have to extricate myself, for if I fall in, my sword Dao will be swept away by it. If his sword Dao was described as a tiny river stream, then Star-Lord Covetous Wolf's horrifying decimation sword Dao, which was ranked top 10 in the 3 realms, would be like the boundless ocean. If his tiny river stream were to be too closely connected to it, it would be swept away by the boundless ocean, mixing into one entity. He would then lose himself. Perhaps his strength would continue progressing, but his sword Dao would shift towards the decimation sword Dao. His killing intent would only grow. For instance, Taoist Blackkill's sword array was fully inclined to the decimation sword Dao. I have to extricate myself. My misty rain sword Dao should be. Qin Yun waved his hand as a wisp of misty rain flew out and flew within the courtyard. Shoo! 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 The misty rain like flying sword shuttled within the courtyard. It was one of the courtyards in Yellow-Robed Supremacy's Treasure Elephant Palace. The void was extremely stable and, no matter how Qin Yun cast his sword arts, he failed to affect it in any way. If the void could be that easily ripped apart, the troops from the heavenly courts would have long stormed the area. Qin Yun stood in the courtyard, an obsession building within him. He freely practiced his sword art, fully infusing what he gained from Star-Lord Covetous Wolf's sword art jade slip. He even drew further inferences and changed his own sword art accordingly. Boom! While the misty rain sword continued its formative process, its might rose abruptly, slicing at the void. But of course, the void remained extremely stable. When he saw the surge in might, Qin Yun stopped. I've found it. Qin Yun felt excited. I fell into a bottleneck in Dao-seeking swordmanship. I have always been vexed about how my sword Dao insights can be taken to a whole new level. Star-Lord Covetous Wolf's sword art far exceeds my level, but I have benefited tremendously from it. In just one night, I have broken through it. My Dao domain, if released, will be about 150 kilometers, I suppose? In terms of realm, I match those at the 4th or 5th firmament of Sky Immortal. Qin Yun was pumped. It was not only because his strength had risen. More importantly, the chances of rescuing his daughter were higher now that he was stronger. After all, he might not have been the match of any combat general previously. But now, even with the flaw in his dermic powers, he could definitely, if only barely, give combat generals some trouble as sword immortals were adept at battle. Although Star-Lord Covetous Wolf's sword art is powerful, it ultimately doesn't suit me. Drawing out the bits that are useful to me is all I can do. Qin Yun continued practicing his sword art. The next day, Qin Yun took the initiative to meet Chufu and return the bamboo slip personally. How do you feel after reading the sword art? Chufu smiled at Qin Yun. It made me realize how crude my sword arts are, said Qin Yun. It is Star-Lord Covetous Wolf after all. His sword arts rank in the top 10 of the vast three realms. Chufu put away the bamboo slip and said, I only lent it to you for a night because I was afraid that you would be consumed by it and lose your own sword Dao. Even if you are temporarily unable to extricate yourself, I believe with time, you can regain yourself as long as you stop reading it. As long as you extricate yourself, you can change Star-Lord Covetous Wolf's sword art to suit you. It can be greatly beneficial even if you only draw a little from it, said Chufu. I see. Qin Yun nodded. In fact, he had already extricated himself from the influence of the sword art that very night. He had even broken through to a whole new level. Brother Chufu, how long does supremacy seclusion typically take? Asked Qin Yun. We are only subordinates of supremacy, said Chufu with a smile. There is no need for supremacy to take our opinions into account when he enters seclusion. He will naturally exit once he is done cultivating. He won't specially exit seclusion just because a new guardian like you arrived. We do not even dare report the matter. Qin Yun nodded. The replacement of one of the 108 guardians was trivial to supremacy. Yellow Robe Supremacy's cultivation was of the greatest importance. Of course, supremacy seclusion typically does not last long, said Chufu. According to my experience, he will be any time now if it's a short one. If it's long, it will be a few decades at most. Don't be in a hurry. Cultivate here in peace and wait for him patiently. Once supremacy exits seclusion, he will naturally summon you. Qin Yun nodded in enlightenment. It might be a wait of decades. Might I know if I can travel around? I have not traveled the Skywolf continent yet. Of course. Chufu smiled with a nod. Once supremacy exits seclusion, I will immediately notify you by voice transmission. The Skywolf continent is only so large, you will be able to return quickly. And if supremacy is willing, he can even teleport you in front of him with a single move. I see. Qin Yun nodded. He had to quickly traverse the Skywolf continent and find his daughter. During his time at the Treasure Elephant Palace, Qin Yun had determined that his daughter was not in Treasure Elephant Palace. By the way, there are descendants of the followers of supremacy in the Skywolf continent, said Chufu. Furthermore, this is the place where supremacy cultivates. So do not meddle with the mortal affairs. Even if you act in rage, don't be too ruthless. You can inform me first if you wish to take action. All right. Qin Yun nodded. Also, supremacy has taken in a bunch of in-name disciples, explained Chufu. They are selected based on the demon's belief of survival of the fittest. The in-name disciples engage in overt and covert fights for the position of inherited teachings disciple. The entire Skywolf continent is the grounds for their contest. Do not interfere in their strifes. Mostly because supremacy does not like the fairness of the fights to be affected, but also because it is quite a complicated issue. Supremacy has taken in a group of in-name disciples? Qin Yun's heart stirred. According to his guesses, his daughter had likely been taken to the Skywolf world by Yellow Robe Supremacy. Could she have become an in-name disciple? Brother Chufu. I do not know of these in-name disciples nor do I have the means to know who they are, said Qin Yun. I'll give that information to you, said Chufu. I'll tell you some of the concealed relationships they have. Being new to the Skywolf continent, you don't want to end up provoking someone without realizing it. Qin Yun flipped his hand and held his voice transmission token. Buzz. Large amounts of information appeared with many images. There are a total of 392 in-name disciples. All the information I know is in there. There are also certain things you need to look out for in the Skywolf continent, said Chufu. Qin Yun swept his eyes and quickly checked it. In a blink of an eye, he noticed one person among the many in-name disciples. There were 5 dragons among the in-name disciples. And there were only 2 female dragons. One had cultivated for more than 5 decades while one had only cultivated for slightly more than 10 years. Is it her? Qin Yun's eyes landed on that dragon girl's image. Her eyes had a forbearing look, but her facial features resembled his and Xiao's. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 446. Chapter 446, Daughter. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. With just one look, Qin Yun memorized the detailed information on the young female dragon. Her name was Yi, with no surname. She was brought to this world by yellow-robed supremacy when she was a toddler and had become one of his in-name disciples. She cultivated in the physical establishing sage dermic formulation, Skydragon body, which was a dermic formulation that yellow-robed supremacy created himself. As a dragon, her cultivation in the Skydragon body naturally progressed rapidly. However, yellow-robed supremacy also had many other in-name disciples, many with extremely high talent. Yet among all these in-name disciples, she was rather famous for her talent in the sword Dao. She was extremely fast when it came to learning swordplay. She was innately good at sword arts, and the moment she touched a sword she could naturally enter the state of being one with the sword. She had an innate sword Dao characteristic about her. Under yellow-robed supremacy's tutelage, she had grasped sword intent just half a year after starting her practice of the way of the sword. Even yellow-robed supremacy had praised her for her sword Dao talent. Her sword Dao talent also made several fellow disciples take notice of this very young junior sister of theirs. She was brought back as a toddler? A dragon? Has sword Dao talent? Furthermore, she looks like Xiao and I. The shape of her face and her mouth greatly resembles Xiao's. Her eyes look like mine. Qin Yun was even more convinced that this dragon girl was his own daughter. Brother Qin Yun, what are you looking at? Asked Chufu with a smile. After reading through the information regarding these in-name disciples, it does seem like many of them are descendants of combat generals and guardians, said Qin Yun immediately. That's why I said the situation is rather murky, chuckled Chufu. Yes. Alright, I won't disturb you any further. I'll take my leave, said Qin Yun. Cultivate Star-Lord Covetous Wolf's sword art properly. Make a breakthrough as soon as possible so that we can spar, said Chufu. All right. Qin Yun nodded and left. As Chufu watched Qin Yun's departing back, he thought to himself, this Qin Yun is apparently very concerned with that information. Qin Yun left Treasure Elephant Palace that very day. He began traversing the Skywolf continent. The Skywolf continent was the most unfathomable continent in the Skywolf world since it was where yellow-robed supremacy and many combat generals resided. Some of the subordinates that followed supremacy had their families here populating the land, therefore, it was a land with complexities that ran deep. Although an outsider like Qin Yun had acquainted himself with a group of combat generals, he still had to keep a very low profile. After all, among the combat generals, only Chufu had his interests at heart. The others were mere acquaintances. Whoosh! That night, Qin Yun was flying in the clouds as per normal. After his breakthrough in the sword Dao, his soul and body had been enhanced through the nourishment of his sword Dao. His bloodline senses grew much sharper and could now sense about 100 to 150 kilometers away. I have been traversing the Skywolf continent for 5 days and 5 nights, and have covered nearly half of it, but I have yet to find my daughter. Qin Yun flew amid the clouds, thinking to himself. My speculation should not be wrong. My daughter is very likely to be here in the Skywolf continent. Regardless if it was a speculation or the information he gleaned about the unnamed disciple, the dragon girlie, everything pointed to Qin Yun's daughter being in the Skywolf continent. It would have been fine if there was only one coincidence, but with so many? He was certain that his speculation was right. It was a very weak feeling. Somewhere nearby was a place that resonated with the bloodline in him. It was a feeling of attachment and affection. This feeling stirred up tumultuous waves in Qin Yun's heart as he immediately turned his head in one direction. His eyes could not help but turn red. Daughter? So, amid the moonlit clouds, he shot forth in the form of a beam. As he flew closer, the sensation grew stronger. I sense it. It's very clear. She's there. Qin Yun came to an abrupt stop when he was about 50+ kilometers away from the source of what he sensed. Open. A vertical eye opened in his glabella. The divine power eye of lightning looked far into the distance. Qin Yun saw with one glance the estimated spot where he felt the bloodline sensation. In a large manor in the wild, there were a number of human servants that seemed to be living there, with most of them being fox demonesses. And there was only one dragon. A dragon. Qin Yun watched. In a hidden chamber in the manor, a young girl was half-slumped in a chair with her abdomen revealed. There was a ghastly wound on her abdomen with a green mist lingering over it. The girl poured a few drops of medicinal liquid from a black bottle onto her wound, creating sizzling sounds, widening the wound. However, the green mist dissipated greatly. The bloody wound was rapidly healing at a discernible pace. Following that, the girl continued dripping a few more drops of the liquid. It happened again and again. Every time the wound healed for the better, she would drip a few more drops, thinning the green mist. The girl's forehead was covered in sweat, but her eyes were as sharp as a blade. I've finally cleansed it completely. Her wound was constantly healing, to the point of it vanishing. The girl tidied her clothes after she saw that there was no more green mist and her skin had returned to a healthy smoothness. That spider was really a pain. I cultivate in the physical establishing sage dermic formulations and am adept at sword arts. I have fought above my level against a second firmament essence soul demon who had just broken through but still had to escape and defeat. The color in the girl's face turned for the better gradually. The medicinal liquid treated the poison well, but when it seeped into her flesh it was excruciating painful. Sword arts are meant to be used in combat. Simply cultivating arduously won't do. There's a need to engage in battle occasionally. But after this battle, I will have to be more patient in the coming days. The girl sat cross-legged on a mat, her eyes closed in silent cultivation. About 50 kilometers away, Qin Yun's eyes were already moist while high above the clouds. The bloodline sensation. He could even see the karma tying them together through his eye of lightning. All of that made Qin Yun realize that this girl was his daughter, his own flesh and blood. The scene of his daughter purging the poison in pain left his heart wincing for her. He felt guilt-ridden. I never expected her to reach the first firmament essence soul realm so quickly, thought Qin Yun. Although her sword Dao realm is much lower than mine, her bloodline senses should extend to nearly 50 kilometers. Now is not the best time to directly reunite with her. After all, this group of unnamed disciples is constantly being watched by the Treasure Elephant Palace in secret. Yellow Robe Supremacy wants them to compete fair and square, and forbids us from interfering. If I were to reunite with my daughter now, Treasure Elephant Palace would immediately learn of the situation. It would only bring up unnecessary ramifications. It would be too troublesome. Now that I've found my daughter, I should first converge my bloodline aura. With a thought, he cast a Dharma spell to converge his aura. He also used his Dao domain to completely cover his body's surface, completely isolating all his aura. If one wanted to sense his aura, they'd have to first crack open his Dao domain. Daughter. After converging and isolating his aura, Qin Yun took one step forward and continued advancing. Soon, he arrived at the manor. The servants and fox demonesses did not sense him as Qin Yun silently arrived in the yard outside his daughter's cultivation hall. Qin Yun's eye of lightning could clearly see his daughter's karma. Among the countless karma threads, one of the two thickest karma lines led into the void while the other was linked to him. This karma line also contained many images. The scene of a 2-year-old toddler scrunched in a corner crying. Father, mother, I'm afraid, really afraid. A 6-year-old girl was sitting on a tree's crown, silently looking into the distant horizon. A 12-year-old girl with a bloody wound on her face was standing on the peak of a towering mountain. She touched the wound on her face, her eyes filled with pain. Since you do not treat me as family, you are no longer have an elder sister from this day forth. I will keep this scar with me as a reminder. And you are wrong. It was a fiend celestial that abducted me. My parents are not to blame. Qin Yun was filled with guilt and sympathy. Daughter, your father is here. From this day forth, your father will definitely protect you. Definitely. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 447. Chapter 447, First Meeting with Daughter. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. That night, Qin Yun left Hu Manor in secret and went to a nameless mountain slightly more than 5 kilometers away. Hu. Under the influence of his Dao domain, a huge chunk of stone was dug out from the mountain. It floated in midair and, with a tremble, rubble was forcefully knocked off of it. A rather exquisite stone house suddenly materialized in midair. The patterns on the roof, windows, and doors were quite charming and, as the stone house gradually landed, the land beneath it naturally turned flat, making a perfect landing place for the stone house. In just half a minute, Qin Yun had a stone homestead. Using the same method, stone tables, stone chairs, and even a bed appeared. I'll stay here temporarily. Qin Yun took out some living necessities from the two-world picture while inside the house, giving it some character. He walked to the stone house's entrance and looked at the distant Hu Manor that was more than 5 kilometers away. This bit of distance could be enveloped by Qin Yun's Dao domain at all times. If anything out of the ordinary happened, his flying sword could appear and traverse the 5 kilometers instantly. I've found my daughter, but how should I save her? Qin Yun frowned slightly as he flipped his hand to take out his transmission token. Buzz. The transmission token revealed the detailed information that Shufu had previously given him. Yellow-Robe Supremacy has employed the selection rule of the demon's survival of the fittest for a bunch of unnamed disciples as a way to choose his inherited teachings disciples. Furthermore, he doesn't allow his subordinates to influence the disciples' contention, thought Qin Yun. However, how can he call this absolute fairness? Nearly half the unnamed disciples are descendants of combat generals or guardians. After all, being an inherited teachings disciple of Yellow-Robe Supremacy is a position higher than the average guardian. Those demon combat generals and guardians have even taken the initiative to get their descendants to vie in this competition despite knowing that the risk of death is very high. The competition between disciples can lead to death. Combat generals and guardians are forbidden from interfering. If they could, a combat general would easily wipe out a large group of unnamed disciples. It wouldn't be a competition, but a massacre. However, there are some discreet tricks they can use. Teaching their descendants personally, or even secretly arranging for some experiential training, even giving treasures in secret. It speeds up the growth of these disciples, and Yellow-Robe Supremacy has always turned a blind eye towards this. Qin Yun frowned. Because of this, unnamed disciples with considerable backgrounds grow faster and have more treasures. They have a much greater chance in the final round of competitions. There are only 3 inherited teachings disciples spots for 392 unnamed disciples. It is bound to end tragically. Qin Yun did not like such survival of the fittest selections. It could be done in completely different ways. Tournaments? Tests? All sorts of methods could be used to select an inherited teachings disciple if one wanted. These were also commonly done by humans. However, Yellow-Robed Supremacy's method was like raising goo. He allowed the unnamed disciples to engage in fratricidal fighting. Even if I help my daughter, the chances of her becoming one of the 3 final inherited teachings disciples are slim. My daughter is too young, and there are some unnamed disciples that are much older and have cultivated for several hundred years. With such unequal cultivation time, the competition between disciples was never fair to begin with. But to take my daughter away. Qin Yun was frustrated. How should I take her away? Only after becoming guardian and understanding the rules do I know how hard it is to enter and exit the Skywolf continent. Combat generals and guardians are allowed to enter and exit the Skywolf continent at any moment, but ordinary residents of the Skywolf continent are forbidden from exiting without Supremacy's permission. These unnamed disciples are now in a competition. The Skywolf continent itself is the battlefield, so they are also forbidden from leaving it. Qin Yun shook his head. It's impossible for me to rush out of the Skywolf continent's exterior array formation with my daughter. That is a massive array that can even keep the troops of heaven at bay. My daughter also has no means of leaving by herself. Since a hard stance doesn't work, perhaps I should take a soft approach? Qin Yun pondered. The Skywolf continent was completely isolated from the exterior world. Even major void transference was useless. As he pondered, he stood on the mountaintop and watched the distant Hu Manor and his daughter. In the following days, Qin Yun secretly protected his daughter while cultivating. Having just broken through to the realm of having a Dao domain of 150 kilometers, he could naturally continue improving, having passed the bottleneck. He dedicated himself to studying Star-Lord Covetous Wolf's sword art and made tremendous gains by the day, constantly infusing these insights into his own sword Dao. The enhancement of his sword Dao realm was also very helpful in creating his own sword Immortal Essence Soul Dermic formulation. It was previously in a nascent form, but now, with his realm matching that of a 4th or 5th Firmament Sky Immortal, the sword Immortal Essence Soul Dermic formulation he created independently was becoming more complete. He could even make another attempt to condense an Essence Soul himself. However, his last failure made him even more cautious. He wanted to make the dermic formulation as perfect as it could be. Oh! On the 6th day of protecting his daughter in secret, Qin Yun, who was sitting cross-legged in the stone house in silent meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. His Dao domain had detected his daughter leaving Hu Manor. She is rushing towards me? Qin Yun was somewhat stunned. The dragon girl was flying amid the clouds and soon landed in a valley of the mountain. The valley was perennially covered in fog, making it difficult to determine what was happening within. Inside the valley, the dragon girl stretched out her hand as a tiny sword in her palm rapidly expanded into a 3-foot-long sword. Shoo! 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 She immediately began practicing her sword arts. Her sword moved around agilely, filled with hidden killing intent. As she demonstrated her sword arts, many of the rocks in the valley exploded, but the sounds were completely isolated from the outside world. This fog is formed naturally. It's indeed a good place to practice one's swordplay. Qin Yun smiled as he carefully watched his daughter's sword arts. My daughter's sword Dao talent sure is high. She has already honed her sword arts to such a level? How old is she this year? Qin Yun was pleasantly surprised as he watched. In the valley, the girl was practicing her swordplay freely. The Hu Manor was on the small side, after all. She cultivated in the physical establishing stage, so when she cast her sword arts freely she needed a sufficiently large space. The valley was perfect for that. Shoo! 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 As she continued her swordplay, the surrounding rocks kept crumbling under her flying sword chi. Young lady, your sword arts aren't much, but you can cause quite a stir. A voice reverberated in the valley. The dragon girl was alarmed. There's someone here. She looked around her and, amid the fog, a figure appeared in the distance. Oh! My Dao domain failed to discover him. The dragon girl was secretly alarmed. She carefully looked at the newcomer, who was a man dressed in ordinary linen clothes. He was smiling and his eyes made the dragon girl feel a baffling sense of affection. This feeling of affection made her turn wary. Why do I feel affectionate towards him? Is it some bewitching spell? The dragon girl was very alert. Not just that, I can't even sense his aura at all. If she closed her eyes, she would not even sense the existence of a life that was right in front of her. I can't even sense his aura. The gap between us is huge. The dragon girl immediately bowed. Greetings, senior. The Skywolf continent was filled with experts, after all. It was common to bump into an expert. It was actually safer than bumping into any of her senior brothers and sisters. Young lady, what's your name? Asked Qin Yun with a smile. He looked nonchalant and carefree, but he was, in fact, very nervous. This was his daughter. He took in her looks, her eyes, and the wound on her face. All these years, she must have suffered a lot alone. It was unfortunate that he had not been around. Senior, the dragon girl hesitated for a moment before saying, Dragon 9. Dragon 9? Qin Yun smiled and said directly, I happened to be cultivating on this mountain when I saw you practicing your swordplay here. I have loved sword arts my entire life. When I saw your practice, I couldn't help but intervene, for it is truly riddled with mistakes. Riddled with mistakes? The dragon girl was astonished. She was very confident in her sword arts. After all, the Sword Dao manual she studied in was given to her by Yellow Robe Supremacy. Although it was incomparable to Star-Lord Covetous Wolf's sword art, it was still very powerful. Furthermore, her talent in the Sword Dao was also extremely high. You aren't convinced? Qin Yun stretched out his hand as a stream of water flew over from a distance, freezing to form an ice sword. Come, spar with me. The dragon girl's heart stirred. Had she lucked out? She was receiving pointers from a senior? Senior, watch out. The dragon girl bowed obediently before stabbing out with her sword. Swing. The sword was agile and extremely fast as it stabbed at Qin Yun. Pa! He gave a simple swat with the ice sword and hit her strike to the side. It's too direct. Sword momentum needs to be gathered, only at the final instance when you strike at the enemy should the momentum show its true might. The dragon girl was taken aback as she immediately put that into practice. Bam! You have great strength, but that is not how it is supposed to be used. Put. This strike is too wishy-washy. It's not decisive at all. With Qin Yun's present Sword Dao realm, Chufu was the only swordsman comparable to him in the Skywolf world. His bullying of a young lady at the first Firmament Essence Soul realm was equivalent to an adult fighting a baby. He saw flaws everywhere and easily acted upon them. In a hall in Treasure Elephant Palace, various projection screens were floating that depicted scenes of the 300-plus in-name disciples displayed. A group of cultivators were watching them at all times. The competition of the disciples was something Supremacy placed great importance on. They naturally needed to monitor it well. Look, that dragon girl named E lucked out. She lucked out? A number of cultivators looked over in curiosity. In the projection, E's sword arts were repeatedly nullified by Qin Yun. Isn't that the newly promoted Guardian Qin Yun? He's also Dao-seeking Sword Mansion's sword master. I heard Manor Lord Chufu invited a bunch of combat generals to welcome him. This guardian Qin Yun is apparently immortal, but his sword arts are unfathomably profound. That dragon girl has finally lucked out to encounter this strong guardian who is willing to guide her. The cultivators commended the situation and thought nothing of it. If it was only guidance? That did not matter in any way. Yellow Robe Supremacy had even declared his allowance of combat generals and guardians to guide his in-name disciples before. Supremacy was naturally more satisfied with stronger disciples. However, in the competition of the disciples, combat generals and guardians, as well as the other Sky Immortals, were not to interfere directly. That would be an act of bullying or an outright massacre. Therefore, Yellow Robe Supremacy would not bother with their indirect interferences typically. If any act of bullying was committed, however, infuriating Yellow Robe Supremacy in the process, well, few in the Sky Wolf world would dare provoke Yellow Robe Supremacy. His temper was a lot more brutal than it was when he was in the heavenly courts. In the valley. The dragon girl's sword arts were nullified repeatedly, but she did not turn despondent. Instead, her eyes lit up, filled with excitement. How many years had it been? She finally had a senior who was willing to teach her seriously. One had to know that despite being her master in name, Yellow Robe Supremacy had only thrown her a few manuals and sent her off. This was the first time, she was being carefully guided by a senior expert. I have to grasp this opportunity. I must not miss it. The dragon girl practiced diligently, and she could also sense that her sword arts were being strengthened at a discernible pace. What impressive perceptivity! Among all the sword Dao geniuses I have encountered, including Huaner, none of them is as perceptive as my daughters. Qin Yun was rather astonished. While feeling astonished, he waved his hand, dissipating the ice sword he wielded. The dragon girl was taken aback as she immediately retracted her sword and stood obediently by the side and bowed. Senior, thank you for your guidance. You aren't so stupid. Qin Yun nodded. You can still be molded. Return and think through this lesson carefully. Senior, might I know when I can meet you again? The dragon girl asked immediately in her anxiousness. Qin Yun looked at his daughter and felt his heart wince. He nodded on the surface, saying, on matters regarding sword arts, you can go up that mountain to seek me. With that said, he pointed at a mountain not far off. The fog naturally parted, revealing a mountain peak in the distance. With that said, Qin Yun turned and left. As she watched Qin Yun depart and vanish into the clouds, the dragon girl was filled with excitement. Awesome! I have finally lucked out and encountered a senior expert willing to teach me. The dragon girl was elated as she secretly laughed. He even said that I'm not that stupid. Does he think I can't tell? My perceptivity must have caught his eye. My sword Dao talent has been praised by Master before. This senior must have come to teach me when he saw my sufficiently high sword Dao talent. After returning to his home up the mountain, Qin Yun watched the valley while standing in front the stone house. As he looked at his beaming daughter in the valley, he smiled. However, his heart winced a little for her. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 448. Chapter 448, Interaction. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. The next day. Yi carried a basket and descended from the clouds to appear in front of Qin Yun's stone house. She had to know it was his since it was the only house on the nameless mountain peak. Senior, senior. Yi shouted. You came? Qin Yun walked out of the stone house. The dragon girl quickly placed the basket on a stone table and began diligently arranging the plates of delicacies, alcohol, and fruits on the table. While doing so, she said, Senior, these are some of the more famous local delights. Why don't you sample them? Truth be told, she was a little nervous. She cherished this opportunity and naturally wanted to get in the good books of this mysterious senior. She was afraid that he would quickly leave and ignore her. "Oh. It so happens that I just woke up and haven't had breakfast yet." Qin Yun sat down leisurely and took the pair of chopsticks she handed to him. Qin Yun looked at his daughter. Her face was beaming and she looked very warm. Qin Yun did not say a word as he received the chopsticks. His daughter busied herself with pouring him some wine. As Qin Yun drank the wine, he sampled the food. "These might not be comparable to some of the immortal delicacies, but they are rather tasty," said he. She did not have much money saved up and so was unable to produce a banquet fit for an immortal. "It's not bad," said Qin Yun. He was quite a connoisseur of good food. The food could only be considered average among all the delicacies that he had eaten in his life, but Qin Yun felt that it was the best meal he ever had. The alcohol was of mortal grade, but it actually made him tipsy. It was prepared by his daughter just for him. Furthermore, she was pouring the wine for him. The delicacies were also prepared by his daughter, and she brought them to him personally. After eating for a while, Qin Yun said, "All right, go practice your swordplay while I watch. Let's see if you have improved in any way." "Yes." He immediately went to an empty spot in front of them. She flipped her hand and was instantly holding a sword. She had a heroic bearing to her with a sword in her hand, and she began to display all the charms of her sword arts. She had been pondering the entire night and had improved greatly after implementing the pointers Qin Yun had given her the previous day. Qin Yun watched her. He found that his daughter resembled his wife in certain ways. Although his wife had a heroic bearing to her, she was more like a fleeting fairy that had descended into the mortal world from somewhere more ethereal. However, his daughter seemed to be of more mortal bearing. Her eyes were filled with a ruthlessness. From her first memory, she had lived like a prisoner. Even after Yellow Robe supremacy brought her to the Sky Wolf world, she was just a weak disciple who lacked parents or background and stood out among all the unnamed disciples. She was also ostracized by them for it. Only the stronger disciples with powerful backgrounds were well received. After Qin Yun finished drinking the wine in his cup, he threw the cup so that it gently landed on the stone table. Then he took one step forward. His Dao domain directly condensed a wisp of sword chi at his fingertip. Bam! He easily found a flaw in his daughter's sword art with one strike. "You have improved slightly since yesterday, but you are still greatly lacking." "Again?" "Yes." His daughter immediately charged forward. She did not complain about being tired. Even though she took some brutal hits from Qin Yun's easy maneuvering of her sword arts and speech, she thought nothing of it, cherishing the opportunity that was put in front of her. About 2 hours later. "We shall stop for today." Qin Yun stopped. "All right." Yi sheathed her sword, but she could not help but ask, "Senior, how should I address you?" "My surname is Qin," said Qin Yun. He had no plans on elaborating. "Senior Qin." The dragon girl beamed happily. "I will not disturb you any longer. I'll return for now. Go on." Qin Yun casually waved his hand. The dragon girl bowed politely, treating him like a master, a teacher. Following that, she rapidly left on a cloud. Only then did Qin Yun turn to shoot a wistful glance. He watched his daughter fly away in the direction of Hu Manor before returning to the stone table. He sat down and poured another cup. "The wine is really not bad." Qin Yun smiled as he began drinking. Days passed one after another. Yi was originally afraid that this senior Qin was only guiding her on a whim, that he would leave the moment he lost interest. But from what followed, she could tell that senior Qin was truly dedicated. She visited him every other day and he would provide her with pointers for about 2 hours. Such careful guidance was nothing like how many senior experts treated their personal disciples. They usually would not show such dedication. They would only give such attention to the disciples they valued greatly. Clearly, this senior Qin thought very highly of her. "What about me caught senior Qin's eye?" Why is he going to such painstaking means to nurture me? Is it because of my sword Dao talent? Does he want me to be his successor? Yi pondered. But I can never become his successor since I'm an in-name disciple of Master. In the intense battle between the 300 plus in-name disciples, only 3 will live on. I don't know when I'll die, so how can I become his successor? It had been half a year since Qin Yun met his daughter. Qin Yun was flying high in the sky, looking down on a city. Although he was more than 50 kilometers away, his Dao domain could easily reach it. She's out seeking delicacies for me again. Qin Yun smiled. He had been constantly protecting his daughter in secret. Although his daughter had taken the initiative to fight with Essence Soul Demons, Qin Yun would interfere unless her life was at stake. In the city, Yi was at a roadside stall. I heard that Immortal Li's 8 best snacks are extremely delicious. There are powerful cultivators residing in this city. My fox demonesses do not dare come here, forcing me to make the trip myself. She took a whiff. How fragrant. She got in line. Suddenly, her sky dragon body that she cultivated felt a threat. Her powerful physical establishing sage dermic formulation had various miraculous aspects to it. Yi suddenly turned her head as her eyes suffused a golden light. What she found was a figure staring at her from the second floor of a tea shop. It was a green-dressed woman. Senior sister? Yi was alarmed. The green-dressed woman sneered and phased into a phantom before charging forward. Time to leave. The dragon girl charged into the sky with a whoosh. She even produced a faint dragon shadow that rose into the sky at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Another silver stream of light intercepted the dragon phantom from another side. A rumbling explosion resounded. Yi was sent flying backward as her face turned pale. The silver figure that stopped her in midair was a silver-robed man. The distant green-dressed woman flew to his side. The 3 of them floated above the city. Senior brethren. Yi looked at the silver-robed man in disbelief. Little Yi, are you very surprised? The green-dressed woman laughed out loud. I remember when you were just a puny kid. You enjoyed tailing behind senior brethren. Senior brethren, do you plan on killing me? Yi glared warily at the silver-robed man. He frowned. Master has said that only 3 of us in-name disciples can survive. Sorry, junior sister, I do not wish to die. Okay. Yi nodded as tears began rolling down her cheeks. She looks so sad. Back when we were under Master's tutelage, you liked senior brethren the most, didn't you? Ha ha ha. What a laughable young girl, said the green-dressed woman. If you had chosen to remain immortal, it would not have been all right for us to kill you. After 100 years, Master's seal would have activated and you could die peacefully. But since you have broken through to the essence soul realm, you are now also in the running and senior brethren has to kill you. Why isn't senior brethren killing you, senior sister you? Yi could not help but ask. It's because we are allies, said the green-dressed woman with a smile. Among the 300-plus fellow disciples, some have cultivated early, reaching the 3rd firmament essence soul realm. We naturally have to form an alliance. Senior brethren, rather than seek an alliance with me you wish to kill me instead? Yi looked at the silver-robed youth. He was frowning. However, the green-dressed woman scoffed. To ally with us, the minimum requirement is the 2nd firmament essence soul realm. Besides, you were immortal early on. Alright, now that you know everything, it's time for you to die. If you know what's best for you, don't resist. With a wave of her hand, needle beams flew out. Humph. Yi rapidly flew off as she brandished her sword to fend off the attacks. Clang! 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 Ever since her sword arts received Qin Yun's guidance, she saw a tremendous improvement over the past half year. As her sword flashes spun around, they created an impregnable defense. The movement bore a resemblance to the cyclic sword flash, but it was still very crude. However, it was more than enough to help her deal with the Dharma treasure of a second firmament essence soul realm demoness. Senior Brotherin, why aren't you doing anything? The green-dressed woman's expression changed as she urged him into action. She improved that quickly? The silver-robed youth's expression changed slightly as he immediately charged forward. He too cultivated in a physical establishing sage dermic formulation and was adept at melee combat. He swept his spear over. Yi found it difficult to bury the memories of her childhood. Back when she was brought to the Skywolf world by Yellow-Robe Supremacy, she was completely unaware of her situation in Treasure Elephant Palace. She was only a young infant. Back then, Senior Brotherin had taken good care of her. He often brought her delicacies. To her, he was like an elder brother that treated her the best, but now her cherished elder brother was about to kill her. She could only swallow her anguish as she brandished the sword in her hand to fend off the attacks of her senior brother and sister. Under Qin Yun's tutelage, her sword arts became extremely brilliant in the defense aspect. Although she was unable to defeat her senior brother and sister, she was able to ensure her own safety. How old is she? She's not even 20. Yet she can fend off the combined attacks of us, 2 second firmament essence souls? The green-dressed woman sent an urgent voice transmission. Senior Brotherin, think of something. Her sword arts are much more formidable than when we last met her. I can't do anything to penetrate them. The silver-robed youth was also alarmed. Although he had great talent, with him reaching the second firmament essence soul realm after cultivating for slightly more than 130 years, he was only considered of average ability among the many unnamed disciples of Yellow-Robe Supremacy. And now, the young baby girl, the one that had always tailed behind him, who he had taken care of out of kindness, had a much higher potential than him. But for the sake of his own future, he could not afford to go easy on her. The relentless pursuit continued. He failed to defeat them, and only by using one of her Skydragon body's forbidden spells did she manage to injure her senior sister and evade their pursuit. Beside a lake in the wilderness, Yi slowly landed. Cough. Yi coughed out blood as she sat cross-legged by the side of the lake. She tried her best to stabilize her chaotic dermic powers. She took time to gradually recover. She looked at the lake in front of her in a daze as drops of tears rolled down her cheeks. She suddenly lowered her head and wept. It's all fake. It's all fake, she muttered as she sobbed. In the wilderness not far away, Qin Yun stood watching silently. A day later. On that nameless mountain in front of the stone house. Senior Qin. Yi landed with basket in hand as usual. Qin Yun was already sitting by the stone table as he watched her come in. Yi smiled as she placed the basket on the stone table and began taking out the dishes. Senior Qin, quick, have a taste of these. They are still hot. They won't be as good once they turn cold. Okay. Qin Yun nodded. He poured a cup of wine for himself before tipping his head to down it. For some reason, he found the taste of the wine bitter today. This sense of helplessness left Qin Yun filled with fury and indignation. Senior Qin, let me do the honors of pouring you the alcohol, said he. There's no need. Sit down and eat with me, instructed Qin Yun. He waved his hand as chopsticks and a wine cup appeared beside her. Yi was taken aback as she sat down obediently. Here, you have always been the one pouring me wine. This time, let's drink together. Qin Yun personally poured a cup of wine for his daughter. Yi looked at the cup of wine in front of her before looking up at Qin Yun. She could not stop her tears from flowing down. Young lass, what are you crying about? Asked Qin Yun. I'm happy. Yi wiped her tears as she raised her cup. The father and daughter pair clinked their cups and downed the wine, each feeling their respective mixed emotions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.